Chapter 481 The Birth of the Tree World. The birth of the tree world! Owen clapped his hands on the ground with a somewhat excited expression. Without using chakra, the omnipotent and more efficient divine power was poured into the earth like it was free of money. And the garden with a radius of hundreds of miles was seen. As if alive. Countless giant tree vines scrambled to climb towards the sky. Unable to withstand the excessive growth height, these plants instinctively began to intertwine with each other, becoming thicker and thicker. And the thicker the branches, the better they could support them. It grows to a higher place, then continues to grow, wrap around and stretch beyond its limits, stretching toward the sky. The scene is extremely spectacular, just like the green Milky Way flowing backwards wants to return to the sky. Under the support of divine power, the mutant plants in the garden burst out with terrifying life potential, miraculously growing to a height of more than 1,000 meters. From a distance, they looked like a green land rising from the ground. But this is already the limit. At least the current limit. So under Owen's control, tree vines thicker than the tunnel continue to coil around each other to form a huge tray at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. At this time, the fragments of the kingdom of God were falling faster and faster. But Owen did not panic, because this was a test and reward given to him by the consciousness of the world, rather than an attempt to kill him. So the impact of the falling was reduced by the authority of the sky goddess. More than half of it, with the superstandard tree realm he is currently using, it is enough to inherit it completely. Of course, facing the fragments of the kingdom of God that were about the same size as a small island, Owen did not dare to be careless. He concentrated on controlling the plants to grow more roots, intertwining with each other to increase their endurance. There is actually a natural god here? Asali, who sensed the powerful fluctuations in plant growth, said in surprise, and at the same time projected the picture to Andromeda. Great! Even though she was so weak, Andromeda still smiled happily, because this meant that more elves would survive, regardless of whether this natural god is an elf god or not. As long as he is a god close to nature, he cannot refuse elves as believers. They are saved. Asali, who no longer needs to burn her life, takes off her disguise and reveals the true form of the jungle goddess. She is taller and more muscular than ordinary elves. She wears a feather crown, wears a simple two-piece suit woven with grass leaves, holds a stone spear, and is full of energy. The wild beauty. In fact, she was a prayer and blessing for hunting during the elven tribe period. It was initially just a ritual, and later evolved into a totem, and finally condensed into divinity. It was fused by the most outstanding elven hunter at that time, and became a demigod. Holding the stone spear high and spreading her long legs, Ashali sang ancient songs and danced primitive dances, awakening the remaining plants on the fragments of the kingdom of God, and forming a faint natural barrier. This is the most basic power of the elven gods. Even as the goddess in charge of hunting, she also masters this skill, because the dangers faced next are greatly reduced. There is no need to concentrate the natural enchantment on a few elves. Ashali just tries to maintain the balance of the fragments of the kingdom of God, so as not to collapse and collapse. When the time comes, they will be buckled to the ground and die. That's called injustice. With the joint efforts of both parties, the uneven base of the fragments of the kingdom of God finally landed on the heavy platform made of plants. Indescribable power began to be released. Countless roots and vines could not bear the pressure and burst one after another, and green juice fell like a downpour, first gathered into a waterfall, and then a torrent. This is a disaster for ordinary creatures, but for garden demons, it feels like a wave pool. It is a very good game. At least they have fun playing it. The spilled plant juice is not wasted at all. After being absorbed by the plant's developed root system, it is converted back into nutrients for growth. This process, catalyzed by divine power, only takes a short time and immediately stabilizes the plant tray. However, it is difficult for plants alone to support the fragments of the kingdom of God for a long time, unless Irving completely lignifies them. But this is not worth the loss for him. So Irving carefully controls the plants to bend slowly, just like arms to support them. The fragment of the kingdom of God in the palm of his hand was gently put down. During this process, countless roots and vines grew on the tray, which not only fixed the fragments of the kingdom of God from collapsing, but also rapidly decomposed them layer by layer, transporting nutrients to the roots of the garden. If the divine power is regarded as golden rubbish, even if the fragments of the kingdom of God are just clods of soil soaked in golden rubbish, once it is completely absorbed, the area of Owen's garden will expand again, and at the same time, the consumed divine power will be replenished to some extent, Every time the height decreases by 100 meters, a layer of the fragments of the kingdom of God is peeled off. When the height drops to about 300 meters, the thickness of the kingdom of God is less than 1/3, and the area is greatly reduced. Some bold elves begin to trying to follow the vines that hold up the fragments of the kingdom of God to reach the ground. They are now very curious about where this place is, and at the same time, they are wary of the abyss not far away. Asali slid down the vines with Andromeda, who was in better condition. As the goddess of the jungle, such a difficult skill was really a piece of cake for her. However, when she came to the ground, she saw the people who were repairing the garden. The queen of the garden demon suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and almost thrust out the stone spear. Even Andromeda couldn't bear the successive changes in emotions and seemed to be gasping for breath and about to die. There was no way. When the kingdom of God was shattered, she thought it was the elf kingdom pills. Asali's reveal of his hidden identity gave her a glimmer of hope. The fragments of the kingdom of God were held up, and she thought that all her hardships were over. But she found out that it was the devil who took action, and they were still falling, surrounded by demons. With such a desperate change, it's a good thing she didn't commit suicide on the spot. These demons are a bit strange. They don't have the crazy bloodthirsty feeling of demons. You better not take action first, so as not to anger them. Asali clenched the stone spear and said to Andromeda in a somewhat tangled manner. Andromeda was also very confused. Which of the demons they met in the abyss were not vicious and yelled to kill? But the demons in front of them were too peaceful. Their eyes were full of curiosity and innocence, and they seemed to be playing with flowers and plants. This was Demon King's Guard. Let the elves not attack these demons first and keep a certain distance. Although Andromeda calmed down and was full of entanglements. In fact, they were indeed rescued because of this. So it was not wise to start a fight first. As choice. These demons. Well, let's call them demons for the time being. It feels really weird. Asali was very curious about what the creature in front of him was. It obviously looked like a demon, but it didn't behave like a demon at all. Even she did not feel the madness and chaos unique to demons, and the smell contained the fragrance of plants and decay. In her perception, she even felt like seeing moving potted plants. What is this? A plant system? Demon? At this moment, the demons who came around out of curiosity seemed to hear something and slowly moved out of the way, understanding that this was an invitation from the owner of this place. Andromeda ordered the elves to stay on the fragments of the kingdom of God as much as possible, although the fragments were constantly being decomposed and could not last long. At least that was their only place to stay now. And she followed Asali and others. The king's guard is ready to go to see who the owner is and what fate the elves will face. Chapter 482 Demon or God. As the fragments of the kingdom of God continue to decompose, the Babel plants that were originally spawned gradually wither and decay, turning into nutrients for the garden and becoming part of the natural cycle. A large number of strange flowers and plants have also grown again, repairing the damage caused to the environment by the previous crazy growth. The whole process is incredibly fast. Especially Asali, as the goddess of the jungle, is certain that there must be a natural god here. Until when I saw the giant creature sitting by the swamp making soup, I began to doubt life. Just sitting there. The height is more than 20 meters. The elves who know what this height means to the devil are facing a powerful enemy. In the end, Andromeda, as the queen, breaks the deadlock. The noble and benevolent owner of this place, Queen Andromeda of the Elf Kingdom, greets you. Knowing that the current Elf Kingdom can no longer withstand any setbacks, Andromeda doesn't care what the other party is, as long as she can exchange it for the subjects of the Elf Kingdom. She was willing to pay any price for a place and time to recuperate. Therefore, in the eyes of the king's guards, who were ashamed and wanted to commit suicide, the elf queen lowered her posture and took the lead in saluting him. For the king, this is no less than choosing to surrender. No wonder the king's guards are so angry. But they are helpless, because behind them are the few remaining elven refugees. At this time, it is the most irresponsible to worry about the king's dignity. The behavior of, "Oh, elegant son of nature. No need to be polite. You can call me the Lord of the Garden, one of the demon lords of the abyss," Owen said while stirring the newly brewed clear soup. Although he was a little dissatisfied with the concentration of the soup. But after thinking about it, I still didn't add additional materials, for fear that these elves wouldn't be able to stand it. "Thank you for saving us. The Elf Kingdom will never forget this kindness. I don't know how I can repay you." When the other party admitted that he was the demon lord, not only Andromeda, but also Asali trembled. After all, just now coming out of the abyss, they knew very well how terrifying a demon lord was within his territory. Even if they had guessed it when they first met, they still couldn't help but feel fear. Fortunately, the other party was just like the demon here, giving them a very strange feeling. If they didn't look at the appearance, it would even feel like they were talking to a druid in the wild. The most important thing is that they are now in a weak position. So as long as the other party pretends to be peaceful, they must accompany them carefully. Even if there may be a terrible conspiracy hidden in it, they must try their best to fight for more time and opportunity. It's nothing. That fragment of the kingdom of God is a good reward. It has kept my garden fertilized for a long time. Owen already knew the situation of these elves. Apart from their bodies, they really can't squeeze out any oil or water. And generally he didn't like or use the things. After all, with his current body shape, the drow matron couldn't match it. So he shook his head and said, "Merciful Lord of the Garden, that fragment of the kingdom of God does not belong to us. The elves are just passengers who were forced to board, and we paid a huge price for it. So it is not our reward for you." Andromeda persisted. This is because she wants to test the other party's purpose. After all, this is a demon lord. Even if it looks very kind, it is impossible for him to do good deeds for no reason without asking for anything in return. Then help me take care of the garden. The garden demons are just novices, and they are still not as good as the elves in this regard. Owen thought for a while, and then put a bowl of newly brewed soup in front of him. For Owen, who is 30 meters tall, the bowl of soup in his hand is similar to a round inflatable swimming pool for a home for a normal-sized creature. 3 or 5 people can go in and take a bath. So even the elves don't understand what it is. Mean. You have just escaped from the abyss, and your bodies are contaminated with too much aura of the abyss. I am afraid that many elves have begun to become demonized. This is the soup I made. Although it cannot help you eliminate your demonic state, it can replenish some vitality to satisfy the hunger and desire to kill caused by demonization. Owen was afraid that the other party would misunderstand him for poisoning, so he explained that it would not work without an explanation. He is now the demon lord, who dares to drink the soup he made. Even if he explains, I'm afraid not many people dare to drink. However, Asali, who just listened and said nothing, was bold and took the initiative to take a step forward. In fact, as a demigod, she has extraordinary resistance, so she is the best candidate to test the poison. If it were replaced by Andromeda, if something went wrong, the elves would really be in pieces. Asali rolled the leaves into a bowl and scooped up the soup and smelled it. It was not bad. It was full of the fragrance of plants. She didn't know if it was disguised as highly toxic, but she seemed to have no choice. So she drank it in one gulp and savored it carefully. After observing the changes in his body, Asali nodded to Andromeda. I am grateful for your gift. Andromeda, who was sure that the other party was not hostile for the time being, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, saluted again, and then asked the king's guards to pick up the soup bowl and return. On the way back, Asali licked her lips and said to Andromeda, It's a very clever potion. Very druid-like. It can heal physical injuries, replenish lost vitality, and has a calming effect. It's also very beneficial to you. But it's really hard to imagine that this came from a demon. Hand of the Lord. There are too many things that are unimaginable. Before this, who could have thought that the goddess of morning light that illuminated the entire elf kingdom would be the messenger of destruction? Now who can think that she will bring help to us when we are about to perish? He turned out to be a demon lord, Andromeda said mockingly to herself. The increasing confusion made her lose her direction. The current elf kingdom no longer has the ability to withstand risks. Once it takes the wrong path, it will only end in destruction. As the elf queen, she is under the greatest pressure. It is said to be a demon lord, but not necessarily a demon lord. Apart from the appearance, I have no doubt that this is a god of nature, Asali said, fiddling with the stone spear in his hand. Andromeda also had this suspicion, because everything she saw and heard along the way was too unexpected. And she was also lucky in her heart, hoping that the other party was disguised as a natural god. As for why she was disguised as a demon lord, she didn't care. In any case, staying here is their best choice at the moment. When they returned, the kingdom of God above had been completely decomposed, and the more than 20,000 surviving elves were gathering together at a loss, surrounded by curious garden demons. Fortunately, these strange green demons were not malicious and even brought some edible fruits and mushrooms, which made the two of them feel even more unreal. because the separation between appearance and behavior was too strong. No matter what, life must go on. Andromeda gritted her teeth and drank a bowl of soup. Her nearly exhausted body was re-injected with vitality, which relieved her condition a lot. But she had no time to recuperate. As a queen, she had a heavy mission on her shoulders. So she immediately got into intense work. Chapter 483 New Elf Race. After completing the preliminary census, even though she was mentally prepared, Andromeda's heart was still filled with sadness, even despair. At its peak, the Kingdom of Light Elf had a population of more than 30 million. Although most of them were half-elves and wood elves, the number of high elves still exceeded 1 million. This is what the royal family is most proud of. But after the Doomsday and the Abyss, now only 23,000 elves have survived. Most of them are old and weak with little fighting power, and only 3,000 are young and strong. With the fertility of elves, especially high elves, they are almost on the verge of extinction. After all, the number of elves suitable for childbearing is only over 3,000. Even if they do nothing and work hard to reproduce offspring, at most the number of elves will not drop too much, because the rest of the population is all old and weak and will die out over time. Therefore, if the population is to grow, it will take at least thousands of years. And during this period, there must not be any wars or disasters that deplete the population. This is already whimsical. What is even more fatal is that because they stayed in the abyss for too long and the divine power barrier disappeared during the impact, all the elves were exposed to the abyss and were more or less infected with the aura of the abyss. They were even infected by the abyss. The power of the abyss eroded the severe ones, and now they have grown horns and tails. The milder symptoms include discoloration of pupils and skin, sharp nails and teeth, and more irritable symptoms. Now Andromeda is not sure whether this state will be passed on to future generations. If so, are they still elves? If not, what are they? Elf? Demon? Still a monster. As the queen, Andromeda must have a more comprehensive consideration. So she needs to find her own position first before she can talk about development. For example, she knew that there were elves in this world, so she was considering lowering her profile and blending in. However, their mutated appearance obviously put an end to this idea, because the elves would not accept such so-called similar people, and it would be impossible for them to replace them. No, this is reality. Outside is a dangerous abyss, and beyond is a completely unfamiliar world. Where can they go? Generally speaking, the only place that can accommodate them is the current place, the garden of a demon lord. What a sad thing for the elf kingdom. Andromeda sighed, picked up the clear soup in front of her, and drank it all in one gulp. Feeling her energy restored, she couldn't help but feel glad that she met the lord of the garden. A special demon lord. Not only did he have a peaceful personality, he didn't look like a demon. The clear soup potion provided is indeed very effective. It not only heals the injured elves, but also restores calm to some severely mutated elves. Otherwise, the only choice is to kill these compatriots who are about to lose control, which will make them with a small population. Adding insult to injury, you must know that the elves with severe mutations are mostly the prime elves on the front line. They are the only elves that still have fighting ability in Andromeda's hands. Once they are lost, the so-called elf kingdom will be no different from the pieces of meat thrown into the wild. In addition to these troubles, other aspects are not optimistic. For example, they have lost everything. The world they live in, the country they created, the city they are proud of, and the inheritance they are proud of. Now they only have a few weapons in their hands, not even decent tools, and no enough food. Even lost most of the books and inheritance. In this case, the elves who have long been accustomed to a leisurely life can only learn from the jungle goddess how to survive in the wild, such as sleeping in trees and looking for edible fruits, mushrooms, and roots. The only good thing is that the environment here is very good, very suitable for elves, and very safe. Those green demons sometimes send some fruits and mushrooms. At least they can survive now, which is the luckiest thing. Unknowingly, several days of busy work had passed. Asali, who had been missing for a long time, came out looking somewhat disgraced. Andromeda immediately put down the things she needed to deal with, and waited quietly for her to speak. The situation is not very good. There is the abyss nearby, or we are within the scope of the abyss now. But it is very strange here. It converts the power of the abyss into the power of nature and life. This is why those demons are so strange. Reasons. So there is no need to worry about being affected by the power of the abyss for the time being. Ashley's stone spear was stained with the blood of demons. It was obvious that he had a conflict with the demons of the abyss during the exploration. In fact, if those demons had not, if she dared to get close to the garden easily, she wouldn't be able to escape easily. Although the other direction has left the scope of the abyss, the situation is not that good. The plants are distorted by the leaked breath of the abyss, and the animals are all going crazy. Intelligent life is now feverishly performing blood sacrifice rituals to summon demons. Any life is the target of their hunting and sacrifice. Asali felt very disgusted by this. But there was nothing he could do, because the scope of the impact was too large. That means we can only stay here, Andromeda said tiredly. Although she had expected it, she did not directly hear the conclusion. Yes, to put it bluntly, now we all rely on the protection of the Lord of the Garden. Otherwise, continuous reduction in numbers would be the best outcome. I would not be surprised at all if we were directly destroyed. Although Asali is a demigod, but because of the relationship with the goddess of morning glory, it has never been restored. The current strength is just enough to beat the legend. Sheltering more than 20,000 elves is simply a joke with life. Andromeda was silent for a moment, accepting the reality she had prepared for, and then spoke. What do you think of the demon here and the Lord of the Garden? It's incredible. Those so-called garden demons are like a mixture of living things and plants. I have never seen demons that emit the fragrance of plants and decay. Therefore, they are not very affected by the demonic part. If you don't disturb them, they can stare at one flower all day long and even laugh out loud. This kind of personality is a bit too much for elves. Asali waved her hand and said. Obviously she had been observing the garden demons. As for the Lord of the Garden, I think he is more like the disguise of a natural god, because what he does looks like he is devouring the abyss. Asali knows very well what the abyss looks like. More aware of the garden's changes to the land of the abyss. So said, seeing Andromeda lost in thought, Asali sighed and spoke. Actually, you don't need to think so much. Yes, Andromeda said with a sigh of relief. They don't really have a choice. Do they? As outsiders, and with the mutated appearance of demons, where can they go? Even if they surrender to other forces in this world, their fate will not be much better than falling into the hands of demons. After all, they just have more characteristics of demons. They do not become ugly, but become more strangely charming due to mutation. In addition, the mutation also enhanced their potential and strength. At least in terms of close combat, they were not a little bit stronger than before. Maybe we can become a new elven race, Asali said to Andromeda. Andromeda's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe she was too attached to the past afterglow of the elf kingdom of light. Why couldn't she look forward, such as establishing a new elf kingdom? And she is not the only one who is worried about mutation. The living elves are also under tremendous pressure. Building a new elf country and becoming a new elf branch is the best way to rebuild confidence. Chapter 484, Subduing Community Copying Technique. Owen has been busy digesting these days. Not only the fragments of the kingdom of God, but also a bit of divinity that the goddess of morning glory was chopped off by the goddess of the sky. I don't know whether this bit of divinity fell into the fragments of the kingdom of God intentionally or unintentionally. It happened to be the fragment where the elf was. And what happened was that it still fell into Owen's hands. So many coincidences are no longer coincidences. They are clearly trap set. And they are also conspiracy. Integrating this bit of divinity means that there is no room for reconciliation between him and the goddess of morning glory. As for returning it, let alone whether the consciousness of the main world will give him small shoes, whether the goddess of the sky will strike him with thunder, he alone will not. Yes. So Owen decided to accept this bit of divinity. In fact, the main reason is that this is the divinity of sunshine, which is a vital fill-in for Owen to complete his own puzzle. So he can fight as long as he wants. And he can still be afraid of a god who has been blacklisted by the main world and has been severely damaged. Although he has gained 6 points of divinity, he is still one step away from becoming a god. And Owen knows what he lacks, which is the divinity of the natural system. Owen immediately thought of those elves. The jungle goddess's status as a demigod could not be hidden from him. However, killing people to seize divinity is not in line with Owen's personality, at least until the other party has done no evil. This is the bottom line he sets for himself. Although after coming to another world, his bottom line is broken one after another like the 18 levels of H.L. But he will never act without a bottom line, such as killing people and grabbing treasures, because this will undoubtedly make him become evil. Ghost. So Owen is not going to do this. Maybe this will reduce his efficiency, reduce his gains, and slow down his growth. But so what? Is he cheating? Well, there is a system in place, and he doesn't have what he wants. So why lower the bottom line and betray his character? Thinking of this, Owen planned to go see those elves. But when he arrived at the place, he saw the elves living in the trees, munching wild fruits, and twisting straw ropes with a green face. He thought he was watching an alien version of wilderness survival. No, even if you are elves, your life is too primitive. Owen couldn't help but rub his chin. And it felt even weirder when he saw a few garden demons bringing some wild fruits to the elves to feed. After learning that the Lord of the Garden had arrived, Andromeda rushed over as soon as possible. At the same time, she was inevitably a little uneasy, fearing that the other party would put forward some excessive conditions. Good day, kind Lord of the Garden. No matter what the other party's purpose is, the benevolent Andromeda intends to hang on the other party's head, even if it only makes the other party a little more scrupulous. Good day, nature's darling. Owen nodded to the elf queen, who looked increasingly haggard and had been relying on soup to survive recently. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you guys to have such a hard time. After thinking about it, Owen said it directly. After all, it was obvious. Andromeda didn't have any other expression when she heard this, because the elves were really miserable. After looking around, Owen said to Andromeda, maybe it's not as good as the city carefully crafted by the elves, but it can still be used as a transition. After speaking, Owen pressed his hands on the ground. This time he did not use any divine power, whether his own power or the chakra converted into chakra. It was enough for him to perform the evolved version of the Lianju family's community copying technique. A large number of wooden pillars broke out of the ground and grew together quickly to form relatively complex wooden buildings, from residences for common people to a palace specially prepared for the queen. It only took a short time to accommodate 20,000 to 30,000 people. The area was displayed in front of the elves. Since the exchange was for Sinjahasharama's template, Owen was no stranger to water escape and earth escape, and he easily constructed wells, fountains, aqueducts, and sewer systems. Then, there is the issue of food. Elves like Andromeda have long been accustomed to civilized life. They live in towns and do not need to collect, hunt, or stay in the wilderness at night to be close to nature. They have dedicated elves responsible for farming, grazing, and production. So the food, clothing, housing, and transportation are more like humans. However, the food is lighter and the taste is gorgeous. Therefore, it is difficult to adapt to eating only wild fruits and plant roots like our ancestors, while living in trees wearing leaves. However, Irving did not intend to give them food directly. He understood the principle that kindness can turn into hatred, so he exchanged many seeds for crops for them. As for the tools, they were either made of wood or stone, just to remind them of their poor life. Owen can slowly conquer these elves. Even so, Andromeda was overjoyed. So she immediately agreed to Owen's request for them to teach the garden demon to take care of flowers and plants. To be honest, even if Owen asked her to choose some elves to feed the demons now, or even want to taste the taste of the queen, she might not agree, because the current situation of the elves is too difficult, and she will cling to any chance of survival. Live. After borrowing some books preserved by the elves, Owen left. Although he wanted the divinity of the natural system, divinity was too precious to be rushed. Asali, who was hiding somewhere, came to Andromeda and marveled at the town built of pure wood in front of her. I don't even believe that the Lord of the Garden is not a natural god. Asali curled her lips and said, and Andromeda nodded in agreement, because this was too undemon-like. After arranging for the elves who were finally able to escape from sleeping in the open air to move in, Andromeda and Asali also headed to the wooden palace. Although I have never seen it before, it is a very classic elf style. I will not mistake this. Andromeda walked into the palace, carefully observed every detail, and said to Asali, "Ha ha, could it be that the other party is still an elf god?" Asali said with a smile, "If the guess is true, then she can also breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she relies on her as a demigod to protect her in this environment. There are so many elves, which is also a very stressful thing. Therefore, if you meet a natural elf deity, even if you offer your faith, it is still worth it. Maybe she can still become a god, with a place to live and hope." The elves burst out with great enthusiasm and motivation. Even if they were not used to working, they enthusiastically carried farm tools to plow the fields. Owen was very interested in this, and came over with some clear soup to express his condolences. Although Owen's current image is not very good, It is just an image. He is full of vitality. When he sits there, he is like an ancient tree, which really makes the elf lose his vigilance. Besides, the soup is really tonic. After going through the abyss and the group, the surviving elves were not in good condition. Not only were they malnourished, but they were also affected by the aura of the abyss. The clear soup could not only make up for their losses, but also reduce the impact of the abyss aura on them. It can be said that drinking it a bowl of troubles disappears. Chapter 485 The Crazy Expansion of the Abyss. The land in the garden originally belonged to the land of the abyss, and had long been drained of nutrients. After Owen took over, many rounds of plant reincarnations added a thick layer of humus. And with the humid temperature and full fermentation, the land regained some vitality. But it can only be said that some vitality has been restored. Far from being fertile, at least it is difficult for ordinary seeds to grow healthily. Therefore, Owen decided to provide some help to the elves. And at the same time, it was also a temptation for them. After all, he was a devil. What kind of plant is this? Andromeda looked confused at the smiling sunflower in front of her. Although it was embarrassing for the elves, she had never seen this kind of plant before. It's called sunflower. It's a very interesting plant. It can provide sunlight to other plants and speed up their growth, Owen said to Andromeda after sowing more sunflower seeds and promoting them to seedlings. This was originally a land of the abyss. After I occupied it, although the soil was improved and vitality was injected, the time was too short to provide sufficient nutrients. At least it is difficult for ordinary plants to grow here. But with sunflowers, you not only can the crops grow normally, but the harvest time can also be accelerated, Owen explained. Andromeda's eyes suddenly lit up. A safe and stable food source was the basis for the survival of a race. So she immediately arranged for clever elf girls to take care of these seedlings. It seems that you like it very much. I also have some special seeds here that you can plant to protect yourself. Owen handed an atlas of plants versus zombies and a bag of seeds to Andromeda. And she took it carefully, and sincerely thanked the owner of the garden for the gift. Now Andromeda has regarded Owen as a natural god. Although she has not promoted his faith among the elves, she has not stopped the elves from spontaneously offering sacrifices. After all, she and Asali are not the only ones who see Owen's weirdness. Many elves are still older than Queen Andromeda, and their knowledge reserves and insights are not bad. Farming always makes people feel so happy, Owen said happily as he looked at the square farmland and the crisscrossing canals, feeling the enthusiasm of the elves in their labor. Yes, Andromeda said with a sigh. Compared with the gorgeous and towering elf palace, she still felt that the simple labor scene in front of her was more vital. In the past, the elves had been separated from nature for too long. There was only bright sunshine in front of them. But they forgot. He lowered his head and looked at the soil under his feet. It's not just Andromeda who has changed her mind. Those elves who were lucky enough to survive are also happy with their current life, which is considered poor compared to before, because only by encountering suffering can they understand the preciousness of life. A group of elves farming is actually quite interesting, and it is a rare break from the boring daily activities of killing demons. Thinking of this, Owen raised his head and looked deeper into the abyss, where the demonic flame surged into the sky and the bloody fighting never stopped. There is no way. The land of the abyss has changed a lot now. I took advantage of the opening of the abyss cave before. Not only gained more power of the abyss, but also got several pieces of the abyss fragments. Although these fragments are as insignificant as skin flakes to the abyss, they are already a very heavy pressure for a world. After obtaining sufficient supplies, the land of the abyss began its own crazy expansion. In a short period of time, its area more than doubled, and it already overlapped with the forces of the imperial capital. The most frightening thing is that the aura of the abyss has spread thousands of miles away, not to mention the imperial capital, even the original core area of the empire, and caused huge turmoil. At present, both the 100 Cities Alliance and the 5 southern countries are in chaos, because the affected population exceeds tens of millions. Even if it is dispersed to multiple power camps, it will still be a big loss, and it may even shake the foundation. Affected by this, a large number of demon-related sects have emerged in various places. The situation that was originally much better due to the emergence of the Holy Shield has deteriorated again. It is no exaggeration to say that the demons are dancing in chaos, and the people are living in dire straits. Some places even have the idea of joining if they can't beat them, and bring demon summoning directly to the public, making it a power that can be traded. Anyway, the cost is just some souls, and for some people, this is too cheap. Various reasons caused more negative emotions and souls to gather in the abyss. So a large number of demons were born. And fierce conflicts broke out with the demons from the abyss. Demons from the abyss inevitably began to compete with local demons for territory, including lord-level demons. This made the scale of the fighting larger and more destructive. Tens of thousands of demons were torn apart every day. But in the blink of an eye, more demons will be born from the land of the abyss, making this conflict never end in sight. Just like a real bloody battle in the abyss, there is no alliance between the demons. The outsiders and the locals are killing each other like a pot of porridge. And more demons are involved. It has become a carnival of demons. But Owen didn't want to join, in order to avoid being affected. In addition to the increasingly strict plant front line, tens of thousands of garden demons also patrol the borders of the garden. From time to time, conflicts broke out with demons who crossed the border. Although they never lost, they never had peace for a day, and it is difficult to take the initiative. After all, garden demons are relatively bulky, and passive defense must rely on plant fronts. It is unrealistic to expect them to actively attack or pursue. Although the garden is located in a corner, it is only a matter of time before those powerful demons discover it. Not to mention that for lord-level demons, his existence is too conspicuous and too annoying. The consciousness of the abyss, which has learned to be wise, no longer puts its treasure on one demon. Even those external demon lords have gained some original authority and naturally sensed Owen's existence. At present, Owen has the highest proportion of mastering the origins of the abyss. It is normal to become a thorn in the side of those demon lords, and sooner or later they will come to him for trouble. It's just a matter of time. The law of the abyss is almost formed. It's been such a troubled time. Owen sighed and looked up at the sky. The law containing the power of the abyss was intermittently in the sky. When it is formed, the land of the abyss will be completely different from the master. The world has the qualifications to compete with others. When the time comes, whether the east wind overwhelms the west wind or the west wind overpowers the east wind, the land of the abyss will only be weakened. But it will never disappear, since it can't be stopped. Then join. Irving will no longer be passively beaten. Let the garden demon army march on Flower Street. It will expand the garden sphere of influence and spread its reputation at the same time. Anyway, it cannot be passive, because this will attract all the demons. After all, bullying is afraid of the strong. But it is common to all living things. The addition of the garden demon has made the entire abyss land unstained with blood. But this is more in line with the interests of the abyss land consciousness. Because only through constant fighting can the power and fragments leaked from the abyss be absorbed more quickly. So instead encourage fighting and generously give more rewards. Which is why Irving participated. Only by obtaining more can he expand the size of the garden faster and reduce the harm of the abyss. On the contrary, if he falls into a weak position, he will never have peace. Chapter 486 Dog Tornado. After the war started, the singing and dancing garden demons happily carried their beloved father, crushing all the demons they encountered like a mudslide. They were able to achieve such results naturally because of cheating. Sitting on a wooden palanquin lifted by hundreds of garden demons, while making thick soup, Owen occasionally used wooden escape to help control the field. For example, he would tie up the demons he encountered and let the children smoke them. Often, a single battle would accomplish the feat out of a forest. Interestingly, Owen found that the consciousness of the abyss no longer rejected his reforestation behavior and was much more tolerant. Originally, the environment of the abyss was very single. It could tolerate the expansion of Owen's garden because it could extract more vitality from it when necessary, not because it liked it. Later, with the expansion of the scope and the integration of several abyss fragments, the land of the abyss gained more environmental templates, and the tolerance was naturally much higher. This was a good thing for Owen, so he had more fun. Before the dead demons could be recovered by the abyss, they were cut off by him and turned into nutrient-rich fertilizer, which became nutrients for the growth of plants. The emergence of large tracts of forests and green grasslands has attracted many demons. Demons who are born to like destruction hate all beautiful things, just like naughty children who like to break figurines. However, Irving would not spoil them. He dared to destroy them. If he couldn't find the parents, he buried them as fertilizer, letting them become part of the natural cycle. Plants would not reject anyone who came. Owen began to get tired of constantly intervening in low-level battles. He tried to cultivate new demons to make up for the shortcomings of the garden demons. The first was a liquor demon created with very mature technology, named the guard dog. The guard dog is not large in size, much smaller than the garden devil, but its movements are very agile, which can well make up for the slow movement of the garden devil. It does a good job in chasing or restraining the enemy. The success of this case gave Owen more inspiration, so he cultivated a larger transport sled dog, intending to enable it to carry the garden devil on its back and rush into the enemy's formation to play the role of cavalry. But Owen soon discovered that the sled-type devil dog he trained was strong and energetic, and could easily carry the garden devils on his back. But it was hard to say how many garden devils could be successfully delivered to their destination. He shouldn't have chosen Era's genes. These new demon dogs were so happy that even Owen, the creator, couldn't fully control them. It's not that these new demon dogs don't obey orders, but because there will always be problems with the orders you give and the commands they understand. So Owen can only watch hundreds of huge black and white demon dogs carrying a bunch of them quickly. The vomited garden demon searched for his destination and passed by the enemy's formation many times without entering. What a spirit! Owen soon gave up and decided not to cultivate this type of devil dog, but to just release it as a mascot. Owen's decision only persisted until his army arrived at the castle of a certain unlucky demon lord. Only then did he understand that it was not his cultivation that had the problem, but his usage. There are a lot of demons out there in the open air. After all, it is simply a fantasy to expect the demons who fight and kill all day long to go into production and construction, because there are so few. The demon lord, in order to reflect his different status, will let his demons build a demon castle as his residence. Although it is just like a pile of rocks, it is also a symbol of status. But the fire-bathing demon lord, who was born as a succubus, was different. She collected sinful souls who were proficient in crafts and arts, and let these sinful souls spend thousands of years building a majestic and gorgeous demon castle. Yu Hua, who loves this devil's castle so much, tried his best to keep his favorite devil's castle intact even though he accidentally came to the material world from the abyss. Now that it has just been repaired, he can finally have a good night's sleep. When Yu Hua woke up from the 30-meter-high bed and stood on the 100-meter-high terrace to admire her newly acquired territory, she felt more and more happy until she discovered those strange demon dogs that were so mean to dogs. These demon dogs look very interesting. They are probably a new breed here. Go catch them and use them to guard my castle. Yu Hua gave the demons under her command an order that she had regretted for thousands of years. The demons under Yu Hua were determined to die. After all, these strange demon dogs were not small in size, and the fighting power of beast-shaped demons was not weak. The strange thing is that these demon dogs did not resist at all, and allowed them to hang the thick chains around their necks. The process went incredibly smoothly, and they followed them back to the castle obediently, as if they had raised these demon dogs, leaving a bunch of demons scratching their heads. Oh ha ha! Even these demon dogs have surrendered to my charm. As a demon lord who was born as a succubus, although his size has become extraordinarily huge, his charm has not diminished at all. On the contrary, he has become more terrifying. Let the devil who doesn't know what love go through fire and water for her. So she immediately regards the surrender of the devil dog as a reflection of her charm. After all, there is no other possibility. There can't be a devil dog that follows anyone who catches it. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be because of my own charm that has nowhere to go. In a happy mood, Yu Hua asked her demons to bring a large amount of food to feed these demon dogs that made her happy. Unexpectedly, after they were full, these demon dogs began to disobey orders. Although they did not attack other demons, they did something that Yu Hua almost did. A heart attack is coming. My city wall! My statue! My fountain! My gate! My bed! Because there were so many demon dogs, Yu Hua exclaimed and didn't stop from the beginning. At the same time, it was too sudden and unexpected. She forgot what kind of reaction she should make. And before those demons were attacked and did not receive orders, they watched hundreds of demon dogs destroy most of the castle with a speed and efficiency that shocked the demons. Ruins. Even the city walls, with exquisite patterns carved on the city bricks, could not withstand the gnawing of the dogs' teeth. There were gaps everywhere, and holes were dug under the walls. Large areas of the city walls collapsed. The spectacular fountain, with a radius of several hundred meters in the castle square, has now become a place for devil dogs to play in the water. You can see those devil dogs drinking water and peeing at the same time. It is really not wasteful at all. As for the statue that was restored to a 1-to-1 ratio and made of a lot of precious materials, it was really worth the cost, even if it was thrown into the pool and was held and gnawed by 3 or 5 animals. It was not broken, but only scratched. Flowers were inevitable, and many inlaid precious gems were chewed off and swallowed into the dog's belly, making the demon lord, who was bathed in fire, jump anxiously. The most unfortunate thing is inside the castle. In order to adapt to the tall body of the demon lord, both the door and the corridor are extremely wide, fully able to accommodate these demon dogs of the same size to have fun. Everywhere they go is like a dog tornado. Nothing is the same. Things can still stay in their original positions and remain intact. Because of her high blood pressure and huge size, Yua's mouthful of blood spurted out brighter than a rainbow. Even so, she insisted on raising her hand and stretching out a finger. But for a while, she didn't think about where to point, because every damaged place would make her heart ache. Chapter 487: How to Convince a Demon Lord. The female's desperate and collapsed scream interrupted Owen's action of stirring the soup. He was now very curious as to what could make a female demon who had survived in the abyss make such a move. It was simply, for example, the woman who spent several thousand on a set of cosmetics in her previous life was totally disappointed when she noticed her cat turned around elegantly on the dressing table as soon as she put on the mask. "That seems to be the direction that the hack group ran towards," Owen said unsurely, because it was difficult to judge the movements of those energetic demon dogs. Driven by curiosity, Owen asked the garden demons to take a different route, intending to see what was going on. Not far away, Owen saw the slowly collapsing walls of the majestic castle in the distance, as well as the demon dog that had just come out, obviously covered in dust but getting more energetic. And he suddenly understood something. Fortunately, this is the land of the abyss. As a dog owner, Owen took a deep breath and said slowly, otherwise, it would not be a matter of killing the dog and eating it, but that he would not be able to afford to sell his underwear. Fortunately, there is no need to pay. After understanding that this was the castle of a certain unlucky demon lord, Owen said happily again. Of course, there was inevitably a bit of schadenfreude in his tone. After all demon lords were his opponents. Seeing his opponent unlucky, I can't cheer up and respond to the situation. Go and rescue our meritorious officials. Seeing the house collapsed, a group of devil dogs were still running around excitedly, nibbling here and pulling at them, for fear that these meritorious officials would be caught and killed by the homeowner. Owen, who had stopped eating meat, said lightly, but Owen's efforts were in vain. Just like you can't catch them when you get into trouble, it's also hard to catch these dogs after you get into trouble. As if feeling murderous intent, hundreds of demon dogs carefully trained by Owen ran out of the demon castle that was slowly tilting and collapsing, and then circled around him vigorously, for fear that the owner would not be able to find the dog owner. Fortunately, this is not my castle. After feeling the astonishing destructive power of the demon dogs, Owen had given up the intention of taking them back to the garden. But what he now needed to face was an extremely angry female demon. Yu, who was in a violent state, still used the usual charm method. She snatched 2 battle axes from somewhere and held them in her hands like 2 axes. She rushed towards those dogs with blazing eyes. Even Owen and the large group of garden demons behind him were ignored, which shows how angry he was. It's no wonder that the castle she was most proud of, which she spent thousands of years building, disappeared right in front of her eyes. She found the murderer herself. The key is that she was well fed before the demolition. If she didn't die of anger on the spot, it would count as her body. Alright. Although Irving sympathized with the other party and wanted to give some compensation, considering that the 2 parties were rivals, he still chose to wave the spoon in his hand to solve the problem of the owner who raised this difficult problem. Bang. Good start. Owen knew how tenacious the demon lord's vitality was, so he didn't leave much force with this spoon. Then with a crisp sound, sparks appeared on the back of Yua's head. He spun 3.5 times in the air, and finally slapped his face on the ground. Buttocks still stuck out. It doesn't look like he's pretending. He's really dizzy. Otherwise, given how much women value beauty, they would definitely get up and fight him tooth and nail. In any case, a troublesome demon lord fell into Owen's hands. No matter how many coincidences there were, these era demon dogs did indeed achieve great success. And they also made him understand the destructive power of these dogs. Ordinary era can tear down a house, but his demon virus-enhanced version can't even resist the demon lord's castle. With this example, Owen really doesn't dare to bring it back, so he should let it go free. After feeding, he released the demon dogs again, and Owen went to take over the demon castle in front of him. There was no resistance. Because of race, Yua didn't like demons like Jean Imo, so the demons under his command all had some brains. And having brains meant they could think. And being able to think meant they could think. They understand the pros and cons of power. So they choose to surrender gracefully. In fact, demons also favor boys over girls. When they work under a female demon lord, they feel inferior to others when they meet their peers. So when I saw Owen was tall and strong and his horns were big enough, I was immediately convinced, and everyone knelt down. Surrender. After some searching and with the harvest, Owen decided to return. Swallowing a demon lord's territory puts a lot of pressure on Owen. After all, his demons and territory need to be transformed. They can't just open it up and collect it. So there simply aren't that many manpower to defend such a large territory. And they don't have that much energy. Go and convert an enclave. And simply go back, leaving only some garden demons and 100 demon dogs. Anyway, the castle has been almost demolished, so it can't be razed to the ground. Thinking of this, Owen hurriedly led the team back, while a group of garden demons and a demon dog with its head tilted and tongue sticking out looked at each other, not knowing what kind of sparks would come out of the collision. He woke up from the fire halfway, but as soon as he raised his head, he was suffocated by Owen with a spoon, because he hadn't figured out how to subdue the opponent yet. There is no peace between demon lords, only constant annexation. This is the instinct of the demon lords and the urging of the abyss. When there is only one demon lord left, the lucky person will receive the crown given by the abyss, be promoted to the lord of the abyss, and occupy one layer of the abyss alone. If demon lords are just like nobles of all sizes, then the abyss lord who exclusively occupies one level of the abyss is a unique king, at least at this level. And to a certain extent, an abyss lord is similar to a god. The abyss he lives in is his divine kingdom. At least, if a god enters the territory of an abyss lord, it is unlikely that he can leave intact. The relatively equal status and the instinct to devour each other mean that there is no peace between the demon lords, and there is no possibility of subjugation. Even if you catch the opponent, directly killing the devouring origin is the easiest way. However, for Owen, directly killing and swallowing is not the most cost-effective way, at least for this demon lord with 15 meters of legs, bulging forward and backward, and a hot and charming figure. If replaced by a demon lord like Rotten Cloud, it would have been a long time ago. He buried her as fertilizer. So those who say appearance is not important are those who have little knowledge, and those who really know their stuff choose pretty ones. The problem is that this person is not that easy to subdue. Facing a succubus lord, he does not feel that the methods he used to deal with the drow mother are effective. He might be the one who is knocked to the ground. He tried many methods along the way but nothing worked. Irving had no choice but to lift the spoon again and again. The back of his head was almost bald by the spoon when he was in the fire. Now he has learned to play dead. Owen didn't try to expose her. It wasn't until he returned to the garden, sat by the familiar swamp, and set up a soup pot to cook a new thick soup that he poured some water on her face, meaning not to pretend to wake up. Chapter 488 Your Future Master. Yuwa felt that she was really unlucky. Ever since she was drawn into this world from the abyss, she had not had a smooth day. She had just repaired her beloved castle, but it disappeared for no apparent reason. It collapsed right in front of her eyes. Before she could wait, she kills the culprit and is captured by a strange demon lord. But what the other party's purpose is, she still hasn't found out. Because according to her past experience, if she is caught, she will either do something or kill her, or do something first and then kill her. Anyway, nothing will happen. Eat the good fruit. And this person had held her captive for such a long time. And he didn't do anything. And he didn't kill her. He just hit her on the back of the head. So what on earth was he going to do? No matter what the other party wanted to do, he was not going to sit still and wait for death. The amazing charm began to show from her beautiful body, and even the flowers and plants stood tall for it. However, after Owen tapped the edge of the pot with a spoon, he restrained everything, and there was a faint phantom pain in the back of his head. It would take many beatings for this to become subconscious. I wonder what I call this noble demon lord. Charm and confusion seemed to be unavailable. Yuhua planned to lower his profile and test the other party's details first. So he said softly, the devil wouldn't talk like this at all. But Yuhua always felt that the devil lord in front of him had too peaceful a temperament. So he said this. The lord of the garden, your future master. Owen didn't mince words. He said it very straightforwardly. After all, with his appearance, he could only rely on force when dealing with women. Yuhua felt that the other party was a fool. Demon lords could sign contracts with each other, But there was no superior-subordinate relationship. Even if she agreed verbally, it would be useless. Signing a contract with the devil was not in compliance with the rules of the abyss. So what was the other party planning? Okay, master. Although she was full of doubts, Yuhua still said obediently. But she had already set up 108 ways to stab in the back, and 360 assassination techniques in various positions. You have to know her back then. She was the most outstanding genius in the succubus clan. Even the demon lord fell under her, and it eventually became her stepping stone to become a demon lord. As for the current predicament, Yuhua didn't take it to heart at all. You must know that the succubi are the smartest demon race in the abyss, but they have never gotten rid of their status as playthings. Even Yuhua was not promoted to the demon lord. The items in the hands of a certain demon lord are all covered with pulp, so he is very adaptable to the current situation and identity. Unfortunately, Owen was not an ordinary demon lord, so he took out a contract written on tree bark. It was not good to be in the fire, but when it came to the choice between signing a contract to save her life or dying now, she undoubtedly chose the latter, because she felt that the other party might beat her to death with a spoon, which was a method of death that not even the devil could accept. At worst, she will be the boss for a while longer, as long as she is willing to work hard. Sooner or later, she will turn over and sit on her master's body. After signing the contract, Owen sent it back to the space of authority. In a blink of an eye, the bark was reintegrated into the golden tree, and the contract signed by Yuhua was also included in the rules compiled by the golden tree and became part of it. The law of the abyss stipulates that a demon lord cannot control another demon lord. But Owen is not using the law of the abyss, but the golden tree in the authority space, as a sacred tree that can support a world. It is not easy to control the life and death of a mere demon lord. Even if Abyss personally intervenes, he can't rob this big boss. But there is still no problem in directly flipping the table and killing Yuhua. The theory is similar to that of a kidnapper trying to break up a vote. You don't need to use an enemy country. Just being able to break up the vote is enough. Yuhua was startled by the change in his true name and origin. He quickly checked his whole body, looking inside and out, but found nothing strange. But as a demon lord and a sophisticated succubus, she didn't think this was an illusion. So the only reason was the contract she just signed. What kind of contract can bind a demon lord whose true name and origin are controlled by the laws of the abyss? The law of the abyss is the most overbearing. Even the little devil who is just born and has no life for a short time still has his true name and origin under the control of the abyss. But consider that this is a place of abyss, not a real abyss. The rules are not perfect, so it is not impossible for a loophole to be exploited. It's just that she has no chance to turn around anymore. She doesn't think the contract she just signed is a good thing. It would be strange if it doesn't restrict her from the inside out. After realizing the truth in his heart, Yuhua was very considerate in his service to Owen. And he knew everything he knew. He even showed off the postures he was good at, talking and doing them, which opened Owen's eyes a lot. Although the demons are chaotic, they only know how to fight. But the depth of the abyss is so deep that it is impossible to see the bottom, to know whether the void or the abyss came first. There is still no conclusion yet, which shows how ancient the abyss is. Even a seemingly omnipotent god would be no better than a bug caught in a spider web if he fell into the abyss. Otherwise, the goddess of morning light would end up in such an embarrassing situation. Therefore, the abyss also has inheritance. But the threshold for inheritance is higher. Ordinary demons are not qualified to contact it at all. But the demon lord, as the lowest official authority of the abyss, is qualified to contact and understand part of it. What Owen lacks is these, because he is regarded as the demon lord of the abyss. The abyss itself is not perfect, so how can it have a complete inheritance, even though Yuhua fell into Owen's hands so easily? In fact, if she was given time to prepare, ordinary demon lords might not be able to outplay her. This is the role of background. Irving didn't ask those advanced things, but started to complete the basics. He had no secrets about this, taught him conscientiously, and didn't ask anything, which made Owen very satisfied. In fact, Yuhua is very curious in his heart, because very few demons are interested in these things. Because most demons rely on instinct whether they act or fight. Because only the weak will choose to play tricks. This is why Yuhua Mingming is also a demon lord, and his subordinates surrendered so happily just after being captured. In addition to the demon lord's pressure on ordinary demons, the biggest reason is the incompatibility. Owen does not have these problems, because all demons must be transformed. After transforming into a garden demon, he will naturally become a loving father in the other person's heart. And there is no possibility of betrayal. Under Yua's teachings, Owen realized that what he gained most was not the various wonderful postures, but the demon summoning ritual. Demons cannot enter the material world unless summoned or under special circumstances encountered in the main world. Under normal circumstances, if a demon wants to enter the material world to harvest souls to satisfy its desire to kill, it can only rely on being summoned. But this random chance is almost nothing for the demons in the infinite abyss. Even if everyone in the main world summons demons, it is not even a drop in the bucket for the number of abyss demons. And it is completely meaningless. So there is permission. When you reach the level of Demon Lord, you can hang your name and summoning ritual on the law of the abyss. Just like advertising online, to increase the chance of being summoned. If you can leave a mark and sect in the material world, you will undoubtedly have a stable source of income, which is what every Demon Lord desires. Chapter 489 Fog City. It's interesting. The law of the abyss is similar to the God's divine network, but it has a wider range of users. Owen pondered the role of the abyss and felt that compared to the divine network, which only targets high-end customers, the threshold of the abyss is lower and more it is extensive, involves all worlds, and there is no need to pull the network cable at all. From this point of view alone, the law of the abyss is far better than the divine network, and compared to the cold and aloof divine network, the law of the abyss accepts all comers, and can satisfy all needs as long as you are willing to pay the price. It's just that using a limited life to ask for infinite things from the abyss is an extremely stupid thing in itself. Even if Owen is cheating, he doesn't dare to get involved with the laws of the abyss. Fortunately, Owen is not in the abyss. The imperfect land of the abyss is now just a regional network and is not connected to the server of the abyss. This made him much bolder. So he named him the Lord of the Garden and linked it in terms of the laws of the abyss. This pleases the consciousness of the abyss and therefore increases his authority. The land of the abyss is very optimistic about Owen's potential, but he always has a sense of being outside the laws of the abyss. So they both pay attention to him and are somewhat targeted at him. Now it is like handing in a certificate of surrender, and the consciousness of the abyss naturally does not mind giving him some benefits, such as summoning priority. From now on, non-targeted demon summoning rituals in the main world will have a higher chance of summoning the forces to which he belongs, and obtain more blood sacrifices and souls. The benefits brought by this cannot be seen in a short period of time. As time goes by, the gap will appear. Unfortunately, Owen just feels annoyed now, because there are always whispers disturbing him from making soup. So he allocated some garden demons and guard dogs to deal with those who try to use other people's lives in exchange for power. Unexpectedly, this indifferent attitude has a different style, compared with those demon lords, who are quite proactive and greedy. The Lord of the Garden is particularly mysterious. He never asks for blood sacrifices, does not care about preaching, and rarely responds, even if summoned. The demons that come out are also very unique. They have no interest in sacrifices, and don't like killing. They are not demons at all. Such strange behavior attracted many people to try to explore his secrets, and even became a new demon sect called the Garden Sect. Owen, who knew nothing about it, didn't care about this. He was studying the mutated elves, although the garden belongs to Owen's domain. This does not change the fact that the garden is still located in the land of the abyss. Therefore, the elves infected by the abyss breath are not in trouble. The situation of the elves infected with the power of the abyss is gradually deteriorating. Their hair became as pale as snow. Their skin turned purple-black. Their teeth and nails became sharp. Their pupils were as scarlet as blood, and horns grew on their heads. Apart from their handsome appearance, they looked nothing like elves. The change in appearance is just one of them. Their tempers have become very violent, and it is difficult to suppress their bloodthirsty desire. It has obviously become a factor of instability. Andromeda had no choice but to beg Owen. It happened that Owen was very interested in this, so he spent time researching it. The Fog City is located at the junction of the 5 southern countries, and at the entrance of the Baichuan Valley. Because the terrain is low-lying, the water vapor in the Baichuan Valley gathers here when the wind blows. Therefore, there are 11 months of fog in the year, and 10 months of continuous rain, coupled with the border roads extending in all directions. It is simply a city built for smuggling. Because of its unique geographical location, the Fog City nominally belongs to the Ruchuan Kingdom of the 5 southern countries. In fact, the Ruchuan Kingdom's control over the Fog City is not very strong. It is similar to Farrier's town. Who knows who has been placed in it? How many people and how many forces are involved in it? The level of chaos is comparable to Mithril City. The only thing better than Mithril City is that unknown people kill people openly. So the killings need to be dealt with cleanly. There is nothing that can be done about such chaos. Because here you can buy slaves from the Elf Kingdom, equipment from the Dwarf Kingdom, dragon bones from the Dragon Valley Kingdom, spices from the Wind Kingdom, rare treasures from the Ruchuan Kingdom, and relics from the Imperial Capital. It requires procedures. No tariffs. No need to worry about whether it is legal or not. Even the merchants from the 100 Cities Alliance come from thousands of miles away. Therefore, there is so much wealth gathered here that even if the city lord dares to reach out, he will die. Not sure. Even so, this is the city where city lords change most frequently. In less than 30 years, more than 100 city lords have been changed. In the most exaggerated year, more than 10 city lord candidates staged a wonderful battle royale here. In the end, the victorious survivor served as the city lord here for a year and a half. After losing an eye, a hand, 2 legs, and internal organs that failed due to poisoning, he left with 100 carts of wealth. And the family also got the opportunity to take off after this. Driven by such huge interests, nothing will surprise anyone in this city. For example, a demon association composed of demon warlocks is located here openly. And every year it openly recruits a large number of students. Or in other words, offers sacrifices. Taste. The extremely high mortality rate does not deter people. Every year, countless children of civilians or poor people are sent here just for a 1% or even 1,000 chance of getting ahead. Anyway, the lives of the poor are worthless. After giving birth, there are still 7 or 8 children. Instead of dying due to various reasons or simply being unable to raise them, it is better to send them here to try their luck. If they succeed, the family can use it to advance in class. Therefore, this year's open enrollment was still crowded with people, including hundreds of young people of the right age. But I'm afraid not even half of those who will be alive next year will be alive. Jinx is a 12-year-old girl with brilliant blonde hair. She is cute and well-educated. Her father is a small businessman, one of the many smugglers in the Fog City, and her mother is a pharmacist. Originally, according to her background, she would not be sent to the Demon Association as an apprentice. It was possible to marry an outstanding businessman or a minor noble, or even become a pharmacist. Unfortunately, she was spotted by a senior demon warlock. After winning the prize, she asked to be accepted as an apprentice. So her father sent her there in person. This is normal. In the Foggy City, sometimes strength is more awe-inspiring than rights. Because rights may require you to go through the process before killing you. But strength will not. It will not let you breathe even more if it kills you. So this girl who was still thinking about what gift she wanted for her birthday yesterday was sent to this place full of blood and screams. And the first lesson she had to learn was to survive. Enya used to be a member of the Demon Head, but she couldn't stand the organization's unscrupulous attempts to destroy the entire world. So she left the organization and joined the Demon Association of the Fog City, becoming a senior lecturer. Because of her previous experiences, she was tired of killing and was trying to find less dangerous power, which was simply a whim for the Demon Warlock. But the appearance of the special Demon Lord, the Lord of the Garden, made her see something different. So she also needed a different apprentice. Chapter 490 Newcomers to the Demon Association. From the moment you sign the contract, you are a member of the Demon Association. Now your first lesson is to walk into the Demon Valley alive. The Demon Warlock in charge of recruiting apprentices is a gloomy middle-aged man who is well-dressed, wearing a dark green robe. He carefully rolled up the long scroll with the names and fingerprints of all the newcomers with his well-maintained hands. After putting it away close to his body, he said coldly to the hundreds of newcomers with eyes of expectation and fear in front of him. The headquarters of the Demon Association is not in the Fog City, because no city lord dares to let a group of demon warlocks stay in his city. If he sees a group of demons dancing outside that day, it is most likely not that he has become violent, but that the demon warlocks have finally calmed down. Unable to control his nature, he resorted to the old trick of summoning demons through blood sacrifices. This kind of behavior is no different from lying on a powder keg and smoking. Therefore, the headquarters of the Devil Association is located in Devil Valley, which is not far from the fog. It is also an important smuggling route, because no one who is not long-sighted will come. The Demon Warlock's headquarters came to search for contraband. But this also means that there will not be any legal or moral constraints and protections. So arriving alive is only the first lesson that newcomers need to face. It is not the end, but the beginning. Fortunately, This is not the first time that the Demon Association has recruited apprentices, so these newcomers are somewhat mentally prepared. So even if they are frightened, they know how to keep their mouths shut. And no one is stupid enough to want to quit now. Many idiots have done this before. But from the moment they signed the contract, it was no longer their turn to decide their fate. So you can imagine the fate of those idiots. Very good. I like the look in your eyes now. Work hard to live. Only those who reach the Demon Valley alive are qualified to perform the Demon Blood Ritual and become a true Demon Apprentice. The Demon Warlock nodded to the newcomer in front of him, turned around, and summoned the winged demon flew away. The apprentices, who seemed to have been abandoned, did not waste time. They began to walk out of the city in twos and threes. They needed to pass through the fog and walk dozens of miles to Devil's Valley in the shortest possible time. This was not an easy task. Even if they grew up here, identifying the direction in the fog in the wild is still a matter of luck. Not to mention that there are not only bandits outside the city, but also the elusive Fog Wolf. The bandits may not easily provoke them for Devil's Valley's sake, but Mist Wolf will not miss their delicious meals. So they must arrive before dark, and they completely lose sight. So there is no time to waste. Fortunately, even the poorest newcomers still have a hatchet prepared for them at home. Many newcomers not only have relatively sophisticated equipment, but also have received at least 2 or 3 years of combat training. So these newcomers are not without the ability to fight back. Force. Jinx is now one of them. But apart from a short sword and a hand crossbow, she does not carry any other weapons or armor. Only a backpack of herbs and potions prepared by her mother. This weak and helpless appearance did not make Jinx ostracized or even bullied. Instead, she quickly gathered several newcomers with good equipment around her to form an independent team and exclude others from joining. The reason is very simple. A pharmacist who knows how to treat will be like adding more than one layer of insurance to their lives for the rest of the journey, or for a long period of time. Therefore, to protect her as much as possible is to save your own life. So some people spontaneously gathered around her. Jinx wisely did not refuse the protection of these people. In fact, this was the persona her well-intentioned father specially created for her. As a smuggler, Jinx's father was very aware of the dangers of organizations like the Devil's Association. But he was unable to prevent his daughter from joining. In order to save his daughter's life, he not only used a magic prop that he regarded as his trump card to hide in her body well. We even created a character specifically for her. Acting fiercely, acting smart, and acting loyal will not increase the chance of survival. Because in the eyes of the top management, they are just tools. And who cares what the tools think? There is no cooperative relationship between newcomers and apprentices. The fierce competition makes them do whatever they can. So harmless, but useful is the best way. A pharmacist apprentice can provide simple treatment and help without causing more harm. It is undoubtedly safe, and will not become a special target. However, all the ideas need to be completed by Jinx herself. It's very challenging. Fortunately, Jinx was not raised as a little white flower. In fact, her father did not deliberately hide his profession, or avoid the dark side of the world in front of her. Her mother also personally taught her how to grow medicinal herbs and preparing medicines, and these will become the capital for her survival. At this time, the city gate on the south side of the foggy city was wide open, under the cold eyes of the guards. Hundreds of newcomers from the Demon Association walked into the fog together. It is already rainy in the south, and the canyons and water flows extending in all directions in the Baichuan Valley inevitably bring more water vapor. The fog that condenses into the low-lying areas is very thick. Once you walk in, your whole body will become wet. Fortunately, it was daytime at this time. Under the refraction of the sun, we could barely see clearly within a few dozen meters. This was considered good weather for the foggy city. After all, there were only a handful of days when we could see the sun throughout the year, so we couldn't ask for it too much. Now that we are all in the same team, let me introduce you all. I will go first. Not far after Jinx's team walked out of the city gate, the tallest and strongest newcomer among them said, Hatter, 15 years old, comes from a knight family. He has received 7 years of knight training and is already an apprentice knight. The Demon Association accepts newcomers between the ages of 10 and 15. It can be said that Hadilka is on the upper age limit. Coupled with his family background and good training, he has stronger physical fitness and strength than ordinary adults. The iron-lined leather armor, long sword and buckler on his body immediately gained the right to speak in the team. The second strongest ball boy spoke next, and the person next to him opened his mouth, but finally acquiesced. You can call me Iron Hammer. I am 15 years old, and the son of a blacksmith. Iron Hammer's skin is rough, and his hands are covered with calluses and burns. But he has a strong physique. He is holding a one-handed hammer in his hand, and a sheath on the other hand. Bow Ironwood's shield is obviously not bad at all. At least not bad among newcomers. Next are the 14-year-old hunter brothers, Miss Wolf and Miss Leopard, who hold hunting bows, and both know how to hunt and trap in the wild. These people were actually carefully selected by Hatter. First of all, everyone's background was inferior to him. The proof was that they didn't even have serious names. Therefore, with his status as a knight family, he could easily gain the right to speak and control this temporary team. Command power. And secondly, the strength is not bad. Don't look at Iron Hammer's inability to use his brain. Such people dare to fight and fight hard. They are really brave to take on troubles, and are easily subdued. Because the highest status person the blacksmith can come into contact with is a knight. He must have dreamed of becoming a knight since he was a child. Attendant. This can be seen from the change in the other party's attitude when he introduces his identity. Although the Hunter brothers are smarter and have the cunningness of hunters, the two of them from humble backgrounds tend to be submissive when facing people of high status. This is because they are not used to the change of status. In fact, from the moment they signed the contract and became new members of the Demon Association, regardless of whether they were the sons of nobles or commoners, they were all on the same starting line. With these three people, plus a pharmacist, it would not be a shame to register as an adventurer team. Chapter 491 Devil Valley. After completing the mutual introduction, Hatter has indeed gained the right to speak in the temporary team. Now he only needs to gradually establish his prestige. Even if he joins the Demon Association, he will have a few more helpers, which will be of great help to his future development. Different origins and different methods have allowed the team to complete their positioning. Otherwise, dragons give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse can dig holes. Sometimes it is really the birth that determines the fate. But who knows what the future will be like for these people? If it weren't for the sake of breaking through the restricted ranks, no one would be willing to join the Demon Association as an apprentice with an extremely high mortality rate. So no one would be willing to be a small person all the time and be able to stand out. If there is a chance, the knife in the back will definitely be stabbed slowly. The few people who have not yet been contaminated have a tacit understanding of cooperation. The two brothers who have been hunting with their father outside the city since childhood have not lost their way. And they also know the directions of several dangerous places in the wild, including Devil's Valley. I also know what will happen if ordinary people enter the Devil's Valley by mistake. It is normal for it to become a forbidden area. With the two brothers leading the way, the group of people took many detours and avoided some common dangers. This made Hatter couldn't help but praise his vision in selecting people. There are footprints of the Fog Wolf. They are very fresh. The hunter brother lay down and observed the footprints carefully, and then said to Hatter after making a judgment. How many? Hatter held the hilt of the sword and said calmly. 3 to 4. The two brothers looked at each other and concluded. This is generally the smallest group of fog wolves, and it is not a big threat to their group. The fog wolf is not considered a large wolf, weighing only 50 or 60 pounds, and its bite force is average, so it will not easily attack larger creatures like humans, because the success rate of hunting is too low and it is easy to be injured. So unless you occupy a large number advantage or too hungry, otherwise they will actively avoid it. Hatter had learned about this common sense from the hunters outside the city. He was relieved after hearing this, but he still said it. Don't be careless. Apart from Miss Wolf, the bandits outside the city are the most dangerous. So Hammer, protect Jinx? Okay. Iron Hammer nodded and stood next to Jinx. In fact, what Hatter said is not correct, because under normal circumstances, bandits outside the city are more dangerous than fog wolves. But it depends on the time and the target. Everyone knows that today is the time for the Demon Association to recruit new members. Really killing these future demon apprentices has angered the demon warlocks. It is just a dream for them to die quickly. So even if the newcomers want to take action, the veterans will take matters into their own hands to solve these unstable factors. After all, you can't expect the demon warlock to identify who is the murderer. The usual approach is to kill everyone within range. Therefore, robbers who are afraid of being implicated usually stay away from this direction on this day. So there is no need to worry about robbers. Of course Hatter knew this, but it helped him strengthen his control over the team. So he learned to tell lies with his eyes open. However, Hatter's command was not in vain, because before they had gone far, a tall and thin figure rushed past them like a gust of wind. Before they could react, They heard howls of wolves. And now everyone was stunned. I didn't know they were being used as scapegoats. Because the tall and thin man was alone. He was targeted by several fog wolves. He couldn't run away. So he had to sacrifice a few random passers-by to save his life. He had no psychological burden for this. So he didn't even give a warning. Down. Fortunately, this was not the first time that the Hunter brothers had encountered this kind of situation. As hunters who often traveled outside the city, they were already accustomed to tricking people and being tricked. So they immediately led everyone to avoid the fog wolf's pursuit route. Because they were larger in number. The cold light of their weapons was quite intimidating. So the pursuing fog wolf only glanced at them for a few times before continuing to pursue its previous prey. This is the wisest choice. The first prey has already consumed a lot of energy. And there are too many new prey. It is definitely a wrong decision to hunt new prey while consuming a lot of energy. After avoiding an encounter as a scapegoat, Jinx and his party went smoothly for the rest of their journey. Although they occasionally heard screams from afar, they still managed to reach the entrance of Devil's Valley before dark. But no one dares to relax their vigilance at this time. Because they have grown up listening to the horror stories of Devil's Valley. And they know very well that many of them are not fiction. At least there are real demons in Devil's Valley. Come in with me. Enya walked out of the Devil's Valley and said calmly to Jinx. As for the other people, they were not even qualified to let her take another look. They should go through the demon blood ceremony first. Good teacher. Jinx immediately recognized the teacher whom she had only met once. He was also the culprit who almost tricked her to death with one sentence. But at this moment, he was her life-saving straw. So she nodded to Hatter and the others. Finally, I didn't dare to waste any time and follow the teacher who had already turned around and left. Hatter watched Jinx leave with envy. He knew very well that not every newcomer could successfully become a true apprentice. Many demon warlocks just looked for sacrifices in the name of accepting apprentices. At worst, they had not survived the demons. The blood ritual just does it. Jinx's teacher is willing to pick her up at the entrance of the valley, which undoubtedly truly regards her as an apprentice. It can be said that Jinx has surpassed 99% of apprentices. Fortunately, I took good care of the other person along the way. If I ask for help from the other person in the future, there must be some kind of favor. At this time, Jinx had no idea that her temporary teammate, who had only been with her for less than a day, had already thought so much. After entering the Devil's Valley, she chased after the teacher's back and did not dare to relax for a moment. Because it was too scary here. The fog in Devil's Valley persists all year round. And it is wet everywhere and covered with moss and other plants. The only advantage is that there are not many snakes and insects because of the existence of demons. But the disadvantage is that it eats people. A group of inhuman monsters equipped with crude weapons were patrolling in the valley, staring at her and drooling. If they weren't afraid that Enya didn't go far, they would probably come to eat her in the next life. These monsters are all failed fusions of demon flesh and blood. Many of them are newcomers created by demon warlocks to deal with errands. They are too lazy to use complicated demon blood rituals. They just fuse some demon flesh and say that the ritual failed. No one cares about these newcomers anyway. Life and death. So there were more and more monsters in Devil Valley. So they were arranged to patrol, which was considered a waste utilization. In addition to these monsters, there are traces of blood sacrifices everywhere in the valley. Occasionally, 1 or 2 living people are seen coming and going in a hurry. And they are extremely vigilant and ready to take action at any time. This makes Jinx tremble. And she dare not follow them. Dio Enya's back. Although it was only the second time that the two parties met, Jinx had already clearly realized that the teacher was her only support in Devil's Valley. And this was also Enya's purpose. After all, she had no emotional basis with this apprentice. And the only way to make him feel attracted to her was to only through fear and dependence can we continue. Chapter 492 Demonic Blood Ceremony. Feeling that it was almost done, Enya slowed down and allowed the panting Jinx to rush to her side. And then took her to her cave. Devil's Valley was originally a hiding place for a group of demon warlocks. There were no buildings at all. After all, it was too late to hide. Putting a building here would not be a clear target for them. Later, I found that smuggling here was very convenient, and I could make money quickly. So I formed a small force, and became somewhat famous in the Foggy City. In the past few years, the Holy Shield was hunting down evil criminals all over the world. Many demon warlocks were chased everywhere. And some of them went to this most remote place, and were absorbed into the Devil's Valley. With so many demon warlocks gathered together, it was already a considerable force. After discovering that no one was in charge here, They simply took the name out in an open and honest manner. Unexpectedly, it developed and grew stronger. However, because there has never been any decent planning, the problem of haphazard construction in the valley is very serious. In addition, early demon warlocks were hiding in caves. In the end, it turned out that only demon warlocks were qualified to live in caves. Although Enya doesn't like it, caves have many advantages, such as being strong, highly confidential, and convenient for defense. Moreover, as long as enemies guard the entrance of the cave, they really can't get in, so they haven't moved there. Now they can live there. Just get used to it, because he is considered an old man in Devil's Valley. Enya's cave is in a good location. It is not only hidden, but also easy to defend and difficult to attack. The two petrified demons at the entrance of the cave alone are enough to block most enemies. After making a handprint, his own magic power resonated with the magic nodes on the door. The heavy door opened automatically, revealing a corridor more than 10 meters long and magic flames on both sides. Enya walked in first, constantly changing her gestures to avoid the activation of the magic trap set up. If a gesture was wrong, the magic flames on both sides would turn into abyss flames, which could turn steel into molten iron. These are just traps on the surface. I am afraid only Enya knows how many hidden methods there are. Passing through the corridor, you arrive at a relatively spacious living space. The furnishings are similar to those of ordinary wealthy people. The lighting is sufficient and does not appear dark, which is very important. The decoration does not have bloody and scary colors. There is also a warm fireplace. This Jinx, who was nervous all the way, relaxed a little. Enya, who had been observing secretly, nodded, threw a small fireball, ignited the dry firewood piled in the fireplace, and after dispersing the moisture, said to Jinx, "I don't care if you resent me for bringing you into this dangerous world, because when you achieve enough results, you will appreciate the choices I made for you. If you don't achieve enough results, it means you are dead, and the resentment of a dead man is worthless." A simple sentence made Jinx feel the cruelty of the demon warlock profession. But what choice did she have? If she had, she should celebrate her birthday at home now instead of being scared here. So she could only be obedient. Enya actually didn't care about Jinx's true thoughts. The previous method was just to be prepared. After all, the other party's existence was just to verify one of her conjectures. A somewhat whimsical conjecture. You are not yet a demon apprentice. Only by passing the test of the demon blood ritual can you be qualified to become a demon sorcerer. Enya then explained to Jinx in detail. As we all know, demon warlocks have demon blood, and the demon blood becomes thinner as it is inherited. And the thinner it becomes, the weaker it becomes. Therefore, in order to gain stronger strength, there is a demon blood ritual. The demon blood ritual is to integrate stronger demon blood into oneself through a special ritual to break the bottleneck and increase the upper limit. This kind of ritual is extremely dangerous for demon warlocks, who originally have demon blood. It is much more serious than transfusing blood of different blood types. Generally speaking, they are either swallowed by demon blood, or they cannot resist the erosion of powerful demon blood and become demons. There is no irrational monster who is truly successful. Later, it became a way to train new people. After all, new people don't have demon blood, as long as they don't come up and choose the powerful demon blood fusion. The success rate is quite high. With the development up to now, the demon blood ritual has become more and more perfect, especially after the abyss of the main world has become a climate, which can provide better quality demon blood. And the strength and power of demon warlocks have also increased dramatically. Enya was very straightforward. After letting Jinx recover some of her strength, she took her to the sacrifice room deep underground. The sacrifice room is a very important place for the demon warlock, equivalent to the mage's meditation room, material room, laboratory, prison room and library. Because the power source of the demon warlock is very single. The power is not enough. Sacrifice. The demon is not strong. The sacrifice. There are too few spells. The sacrifice. The materials are not enough. Sacrifice. Basically, there is no problem that cannot be solved by sacrifice. If there is, double the sacrifice. So even though Enya hated her previous life, she did not change her habit of offering sacrifices. So her sacrificial chamber was also filled with the smell of blood. But it lacked skulls, human skins, corpse oil candles, and other decorations that existed to please the devil. Instead, various means of restraint and imprisonment were added, obviously changing from the sacrifice flow to the trap flow. The main method is to seduce the devil to accept the summons. For example, how good the sacrifices here are, whether the flesh, blood, soul, etc. are enough. Later, they will be restrained and punished with a big slap, and then skinned, boned, and wasted. It will definitely be obvious inside and outside. In vain, because for demon warlocks, the demons themselves are consumables. Even so, lying naked on a stone platform filled with the smell of blood was still a huge stimulus for Jinx. As soon as she lay down, goosebumps appeared all over her body, and her heart was beating fiercely, as if it was about to jump out of her mouth. Her hands and feet were even colder, and she couldn't stop shivering. After all, she was only 12. No, her birthday had passed now, and she was already a 13-year-old girl. Thinking of this, Jinx could no longer hold back her tears, and was immersed in the beautiful memories of the past and the cruelty of reality. Enya had long been accustomed to Jinx's performance, because this was not her first apprentice, nor was it her last. So she poured a can of abyss worms on her body indifferently. The mucus secreted by the original abyss worm is more terrifying than strong acid. It can leave deep traces even if it crawls over steel. However, after many generations of reproduction and the loss of the abyss environment and atmosphere, the acidity has been greatly reduced, and it is used to clean the dirt on the surface of the body. Opens the pores to facilitate the absorption of demon blood. However, this feeling is absolutely irritating. The light acid cleans away the dead skin on the skin surface, which will irritate the skin and make it red and swollen. Moreover, this thing crawls around without control. This is especially fatal for women. Jinx has endured it many times. She couldn't help but want to reach out. But when she saw Enya's cold eyes, she stayed rational and didn't move. Because the teacher had warned her once before, and she didn't think she would have a second chance. Putting away the abyss worms, picking up the special carving knife, Enya skillfully made cuts on Jinx's skin, forming blasphemous sinful runes. The whole process was very painful, because there was still a lot of acid left on Jinx's body. After it flowed into the wound, the severe pain from the burning needle made her almost lose control. And once the rune carving failed because of her struggling movements, then she will lose her value and become the ultimate weapon for Enya to summon demons, which won't be wasted anyway. Fortunately, Jinx was surprisingly strong, and she always managed to hold on until Enya stopped. Chapter 493, The Merciful Devil. You're doing well, but the ceremony hasn't started yet, so don't relax too early. Now follow me and read without making a single mistake. Otherwise no one can save you. Enya didn't leave Jinx any more time, because the processes are carefully designed. The fatigue of the long journey, the fear brought by Devil's Valley, and the pain caused by the preparation of the ceremony. These are just small appetizers used to warm up the appetizer, because the real pain is yet to come, so it needs to be passed through. These processes numb the body and mind. Otherwise, if you start the ritual directly, the chances of dying from pain or going crazy are too high. This is the experience of getting your life back. The threat of death cheered up Jinx before she could take a breath. And then she sang in praise of a demon lord named the Lord of the Garden. She didn't know who the other party was, and why she called him a name that was not demonic at all. Now Jinx had no extra energy to support her curiosity. She almost instinctively completed the ritual according to Enya's teachings. And this was exactly what happened. It is the state required for the ceremony. Demons are never kind beings. No matter how you come into contact with demons, you will inevitably be affected by their chaotic and bloodthirsty nature. So the seeds of failure are often sown before you even begin. So there are these processes, using fatigue and pain to make the newcomers give up thinking and complete the ceremony in an almost instinctive way. It's just that the demon blood ritual that Enya prepared for Jinx was not a commonly used one. Its danger was indescribable in terms of a near-death experience. But she didn't say it. The original demon warlocks were descendants of humans who made deals with demons. Because demons took action, the success rate of blood fusion was higher. Later, the so-called demon blood ritual was more like trading or stealing, and the success rate of fusion plummeted. In order to increase the success rate of fusion, rituals generally do not choose demons that are too strong. Even if they are extremely talented, they will only choose high-level demons at most. A demon blood ritual like Jinx's, which targets a demon lord, is clearly seeking death and has no chance of succeeding. But it doesn't matter to Enya whether it succeeds or not. Her move is just a temptation. A temptation at the cost of Jinx's life and soul. In the garden thousands of miles away, Owen was suddenly stunned because he felt a pure soul praying to him for the seeds of power, which made him very curious, because the summoning authority was increased by the abyss. There were not many rituals to pray to Owen for power to summon demons during this period. However, after feeling the sinful soul and evil purpose, he was no longer interested at all, and usually just threw it to separate demons to deal with. As for the results, who cares about that? And now, for the first time, he felt the prayers of a pure soul addressed to him, without any evil purpose, and it was difficult not to interest him. But he didn't think about it for too long, because it was just a trivial thing for Owen. So he picked off a petal from a flower next to him, dropped a drop of soup into it, and then gave it as a reward. At this time, Enya was very nervous. She opened all the partitions and aura-blocking restrictions in the sacrifice room, because this time she provoked a demon lord. Even though she was not directly facing him, she still did not dare to be careless at all. Otherwise, a single look may cause serious damage to her. This is the flaw of demon warlocks. As half human and half demon, they are also affected by the demonic rank. Although they are not comfortable obeying orders unconditionally, it is very simple to activate the demonic power in their bodies to cause serious damage. Jinx's current behavior is like a lowly commoner asking for a favor from the Supreme King. To the strict class, this move will be regarded as an offense to the royal power, and will only usher in the king's soldiers and gallows, rather than mercy. Reward? Not to mention that the demon lords, who can be compared to kings, are all top tyrants. So Jinx's fate can be imagined. But the demon lord of the garden is special. At least as far as Enya knows. It is very special. But she does not dare to test it with her own life. So Jinx, who is as pure as a small white flower, becomes her hand tester. When a huge petal appeared in the sky above the altar, Enya held her breath. She witnessed a ball of slime-like green gel falling from the petals like dewdrops, and quickly integrated into Jinx's body. While healing the wound, her body also grew rapidly, making her look at least 2 or 3 years older than before. The petals that completed the mission were not wasted, and the fragrant liquid was also integrated into Jinx's body. From now on, she can be a little fairy whose farts are fragrant. Sure enough, my guess was right. The characteristic of the Lord of the Garden is kindness. Even after witnessing what just happened, Enya still said in an unbelievable tone, each demon lord has a unique and distinctive characteristic, such as the charm of bathing in fire, the stench of the rancid cloud, and the characteristic of the Lord of the Garden is kindness. It cannot be said that they are incompatible with each other, and it can only be said that it is completely impossible to put them together. The vocabulary of demons, especially this demon among demons, a demon lord who is the embodiment of fear. No wonder the Lord of the Garden always has problems with his rituals. It's because he didn't find the right characteristics, Enya said to herself excitedly. To make a sacrifice to an existence at the level of a demon lord is not just to offer flesh, blood and soul, unless the amount is large enough. You have to find the right trick. Just like giving something away. Money is a good thing, as long as there is enough. There is no one that cannot be defeated. The problem is the cost. So use limited money to buy things that the other party is more interested in. Spend 200,000 yuan on it. The effect of 10,000 has become a problem that demon warlocks must consider and study. As for the newly emerged Lord of the Garden, just by his name, he knew he was not vicious enough. So not many people studied him, let alone thought about kindness, a trait that has absolutely nothing to do with demons. Coincidentally, Enya was in a period of boredom with life, and was no longer interested in simple killing. So she studied this unique master of the garden. After repeated research, Enya came to a bold conclusion. But it was too unbelievable and difficult for the demon warlocks to realize. So she chose Jinx. And now her suspicion has been confirmed. A benevolent demon, Enya smiled, because she found her future path. And she also knew very well the benefits of monopolizing a demon lord. But if the other person's characteristics are really kind, she may not be qualified. She still knows what kind of person she is. And it has nothing to do with kindness anyway. Thinking of this, Enya's eyes fell on Jinx, who was sleeping. Maybe it was time for her to have a real apprentice. Chapter 494, The Essence of the Demon Warlock. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, Jinx woke up. After eating a relatively sumptuous meal, she began her intense study career. She didn't even have time to carefully observe the changes that had taken place in her body. Most people think that demon warlocks are a group of brainless lunatics. They slaughter, sacrifice, and summon demons. That's all. Enya was wearing a floor-length black dress and a scarlet shawl. There was nothing exquisite about it. wearing makeup and a slightly serious expression. She held a thick book and explained to Jinx the nature of the demon warlock in a light tone. "This is right and wrong." Enya put down the book in her hand and said seriously to Jinx, "Yes, because the power of demon sorcerers comes from their own blood. So many self-awakened demon sorcerers think that they do not need to learn or train. With time, with battles, and with sacrifices, the power will continue to emerge. This is why demon warlocks have such a bad reputation, because they surrender to the power of blood and succumb to their own desires. The reason why it's wrong is that demons all have their limits, let alone a demon warlock with demon blood. What's more, a fool who doesn't control his own power and allows his reason to be replaced by desire will sooner or later be swallowed up by his own demon blood. The possessions that become the source of blood are just like sacrifices." Enya knocked on the table and asked Jinx to write down in her notes. This is the key point and will be asked in the future. Later, under the influence of mages, wizards and witches, a group of demon scholars also emerged. Although they often fell into madness and even did things that even demon sorcerers could not bear, it must be said that they had great influence on the future development of demon sorcerers. He has made important contributions and has gradually enriched the power system of demon sorcerers. Enya told Jinx the names of several demonologists and asked Jinx to write them down, and gave the poor girl a list of books. The stack of books is taller than her. Although these are parchment books with thick pages, the recorded content is still quite large. There are many things that are difficult to understand without explanation. It seems that Jinx has had a hard time. Nowadays, demon warlocks divide their power into summoning, magic, and ritual. Enya continued to explain using magic power to build summoning arrays, fireballs, and altars that impressed Jinx. Summoning is the most commonly used ability of demon warlocks. Directly summoning the little devil who signed the contract can save a lot of energy. When necessary, paying a certain price to summon a powerful devil can often turn the tables or create favorable conditions for escape. But you can't rely too much on the summoned demons, because demons are not loyal summons. Many warlocks are killed by the demons they summon every year. So only if you are strong enough can you subdue those demons, which requires magic. Many people, including demon warlocks themselves, think that demon warlocks do not need to learn magic as a profession. They just rely on awakening and do not need to study hard at all. In fact, this is wrong. Although the special bloodline makes it difficult for demon warlocks to learn new skills, magic is not something that cannot be learned. These are two concepts. Enya said this somewhat playfully. Obviously, she is a learning person. As for rituals, I don't recommend it for beginners, because those who need rituals are all high-level demons, and high-level demons have been able to control their chaotic killing nature very well, which means they can calm down and think. So they are slightly uncomfortable. If you are careful, you will pay the price with your life. After all, there is nothing more terrifying than a demon who knows how to think. Enya recalled a bad experience in the past, which is still very scary even now. So she took it seriously. Jinx said, "But you are special, because the devil who gave you the power seed is kind." Speaking of this, even Enya couldn't help showing a strange expression. Even though her guess had been initially confirmed, it still felt untrue. A feeling of mercy? Jinx's expression was also very incredible, because the demons she had heard about since she was a child were the embodiment of terror. And since she entered the Demon Valley, she had been exposed to all kinds of cruelty and murderousness, which made her believe that demons are the embodiment of terror. Merciful. It was simply an insult to her intelligence. She was already 13 years old. A girl, no longer a child. Although it is incredible, which Garden Lord is really benevolent. Enya then explained to Jinx the dangers of choosing a demon lord for the magic blood ritual. It can be said that she is alive as the Garden Lord's benevolent best. Prove. Jinx felt at a loss. After all, Enya's behavior was the same as telling the victim that she had cut her brake cable before, and that you were lucky to be alive. But so what? Jinx is now the other party's apprentice, and she can still fall out with her teacher. And in comparison, Enya's behavior can be called merciful among demon warlocks, because before performing the magic blood ritual for Jinx, she already had 5 levels of certainty, compared with those who didn't even have 1 point of certainty. The demon sorcerer who treats her apprentices as consumables can indeed be called benevolent. Jinx, who was vaguely aware of the danger of the demon warlock group, did not dwell on the matter anymore, because her father told her not to care about the previous losses, but to focus on the next transaction to avoid the recurrence of previous problems. What's more, Now her study, life, and even safety depend on this teacher. Even if the other party announces the method of murdering her in front of her, she can only pretend not to hear. Fortunately, the most dangerous stage has passed. And now Jinx has changed from a dispensable consumable to an experiment that needs to be cherished and used. So Enya is indeed teaching her seriously. The nature of a demon warlock dictates that it is impossible to focus all your energy on theoretical learning. So after a few days, Enya taught Jinx how to summon demons. Summoning demons by a demon warlock is very simple. From coaxing with promises of rewards to forcibly summoning demons, you can choose at will. Theoretically, the stronger you are, the more cost you will save. If you meet a good one, you can sign a devil contract. And the next time it will not be a random summon, but an exclusive summon. Concentrate and drill a hole where to follow the guidance of magic power. Enya's instructions were very vague. In fact, summoning is very profound because it involves space and positioning. Any mage who wants to use it must undergo years of education and experimentation. The demon warlock can be summoned in the early stage, mainly relying on instinct rather than knowledge. So the more detailed the explanation, the lower the success rate. It is better to leave everything to instinct. Chapter 495 Jinx sleepwalks in the garden. Jinx kept taking deep breaths, following her instinct to relax her spirit. And then she felt that her consciousness became light and airy, as if she had passed through a membrane and came to a large forest full of natural atmosphere. But outside the forest, the apocalyptic scene really startled her, and she quickly fell from the float to the ground. Once you are down to earth, you can't see the outside situation. But it is really big here. Even ordinary flowers and plants grow taller than ordinary shrubs, let alone those giant trees that can easily exceed 100 meters. Jinx felt as if she had arrived in the land of giants, exploring the flowers in amazement. Unexpectedly, she just opened the grass and encountered a huge green demon. The green demon, who was taller than the house, just glanced at her curiously, and then went to play with the flowers and plants in front of her. He had no intention of attacking her. Jinx inexplicably felt a touch of intimacy from the other person, and instinctively knew that the other person was not. It would hurt her. So she boldly asked, "Excuse me, what is this place?" "Little guy, this is the garden of the Lord of the Garden. If you get lost, I can take you back," the garden demon with increasing intelligence said with a smile, because it felt the gift of the Lord of the Garden from Jinx, and a family should help each other. Although she had some speculations, after it was confirmed, Jinx was still surprised and couldn't believe it. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Garden was too powerful. With her current soul strength, she could not get close to him or even enter the depths of the garden. So in the end, she asked the garden demon in front of her to help her find a suitable contract partner. "Little one, you are too thin." The garden demon looked at Jinx with pity and said, feeling that she had not had enough to eat in such a long time. As for the signing issue, the garden demon scratched his head and finally decided to take her to the elf town. Maybe there would be a suitable signing partner for her. After all, they looked equally thin. Putting Jinx on her shoulders, the garden demon moved her flat and heavy feet and walked towards the outskirts of the garden. Along the way, she attracted the attention of many garden demons, who kindly gave her some plant seeds, which made Jinx fall in love with this place very quickly. And at the same time, she felt that demons were not that scary. It can only be said that the little girl is still too naive and has not accepted the beating of reality. After walking an unknown distance, Jinx was led by the garden demon to a beautiful city. The residents living here looked like elves and demons, but everyone was very beautiful, which made her feel a little inferior. Andromeda is quite interested in this little human girl who was gifted by the Lord of the Garden, because she is an outsider and understands the situation outside the abyss, although she is still very young and has not been exposed to many things. Sooner or later it will grow. As for the waiting time, it is really nothing to the elves. So they started to think about investing. After Andromeda knew that Jinx was looking for someone to sign a contract with, she took her to a special farmland. Every plant here had eyes and mouths, and had simple intelligence. It was what the Lord of the Garden gave to the elves. Special plant seeds. However, these seeds are more suitable for defense and building plant fronts. For elves who lack equipment, this is too wasteful. So they use the knowledge they have to graft and improve them to cultivate some special plants. And Jinx is a good one. Tester. Flowers, trees, vegetables, fruits, and a bunch of plants with eyes were all looking at Jinx curiously, which made her a little stressed. Fortunately, she was young and a woman, So she quickly became immersed in this election. Jinx's soul was projected into the garden, but her body was unable to move. So Enya never left, observing her situation. If something went wrong, she would wake Jinx up urgently. Although this will cause some damage to Jinx's soul, she will not lose her soul. It's just that ordinary apprentices don't even get this treatment. They usually fend for themselves. Even if they die, their bodies will be fed to demons. When Jinx opened her eyes, Enya breathed a sigh of relief. This proved that she, as an apprentice, had passed another level. Enya has no intention of watching all the time, but she has to be at least 80% sure if she wants to join in. So Jinx becomes important as the pioneer of the Pathfinder. I checked Jinx's status to see if there was anything wrong with her soul, or if there were any tricks or curses left behind. This was very common for demon warlocks. Very clean, very healthy, and very full at the same time. It is completely unlike other demon warlocks, who feel like they have been sucked dry by a succubus after the soul projection is over. After the inspection, Enya did not ask Jinx who she was signing with, because this was something that demon warlocks were very afraid of. Even as a teacher, they would only warn and remind them in advance, but not ask too much, even if the apprentice was very likely to do so. And death. The reason for this is that the demon warlock has too many enemies. As a qualified demon warlock, he has not 180 enemies. If someone finds out the details, he will definitely die without a burial place. So he is very afraid of this. Let alone between master and disciple. Relatives. You can only ask less about this sentence. If you ask too much, you will be cruel in advance. However, Jinx was not so aware. Just like a child who got a new toy, she started summoning according to Enya's previous teachings, and Enya did not stop it because she was very interested in it. Come out! Hot pea shooter! Jinx shouted and successfully summoned something that looked like a green octopus. The head looks like a water bottle placed horizontally, with a pair of vigilant eyes, and the octopus-like lower body is actually a well-developed root. What is this? Enya looked at the strange plant with its roots wrapped around Jinx's wrist with a strange expression, and couldn't help but ask. There are countless species in the abyss, and no one dares to say that they have seen all the abyss creatures. But Enya still knows the characteristics of the abyss creatures. Even the seemingly inconspicuous worms have strong acid that melts iron. And plants even eat meat and drink blood. There are many kinds of plants, but the plants summoned by Jinx seem to be very energetic, and the roots do not penetrate into the flesh and blood, but rely on a small amount of magic power to maintain their existence. The hot pea shooter can shoot hardened peas and hot peas. The hardened peas have a long range. If more magic power is poured into it in one breath, it can also fire shotguns. The hot pea shooter is very lethal, but it requires high magic power and is difficult to shoot. Use it continuously. Jinx teased the fiery pea shooter, causing her strange-looking eyes to narrow, like a cat scratching an itch. Enya was very interested in this, but the space in the cave was too small, and it would be difficult to test the effect even if she summoned a demon as a target. So she had no choice but to give up. However, given the environment of Devil's Valley, Jinx's summons will come into play sooner or later, and I hope she can still smile by then. Chapter 496 Wild Succubus Tavern. The fiery pea shooter requires very little magic power to maintain its summons, and it is negligible when the sun is bright. This feature makes Enya a little jealous. After all, for demon warlocks, summons that can maintain their existence for a long time are very valuable. If you encounter something that you can't find, no matter how weak it is, you will choose to cultivate it. But there are so many similar summons that Jinx can choose from. The more this happened, the more attentive Enya became to Jinx. Many of the knowledge that demon warlocks needed to acquire at their own risk was imparted to Jinx without reservation. While Jinx was being taught by Enya, the other newcomers were living in dire straits, and many of them had died. Some of them were deliberately killed by the demon warlocks because they were not interested in them. Many of the newcomers were from poor backgrounds. They were sallow, thin, illiterate, had low potential, and had almost no training value. Therefore, various accidents occurred, and there were many more demon valleys again. Twisted monster. Some of them were genuine accidents. Not many of the knowledge and skills possessed by demon warlocks were safe, and death and injury were naturally inevitable. Hatter's luck is good. His background, knowledge, and will are all at the upper limit among newcomers, so he is not regarded as a cheap consumable. His teacher was very careful in the demon blood ceremony and chose a good demon blood for him. But he prefers force, and obviously has the intention to train him in the direction of guarding. Hatter was very dissatisfied with this. But he couldn't show it, because since he came to Devil's Valley, he had seen too many deaths. And he knew very well that demon warlocks were inhumane. So even if his future was determined by selfishness, he could only choose to swallow his anger. But the seeds of betrayal had been planted. And he was not here to be a guard. It is impossible to say that Hatter's teacher was unaware of this. But he didn't care. He had experienced too many such things. A mere newcomer was not even worthy of spending more time on him. So he dared to take action. Just take a cigarette and that's it. Who didn't come here like this? Hatter did not live up to his family's careful teachings. Although he was dissatisfied, he kept it secret and only secretly contacted people from the previous team. Iron Hammer did not die, because he was honest and dared to fight, and was trained as a guard like Hatter. But one was forced, and the other was voluntary. Compared to Hatter's positioning of himself, Iron Hammer is more pragmatic. As the son of a blacksmith, his current life is much higher than his original life. Of course, if they can go one step further, the Hammers will not miss the opportunity. In comparison, the Hunter brothers suffered the worst. They did not have the ability of Hatter, nor the honesty of Iron Hammer. They bullied the weak and feared the strong, but also had cunning characters, which led to them being made into two-headed and four-armed monsters by a demon warlock. Twin monsters. Like a monster like conjoined twins. Hatter couldn't help but feel chilled in his heart just by looking at it. At the same time, he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart because he didn't want to become like this. Fear made Hatter firm up his thoughts. In order to grow faster, he pulled on the hammer and planned to take on some tasks. The Hammer had no objection to this. This choice is very common, because becoming a demon apprentice is only the first and easiest step. Next, the apprentice needs to spend several years to complete the accumulation before he can try to break through to a junior demon warlock. This is not easy, but there is no choice, because the result of failure is death, and demon warlocks do not need waste. The Devil's Association can be listed in Fog City openly. In addition to using part of the smuggling profits to bribe the top management of Fog City, it is also responsible for maintaining the order of Fog City, such as cleaning up some harmful substances. Smuggling not only brings wealth, but also some messy things, such as plague, demons, flesh and blood, undead, monsters, and criminals. No one knows when these things got into the city, and except for regular cleaning, almost there is no cure, unless there is a big flood like Mithril City. Originally, the previous city lord of Fog City planned to contact the Holy Shield to establish a branch here. But unfortunately, his head would explode as soon as he let out the news. The coachman who had been with him for many years threw away his hammer and committed suicide by taking poison, which is very regrettable. The death of a city lord is nothing at all. There are always deputy city lords waiting to be replaced in Fog City. But the previous city lord's suggestions are like sand in your eyes. You can pretend not to see it, but you can't pretend it doesn't exist. So we jointly manage and maintain it. The Public Security and Environmental Association, or the Public Security and Environmental Protection Association for short, emerged. As a member of the Co-Government Association, the Devil's Association needs to provide some manpower to deal with the hidden rats in their area and maintain at least a semblance of stability. There is nothing you can do about it. The Fog City is located in the middle of the 5 countries. Once it gets out of control, there are countries that are willing to lend a helping hand and persist in helping. No matter you are willing or not, they will not leave. In this case, maintaining surface stability becomes very important. Unfortunately, this is a thankless task. Not many demon warlocks are willing to waste their time visiting here. So newcomers have become the best substitutes. And the newcomers can also use this to obtain resources for initial growth. After Hatter and Iron Hammer returned to the Fog City, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. The familiar damp mist with a faint smell of human and animal excrement entered their nasal cavities. After circulating in the lungs, it became he spit out the hot air, without wasting time or going home to make sure they were safe. The two of them went to the area designated for the Demon Association, and went to the Wild Succubus Tavern to pick up the mission. You can tell what the Wild Succubus Tavern does just by the name. As a resident of the Fog City, although he is still very young, both Hatter and Iron Hammer have heard about it. However, the former has a strict upbringing and the latter has no money. So for this place that is said to make any tough guy kneel obediently was full of curiosity. So after the two of them looked at each other, they were a little embarrassed and full of expectation, and pushed open the door in front of them that would allow them to step into maturity. The mixed-race succubus dancers in the Wild Succubus Tavern are famous throughout the Fog City. So as soon as they entered, the two junior brothers were attracted by the dancing on the stage that could only be described as wild, as well as the hot the figure sucked away the soul. If the attendant, who had long been used to it, hadn't gently nudged them awake, they would have gone back to change their pants soon. Even so, the two people who couldn't let go unanimously changed the positions of the shields on their backs. After all, if the spear was held diagonally, it would easily hit people. If the gun went off, life would no longer be worth cherishing. It can only be said that he is indeed a young man. He can hang up this shield. Some middle-aged and elderly people who came here to seek excitement could not help but show envious expressions when they saw this. The beautiful maid in his arms was not fragrant. After all, there were many sometimes, without the help of some gadgets, they can only live addicted to handicrafts. And they are the kind who are despised after spending money. Chapter 497. The Butcher on a Rainy Night. Even Hatter, who was a little deep in the city, felt like he couldn't let go in the current environment. He could only lower his head and blush and shout to borrow it, and then dodge awkwardly in the hands of someone who didn't know whether he was a man or a woman. It took a long time to reach the slightly narrow space behind the stairs. This is the place where tasks are received, and it is in charge of an old demon warlock. However, judging from the mysterious potions and various bionic cylinders placed behind him, this person's side job is quite rich, and it seems that he does a lot of work on weekdays. Help those middle-aged and elderly people who have unspeakable secrets. It's you young brats again. Old Bones, who had closed his eyes to concentrate, heard the footsteps and was about to open his mouth to sell new products when he saw two young men with red faces and drawn swords looking around. He immediately curled his lips and didn't know where to turn. Turn out 2 grease casings and place on the table. 30 copper coins. This allows brats like you to support 2 or 3 more breaths under those cannibalistic dancers. Cherish, reminisce, and be grateful, Old Bones said proudly, as someone who has been through it said to the 2 rookies. We are here to take over the mission, Hatter said with a black line on his head. And then he took out a handful of copper coins without counting them, and stuffed them into Old Bones' pocket, and took away the casings. He glanced at Hatter with disdain. But the old man, who had never been young again, said nothing and took out a few thick books, and asked the 2 of them to flip through them. There are more tasks than expected, and the time span is not short. There are various tasks from a few years ago to today. However, although most of the tasks have been marked as completed, the death instructions and the number of failed tasks make I felt like I was sweating all over. So I stopped looking at tasks with higher risks and decided to find a job as a cleaner to gain experience first. Jinx, who said goodbye to her parents at this time, also came to the Wild Succubus Tavern, but she hesitated for a long time and did not dare to step into the strange-smelling place in front of her. It even attracted a few men with malicious intentions. Several people were walking like no one else, preparing to play a free friendly match, when they suddenly saw the mark of Devil's Valley on Jinx's body. So they took 2 steps together with a natural expression on their faces, walked into the alley next to them, and then ran away. Run. This is Devil's Valley's territory, and trying to target Devil's Valley members on the other side's territory is simply boring. Although there was no contact between the 2 parties, Jinx still sensed the other party's malice, which prompted her to make up her mind and walk into the tavern. The revealing clothes and bold movements made the curious and shy Jinx dare not raise her head and walk straight towards the location where she heard about it. What's interesting is that in the tavern, Jinx is like holding up an invisible shield, surrounded by a blank circle, not to mention the attendants, even the guests who are never dishonest. It's like pressing the pause button to keep her safe. I walked down the stairs without incident and met Hatter and Hammer. Although it's very faint, it feels unmistakable. It's a lord-level aura. It seems like there's a great person among this year's newcomers. The half-blood succubus dancer leader, who just walked off the stage, whispered to himself. Jinx, who has not yet mastered her own power and is a rookie, does not know what this means. But the always sensitive half-blood succubus dancer foreman clearly knows from her bloodline memory what such an existence means once she grows up. So in her on cue, the tavern waiter isolated Jinx so that she would not be disturbed. Jinx! Halder was a little surprised to see Jinx, who was energetic and looking better, but he still took the initiative to say hello. Hatter, Hammer, how have you been lately? Although they had not gotten along for a short time, they were still newcomers to Devil Valley, so Jinx still greeted them politely. Faced with Jinx's greeting, Hatter just smiled bitterly, although Iron Hammer did not speak. Not only did the skin color of his exposed arms appear abnormal, but the overdeveloped muscles also looked abnormal. The problem can be seen from these. So Jinx was silent, and did not even take the initiative to ask why the hunter brother was not there because she already knew the answer. "You are also preparing to take on the mission?" Hatter couldn't let the scene cool down. So he asked. "Yes. The teacher suggested that I come here to complete some tasks and increase my experience," Jinx said with a smile. But she didn't know how envious and jealous Hatter was in her heart. They are both teachers. But the teacher on the other side is serious and responsible, thinking about his apprentice at all times, while his teacher is stubborn, cold, arrogant, and self-absorbed in making decisions for him, trying to make him a tool that can be used. But the more this happens, the more Hatter will not let go of the opportunity to curry favor with Jinx, because this is likely to be the key to him breaking the game. Because of Jinx's participation, Hatter chose an investigation mission instead of the mission of cleaning up mutant rats in the sewers that he had wanted to take on before. This was mainly because Jinx, as a woman, would definitely not like an environment like sewers. So in order to prevent the other party from rejecting her and being unable to form a team, Hatter chose this task very wisely. Sure enough, after looking at 2 pages of the taskbar, Jinx nodded and agreed to go with them. Although the investigation mission does not require drilling into the sewer, it is more troublesome. In a place where there is no monitoring, lack of supervision, and complex personnel, investigating any matter is time-consuming, laborious, and thankless, especially when they are investigating the latest horrific rumor, the Rainy Night Butcher. For the Fog City, fog and rain are an inseparable whole. Sometimes a gust of wind blows, causing a burst of rain to fall in the foggy city with thick water vapor. Sometimes the rain is so heavy that people can be washed away, and sometimes it falls again before it completely falls, melt into the mist. In any case, rain is already a part of life in the foggy city, and a butcher who likes to kill passers-by on rainy nights is undoubtedly a destabilizing factor. Fortunately, the opponent's range of activities is fixed within 3 streets, so they won't run around like headless flies. The only problem is that there are only 3 of them, so they can't guard a street by themselves. Even a weak-minded hammer wouldn't come up with such an idea. So Hatter finally decided that they would patrol the middle street together and rush to the place where the accident happened after hearing the noise. This is likely to miss the opportunity to catch the murderer. But for Hatter, safety is the most important thing. What's more, observing the scene personally is one of the ways to find the murderer. As for the possible casualties of passers-by during this period, even Jinx didn't care. After all, she was a child who grew up in the foggy city. A happy family didn't mean that she didn't know the dark side of this city. Compared with the dark side of this city, death is just a small part. Things more terrifying than death often happen in this city. Chapter 498. Should I carry a knife or an umbrella on a rainy night? At night, it gets even darker, except for the blurry street lights on both sides of the road. There is no light source, and no pedestrians can be seen. The whole city is like a no man's land. In fact, it is not that there are no houses on both sides of the road, but the habit of the residents of the foggy city. They close the doors and windows, tighten the curtains, and do not listen or look at the door, because only in this way can we avoid trouble and live longer. This is the experience of the residents of the foggy city. Talk. In a room on the 2nd floor of a street hotel, under the light, the 3 of them were sorting out the collected intelligence. Obviously none of them were professionals, so they felt a little in a hurry. In fact, the 3 of them already regretted choosing this mission, because the Rainy Night Butcher was nothing new in the Fog City. And this was the source of the trouble. There is no shortage of perverted murderous lunatics in the foggy city, where there is no sunshine all year round and life is full of depression. These madmen have all kinds of hobbies, because those who have no characteristics will not be remembered by the well-informed residents of Fog City. Only the unique ones can leave a trace in the increasing legends of Fog City. There are countless murderers in the history of Fog City who like to work in heavy fog or rainy nights, and dozens of them appear every year. This has still been discovered. Even the residents of Fog City cannot tell how many high IQ murderers have not been discovered. So this undoubtedly increases the difficulty of gathering intelligence for the 3 of them. Through visits during the day, the 3 of them collected some intelligence. But after putting the collected intelligence together, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. Unless the Rainy Night Butchers are a murderous squad, they don't fit the bill at all. The tall and thin Yuya Butcher, covered with bandages and armed with 2 sharp knives. A tall and strong Yuya Butcher wearing an apron and holding a machete. The Rainy Night Butcher is a short, thin man with a cowardly expression and 2 hidden claws. The tall and hot rainy night butcher wearing a red dress and using huge scissors. This is a relatively detailed description, and there are countless others that you can tell are bragging as soon as you hear it, such as the weird rainy night butcher who rides a dream demon, a black dragon, a succubus, a Lolita, etc. I know it's unreliable. However, what caught the attention of Hatter and Jinx was a recent rumor that the other party was a polite-looking gentleman who did not carry a knife, but an umbrella. He would ask passers-by some questions and answer them incorrectly. People will be killed without mercy. This statement aroused the ridicule of many people. After all, there is no butcher on a rainy night who does not bring a knife. This is as ridiculous as going to the Wild Succubus Tavern without bringing money. Although it is ridiculous, it is the most suspicious. Hatter touched his chin with some soft whiskers and expressed his opinion. The taciturn hammer didn't need to ask for his opinion. He was cleaning a sledgehammer for blacksmithing. Hearing this, Jinx nodded in agreement, because the other descriptions were mixed with too many personal factors. Just like the horror stories passed down by word of mouth, with a standard template, which was not in line with the real situation. Because of such a conspicuous appearance, there's no way to hide it. On the other hand, polite nobles who carry umbrellas are not likely to attract the attention of others, because such people can be seen everywhere in the foggy city. And because of their status, it is difficult to stop them for questioning, so they are the most suspicious. However, other information cannot be ignored, so the 3 of them are once again entangled. What does the murderer look like? After an unknown amount of time, the 3 drowsy people heard the sound of raindrops hitting the windows. Hatter quietly opened some of the curtains, and after noticing that it was raining outside, he turned and nodded to the 2 of them, silently packing up their things. The 3 of them put on waterproof cloaks and tied their trousers, and then walked out of the temporary hotel. Behind them was the hotel owner, who looked like a dead man. Obviously, as a local snake, he was very aware of what was happening around him during this period. Matter, and Gentleman Rainy Night Butcher was the one who provided the information. It's a pity that the other party didn't provide more clues, because curiosity and knowing too much will lead to short-lived things. After walking out of the hotel, he took a deep breath of the cold, vaporous air. He suddenly became more energetic. Hatter held a lantern and did not dare to turn the light to the maximum. In fact, even if it was turned to the maximum, it would be of no use. There is no benefit other than making oneself more conspicuous. It is just used to prevent the 3 of them from getting lost. This is no joke. Given the conditions in the foggy city, it often happens that only one person in a family of 3 is left walking. Fortunately, as the raindrops fell, the fog reduced a lot, making the view a little better. However, the feeling of rain falling on the body was not very good, and it tended to get heavier and heavier. Given the conditions in the foggy city, it was common for it to rain for 10 days and a half. But the rain was getting heavier and heavier, which also caused some trouble for them. Huge raindrops hit the ground, splashing more water droplets in the puddles, making the 3 people's shoes and trouser legs wet. In addition, the rain seeping in from the gaps in the cloaks made the 3 people feel cold. Although this is the South, the special location of the foggy city and the special environment caused the temperature here to be about 10 degrees lower than other places in the South. If it rains at night, the temperature will be even lower, enough to make a drunkard lying on the street hypothermic and die. Fortunately, the 3 of them had gone through the demon blood ritual, and their bodies were stronger than ordinary people. Although they were uncomfortable, they would not get sick, so they continued to patrol along the street. When they reached the end of the street, they turned to the next street to continue, where they were also patrolling. Range. The ground on that street where it rained heavily just now began to accumulate water, and the water pouring into the sewer mouth made a gurgling sound. However, the fog on this street was so thick that it seemed that it could not be melted away. There was not a drop of rain, but the penetration of the fog was stronger than that of the raindrops. It was even harder to resist, and the 3 of them shuddered in unison. Hell! Yao wanted to maintain the appearance of a wise leader, but the bad environment still made Hatter curse, because the fog here was so thick that even he couldn't look down at the lantern in his hand. Clear. Not even the feet can be seen. In this case, even if the murder happened next to them, they probably wouldn't be discovered. At this time, Jinx remembered that a special luminous plant she saw in the garden could emit light that penetrated the fog. However, when facing an unknown opponent, exposing herself to the light was obviously not a good idea. So she just summoned a fiery pea shooter with the ability to track enemies independently. and nut armor for protection. The nut armor can be split from a whole into hundreds of pieces to protect the summoner. It can also enhance defense or repair damage through magic power. When necessary, it can quickly proliferate the nut SH/L by injecting more magic power to increase defense. It is a lifesaver for rookies like Jinx. Artifact. Just in case, Jinx spent more magic power to summon 2 nuts and handed them to Hatter and the hammer. When you encounter danger, squeeze hard and it will turn into armor to protect you. But the time it can last is limited, and the more things are destroyed, the less time you can hold on. Although they didn't know what it was, Hatter and Hammer put it away carefully. After all, as newcomers, they were very poor. They could only rely on Jinx, who could tell at a glance that her life was better than theirs. But the luck of the 3 people was not good. At dawn, they found a long dead body in an alley on the street where the hotel was located. Apparently the rainy night butcher passed by them last night, which made them want to make a decision. Hatter was a little frustrated after the results. Chapter 499 Girl and Gentleman. The next day, the 3rd day, it rained at night for 3 consecutive days, and people died every day. But let alone catching the target, they didn't even see each other's shadow. Hatter, who was so anxious and angry, almost lost his mind and asked the 3 to train separately. Fortunately, the teachings he received since childhood still allowed him to retain the last of his sanity, and did not reveal the absurd decision of the 3 to patrol separately. There is no way. Hatter puts too much pressure on himself. After all, he wants to become famous immediately, because only by becoming famous can he have a higher reputation among the demon apprentices, and lay a solid foundation for future development. It's a pity that successive defeats made the young men a little vulnerable. Although it was a stupid idea to patrol separately. If they didn't change, they would always be chasing each other. So on the 4th day, the 3 of them patrolled as usual at first. But soon they used the automatic telescopic function provided by Jinx. The vines climbed up to the nearby clock tower, and they used fog mirrors rented from Old Bones at a high price to monitor the surrounding streets. The tall and empty bell tower made the 3 of them suffer from wind and rain. If they had not prepared a lot of calorie-rich food in advance and wore enough warm clothes, they would probably have to stay in bed for a few days after returning. Even so, it would be a struggle. Not light. But the 3 of them soon discovered that it was worth it. After being fooled for so long, they finally discovered each other's traces. But it was not sure whether this was good or bad for them. Although he didn't see the other party take action, the appearance of a gentleman on a rainy night was very suspicious. Unless the other party had just come out of the wild succubus tavern. Feeling that they were inseparable, Hatter called the hammer and went down the vines to surround the opponent. Jinx was hiding on the bell tower as a precaution. She was the only one in the 3-person team with the means of long-range attacks. Taking a deep breath, Jinx began to summon plants, starting with Pumpkin Fortress. The original pumpkin head can protect other plants. The improved pumpkin head turned into a taller and thicker pumpkin fortress. Jinx was squatting inside, smelling the sweet smell of pumpkin, and summoned a pea machine gun. At this time, she was nervously aimed at the opponent through the fog glass. Because she was too nervous and lacked experience, Jinx did not reveal murderous intent at all. Or she simply did not have such a thing. This caused the gentleman under surveillance to know nothing about it until Hatter, who was not good at sneaking, met iron. The hammer was easily discovered by the opponent. Why don't these little devils understand that restraining one's strong appetite is a very painful thing in itself? And avoiding the snacks brought to the mouth is even more painful. I am already in so much pain. Why don't you understand? You have to put it in my mouth. You don't want to live so much? The gentleman wearing a single-sided glasses and a mustache on his upper lip said with a very helpless expression. But he took out his handkerchief and kept wiping the sticky saliva that was constantly flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His movements completely betrayed his true thoughts. Just like a girl who said she wanted to run at night to lose weight, but couldn't move her legs when she saw the night market. Hatter, who was hiding and trying to avoid making any noise, leaned his head against the corner and took a look. His heart suddenly went cold. They had been discovered. And with just one glance, Hatter knew something was wrong. He originally thought that Yuya Butcher was an ordinary person. After all, he only killed civilians and homeless people, and they were all alone. This made him not associate Yuya Butcher with professionals, but simply thought that he was an ordinary pervert. But after seeing the other party with his own eyes, he knew that he was wrong. And he was very wrong. The other party made him feel scarier than the monsters in Devil Valley. This was an apex predator, and they were just fresh pieces of meat delivered to his door. Realizing this, Hatter grabbed the hammer, turned around and ran away, while madly cursing the Demon Association's task review mechanism in his heart. Anyone can take on the missions of the Devil's Association, unlike the Adventurers Guild, which has a strict hierarchy. What's even more ridiculous is that the difficulty of the mission is judged by how many people die. Generally speaking, the more people who die and the more powerful the mission, the higher the level of the mission. So if you are unlucky and receive the mission early, you will not be surprised if you encounter a legend. And this kind of thing has really happened. So it was normal for Hatter and his team to have problems with the missions they took on. They thought they were just murderers who were dissatisfied with life or simply bored. However, the other party did not take action against professionals, and there was no large-scale massacre. 1 day per day. If it doesn't rain, it would be difficult for the Demon Association to improve its mission level by taking 2 days rest. However, when they encountered the master who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, Hatter's depression was simply indescribable. Fortunately, Jinx discovered something was wrong in time. After seeing Hatter and Hammer turn around and run away, she immediately activated the machine gun P. The larger machine gun P received the signal to start the war, and immediately changed from the alert state to the war state. The 4 barrels in its mouth rotated rapidly, and P's comparable to steel were shot out with terrifying force. Huh? The gentleman on the rainy night, who was about to enjoy the unexpected snacks, tapped the ground with his toes and retreated several meters away as if gliding. The position he had just been in was almost instantly enveloped by a rain of bullets, and the aroused accumulation of blood water forms beautiful splashes. But it cannot hide its deadly lethality. Interesting. A little mouse without murderous intent? Even though he had just suffered a fatal attack, the rainy night gentleman was still not displeased at all. Instead, he looked up with interest at the clock tower where Jinx was. Whether killing or being killed, he has seen a lot, but he has never seen many people who launch fatal attacks without murderous intent. Generally, those with this characteristic are either born top assassins or have flawless hearts. Innocent people, no matter what kind, are a rare surprise to him. So Hatter and Hammer, who were running frantically for their lives, could no longer attract the rainy night gentleman's attention at all. He began to have a very strong interest in Jinx. After all, every gentleman has no resistance to a 13-year-old girl. Jinx suddenly felt a shiver in her hair. Out of instinct, she no longer cared about her scruples about killing people, and directly pressed the trigger with her slender fingers. Feeling Jinx's decision, machine gun P rotated the 4 barrels in its mouth at a terrifying speed, spraying out hundreds of Ps in one breath. Jinx has no experience, but is a magical plant of war creature. It has a powerful war instinct, and can automatically correct its trajectory. In less than a breath, the dense rain of bullets passed through the layers of rain, and almost blocked all the space around the rainy night gentleman. There was no room for dodge. Hundreds of rounds of P bullets were like a splash of water. Even if the rainy night gentleman could dodge, he would still be unable to evade this level of fire blockade. He was hit by a few rounds at first, which affected his speed, and then he was almost beaten to a pulp. The strange thing is that the opponent's flesh and blood seems to be too tough. Even if he is hit by focused fire, his body remains intact and does not turn into pieces. Chapter 500, Adding Obstacles to Each Other. Ha ha! What an interesting summon! The gentleman on the rainy night, who was covered in blood and almost beaten to pieces, smiled strangely and stretched out his slender fingers, plucked a pea from the wound, stuffed it into his mouth, and took it with a bang. After biting into pieces and tasting the taste carefully, and confirming that they were real peas, I became more and more interested in Jinx. As for the injuries on the body, the mere injuries are meaningless in front of the girl. As long as she can taste the slightly green fruit, it is worth cutting it into 8 pieces. With such awareness, the gentleman on the rainy night looked up at the clock tower. While Giorgia smiled strangely, he couldn't help but stick out his slender and flexible tongue that could even comb himself into a middle part. His eyes became more and more greedy. He couldn't wait to wait. It's time to catch Jinx and taste it. Under the gaze of the gentleman, Jinx was completely panicked. She was sensitive and deeply felt the undisguised malice coming from the other party. In order to protect herself, she instinctively summoned a more powerful plant. The corn bazooka. The original vehicle-mounted corn cannon has now become a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, which is much less powerful, but more convenient and faster. However, Jinx only took 1 breath from summoning to launching, which was still too hasty. This amount of time is a bit reluctant for a well-trained shooter. For a novice like Jinx, it can only be said that the launch step is completed, and everything else is omitted. Fortunately, the smart plant automatically locked onto the most threatening enemy. After peeling off the corn leaves to reveal the golden corn kernels, it accurately landed not far from the gentleman on the rainy night. Then the dense corn kernels exploded instantly, enough to penetrate iron and stone. However, the rainy night gentleman, who had suffered a loss before, was already on guard, and he opened the umbrella in his hand to cover his body. And the corn kernels, with astonishing lethality, fell on the umbrella like ordinary corn kernels, unable to penetrate at all.
Sure enough, an umbrella is more useful than a knife.
The gentleman on the rainy night closed the umbrella and said with a smile. However, he no longer concealed his true nature. His temperament changed drastically at this moment. An overly flexible tongue seemed to be unable to be retracted, and it circled between his lips and teeth. It's so swaying that, let alone a rich woman, even a gay person's legs will go weak after seeing it. What's even more outrageous is that the rainy night gentleman's umbrella has some kind of magic attached to it. Not only does it have amazing defensive power, but when he holds it up, he becomes as light as a swallow. Even a bell tower dozens of meters high cannot stop him from soaring upward. Sure enough, an umbrella is easier to use than a knife. Jinx, who was about to go crazy with fear, almost closed her eyes and threw potato mines and cherry bombs down one after another. But none of them could stop the rainy night gentleman, who was about to stick his tongue on her face.
"You crossed the line."
Enya, who had appeared at some point, flicked her finger and woke up Jinx, who was covering her head. She stood on the edge of the clock tower and pushed with both hands, and a fireball with huge lethality was released without any scruples. What should I care about? The noise caused by my apprentice has already alarmed half of the foggy city. The bell tower is about to collapse, and her fireball is not missing. Facing the beautiful Enya, the rainy night gentleman's expression changed slightly, and then he put away his umbrella in disappointment. While passing by the fireball, he let his body fall to the ground. Even if he was standing in the bell tower, Jinx on the bed could hear the sound of bones breaking. But the rainy night gentleman was as if he had an immortal body. After taking 2 steps, his distorted body returned to its original shape. This resilience is a bit scary. No wonder he was almost beaten into pieces before. And it's still like everyone is fine. However, the gentleman on the rainy night had no intention of fighting with Enya. Instead, he took off his hat and saluted very gracefully, and then disappeared into the rainy night. Although tonight was not enough fun, it was interesting and worth it for him to continue to endure and make the delicious little fruit more perfect. Only in this way, when he took a bite, could he experience the ultimate enjoyment of deliciousness and destruction of perfection. Slurping uncontrollably, the rainy night gentleman felt helpless at his somewhat rude reaction. He had no choice but to randomly select a passerby and kill him to quench his inner thirst. After the other party left, Enya explained to Jinx that because there were not many such things, but there were also many, it was hard to guarantee that her careless apprentice would encounter her again.
"The other party is from the Church of Flesh and Blood. Stay away from those lunatics. If you fall into their hands, it will be more terrifying than death."
Enya, a demon warlock, said that the other party is a lunatic. One can imagine the mental state of the gentleman on the rainy night.
"Teacher, will he come again?"
Jinx knew that the other person was abnormal without the teacher's reminder. And every time she recalled the other person's dancing tongue, she couldn't help but shudder and asked quickly,
"I have already come forward. In addition, there is a lot of commotion tonight. The other party will leave the Demon Association area and will not come back in a short time. Otherwise, it means being targeted by all forces,"
Enya said lightly, and then warned,
"But it's hard to say how long it will last. You complete a few tasks as soon as possible, and then return to Devil's Valley for the next step of study."
Enya rubbed her brows, feeling very troubled by the people of the Flesh Church, because their purpose is not profit. Instead, they all return to the Lord of Flesh and Blood. So many methods and threats are useless, and it is therefore more difficult to predict the opponent's behavior. Fortunately, the previous city lord's proposal to introduce the Holy Shield made many forces in Fog City of concerns. Stability is the consensus, and those who are dishonest and want to cause trouble are everyone's enemies. In this case, even the Flesh and Blood Church will not expose its clues easily. Otherwise, the Demon Association alone will not be able to scare the opponent. As for the other party's purpose this time, Enya knew it well because she had done similar things. In fact, this matter is an unspoken rule in private. That is, to cause trouble for each other. The fog is not small, but it cannot accommodate so many forces.
So attacking opponents and strengthening oneself has become a must-do every day. Fortunately, thanks to the deterrence of the Holy Shield, all the forces that did not want another fierce dragon crossing the river in the Fog City had to make some compromises. Most of the previous unscrupulous behaviors were prohibited. This is why the gentleman of the Rainy Night clearly knew about the existence of Jinx and the others. But there was no direct reason for killing him. And his purpose was not to pretend to be a murderer and kill people so as to cause panic. In fact, the killing was just the Rainy Night gentleman's appeasement to reduce his hunger for flesh and blood. His main purpose was to spread the seeds of flesh and blood. Just like the demon eggs of demon warlocks and the cursed items of necromancers. Flesh seeds are also good things to create chaos. And they are equally inconspicuous. There are also many circulating in the outside world. And it is difficult to use them as evidence to convict. Just sow it casually and wait quietly to get a good harvest. So similar things keep happening in Fog City. But everyone will control it within a certain limit and must not cause a big mess. Otherwise, not only will the city lord find excuses, but their peers will also use it to suppress them. Therefore, after Enya showed up, gentlemen of the Rainy Night would retreat. If it were in the past, the two sides would have fought 100% and at least half the street would have been destroyed. Chapter 501 Psychic Power. After Enya left, the Disgraced Three had to give up the mission. And finally followed Bones' advice and started cleaning the sewers. Due to abundant rainfall, Fog City has a well-developed sewer system. It may not be as spectacular as Mithril City, but the complex structure and large space still accommodate a lot of dirt and pests. So it needs to be cleaned regularly. Otherwise, crawling out of the sewer will not only be what a disgusting question. The three people's bad luck was still there. The original mission was just a group of mutated rats. But when they endured the smell and dirt and got into the sewer to reach their destination, what they saw was a mass of twisted flesh and blood. Jinx immediately realized that this was the flesh and blood seed that the teacher was talking about. And it seemed that the seed had already begun to grow. It had only been a short time since the Rainy Night gentleman left, and the flesh seeds had grown to the height of half a man. It seemed that there were quite a lot of mutated rats here. But now was not the time to sigh. Sensing the existence of fresh flesh and blood seed shot out 3 or 5 tentacles, making Jinx's scalp numb with fear. Fortunately, the last mission had no effect at all. Hatter, who had been running away the whole time, realized his shame and became brave. He gritted his teeth and rushed over with his shield, blocking the tentacles reaching for Jinx. And the hammer was like a bull. He roared and rushed towards the mutated flesh, swung the hammer and hit it. The flesh and blood seed that was hit hard did not suffer much damage, because it was essentially a ball of flesh and blood. And the main damage caused by blunt weapons was bones and internal organs. Obviously, this thing did not do that. Instead, the flesh and blood seed that was stimulated grew many stubby ones. The tentacles started to move. The hammer didn't care at all. Swinging the hammer was like striking iron. The flesh and blood seeds were unable to move at all for a while. Even the tentacles twitched due to the continuous heavy blows. Hatter found the opportunity to chop off several of them. Completely relieved. After calming down, Jinx held up her nausea and raised her arms. Under the infusion of magic power, the face of the fiery pea shooter began to turn red. Iron hammer! Jinx opened her mouth. And the hammer that she wanted to strike with did not hesitate to get out of the way. And then a hot pea hit the flesh seed, exploding a crater as big as a bowl. And at the same time, high-temperature flames burst out, stimulating the flesh and blood seeds kept twisting and trying to escape. It's a pity that the stubby and twisted tentacles might be sold for a good price in the wild succubus tavern. But they are worthless when used to escape, and they will be kicked back by the hammer. Keep your distance and let Jinx attack. Although he wanted to stand out, Hatter did not go crazy because of this, especially in the last mission. After seeing a real master, he had calmed down a lot, so he did it accurately. Make a judgment. Okay. The hammer, which rarely uttered a word, moved forward, intercepting the flesh and blood seeds, while also trying to leave a certain amount of space to give Jinx a chance to hit the target. With the joint efforts of the three of them, the newly grown flesh and blood seed was finally burned to ashes by Jinx's summoned torch stump flamethrower. However, the smell of burnt flesh and blood made the girl vomit afterward. Not to mention the adventure of the three people in the sewer. Owen's body was quietly waiting for something in the authority space. It has been a long time since he obtained the psychic seeds, but Owen did not use them himself, even though he knew that he would have a higher chance of having the ability to extract space energy after using them. He still resisted the temptation and used the psychic seeds,
give the seeds to the golden tree for fusion. As the degree of integration gradually increased, Owen realized how wise his decision was. Even Owen, who has become a god, has a hard time explaining what psychic energy is. He just knows that it is energy that is not inferior to divine power. However, divine power requires the transformation of faith, but spiritual power does not, because shortly after integrating spiritual power, the golden tree has the ability to extract space and void energy, which will greatly speed up its growth. Owen felt very incredible about this. Forget about space energy. Where does the energy from the void come from? And this is just the beginning, as the integrated golden tree converts spiritual energy into the laws of the authority space. The authority space will automatically extract energy and transform it into spiritual energy that is not inferior to divine power. The scope of extraction and transformation also includes beliefs, emotions, life, soul, etc. Psionic energy is so unreasonable. Squeezing oil from stones is no longer a big deal. But squeezing milk from the air is. To a certain extent, psionic energy is no less than the evil energy of the purification board. Therefore, other gods only have one blue tube. But he not only has two tubes, but also the kind that automatically recovers when the time comes, let alone the goddess. The male god will not be able to trick him into overpowering others. The only problem is that the lack of taboos and psychic energy can easily cause pollution to oneself. Fortunately, there is a golden tree. The energy absorbed by the authority space will be concentrated on the golden tree for purification and purification. But everything has its limits, and the golden tree is no exception. Before it has fully grown, too much energy cannot be transformed, and complex and conflicting energies are not suitable for absorption and transformation together. Owen knew that psychic energy came from the Warhammer world, and he got some inspiration from it. So he divided the absorbed energy. The energy of space and void can be directly absorbed and used to expand the authority space, while energy with strong attributes and imprints such as faith, emotion, life, and soul needs to be further subdivided. Those that are relatively positive are left in the authority space and are directed to the upper, middle and lower floors according to the direction. Pure negative energy and impurities cannot be wasted and thrown directly to the incarnation of the Lord of the Garden. It's just that the incarnation of the Lord of the Garden is already in the abyss, and is fighting against the erosion of the abyss all the time. If these negative energies are injected again, Owen is afraid that the incarnation will not be able to bear it. After thinking about it, Owen made a decision. But he still couldn't help but feel sad when he saw the progress points he had finally accumulated. The owner of the garden, Owen, who was currently making soup in the garden, patted his belly with a smile after learning about the main body's decision. The surrounding garden demons felt his father's happiness and became excited, singing and dancing to cheer him up. At that time, the whole garden became a sea of joy, and even the elves were affected. They hummed the elves' songs, and their steps became more and more brisk, putting down the spoon in his hand and letting the garden demon divide the freshly cooked soup. Owen opened his hand, and a little spiritual energy from the void fell into his hand. Without hesitation, he integrated this bit of spiritual energy into his body. Invisible changes were rapidly changing this incarnation, and then gradually penetrated into the entire garden through his connection, and set off a spiritual energy tide in the abyss. Sweeping across, countless negative energy and emotions are absorbed, and then transformed into the essence of the garden and its origin. Owen's body became larger and heavier. Shijiya's horns became more spectacular, and his temperament also changed. If before, because of his rapid growth and strength, although he looked like a tall tree climbing to the sky, he still had a fresh smell, then now it seems that he has been baptized by time and filled with the precipitation of the years. These changes, embellished with psychic energy, connect Owen's every move with the garden. If he encounters the fall of fragments of the kingdom of God again, Owen only needs to think about it, and the garden will move according to his heart. This is the domain, and this is the prototype of authority. Chapter 502, Pony Valley. Psionic power is a powerful force that is not inferior to divine power. Or even better, Owen feels that he is still far from being able to exert his full power. Not to mention that it is a growth-type power. How high is the upper limit? He doesn't know either. But this is only part of the benefits that the main body has sent this time. Owen is happy about another benefit, because the main body helped him redeem Pony Valley. Yes, it was the one he watched with his daughter in his previous life. Many years later, he saw another version in the 3D area. He was shocked at that time. Sure enough, Laosupi's dream has no limits. Love can not only transcend age and gender, and can also span races and dimensions. As for why I chose to spend 60 progress points to redeem Pony Valley instead of an artifact, that is because of Pony Valley's characteristic, happiness. As a representative place for children, Ponyville contains many positive attributes, such as joy, peace, friendship, affinity, kindness, etc. The biggest characteristic is that evil prevails over good and abandoning evil to do good. Even the evil god Discord, the incarnation of chaos and disorder, fell under the friendship of ponies. You must know that this pioneer is theoretically a rule-based person, God only. Therefore, this characteristic is very terrifying. If you put it in Buddhism, you would put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Of course, there must be an upper limit to this characteristic of Ponyville, but under the protection of the garden, it can still play a huge role stably and achieve Owen's purpose of hiding from the devil. When exchanging for Pony Valley, Owen replanned the garden and divided it into 4 parts, namely Gosheong Ridge, Qingqing Grassland, Pony Valley, and Star Fate Wonderland. I believe these 4 holy places are enough to suppress the chaos of demons. The place of the abyss. It's a pity that Pony Valley is empty. He only exchanged the place, but not the ponies. However, he can slowly replenish it in the future, just like the Magic Academy in the territory. It is not built from scratch. Just as Owen expected, the appearance of Ponyville made the garden new, like installing a filter or regulator, and at the same time enhanced his control over the garden. After all, compared to the time-consuming and laborious transformation, Owen naturally, he has 100% control over the system exchange items. And what's interesting is that Pony Valley has absorbed some of the characteristics of the Abyss and has the ability to breathe life, which means that ponies can be born in Pony Valley. However, due to attribute conflicts, the characteristics absorbed by Pony Valley are incomplete. Otherwise the result would not be a pony, but a demon warhorse. So Owen planned to help. There are 3 types of horses in Ponyville: Earth ponies, Pegasus, and unicorns. Earth ponies are strong and good at working and farming. Pegasus is a graceful creature with the ability to manipulate the weather. Unicorns have magical powers and are good at using magic. In addition, there are alicorns that combine the characteristics of 3 horses and the very rare manta horse Thestrals.
This is really a big project,
Owen muttered to himself. But it was also a good way to kill time. Owen, who has a system, never lacks materials. He can find centaurs, Pegasus, unicorns, and nightmare beasts and invincible heroes alone. There is no need to redeem them one by one. All Pony Valley needs is a template. But Owen did not expect that he would receive rewards for this, which came from the main world consciousness and the abyss.
A little devil's divinity. A little life's divinity. Really generous.
Owen, who had acquired the divinity, did not hesitate and immediately merged the 2 points of divinity to add a little more foundation to himself. The key demon and life divinity in Owen's divinity combination reach 2 points each. He only needs to add any point of divinity as a match, and he can directly become a god.
It's a pity that I am a demon lord now. And who cares about becoming a god when I have psychic powers?
Owen did not choose to become a god, because it is no different from changing camps. No matter how generous the abyss is, it will not tolerate people from other companies coming to it is here to fight for power. So he needs to continue to maintain his identity as a demon lord. In addition, as Owen said, spiritual power is not inferior to divine power. He can completely try to become a god in the way of Warhammer World, and become a conceptual god. Owen's initial attempt went well, as psychic energy could indeed replace divine power. So he began a second attempt to grant believers divine spells. The connection between gods and believers is not just one-sided faith. The magic returned by the gods is the absolute factor that consolidates and develops faith. There is no need to grant magical powers to every believer. It is enough for them to feel it. Just like winning the lottery. Everyone doesn't need to win. As long as someone wins, there will be people who will keep paying, even if they know the hope is slim. And those who become obsessed with this are the fanatic believers. It's just that it's not possible to give it directly. Although the pure initial spiritual energy is in the golden tree and the authority space. Owen, as the master of the garden, only controls the spiritual seeds condensed by the initial spiritual energy. But this is scary enough. Psionic energy can devour and transform almost all matter and energy, including souls and even laws. This kind of thing is given directly to believers. And I am afraid that it will not allow believers to perform the magic of disappearing in place, or the kind that leaves no trace at all. Therefore, Owen must dilute the concentration of psychic energy and mix it with other parts so that mortals can use it. It was at this time that Owen discovered that there was only one suitable candidate, and that was the little one who prayed for the seeds of strength when he was making soup. With no choice, Owen focused more on the other party and got more information, including Enya's little thoughts. Owen would not comment on Enya's approach, but he had to say that Enya selected and trained a very good believer for him. The first mission failed. The second mission was a mess. And the third mission was a haunted house. The trio, who were still plagued by bad luck, tried their best to talk and even threatened to summon the devil. The ghost mother-in-law just refused to leave fireplace. In desperation, they had no choice but to persuade the owner to seal the fireplace. But in the foggy city, you can't skip meals, but you can't live without a fireplace. Otherwise, the house will become moldy and grow mushrooms in less than 3 days, and it will completely rot in a month. So how could the owner agree? So their mission failed because the owner refused to pay, because not only did he have to live in fear with a ghost woman, but he also had to spend money to repair a fireplace. Back at the Wild Succubus Tavern, even Hatter was no longer interested in the beautiful scenes they passed by, because the successive failures had severely damaged their self-confidence. In fact, they should be thankful that although the second mission was troublesome, it was successful at least. Otherwise, if they failed 3 missions in a row, they would have been able to go back. The question is what to do next. They had to find a way to improve the success rate of the mission. But after much thought, the only possibility fell on Jinx. Chapter 503, The First Vegetarian Demon Altar. As a demon apprentice, what should I do if I want to gain power? Working hard to take on the mission? 10 years of practicing every day? Of course, it was a sacrifice. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of time to surrender to the devil. There is no problem that cannot be solved by sacrifice for the demon warlock. If there is, then double it. However, sacrifice requires an altar and sacrifices. So they came to the Wild Succubus Tavern to find Old Bones.
There is an altar in the tavern that I can lend to you, but you need to prepare the sacrifices yourself.
Old Bones did not refuse, because this was a discount given to newcomers by the Demon Association.
I would like to remind you in advance that the objects of sacrifice are generally demons who are not weak in strength. And the stronger the demon, the higher the requirements for the sacrifice. Once the sacrifice cannot satisfy the other party, then you will become a sacrifice, unless you, the 3 of you, have the ability to restrain demons.
The reason why Old Bones can live to this age is that he is different from other demon warlocks in terms of his low-key personality. Another reason is to take care of newcomers. Sometimes a reminder can save someone's life. So for so many years his life is very comfortable, because even those who have not received any favor from him do not want to provoke him. Otherwise they will wait to be tricked by others.
I've given out the sacrifice, but I also want to participate.
The speaker was Pola, the dance team leader of the Wild Succubus Tavern. At this time, she had just come off the stage before she had time to pick up the equipment scattered on the ground, standing so upright next to the 3 of them. The headlights of the car were almost hitting Jinx's face. The distance was so close that one could even see the little bits of sweat coming together after the wild dance and sliding slowly along the amazing arc, finally converging. It dripped from the top, but did not fall on the feet. Seeing this scene made the girl, who could only serve poached eggs every day, blush and be envious, and also curious to try it out. Paula didn't know what Jinx was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely teach her how to be more appropriate and coy.
What is your purpose?
Hatter was not dazzled by the free offer, and said with a frown on his face,
Don't be so nervous. Pola is a succubus hybrid. What she's best at is making friends. Sacrifice is undoubtedly the best and fastest way to build a relationship with a powerful demon.
Old Bones explained from the side. It was obvious that the 2 of them not only knew each other, but also had a close relationship. Not bad, but this made Hatter even more reluctant to trust the other party. The problem was that it was Jinx who made the decision. She agreed immediately, and then proposed the required sacrifices.
Are you sure you're right?
Pola confirmed again and again, with some doubts about her life. Seeing Jinx nodding firmly, she finally hesitated and let people prepare. After all, she was not a sacrificer. Even if something went wrong, she would be involved. If he doesn't reach her, he can use this to kill the sacrificer and draw the victim to him. The altar of the Wild Succubus Tavern is located underground in the tavern. The space is quite large. There are atmospheric candles around it. There is a thick carpet on the ground. There are also some strange things scattered on the ground, some of which seem to be sold by Old Bones.
Among the things, Hatter only recognized whips, handcuffs, ropes, torture racks, wooden horses, and various styles of short sticks. So he thought that these were instruments of torture. After all, this was an altar, and it was normal to torture people. To a certain extent, Hatter's guess was correct. That is, this torture was not what he imagined. After feeling that there was no danger, Hatter was the first to walk in, and found that the smell here was a bit weird. Although there was also the smell of blood. It was not much. It was more of an indescribable smell. Hatter was only in the wild succubus. I've smelled it in the pub. But it's not as strong as here. In fact, the taste is mixed. If it were separated, half of it would be familiar to Hatter. As for the other half, he would probably know it when he falls into the hands of the mixed-race succubus dancers in the tavern. The altar here is so unique mainly because the demon sacrifices are not all flesh and blood souls. Especially for demons above high level. It is impossible to satisfy their appetite without a massacre. The problem is that demon warlocks dare to kill, but cannot bear the consequences. So various tricks have emerged. For example, when offering sacrifices to war demons, a wonderful battle between gladiators would be a good sacrifice. The main sacrifice target of the wild succubus tavern also likes melee combat. Although he does not see blood and blood with guns and sticks. The intensity is no less intense. In many cases, one-on-one or even melee fights are common. It was because the battle was so fierce that the overflowing bodily fluids had already penetrated every inch of the place. Unless they dug 3 feet into the ground, the smell could not be eliminated. Jinx, who didn't know much about this, put the plant seeds collected by Pola's people on the altar with her own hands, making this altar that tasted countless blood, flesh and body fluids vegetarian for the first time. All the old tricks are now fresh again. In fact, both Bones and Pola felt that Jinx's operation was ridiculous. They had never heard of sacrificing plant seeds to the devil. What was the difference between this and force-feeding a beast a vegetarian diet? It would be weird if they didn't anger the other party. As for why, he didn't say anything to stop him. Old Bones didn't think that the 3 brats would sacrifice any high-level demons. Even if there was a problem, they would only make a fuss, which would not break through the various restrictions on the altar specifically for demons. At the same time, it would also allow them to grow up. Memory. As for Pola, because she sensed a trace of the demon lord's aura from Jinx, she did not dare to easily interfere with the other party's decision. So this sacrifice, that was extremely absurd in the eyes of any demon warlock, began. Sensing that the soul wave that appeared last time came to the garden again, Owen's heart moved and he wanted to pay attention, but found that the other party was too weak and it was a soul projection. I was afraid that he could only look at it and not even move. Otherwise, before he could speak, the projection was shattered. The difference between the two parties' levels was really too great. Owen, who had some headaches, could only leave this matter to Andromeda, asking her to cultivate the other person as much as possible, and then try to give the other person psychic powers when he was strong enough. Jinx, who didn't know this, found Andromeda again. Or rather, Andromeda was waiting for her there. After the two parties met, Jinx somehow opened her mouth to talk about her troubles during this period. You must know that she had never said these words to her parents. But under Andromeda's gentle eyes, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Regarding the girl's troubles, Andromeda did not preach or talk about any big principles. As a mother of 3 children, she knew very well what the girl needed now. So she listened carefully with a smile. Sure enough, after telling her, Jinx put a smile on her face again, and apologized to Andromeda very embarrassedly. The 3 children are not around, and they don't know if there will be a chance to meet again. Andromeda is very patient and gentle when facing Jinx, who is about the same age as her children. Take her hand and head to Ponyville, where I hope she'll be happier. Chapter 504, Joyful Sacrifice. Among the 4 major areas of the garden, Pony Valley is the most special. Even if there are many products redeemed from the system in other areas, it still cannot change the important position of Pony Valley in Owen's heart. So he spent a lot of thought on it. Reproduce it. It's easy to talk about construction. You can exchange it or build it directly. The focus is on ponies. Compared to simply copying the residents of Pony Valley, Owen prefers practicality. After all, he can't imagine what it would be like to have the cute ponies fighting style become a reality. The pony team's friendship magic battle in the Abyss the Devil? Although the idea was somewhat attractive, Owen controlled his impulse and waited until he had the opportunity to talk about it later. Owen, who didn't intend to copy it, made some changes to Ponyville. such as the largest number of earth ponies. As workers in the pony world, horses' size does not allow them to perform their functions well, such as using tools. Therefore, Owen changed them into centaurs, which have the flexible upper body of humans and the strong lower body of horses. Whether it is working, pulling carts, or fighting, they can be very competent. He has a say in this. After all, the territory is there is such a person. In comparison, Pegasus has not changed much. After all, their main abilities are to fly and control the weather, and they do not need human form. Therefore, Owen used the Pegasus in Heroes as a template, which is the kind that can fly with elves. And in the future they will also be an important part of the new arms he envisioned combined with the elves. What Irving values the most is unicorns. These beautiful and magical creatures use the 6th level unicorn unit template in Heroes of Might and Magic. After completing the creation, the unicorns of Ponyville are born with powerful magic. Even if they do nothing, they will have legendary strength as adults. After gaining the wisdom and magic of ponies, they are said to be legends in the shape of horses. The mage is not an exaggeration at all, and is even more powerful. Unfortunately, because the time was too short, the 3 ponies were still ponies, but it was cuter this way. At least Jinx had a lot of fun playing with these energetic ponies. Owen, who has always been watching with a trace of his heart, smiled like an old father. Now he is powerful and wealthy, and controls astonishing power and the fate of countless people. However, happiness has long since left him, and all he thinks about every day is how to become stronger, how to deal with external threats. Even some of the man's little hobbies can only be satisfied by incarnation. Now even the incarnation can't satisfy his little hobbies. So happiness has been away from him for a long time. This caused Owen's memories and personality from his previous life to gradually disappear and change, which he could not tolerate. He has never forgotten that he is a time traveler. This is his essence, not the so-called Lord or God, even if the latter is very powerful and will be omnipotent in the future. But this is his bottom line. Owen doesn't want his future self to forget everything about his past life and become a real god. Cold, ruthless and aloof. It is for these reasons that Owen pays more attention to Jinx. Maybe he wants her innocent smile to last longer in this cruel world. Seeing Jinx with an innocent and happy smile in front of the altar, Bones couldn't help but rub his eyes. I've lived so long that I can see all kinds of strange things. This is the first time I smiled so happily when I saw a sacrifice. Old Bones stroked his beard and said in surprise. During the sacrifice, some were pious and some were pious. Some are fanatical. Some are fearful. Some are crazy. Some are sad. And some even self-mutilate. But the only one who is not happy is that they really live for a long time. But compared to these, the object of Jinx's sacrifice was what shocked Bones and Pola the most. When making a sacrifice, the demon who accepts the sacrifice usually projects part of his consciousness over it. After all, that's what the altar is for. But there is another situation. That is, the gap between the two sides is too big and the altar cannot be reversed. So the soul of the sacrificer is projected to the other side. Generally, this situation only occurs in sacrifices at the level of a demon lord, which means that the rookie in front of him is sacrificing to a demon lord. Just because they knew this, the two of them were even more shocked, because the chance was too low. The death rate was also ridiculously high, and they had never heard of someone being able to laugh when they saw a demon lord. No, she only went to the demon lord's territory, not to see the demon lord himself, Old Bones suddenly said, as he remembered something at this time. Pola also remembered that if the level gap was too big, the soul projection would be dispelled. So what the other party saw was not the demon lord. Even this is astonishing enough. The demon lord is already the pinnacle that 90% of demon warlocks can reach. And this one is standing on the threshold of the terminal, just waiting for enough strength to push the door open. How can this not be the case? Make both of them envious. Bones and Pola looked at each other. After each understood the other's plan, they then looked away and focused their attention on Jinx. It is impossible to kill someone. The object of sacrifice is not snatched in this way. Someone needs to be brought as a middleman. Otherwise, if you come to the door rashly, you will be shot to death. Not to mention that the object is a demon lord with a notorious bad temper. So Jinx's existence becomes very important. Jinx never knew that the garden was so beautiful. Especially Pony Valley. The ponies made her eyes wide open. It took her a long time to sign a contract with a pony. And then she remembered herself. The goal of, is there a way to increase combat effectiveness? Andromeda tilted her head.
After Owen's nourishment, she had regained her beauty, and was even better. At this time, just a simple movement made Jinx stunned for a long time. Only then did he come back to his senses.
There are many powerful beings in the garden, but you are not enough to summon them. Magical plants are the least burden on you, so spend more time on them first. In addition, you can learn some magic and combat skills from me, if you have a talent for psychic powers. And you can also learn knowledge related to psychic powers,
Andromeda said to Jinx carefully. But the latter was personally ordered by the Lord of the Garden, so she naturally did not dare to neglect it. Psychic energy is a good thing, but the requirements for its users are not low. If ordinary people dare to touch it, the end will not be much better than being burned to death by evil energy. Even elves need to use it with caution. To this end, Owen invented a magic wand to enhance his perception and control of psychic energy, and also to significantly reduce the erosion and backlash of psychic energy on himself. This kind of magic wand is thicker than a magic wand, and smaller than a magic wand. It is somewhere in between. It is about a foot long, just enough to hold in one hand, and feels excellent in the hand. Because of the special preferences of the elves, the magic wand is very finely carved and decorated with gems and filigree, so the shape is quite gorgeous. However, this uneven and convex magic wand looked more and more familiar to Owen. Could it be that living in Starfate Wonderland had an indescribable impact on the elves? As for whether Jinx has psychic talent, of course she does, with Owen helping her cheat. However, her current physique is barely up to standard due to the fusion of the soup given by Owen. She still needs to accumulate soul, will and knowledge, so she still needs to learn relevant knowledge and training. Chapter 505 Equipment Seeds. After the sacrifice, Jinx came back to her senses with a smile on her face, as if she had just come out of the amusement park. It was obvious from a glance that she had lived a very happy life. But no one asked about the process, including Old Bones and Pola, who had been watching for a long time. They both smiled and kindly watched her and her two friends leave. But as soon as the three of them left, Pola and Bones started a fierce war of words, spitting on each other's faces. But no one took a step back. Both of them were very aware of the potential of Jinx, a newcomer. So don't say he slobbered all over his face, and even peed on his face without shutting up. As veterans, both of them knew very well that as long as Jinx didn't die and wasn't abandoned by any demon lord, they would be the seeds of a legend. Therefore, as long as the other party is willing to share the profit, both of them can gain weight. So they must earn it. The three-person team returned to the hotel. Hatter and Hammer looked at Jinx expectantly, because Jinx's sacrifice also helped them find a plan to increase their strength.
Here, these are new seeds. After signing a contract, they can be turned into equipment. However, the consumption of magic power is a bit high, so you can only use one.
Jinx took out a bag of seeds and told how to use them.
It's really a magical plant. But are you sure it's something from the devil?
Hatter had long felt that something was wrong with Jinx, because the style of painting was completely wrong. Others summon demons. She summons plants. Others sacrifice flesh and blood. She sacrifices seeds. Are you sure you are joining the Valley of Demons? Instead of changing professions to a druid in a certain forest? If Jinx hadn't been a newcomer joining them, and the other party's teacher was also a veteran demon warlock, they would have thought that the other party was an undercover agent of some druid group who had infiltrated the Devil's Valley.
Probably so. I have seen some particularly tall and strong demons in the garden. Although they are very kind, they must be demons.
Jinx thought for a while, nodded and said firmly, even Iron Hammer is not calm now. He is just taciturn and a bit naive. But it does not mean that he is stupid. And listen to what you are saying? A kind devil? A devil who likes flowers and plants? A demon who likes to help people? If all demons were like this, Devil Valley wouldn't be a forbidden place. And so many new people wouldn't die every year. The problem is that although they don't want to admit it, what happened to Jinx tells them that it is probably true. Are there really kind demons in the world? The two novices now began to wonder whether what they learned in Devil's Valley was incomplete, and whether those demon warlocks were hiding something. Why was there such a big difference between what they learned and what Jinx learned? Is it a gender relationship? The two people who were puzzled finally chose to give up thinking and began to select the equipment seeds brought by Jinx. Vegetable seeds can grow vegetables. Fruit seeds can grow fruits. And equipment seeds can naturally grow equipment.
This sounds even more unbelievable than the fact that the devil is kind.
Hatter sighed, and then followed Jinx's instructions. Dug a hole in the flower pot, buried some soil, and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure enough, a strange branch grew out, like a short stick.
This is a sword,
Jinx said with certainty. Hatter, who had already accepted his fate, did not speak and nodded. You said yes and then asked?
So how do I use it? Sign a contract with it, and just summon it directly when using it. The more magic power you infuse, the stronger it will be.
And it can repair itself as long as it is not completely damaged.
Jinx said that this is very simple. And in fact it is indeed very simple.
It's really magical.
Hatter opened his mouth and finally said this. Hatter wanted to sign the contract, which was more troublesome. He used a knife to bleed some blood on himself, and then completed the signing after a ceremony. After the contract was completed, Hatter felt a vague connection and was suddenly excited. In fact, Hatter's talent in summoning is not very good. Otherwise his teacher would not directly strengthen his abilities in other aspects. Although he did not ask for his consent. It has to be said that this is a wise decision. After all, newcomers are always unwilling to be ordinary. But the price of being willful is wasting their potential. After all, once you take the wrong path, it is not that easy to turn back. Impatient to complete the summons, Hatter immediately had a strange wooden sword hilt in his hand, and was stunned.
Has this sword not grown yet? Does it need fertilizing?
Hatter said with a frown.
You need to input magic power. Be careful of getting electrocuted.
Jinx recalled the plant illustration and said to Hatter, although he is not an official demon warlock, he still has magic power. Hatter concentrated on mobilizing his own magic power, which was not very powerful. Fortunately, he signed a contract with the hilt of the sword in his hand, and successfully connected the magic power through the connection between the two. With the infusion of magic power, the hilt of the sword began to crackle, and a strange sword body curved like lightning grew. Although he couldn't see where the blade was, the lightning-like shape and the electric current that made him feel numb all made Hatter understand the value of this sword.
What's the name of this sword?
Hatter said excitedly. If he hadn't been afraid of electrocuting himself, he would have taken out the greased deer's skin and other things to maintain the sword.
It seems to be electric green tea.
Although Jinx didn't know why the sword was called this name, it didn't matter, as long as Hatter liked green tea. Next is the hammer. The plant weapon he originally selected was the torch mallet, a huge two-handed war hammer with one end sharp and one end burning with flames. After being infused with magic power, it sprays flames and can knock a fully armed knight away more than 10 meters. But after thinking about it, Iron Hammer finally replaced the flame mallet with the ground thorn armor. It is similar to the nut armor that Jinx used before, but the ground spike armor is thicker, made of large pieces of carapace, and the surface is covered with fawn-like spikes. You can tell it is a murderous weapon at a glance. The reason he chose the ground thorn armor was not because Iron Hammer was afraid of death. On the contrary, he chose this equipment because he wanted to be at the front. In fact, this is a smart choice, because among the three, Jinx is not only a long-range shooter, but also an important core, while Hatter is the commander of the team and has good skills. Only the hammer has nothing. No extraordinary even if he is not afraid of death. How many times can he die? Therefore, he who chose the ground thorn armor has already made the decision to become the team's human shield. In this way, he will also become an indispensable member of the team. This is the position he has given himself. Seeing Hammer's choice, Hatter nodded secretly, and at the same time gave up his plan to change team members. In the perfect team envisioned by Hatter, Jinx is the absolute core, and he is the commander, with the rest consisting of 3 to 5 teammates. These include shield defenders, rogues, shooters, and spellcasters. Full of confidence in Jinx's future, Hatter has high requirements for his teammates. So Hammer, who is just the son of a blacksmith, is not on his list. However, Iron Hammer also has its advantages. First of all, they have been together since they were newcomers. After becoming apprentices, they formed a team to complete tasks, both in terms of familiarity and trust. They were higher than those of strangers. Therefore, Hatter has always been somewhat hesitant. The choice Iron Hammer made now undoubtedly proved his determination and role. Hatter did not mind giving the other party a chance. Chapter 506, The Barbarian Kingdom Committed Death. It's a pity that the magic power of Hatter and Hammer is very average,
and they can't support more and stronger plant equipment at all, unless they perform the magic blood ritual again. And this is also the way for most demon apprentices to advance, relying on their own cultivation too slow. However, the demon blood ritual is not that easy to do. In addition to luck, materials and sacrifices. You also need to find a trusted demon warlock to help conduct it. This is not an easy task for the demon apprentice, because it is difficult to increase strength. It is extremely valuable for Jinx to provide some equipment seeds. And for the demon warlock, this kind of power with almost no dangers and side effects is simply a gift. Next, keep up the hard work. Complete several tasks beautifully, and make a name for yourself. Hatter thought to encourage himself. Jinx is just a sideshow to Owen. And even the Garden of the Demon Lord Owen is just a casual chess game that is used to splitting bases. His main focus is still on the territory. Today, the territory is still busy, resettling the relocated population, improving infrastructure, reorganizing the army at all levels, and organizing people's production. These alone occupy 90% of the territory's energy, not to mention the construction of border fortifications. It can be said that the entire territory is working hard to recover the resources left behind by the Noble Alliance. At this time, the North Barbarian Kingdom was preparing to take action as expected. When the Noble Alliance contacted the Northland Barbarian Kingdom before, the Barbarian Kingdom had already made plans to take action. This country has been aggressive towards foreign countries since the day it was founded. As long as the strength is sufficient, war is inevitable for them. But at that time, the three parties were just in confrontation. If the Barbarian Kingdom really dared to send troops, maybe the three parties would join forces to kill them first. After all, he had fought against all three of them. Therefore, the Barbarian Kingdom did not send troops, but kept waiting for the three major alliances in the north to fight among themselves, hoping to benefit from it. But what happened next was beyond the expectations of the Barbarian Kingdom. First, the alliance of nobles was cut and eaten like a cake. Then, after a long confrontation, the sudden war ended too quickly. The Barbarian Kingdom just wanted to take advantage of the chaos. When the troops were dispatched, the war was already over, and even the Northern Glory Alliance had begun to return to garrison. In this case, the Barbarian Kingdom had only two options. One was to take advantage of the situation, and the other was to continue waiting. The advantage of sending troops immediately is that they can take advantage of the Northern Glory Alliance's army being divided into two. While they need to be wary of the Bagwan Border City Alliance, they also have to face their army. The problem is that at this time, the Northern Glory Alliance had just won a big victory and had recruited a large number of reserve troops. Although the supplies were insufficient, their morale was soaring, and the outcome of the battle was unpredictable. The Barbarian Kingdom was not completely isolated from the outside world. It also discovered the advantages of firearms in warfare. Therefore, it was very clear that firearms could play an advantage in defensive warfare, and even reserve regiments could not underestimate them. What's more, although the Barbarian Kingdom has strong combat power, its productivity is weak. If it falls into a war of attrition, even if it wins, its vitality will be severely damaged. It's hard to say what the situation will be like. As for continuing to wait, that is because the Barbarian Kingdom discovered that the Northern Glory Alliance was engaged in relocation and construction, and the scale was still very large. This is not a good thing for the Barbarian Kingdom. Once completed, the strength of the Northland Glory Alliance will increase 3 to 5 times. By then, it will definitely be their formidable enemy, and may even be in danger of annihilating the country. But millions of people are not a small number. If you want to complete the resettlement in a short time, the consumption of materials and manpower are enough to make any force collapse. This is without any external influence. But the reality is that the Northern Glory Alliance not only has to confront the Border City Alliance, but also needs to build a large-scale defense front and station a large number of main force troops. It is also necessary to maintain public security internally and expand the border garrison. A lot of troops and material resources. It can be said that the Northern Glory Alliance is now like a taut string, unable to withstand any external pressure. Otherwise, once it breaks, the whole will fall into uncontrollable collapse and civil strife. Although they don't know why the Northern Glory Alliance takes such a big risk, the Barbarian Kingdom knows very well that they just need to wait patiently until the opponent's resources are almost exhausted and the troops are dispersed enough. Then it is time to send troops. At that time, it was impossible for the Northern Glory Alliance to give up the process of relocation and construction, because once it gave up, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and the large number of immigrants who had been resettled or not resettled would become unstable factors, and large-scale disasters might occur. Riot. Once this happens, not only the Barbarian Kingdom, but also the Border Town Alliance, which has just suffered a big loss, will not miss this plan. They will join forces to tear the Northern Honor Alliance into pieces. Therefore, after realizing this, the Barbarian Kingdom has been patient until now before sending troops. Regarding the actions of the Barbarian Kingdom, the territory had actually already expected it. After all, the four major forces in the north, the Noble Alliance, and the Border Town Alliance were gone, leaving only the Barbarian Kingdom. Don't pay attention to who he pays attention to. In addition, the territory has never looked down upon the Barbarian Kingdom, and the collection of relevant intelligence has never stopped. It's just that the Barbarian Kingdom is too closed, and is very cruel both internally and externally. There is only one trading town that is open regularly, so it is not easy to penetrate. Therefore, the intelligence is not very complete. But only part of the intelligence is enough for the territory to pay attention to it. A barbarian kingdom has arisen.
Before, it was just undead and alien races. But now even the demon head, the flesh church, and the fell Radnan have joined in. Is the barbarian kingdom trying to commit suicide?
Owen frowned after receiving the information provided by Maya and the others. Said to himself, this is why the territory attaches great importance to the barbarian kingdom. There are too many harmful things in it. Once it breaks out, even the territory cannot predict how much damage it will cause. Who knows how the barbarian kingdom got involved with these evil forces, and how it managed to survive until now. If it had been another alliance, it would have been wiped out 7 or 8 times ago. In addition, Owen also sensed the aura of the gods in the direction of the barbarian kingdom. A real god, not a god, not a demigod. This is strange. Except for cheating like him. Where else could a god suddenly appear? Also, why did the noble goddess never mention the existence of the other party? Is there any conspiracy inside? Because the situation was too complicated. Owen turned his attention to the territory to prepare for the upcoming war. In fact, facing the current situation, the territory has no good solution. Although it still hides some of its power, it is still an extremely heavyweight power. But its opponents are not bad. Whether it is the Devil's Head or the Flesh Church, they are no longer as hiding as they were before. Hidden. No one knows how much of the empire they have gained by occupying the imperial capital, and to what extent it has grown now, let alone the shadow of gods in it. So Owen cannot help but ignore it. Fortunately, Owen is not bad either. He has hidden many trump cards. Sometimes he has to think about it first. Therefore, on the surface, the territory is struggling to mobilize limited troops and resources. The power mobilized secretly shocked Maya. Chapter 507 Star Legion. The subway network that the territory has spent a lot of effort to build has been very complete, connecting all areas of the territory in all directions. Now it has reached full capacity for the first time. The non-stop transportation has made the rails hot. The workers responsible for maintenance keep their eyes open at all times. Dare you be careless? After all, once an accident occurs on the underground railway, it is not easy to restart operation. Fortunately, the technology has been quite mature, and the underground railway is running smoothly, under the surging power of the locomotive. Metal from the bison collar, food from the green shade city, arms from the ruins, and puppets from the underground city are continuously being transported as strategic reserves. Go to Beicheng and become a war potential. Today alone, thousands of tons of ammunition have been transported from the industrial area of the underground ruins. And this is only the first batch. After Maya received it, she immediately allocated these supplies to Howard to save him from nagging in her ears all day. In addition, the Goblin Corps, which had been waiting for a long time, also arrived in the underground city via the underground railway, fully armed and carrying a large amount of heavy ordnance. The Goblin Corps was mobilized because weapons and ammunition could be manufactured directly, but soldiers could not. The territory's military strength is now too scattered. The confrontation with the Border City Alliance has taken up too many troops in the territory. In addition to the main army, it also includes more than 100,000 reserve troops. After all, the defense lines of both sides are too long. And unlike the Border City Alliance, there is a ready-made Xiongwan border city garrison. The territory's garrison must also be built by yourself, coupled with a large number of immigrants. More places need to be garrisoned, and not many troops can be mobilized at all. As for conscription, let alone the combat effectiveness of this kind of conscripts, the biggest hidden danger is simply not converting. So Owen decided to mobilize the goblin regiments that have been tested in wars. However, the number of goblin regiments is still a bit small, even if he uses a sub-city quota for the ruins, plus Green Shade City.
The total population of goblins is only about 70,000, excluding workers, old, weak, women and children. The number of soldiers is as high as the sky, about 20,000. Therefore, Owen plans to mix the goblin core and the high imitation puppets made by the underground city using the T-600 as a template to form a steel army. In addition, the gargoyles and iron golems that had been sealed away were also activated one after another as consumables in this war to reduce the goblins' battle losses. Owen's orders also stimulated the two research departments of the underground city and the ruins. A large number of advanced equipment that had not been tested in war since its design and manufacture were taken out and equipped to the goblin core, adding more resources to the victory of this war. Heavy chips. Because of Owen's strong support, many of the things brought out by the two major scientific research centers made his eyes jump when he saw them. So he definitely couldn't take out all of them. In addition to selecting some equipment for the goblin core, the rest was given to the Thunder Guards, super aces like the army. Seeing the growing goblin core, Owen thought about it and decided to upgrade the goblin core to an alien version of the goblin astral army, named the Earthstar Army. Although the goblin technology is shocking, it is still a conventional force. Super aces such as the Thunder Guards are not included in the calculation. This shows how terrifying the hidden strength of the territory is. Maya and Howard were amazed by the hidden power used in the territory. It was also at this time that Owen remembered that he seemed to be implementing divided management. So even Maya didn't know everything about the entire territory. There is no way. Owen was very defensive in the early days. He divided the entire territory into multiple independent areas, each with its own person in charge. Therefore, even Maya, who has the most power in the territory, only controls things on the surface of the territory, such as they are Green City, Magic Academy, underground ruins, dungeons, routes, as well as the temple and the Thunder Guards. She only has partial knowledge and limited permission to mobilize these. She must have Owen's permission to truly command them. The advantage of doing this is that you don't have to worry about being ignored. But the disadvantage is that it is difficult to use your overall strength. However, Owen has no intention of changing. He is a god now. Although he does not have to worry about being ignored. He is afraid that he will disappear for decades like before. If anything happens to Maya, the new person will not be able to take over. She must have her abilities. But she has ambitions that she shouldn't have. It's not because they are afraid that the new people in power will be disloyal, but because ambition and loyalty are not in conflict. An ambitious leader is not good news for the territory. And it is also not good news for Irving, because what he needs most is stability, not reckless expansion. Even if it was as huge as an empire, the imperial family's dominance over the empire at its peak was not very good, barely controlling 1/3. This did not include the internal struggles within the imperial family. Therefore, in order to avoid accidents in the future, Irving decided to maintain the practice of having two teams inside and outside the territory. But now he has given the temporary highest authority to Maya, who will have an overview of the overall situation. After all, he cannot personally take command now. And even if he can, he will not this ability. The territory is preparing for war. And the barbarian kingdom is certainly not idle either. But their war preparations are a bit scary. This starts with the geography and history of the barbarian kingdom. The barbarian kingdom closer to the north is very barren, with most of the land covered by ice and snow. Only the plains and hills can grow low plants that stick to the ground. In this environment, even if you cultivate carefully, you will not get much harvest. So herding and hunting are also difficult. An important food source for the barbarian kingdom. Unfortunately, the temperature here is too low, and the higher places are covered with ice and snow all year round. Therefore, there are not many days suitable for farming and hunting throughout the year. Even if the barbarians are born with strong bodies, it will be difficult to make up for it. It can be said that how many barbarians living here can survive, and how many will die all depends on the changes in the weather. If there is more good weather, more people will survive. If there is more bad weather, a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people need to be dealt with in advance in order to save more food and allow more young and strong people to survive. Such a cruel living environment makes people in the barbarian kingdom not fear death, and even worship death. It was also the perennial worship of death that allowed them to accidentally awaken the undead demigod sealed in the Icehelm Mountains. The undead demigod couldn't break free from the seal, but there was no problem in letting his power penetrate and teach him some knowledge about the undead. It was with these, coupled with the brave barbarian warriors who were not afraid of death,
that the barbarian kingdom signed a contract with the white dragons and frost giants in the mountains to become allies, and formed a coalition to carry out the first southern expedition. Although that southern expedition did not achieve its final goal, the rich harvest still made the barbarian kingdom and its allies never forget it. In recent years, the barbarian kingdom has received a lot of support from the southern barbarians' rebels. This has made the barbarian kingdom's ambitions increase year by year, and it has become more unscrupulous. In the early years, skeleton armies were simply formed through blood sacrifices and mass graves. But now the utilization rate is even higher. Chapter 508: The Abyss of the Four Gods. Nowadays, everyone is valuable in the barbarian kingdom, no matter you are old, weak or sick, because here, your flesh and blood will be taken away by the people of the flesh church. Your bones will be driven by the necromancer, and your soul will be taken away by evil spirits. Can ignite? So I ask you never despair. What's even more desperate is that your despair and negative emotions will be used by demon warlocks to summon demons, without any waste. It is not an exaggeration to say that the current barbarian kingdom is a demon kingdom on earth. And it is even more cruel. Even the soldiers are strengthened by various taboos. And the only purpose is to become stronger, because a war was about to start. The old, weak, sick and disabled barbarians and captive slaves who had been specially left behind over the years were driven into the abyss of the four gods by the heavily armed barbarian soldiers full of evil spirits, and became the fuel of the war. The abyss of the four gods was originally just a large valley where the barbarian kingdom drove the old and weak to fend for themselves in years of disaster. Now it has become their holy land and hell for the weak. In the center of the broad hinterland of the valley, there are four statues with a height of 100 meters, namely the Skeleton King, the Fell King, the Lord of Flesh, and the Mother of the Abyss. Among them, the Skeleton King is the undead demigod who was sealed in the far north, and the Fell King is the king of the Fell Red Men. As for the Lord of Flesh and the Mother of the Abyss, one is an extremely ancient evil god, and the other is the incarnation of the Abyss. The first two are obviously far inferior to the latter two, but the latter two bosses are not in the main world at all, and they don't care about a mere world. Naturally, they are not as close to the people as the Skeleton King and the Evil King. However, the pragmatic barbarian kingdom doesn't care about this, as long as it can bring them enough benefits. Even if it is a piece of shit on top, they will be knocked down by everyone. It is so real. The problem is that if these four people come together, plus their believers and priests, you can imagine what the barbarian kingdom will look like now. For example, the Four Gods Abyss is a holy land rather than a processing factory. The old, weak and slaves who just rushed in were controlled by their bodies immediately, in the midst of panic and despair. Feeling their own flesh, blood and internal organs was like having self-awareness. They were still struggling hard, trying to break free from the skeleton. You can imagine how desperate and painful they felt at this moment. After all, the feeling of muscle tearing and nerve rupture was not that wonderful. In the end, the skin was unable to restrain the crazy beating muscles, and was torn like rags. Before the blood could spurt out, the energetic muscle bundles broke free from the skeleton, and the blood vessels and nerves were pulled away one after another. And the internal organs it also squirmed and fell off from the pelvic cavity, while still steaming. During the whole process, these people's consciousness was clear, and the pain was unreservedly imprinted on their consciousness, causing them to have a mental breakdown. Their despair penetrated deep into their souls. Even those whose eyes had not yet left their sockets could see the things falling from their bodies. The flesh and blood gathered into a scarlet torrent, and gathered in front of the statue of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. And the people taught by the Flesh and Blood Church carried out the next step of processing. The clean skeleton did not stop moving, and with the unique crisp clicking sound of fresh bones, it came to the statue of the Skeleton King, accepted the curse, and transformed into a member of the cannon fodder skeleton core. Then the despair and bloody energy that filled the valley were extracted and used to open the abyss passage and summon a steady stream of demons. And the pale soul that was drained by the torture was not wasted. It was ignited by evil energy and became the source of expansion of evil energy. Although the scene in front of me is cruel, it is only rough processing. The more efficient use of life is still below, under the Four Gods Abyss. In a huge underground palace, various sorted raw materials flowed down different pipes. Flesh is flesh. Skin is skin. Viscera is viscera. Nerves and blood vessels are no longer entangled. Even bones, they are all clearly defined and of high quality. They are still twitching and squirming after being soaked in a pool of negative energy. Among them, The necromancer was the first to take action, driving the skeleton out of the negative energy pool, and then used his professional knowledge to piece together a strong skeleton with good bones. Then, there are the people from the Church of Flesh. Their tasks are more complicated. Internal organs, flesh and blood, nerves, blood vessels, and skin all need to be built neatly on the skeleton one by one. They cannot be scattered on the ground after just a few steps, because the workload is not small. The skin is simply omitted. It doesn't bother me if it doesn't exist anyway. As for the image issue of exposed flesh and blood, they are the embodiment of evil. Who cares about this? After the foundation is laid, the demon warlock injects the evil blood originating from the devil into the heart, allowing the flesh and blood to be penetrated by evil and chaos. Finally, the fell warlock used evil energy to activate the heart and ignite the fire of life in this flesh and blood creation. From then on, an evil and chaotic life form was successfully created. The thick bones of the soulless and skinless monster were covered with severely deformed flesh and blood, making it look extremely ferocious. However, the people present had long been accustomed to it, and were even numb. They didn't even raise their eyelids, just like workers driving screws on the assembly line, still going about their business step by step, continue to do their job, because if they don't want to be one of them, they have to do their job well and show enough value. There is no room for boring things like kindness here. In another cave, a group of evil gray dwarves were constantly hammering the newly mined pig iron, forging these good quality iron blocks into simple but heavy equipment, and then using iron nails and chains to cut these without burrs. The treated metal is fixed on the flesh and blood of these monsters, covering the flesh with a layer of metal. These monsters are more terrifying than the stitches. They use muscles as power, evil energy as fuel, and curses as their mission. As long as they continue to kill, they can plunder lives and fight forever. They are well-deserved murderous weapons in the world. But the humanoid weapons that only appear in nightmares are just the most basic chaos warriors here. In other places, the flesh and blood monsters based on the skeletons of white dragons and frost giants are more terrifying than the last. But the amount of work is also larger. It's complicated. Just fixing the bones, covering the flesh, adjusting the internal organs, and injecting the demonic blood is a laborious task, let alone rekindling the fire of life with thick evil energy. Everything that happens in the abyss of the four gods is orderly and efficient. Brutality aside, it has the industrial beauty of an assembly line. But the main force in the war is not just these monsters. At this time, in the various barracks of the barbarian kingdom, the barbarian soldiers with bald heads and tattoos drank the devil's blood wine one after another. It was like filling a bucket of gasoline and swallowing a handful of firecrackers. Their whole bodies were on fire. There was no need to boost morale. One by one, like an angry bull, eager to go to war. From their blood-red eyes, it seemed as if they had already felt the feeling of splitting flesh and bones, which was so addictive. Behind the army are the civilians accompanying the army. They will provide enough food, grass, and labor for the army. If they cannot meet the needs of the army, then they are the army rations and the skeletons who work. Chapter 509, Hidden Danger. As soon as the barbarian kingdom sent out troops, the territory knew it. After all, the one-eyed giant eagle was patrolling the other side's border.
There is something in the sky. It doesn't look like a raptor. It seems to be some kind of alchemical creation,
a demon warlock who accompanied the army said as he narrowed his transplanted demon eyes.
Magic can't reach it, and the dragonborn can't fly so high. Summon the winged demon to knock it down.
Another demon warlock looked up at the sky and said a little irritably. The demon warlock had a bad temper, but he moved very quickly and jointly summoned more than a dozen flying winged demons. These abyssal creatures are born to belong to the sky. Even if the one-eyed giant eagle is thousands of meters high in the sky, it still cannot escape the fate of being destroyed.
Go bring the wreckage back. Let the winged demon continue to stay in the sky, patrolling in turns, and don't be targeted again.
Demon warlocks are not soldiers, but their years of hiding in XC have made them well aware of the importance of hiding their traces. Therefore, needless to say, they each take turns summoning winged demons to patrol the sky, to be wary of the approach of things like the one-eyed giant eagle.
It seems that the target this time is not ordinary.
A great demon warlock played with the remains of the one-eyed giant eagle brought back by his men. Although the self-destruction device made these remains worthless, anyone with a little basic knowledge can still see them. You can see how high the alchemy skills and extraordinary creativity are contained in this.
If it were normal, we wouldn't have worked together for such a long time.
A flesh-and-blood bishop wearing a blood-red robe sneered. Although the evil rat warlock and the undead high priest were silent. They never said anything. From the looks of their eyes, they all agreed inwardly. It is not an exaggeration to say that these people are the embodiment of evil. So talking about cooperation is just a joke. People in our own organization often have bad ideas. And stabbing people in the back is directly full of criticism. How can they endure cooperation for so long? You can imagine how difficult it is. There are only greater threats that force a group of extremely evil characters to work together, such as the Holy Shield and the Northern Glory Alliance. The Northland was supposed to be their paradise. But in fact, the actions of these evil organizations in the Northland have been unsatisfactory, especially after the emergence of the Holy Shield. They faced many blows, forcing them to enter a latent period. Only the Barbarian Kingdom succeeded, the only free area. And now the Northern Glory Alliance is about to unify the Northland. If they don't take action, they will no longer have room to survive. It is due to these pressures that many evil factions in the north gathered in the Barbarian Kingdom. And the ambitious Barbarian Kingdom was not willing to be lonely. Just like Pan Jinlian met Shi Manqing. The two sides hit it off immediately, and couldn't wait to start in-depth cooperation.
Now that we have been discovered, we will implement the Kiss of Fear plan,
the great demon warlock said calmly. The dispatch of the army did not expect them to be concealed for long. But being discovered so quickly was still somewhat beyond their expectations. Therefore, as a precaution, some methods must be used in advance to prevent the other party from being prepared.
I agree, but the main target is the opponent's defense line or the North City. You must know that dividing the troops is not a good idea.
The undead priest, who has cooperated with the Barbarian Kingdom for the longest time, has experienced many wars. So he spoke.
The temporary defense line is of little value, and it cannot stop our army. However, the North City is the core of the Northern Glory Alliance. As long as it is destroyed, the opponent will have lost half,
the great demon warlock said with a sneer. In the end, the words of the great demon warlock won the recognition of others. So dozens of huge figures flew out of the Four Gods Abyss, flying in the direction of Beicheng like dark clouds. At the same time, many members also went there under the leadership of the demon warlock, who was good at teleportation, all over the Northland. At this time, the territory is still unaware of the opponent's actions. In fact, although the one-eyed giant eagle was destroyed, it still sent back some important information, which is currently being analyzed in detail.
The number of troops in the Barbarian Kingdom is larger than previously expected. In addition, their size and appearance confirmed our previous guesses. They have begun to become demonic.
Maya knocked on the table and said to Howard with a frown. The multiple projections in front of the two people were continuously magnified, and various details were integrated by the Flame Queen for analysis. And the conclusions reached confirmed the previous guesses. Although the Northland barbarians are tall, they are within the normal range. The average height is between 1.8 and 2 meters. Although there are some who exceed 2 meters, there are not as many as imagined. At present, the barbarian soldiers in the Barbarian Kingdom are all over 2 meters tall, judging from the mutated skulls and thick joints. The body mutations have been quite serious. It is hard to say whether they can be regarded as human beings. In addition to these, from the perspective of equipment, it cannot be underestimated. The Barbarian Kingdom is not equipped with large-scale firearms, except for a small number of large-caliber muskets that can even be called cannons. The main weapons are heavy weapons such as tomahawks and hammers. The armor is also heavy, but easy to build plate armor. Although these equipment are primitive, they are extraordinary in the hands of barbarian soldiers. First of all, even a fully armed knight might not be able to withstand the opponent's blow, and it would be difficult for ordinary firearms to penetrate such thick plate armor. In other words, once the opponent gets close, the main troops in the territory will only be massacred. If it were any other army, it would be a dream to break through the firepower network of the territory. However, the demonized soldiers of the Barbarian Kingdom are different. Just analyzing the details, the preliminary conclusion drawn is that every demonized soldier has a power above the human limit. With his physical fitness, he can compete with the intermediate knights with his physical body. After such monster soldiers are equipped with heavy armor, it is not that easy to suppress them with firepower. Not to mention that the opponent's army also has demon warlocks, fell warlocks, flesh priests, undead priests, and other legal professions known for their lethality. As long as the opponent is not stupid, it is not difficult to create opportunities for both sides to engage in close combat. The data analyzed one by one made Howard frown deeper than Maya. because he knew very well that the enemy he encountered this time had no humanity at all. Which also meant that there could not be any negligence. Otherwise, he would definitely pay blood price. In fact, the territory's worries were not in vain, because serious chaos soon occurred in various resettlement sites in the territory. Demon warlocks who are proficient in teleportation, through the teleportation arrays deployed and advanced throughout the north, are simply invisible. In addition to spreading a large number of demon eggs, flesh and blood seeds, cursed items, and evil energy soup and other items that create chaos, they also personally kill them. Some of the more remote settlements turn the residents inside into twisted flesh and blood, cursed undead, and materials for summoning demons, allowing these things to spread out and create more chaos. At this moment, the disadvantages that have not been transformed by the system are revealed. These people who have just completed the migration and have not yet settled down, out of panic, dissatisfaction, and interests, actively or passively accept these things that should not be touched, laying huge hidden dangers. Chapter 510. The poison is omnipotent. The continuous bad news came to Maya's hands, making her frown. But she had expected this. It's a very real problem. You can't expect all enemies to be gentlemen who abide by the rules. What's more, the war itself uses all means. If the previous war with the Border Town Alliance was not limited to the territory of the Noble Alliance, the situation in the territory would not be better than that of the Alliance. How much better is the Alliance of Nobles for Ruins? In fact, this is normal, and no one cares about the means used, because only those who win are qualified to be criticized, and losers are remembered and forgotten. But Maya underestimated the destructive power of those bastards and their ability to create chaos. Even when she saw the report, her face was livid, and she felt as if she had entered menopause early, and her menstrual blood was burning. On the one hand, the extent of chaos and losses exceeded Maya's expectations. On the other hand, she could accept the massacre of residents and the loss of materials. It didn't matter even if the settlements were burned to the ground. But she could not accept those people no matter what. Hidden dangers left. Maya knew very well that the things left behind by any one of these four families, let alone the four families, could be said to have endless consequences for thousands of years. Not long after this, reports began to show that people in the settlements were summoning demons, casting curses, twisting flesh and blood, drinking evil energy soup, and even connecting with each other to form loose sects, which made Maya itchy with hatred. No wonder Maya is so angry. Although these people have just gained strength, they are not comparable to ordinary people. Therefore, every time a case is discovered, it is often accompanied by a lot of casualties. It is not until the Reserve Corps is directly stationed in the residential area that things get better. Just now those exposed to extraordinary powers cannot stop bullets. But Maya knows that this is only temporary, because power is obtained too easily. So there is no way to stop the spread of these evil inheritances. The status of professionals in the main world is very special. They can even be called special nobles, because they have powerful power, which undoubtedly has great appeal to civilians. Otherwise, adventurers and mercenaries will never die. Where did it come from? What's even worse is that not many people are willing to live an ordinary life, let alone the cruel exploitation and oppression in the main world. Therefore, as long as there is a chance, the vast majority of civilians will choose to seize the opportunity rather than die. Coincidentally, the inheritance spread by these four families is the power that countless civilians can only hope to break class restrictions. In the eyes of civilians, although these inheritances are called evil, they do not require qualifications, resources, or long training. As long as they dare to kill people, they can easily gain power and gain the power to change their destiny, turning them from taxpayers to taxpayers. Being a tax collector is simply a gift from God. No one can resist this temptation. So there are really not many people who pay taxes. Both Maya and the mayor of the settlement have a headache about this. Even if the territory is widely publicized, there are still very few people willing to hand it over. Even if they dare not use it, they will choose to hide it, just in case. It was also to leave a memory for future generations. As for whether it was evil or not, they never considered it at all. 99% of civilians cannot read at all, let alone go to school and receive an education. They have been working and paying taxes since they were sensible. They have no time and energy to establish a correct concept of right and wrong. Apart from working and paying taxes, they have nothing, but there is nothing else. So if we talk to them about justice and evil, it is better to say that the price of food has dropped. This territory is very troublesome. After all, These people are not the system's transformed population. And now is a sensitive period. They really can't be beaten or scolded. They can only deal with it coldly and maintain the status quo until the war is over. This is done to ensure that there are no problems with the basic system. And today's territory simply does not have many manpower to deal with these. Often there is only one monk in charge of preaching in a settlement, and the grassroots manager who serves as the mayor is responsible for the system transformation of the population. And the rest are immigrants. If they really cause trouble, there will be no way to calm it down. What's worse is that these immigrants are former residents of the Noble Alliance with a complex composition. They have just experienced the collapse of the alliance, been involved in wars, lost their homes, been forced to migrate, and a series of other things that destroyed their inner defenses and sense of security. Their hearts are already full of panic, uneasy, and in urgent need of strength to comfort myself. It was led by someone before, and there were enough supplies and land for resettlement. And then it slowly stabilized. If things go well, in another year and a half, these immigrants will be completely settled. But now the plan for the territory has come to nothing. There are so many unstable factors that will be difficult to eliminate after many years.
We can't continue like this. Otherwise, we will need to invest a lot of troops just to maintain the status quo.
Howard put down the information in his hand and said to Maya with a serious expression,
"Mobilize the rangers to strengthen patrols in various places, and give the rangers and soldiers stationed in various places the power of law enforcement in the settlements. They can directly kill any evil residents without review. In addition, discuss with the temple to see if we can send a few bishops traveling around to promote the holy scriptures."
Maya rubbed her brows and said to Howard,
"It can temporarily stabilize public security, but in the long run, even if most immigrants become devout temple believers, these evil inheritances will not be eradicated."
Howard sighed, because as long as there is class, there will be injustice, and injustice, where there is resistance, there is suppression, and then seeking strength by any means necessary becomes an inevitable choice. Maya frowned. Of course she knew, but the solution to the matter was not in their hands, but in Owen's hands. As long as these immigrants can be made as loyal as the original million citizens, the problem will be solved naturally. Maya and Howard know this very well, and even know that they themselves are the same. But so what? Owen never controlled them, but gave them immense trust and rights, which they would have never dared to think about before. Maya, who was born as a maid, and Howard, who was born as an ordinary knight. Without Owen, they would have died of old age, let alone their current status. Therefore, their loyalty to Owen is not just a simple transformation of the system.
This is a problem that needs to be considered in the future. Now we need to deal with those evil professionals running around first.
Maya focused on the intelligence and thought about the solution. Howard nodded after hearing this. Just strengthening patrols and security is useless. Ordinary soldiers can't stop those evil professionals at all. There must be more powerful means.
Ordinary soldiers are useless, and even the Thunder Guards may not be able to play a role.
The two discussed for a long time, and the frowning Howard poured himself a cup of coffee and said, "Once the killing is unleashed, the destructive power of these evil professionals is quite astonishing. Coupled with their mutual cooperation, ordinary armies cannot be effective without sufficient numbers. As for the Thunder Guards, they are strong, but regardless of their numbers, they still need to guard the castle. Even if the remaining personnel are spread out, how many places can they be stationed in? Even if they use airdrop pods, they cannot prevent the opponent from escaping." Chapter 511, Witch Hunting Brigade.
We can only apply to the Master to mobilize the Witch Hunting Brigade and get help from the Magic Academy.
Maya, after thinking hard for a long time, finally made up her mind. Maya originally did not want to use these powers, because the final ownership rights belong to the owner. Once there is a loss, even if the owner will not blame it, she will feel uneasy. But now she obviously has no choice but to apply to mobilize these super aces hidden in the territory. Witch hunters are a special unit originally created by Owen. Its members were originally miserable witches, whose magic power was out of control, and their bodies were distorted. They were not accepted by witches, and were even regarded as monsters by ordinary people. How miserable they were. But here, after recasting their bodies, these witches were reborn. Not only did they gain perfect looks and superhuman physiques, they also gained long lifespans, for which they were willing to sacrifice their loyalty and hearts. Because they are born as witches, every witch hunter is proficient in spells, curses, transformations, and potions. After receiving training from witchers and roots, they can master swordsmanship, stealth, assassination, traps, detection, and many other methods. The long lifespan is enough to support the witch hunter to learn and fully master these skills. Therefore, with many blessings, the witch hunter's frontal combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the ultramarines, but it is simply superior in other aspects, especially against magic and evil creatures. It is simply a natural, a restrained killer. After receiving Maya's application, Owen immediately granted permission because he also wanted to see what surprises the witch hunting brigade, which had spent a lot of resources to build, would bring to him. Unlike the Thunder Guards, who had been guarding the castle, in addition to the headquarters located underground in the castle, the 1,200-person witch hunting brigade is also stationed at Roots and Green Shade City respectively. The former is because they share a training ground, and the latter is because of the source of troops, with the replenishment of supplies. These all come at a price. The witch hunting brigade must not only cooperate with the Root operation, but also provide protection for Green Shade City. But in their hearts, the master's order is the only one. So they return to the headquarters without hesitation after receiving the oracle. After many expansions, the castle has become more and more majestic and has become the most spectacular building in the territory. At the same time, it is also a holy place in the eyes of many people. However, the Thunder Guards guard the Holy Land on the ground, while the Witch Hunting Brigade guards the Holy Land underground. The so-called underground holy place is actually the comfort zone Irving used to create for himself. He squatted in it to make something or just idle in a daze. It was his favorite place when he was extremely insecure. Later, as the strength became stronger and there were more things to do, it became less and less, and even almost forgotten. But the witch hunts have not forgotten this place, because it was here that the first witch hunts were reborn. So this place became a holy place in their eyes. It sounds a bit exaggerated, but the witch hunters are all Owen's fanatical followers, with their own super filters, especially after he became a god and stopped appearing. Not to mention his residence. Even the footprints and fingerprints left behind have become holy relics. Whenever something goes wrong, you need to commit suicide to apologize. With their fanatical belief, the witch hunters expanded around the basement. In addition to daily prayers, it was also convenient for guarding the sanctuary. Later, it gradually evolved into the headquarters of the Witch Hunt Brigade. What's interesting is that most people in the territory believe in Owen the Holy Light, and those at the root believe in Owen the Shadow. However, the Thunder Guards and the Witch Hunting Brigade only believe in Owen, regardless of whether he is a god or not, although they also believe in Owen and regard him as the supreme god. Compared to the calm and restrained faith of the Thunder Guards, the Witch Hunt's faith is as volcanic, fanatical, and desperate. At this time, 1,200 witch hunters wearing tight-fitting black leather clothes and high-heeled leather boots gathered at the headquarters with 2 swords on their backs, praying devoutly facing the statue of Owen. There was no noise in the whole process, and even the movements were uniform. God knows how many times they had prayed, and they were so proficient in it. The scene was enveloped in a thick atmosphere of fanatical belief. Even Owen would feel uncomfortable at the scene. Comfortable. After completing their daily prayers, the witch hunters began to organize their equipment, because the enemies they faced this time were not ordinary. Although they look like sexy female warriors in tight leather jackets, their equipment is actually quite good, including witch hunting badges, magic pattern leather jackets, ball and feather leather boots, power gloves, space belts, magic breaking silver swords, iron cutting steel swords, black and white pairs, guns and broomsticks are all magic equipment, together with a wide variety of magic potions. Witch hunters have the means to deal with any enemy they face. For example, now, as long as they bring holy water, holy bullets, or any evil, all entities will take additional damage. In addition, although the witch hunter's belief is too fanatical, this extremely firm and fiery belief also allows the witch hunter to ignore most psychic and illusion influences. With his special physique, rich skills, and sophisticated equipment, it is no wonder that comparable to the Thunder Guards. With the command of such a super ace, Maya will naturally not let go of those evil professionals who have caused her countless troubles, and immediately mobilize the power of the territory to lay a dragnet. In order to catch these evil professionals spreading disasters everywhere, the territory dispatched all the one-eyed giant eagles. At the same time, the Roots and the Temple also cooperated to spread secret spies. At the same time, they strengthened the belief network and successfully brought most of the territory under surveillance. In addition, Maya also divided the entire territory into 12 areas. Each area is responsible for a witch hunter centurion team. Once traces of evil professionals are found, a team of 10 people will immediately be teleported to the nearby area through the FLA network, and then rush to the scene on a broomstick, and can obtain more reinforcements at any time, when necessary. The Thunder Guards will also ride in the airdrop pod to participate in the battle. The demon warlock, who knew nothing about this, had just completed a teleportation, and was calming down the boiling demon blood and the splitting headache in his head due to the teleportation. These symptoms originate from the shortcomings of the demon warlock profession, because the demon warlock's magic blood is very active, or violent. So the more intense the mood, the more powerful the magic cast. So most demon warlocks are moody, and rarely control their emotions. However, while obtaining additional increases, the unstable emotional and mental state also makes the demon warlock have low control over magic. This kind of situation is nothing when it comes to fireball, but it is fatal when it comes to teleportation. Therefore, in order not to be teleported to a place unknown to ghosts, the demon warlock responsible for teleportation must keep his emotions high and control them accurately, just like schizophrenia. So it takes a while to recover after each teleportation. But they are a group of 4. In addition to the demon warlock responsible for teleportation, there are also undead priests, flesh priests, and fell warlocks. In terms of destructive power, each one is stronger than the other. A town of hundreds of people is really not enough for them to kill for long. Of Chapter 512 Guns and Magic. The demon warlock grinned and held his head while cursing. It was very noisy. The quiet undead priest frowned and walked away. Then he slapped the bone staff in his hand, and the spread of invisible death waves awakened him. The undead sleeping nearby. Death cannot be escaped anywhere, let alone an immigration point. So there is a small cemetery nearby, which has become a recruitment point for the undead priests. However, the nearly rotten bones and half-rotten corpses cannot provide much combat power, but they are enough to cause panic and panic. Not many normal people can remain calm after seeing these undead. Sure enough, when they saw the undead, the residents of the town immediately panicked, and someone sounded the alarm. But this is a newly built immigration point. At most, there are a few old-fashioned muskets and more farm tools. After all, the territory can provide immigrants with supplies, but it is impossible to arm them. In addition, the aristocratic alliance they came from did not have a complete reserve system, resulting in these civilians not being able to exert any combat effectiveness when facing the terrifying-looking undead. Not to mention that this was just the beginning. Seeing the town gradually becoming chaotic, the flesh priest began to enjoy it, because he liked chaos, just like the distorted flesh and blood, and could not imagine the next change at all, giving people an unexpected surprise. With pleasure, the flesh priest swallowed the flesh seeds, and while suppressing the writhing flesh under the skin, he transferred the curse to those residents, causing large-scale flesh and blood distortions. This is the specialty of the flesh church. First, he was invaded by the undead, and then he found that the people around him were cursed and became neither humans nor ghosts. This scared these people out of their wits. The mayor, who knew very well what would happen if he gave up resistance, pulled out the revolver that he usually maintained carefully, roared and went into battle personally to boost morale. The next moment, the flesh and blood all over his body grew uncontrollably, and his whole body became a blur, flesh and blood, and extended its thick tentacles to prey on the surrounding residents, causing even greater panic. The mayor turned into a monster, which not only caused greater panic, but also plunged more people into despair. These negative emotions made the 4 evil professionals enjoy it very much, and even the demon warlock's headache was much better when the undead and flesh and blood monsters were wreaking havoc among the crowd. The fell ratmen also took advantage of the chaos to release fell flames. This kind of green flame is not so much burning as it is greedily devouring everything, attributing everything it touches to evil energy, including undead and twisted flesh and blood. This makes the undead priest and the flesh priest look at evil energy. The ratman's eyes were very unkind. If it weren't for the cooperation period now, I would probably kill the rat directly. This is not an isolated case. In fact, although the 4 companies cooperate, the other 3 companies all dislike the evil rat people. This is not because of racial issues, but because the devouring of evil energy is too strong and uncontrollable. Even the other 3 families, who consider themselves the incarnation of evil, their evil power not only cannot resist the devouring of evil energy, but is smoother than other forces. How can they not be afraid of being assimilated by evil energy? Of course, the evil rat people feel the hostility of the other 3 families. But so what? From the moment evil energy appears in this world, everything is destined to end in evil energy.
Shoot!
100 soldiers from the reserve corps were stationed near the town. After hearing the alarm, the grassroots officers immediately sent messengers to report the situation, and then ordered the remaining soldiers to get fully armed and set off. Because most of the soldiers were patrolling outside and time was running out, the junior officer could only bring 3 teams here. After seeing what was happening in front of him, he still ordered the fire without hesitation, even though he knew he was not his opponent. The soldiers of these reserve corps are all systematically transformed populations, so they still have no fear when facing the evil professionals who massacred many civilians during this period. The 3 machine gunners immediately laid down and opened fire. The deputy shooter put the ammunition box into the open and ready to change magazines. The movements of other soldiers were not slow either, although they were using bolt-action rifles. More than 20 guns fired simultaneously with great noise and accuracy. Therefore, the 4 evil professionals quickly dodged while shouting and cursing. My teeth itch with hatred. Originally, the only enemies of professionals were professionals. But when guns and cannons appeared, even ordinary people had the ability to kill professionals. This made it difficult for them to endure it when they thought they were superior to mortals. In fact, this can be regarded as the reason why the 4 families came together to attack the Glory Alliance. Because if they really let the other party dominate the north, guns and artillery will definitely become more popular. Unless they can persuade their counterparts in the Imperial City to join forces, they will no longer want to do anything in the north. There is no way to act recklessly. What's worse is that this will allow the arms race that was originally limited to the Northland to spread to the entire world. By then, how can these superior professionals kill civilians at will? They have to be careful not to be shot in the back when walking on weekdays. Because of his headache, the demon warlock was half a beat too slow when dodging, and was shot in the arm. However, as a warlock with demon blood, he had blessed himself with demon skin all year round, so the injury was not serious. At least not fatal.
Damn Glory Alliance! Damn soldiers! Damn guns!
The demon warlock hiding behind the wooden wall covering his injured arm yelled angrily. But the fragments that kept bouncing off the bullets from the wooden wall made him understand that he should rush forward now. If he goes out, he will die. He can only summon a group of little demons to disperse the firepower. Otherwise, if the wooden wall is penetrated, he will become a target. After the undead priest holding out the bone shield felt the power of the bullet, he hit deeper decisively. At the same time, he whispered a spell to wake up the dead townspeople, transform them into undead, and then ordered the undead to wander towards the soldiers. Go and attract a lot of firepower. As for other magic, after feeling the cracks on the bone shield, forget it. If you prepare in advance, you won't have to worry. It's better to reserve your magic power to awaken more undead. In contrast, when facing firearms, twisted flesh and blood has more advantages. Although these shapeless flesh and blood polymers are not immortal, they have strong healing capabilities. If you want to use physical damage to destroy them, it is very difficult to eliminate it. Now it is rolling against the bullets. Even if a lot of flesh and blood is cut off by the bullets, the speed does not slow down at all.
Hand grenade!
The junior officer put down the submachine gun with the empty magazine, took out a thick-handled grenade and threw it hard. But the main damage of the grenade was shrapnel. For twisted flesh and blood, only half a pound of shrapnel stuck in it would be enough. Just drop a few drops of blood for a while. But if you drop more blood, it won't work. Fortunately, the grenade with a large charge is quite effective against the undead and little demons. It can clean up a lot of them, allowing the soldiers to focus more on the twisted flesh and blood. Unfortunately, the effect is not very good. Only a few soldiers carry cluster grenades to explode. 2 were shattered, but all the grenades they brought were used up. Knowing that death was imminent, the soldiers silently fixed their bayonets and prepared to launch the last charge. Chapter 513 The Bad Hope That You Don't Want to Give Up. Seeing that these soldiers were about to be devoured by twisted flesh and blood, several female warriors riding broomsticks flew from the air. They were the witch hunters who were teleported to nearby towns through the Flu network and then came riding broomsticks. The ever-improving meteor-shaped flying broomstick, coupled with his extraordinary physique, allows Witch Hunter to fly faster than the current aircraft in the territory. Plus, the shiny leather jacket reduces wind resistance, so he can arrive in such a short time. After discovering the target, several Witch Hunters sneered and jumped into the air without waiting to lower their altitude. They were as agile as a Valkyrie. While jumping off the broomstick, they quickly drew the silver sword from their backs. The noisy wind could not cause any hindrance to the Witch Hunter, who was wearing a tight-fitting black leather jacket.
The curved curves automatically pushed away the airflow. The witch hunter flying down took advantage of the impact of falling from a high altitude and cut off the long hair with just one slash. The twisted flesh of the thick tentacles was cut off directly. And until then, the slender legs had just landed on the ground. Under the influence of Yulua's high-heeled leather boots and the magic pattern leather jacket, the impact force that was enough to eject a person's internal organs was first offset by the Yulua leather boots. And then the remaining impact force was dispersed throughout the body by the magic pattern leather jacket. This pressure has no effect at all on Witch Hunt, whose physique exceeds the limit of ordinary people. It is almost like a massage. And at most the fluctuations in the chest will be greater. Although it is just a sword. The silver sword with the property of destroying demons and killing evil has extra lethality against evil and chaotic creatures such as twisted flesh and blood. It cannot heal itself after being cut off. But its tenacious vitality makes the two large pieces of flesh still violent. Twisting. The tentacles are also stirring around. The target of the witch hunt is not these irrational twisted flesh and blood. He throws out a few test tube-like potions with his backhand. And the fierce and hot flames burn away the struggling twisted flesh and blood. The twisted flesh and blood had ended up like this. And the newly awakened undead and cannon fodder like little devils were even more vulnerable. Unable to stop these Valkyries wielding double swords. Damn it! It's the demon swordsman! The demon warlock slapped his head hard and said through gritted teeth. Magic swordsmen are proficient in swordsmanship and have the ability to cast spells. They are usually equipped with magic swords and magic protective gear, so their strength is higher than that of professionals of the same level. However, the requirements for equipment are too high, and it is difficult to break through to advanced levels. So there aren't many. But once they meet, they don't have advanced or higher strength. They can only be suppressed and beaten. The undead priest and the other two had already decided to retreat. But as long as they looked up at the broomstick, they knew that the only way to escape was through teleportation. So they all set their sights on the demon warlock. Buy me some time. Otherwise, I won't be able to control the direction if you force teleportation. Does the demon warlock know how strong the Glory Alliance is? It will make them unable to eat and walk around. The other three looked at each other. This time, they were not massacring civilians who were unable to resist. It was not that easy to buy time. But just as the demon technique thought, now they can only escape through teleportation. So they have to go up. The junior officer, who was preparing for a hand-to-hand fight, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the witch hunt. Although he had never seen these strange female warriors, they were all transformed by the system, and there was no need to confirm their identity. Therefore, he immediately ordered the soldiers to reload their ammunition, and then spreading out as not only to cover fire, but also to prevent the other party from escaping. In fact, a total of 10 people came to the witch hunt. In addition to the 5 at present, there were 5 more people hiding around. In addition to fearing that the other party would escape, they also wanted to place a space anchor. So the demon warlock just wanted to teleport away alone. But he did not tear open the space. The originally weak space membrane was covered with a metal mesh, which caused him to suffer a backlash. A mouthful of old blood spurted out 3 to 5 meters away. The flesh and skin all over his body was torn apart by the rebounding space force. He lay dying without even having the strength to scream. On the ground. Seeing this scene, the living flesh and blood, the undead, and the rats didn't know that their escape route was cut off. It was impossible to fight to the death without retreating. But they knew very well that they had to fight tooth and nail this time. Otherwise there would be no way to survive. The undead priest was still decisive, and he was about to break the bone staff in his hand with both hands. But a beautiful lady suddenly appeared behind him, raised the white-painted mortal version of the bolt gun in her hand, and pointed it at the back of his head, pulled the trigger hesitantly. In the ear-piercing explosion, the large-caliber holy bullet overturned the undead priest's heavenly spirit cap, evaporating the brain. Even the soul that was more inclined to the ghost was purified on the spot, and he died instantly. This is not an isolated case. The witch hunter who used invisibility has already sneaked into the town, locked the target, and launched an attack. The flesh priest's head was also blown open. But the crazy proliferation of flesh showed that the trouble was not over yet. The flesh of the flesh priests has actually mutated, but it has been suppressed. After all, they still need to move. And the twisted flesh form is obviously not suitable. But this was just a dying struggle. Thousands of degrees of burning agent were enough to completely destroy this mass of flesh and blood. The only one who missed was the evil ratman. The ratman's intuition saved his life, but it was useless. The witch hunter, whose reaction and speed were higher than that of the ratman, did not leave the opponent a chance to take action or escape. The continuous burst of explosive bombs, with this skinny ratman instantly transformed into something indistinguishable. The current successful hunt is not an isolated case. When things went wrong, hundreds of evil professionals fell into the hands of witch hunters. Even their souls were not spared. If the other party had not noticed that there were too many missing people, they might still have been killed. We'll continue. Although the effect was good, the other party was not a fool. He quickly gave up this direct and very stupid method and no longer chose to kill, but instead secretly spread more inheritance and those weird items. Weird items like devil eggs are harmful rather than helpful. One item can often cause a lot of casualties, but the most harmful ones are those inheritances. They do not have good intentions, because these inheritances have been transformed. These evil inheritances have three things in common. They get started quickly, they get results quickly, and they die quickly. By killing a few people and performing an evil ritual, you can easily gain power. And you are innocent. Killing one person will give you a share of power. If you want to gain more power, just kill more people. It's that simple and straightforward. Therefore, as long as you are contaminated, you will fall into an endless cycle of killing until you die. The upper echelons of the territory know the dangers of these inheritances, but the common people at the bottom don't know. Even if they know, I'm afraid they won't care, because they have no choice. Especially when they are desperate. These inheritances are their only choice and only hope. Even if they know it, they probably won't care. It's bad. It's deadly. And still no one wants to give up. Chapter 514 Joan of Arc. When Maya realized that this would be a long and difficult cleanup, she made plans to extract the witch-hunting brigade from it. It is obviously a huge waste to keep such an ace force on standby for a long time, just to deal with those evil professionals who don't know when they will appear. But things are not that simple, because ordinary people really can't handle this kind of thing. Professionals are not cats and dogs. It is difficult to confront guns and artillery head-on, but it is not impossible, especially when legal professionals are prepared. The amount of casualties they can cause depends on how much preparation time they have and the resources at hand. In theory, even a mage apprentice, with enough time and resources, can plunge a city into disaster. Therefore, the threat posed by an army of ordinary people to professionals is not high. The opponent of professionals is always professionals. In this regard, Holy Shield is professional. Otherwise it would not be so supported by lords everywhere. Because what lords need is stability, not a group of lawless professionals. But today's Holy Shield is mixed with too many impurities. Although members from the territory are working hard to develop Hydra in private, it is unrealistic and impossible to keep it completely secret. The territory is already chaotic enough. And if these unstable factors are mixed in, Maya will definitely go crazy. So the witch hunt cannot withdraw. At least not completely. In addition, because the main population of the territory is no longer the system-transformed population, some things must be covered with a layer of reasonableness. At least acceptable. Otherwise it will cause serious rejection. For example, now, witch hunts are hunting evil professionals to eliminate unstable factors. But as time goes by, it is inevitable that some people will connect the misfortunes they encounter with them, even if it is baseless and unreasonable. But many times what people need is not a reasonable reason, nor to find the real culprit, but a way to vent. For this reason, they will even release the greatest malice in their hearts to innocent people. At worst, they can pretend to be deaf or dumb or apologize afterwards. After all, he hits innocent people. In this case, continuing to hold witch hunts responsible is not a good option. The same is true for soldiers and officials. The only exception being religion. Firstly, religion involves faith. And secondly, religion does not require reasoning, because God is everything. After realizing this, Maya discussed it with Owen for a long time. In terms of faith and religion, Owen has never ignored it. When the temple was founded, it was to take advantage of the exclusionary nature of religion to protect the territory from religious intrusions. However, although the temple was established, due to the particularity of the territory, many issues did not need to be considered too much, such as missionary and pious issues. Because at that time, all the territorial residents were systematically transformed and were 100% loyal. It doesn't work now. The influx of large numbers of immigrants has caused the proportion of the system's transformed population to no longer be advantageous. Therefore, the military, civil affairs, and religion all need to be improved and perfected. Owen can't get involved in many of these matters, and he doesn't want to waste too much energy on these matters.
because he is a god now. And the height he stands on, and the things he faces are different from before. But when it came to religion, he couldn't say anything. So after thinking about it, he decided to learn from it, and put a religious coat on the witch hunt. That is, a nun. Owen decided to rename the witch hunters to the Sisters of the Sanctuary. And according to different responsibilities, they were divided into Sisters of Battle, Sisters of Evernight, Sisters of the Holy Grail, Sisters of Oracle, and Sisters of Psalm. Among them, the Battle Sisters specialize in combat. Owen will ask the Research Center to develop a set of power armor suitable for them, so that the Sisters can also participate in frontal battles. Because of the additional protection of the Holy Light, the combat effectiveness is not much worse than that of the Thunder Guards. Sisters of Eternal Night wear a layer of night nun robes outside their black leather clothes. Their duties are the same as before, and their fighting methods are the same. However, after being attached to shadows and death, their stealth capabilities are stronger. Their attacks are weirder, and they can guide death believers heading to the kingdom of God. The Sisters of the Holy Grail are not a combat profession. Owen plans to recruit some witches and devout female believers who are good at potions. They will take on the responsibilities of medical treatment, removal of curses, salvation and sealing. Oracle nuns. This group of nuns appeared because Owen did not intend to waste the witch's talent in prophecy. With his protection, the prophecies will be more accurate and have less backlash. In addition, the Oracle nuns will also be responsible for interpretation and follow-up. Record history. The Sisters of Psalm mainly form a choir. In Owen's vision, their spirit, magic and faith are connected through specific rituals, and they play the role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. That is, leapfrogging spells. Originally, Owen thought that it would be the same as before. He only needed to come up with a framework, and then someone would naturally be responsible for improving it. However, the sisters were far more complicated than he imagined. It was really difficult for ordinary people to master, let alone perfect. And the witch hunt itself, it involves many aspects of the territory. After it was changed to the sisters, it became even more complicated. Even the bishops of the temple felt that they had no place to intervene. After all, the sisters were not only involved in the holy light faith. Owen, who almost scratched his bald head, thought hard and thought of a character. Joan of Arc. The life of this girl from a peasant family was legendary. Although she died young, it did not damage the high praise of her by future generations. In Owen's view, this girl has extremely high talents in military, political, religious and other aspects. If she receives a better education, or lives longer and accumulates more experience, what kind of achievements can she achieve in the end? It was hard to predict because she died so young. She debuted at the age of 13 or 14 and died at the age of 19. Many people at her age have not yet completed their studies, let alone change the fate of the country. It can be said that Joan of Arc was able to achieve astonishing results in just a few years because God was chasing her to feed her. This shows how high her upper limit is. Thinking of this, Owen became more and more excited and made a decisive decision. The higher the upper limit of progress value, the harder it is to accumulate. But Owen will not hesitate when it is time to use it. So this legendary girl, who was canonized as a saint 500 years after her death, appeared in another world. Joan of Arc, who comes from the world of heroic spirits, has nothing to say about her appearance and figure. But what impressed Owen the most was her temperament, innocence and tenacity, kindness and determination. This is because she has great love in her heart, and she practices it at the cost of her life. People, Lord! Joan opened her eyes and knelt down on one knee piously facing Owen. Thanks to the 100% loyalty of the system figures to him, Joan of Arc changed her faith without any hesitation. At the same time, she also showed extraordinary talents in many fields. When she was a teenager, she already had the ability to change the fate of the country. She was still a mortal Joan of Arc, and the version summoned by Owen from the system was even more extraordinary. She was a reborn heroic spirit, so she was stronger, just because of his positioning. This commander prefers a meat-suited commander. In terms of combat, only the Red Lotus Saint, who died together, can be good at it. However, Owen summoned her not to be a warrior, after binding her origin to the golden tree so that she could be resurrected after death. He asked her to familiarize herself with Maya about the operation of the territory and prepare to take over the religion. Chapter 515, Fearful Flying Dragon and Air Defense Battle. Even though Maya, who single-handedly supported the entire territory and developed it, spoke highly of Joan soon after coming into contact with her, and even told Owen that she could take her place if necessary. Maya was not joking. Nor was she using this to express her dissatisfaction. She was simply preparing for a rainy day. There are huge hidden dangers in the current management structure of the territory. It seems that the grassroots and middle-level managers can transfer directly from the system's converted population. The top management is also supported by Howard and others. But the decision-making level further up is too thin. There is Maya alone. Although this puts an end to some bad things like fighting for power and profit. As the system transforms the population, the territory itself is not worried about such things happening. Instead, it is easy for the group to be leaderless after beheading because there is no one who can replace it. Theoretically, there are Dale and Seal who have the same status as Maya. But the former doesn't care about anything, while the latter only likes fighting. And neither of them has talent in politics and internal affairs. As a result, if there's a problem with Maya, unless Owen comes down to earth, the territory will be lost. Facing the problem of shutdown puts a lot of pressure on her, which can be seen from the fact that she has not left Beicheng for decades. Nowadays, the appearance of Joan of Arc has undoubtedly made Maya greatly relieved. And this person is not a mortal. As a heroic spirit known as a saint, he is essentially a demigod. And his strength is definitely far above her. In addition, in politics and military affairs with her talents, if something goes wrong with her, Joan of Arc can definitely take on the important task of presiding over the territory. For this reason, Maya taught very carefully in all aspects. And Jean did not live up to her own talent. She learned very quickly in every aspect. And because of her extraordinary affinity, she also gained the favor of everyone. I had a good impression and made friends, such as Dale and Charles. After Owen became a god, Dale lost the focus of her life. In addition to taking care of the castle, she occasionally went to the Magic Academy to teach. She had a lot of free time. So she was arranged by Maya to take care of the newly arrived Jean. Unexpectedly, the two of them had a special conversation. Come! You can go to the greenhouse to grow herbs, and then have afternoon tea. This has become a rare leisure moment in Jean's busy study life. As for Seal, Joan of Arc liked her purity very much. After knowing that she was responsible for commanding the Thunder Guards, she had many exchanges with her on military command, and occasionally even had hands-on discussions with her. Seal rarely admired a person, but Jean was one of them. So he often asked her for advice, and even asked her to help train the Thunder Guards. Joan of Arc has experienced a lot of battlefields, but she is particularly interested in the Thunder Guards, power armor, and bolters, so she really put forward a lot of suggestions for improvements, which greatly benefited Seal. Because Maya reported Joan's study progress to him every day, Owen was also cautious about Joan's appointment. Simply letting Joan be responsible only for religious affairs was a complete waste of her political and military talents. After thinking about it for a long time, Owen decided to first familiarize Joan with the affairs of the territory, then complete the rectification of the religion and the sisters, and finally be responsible for training a holy army. An army composed of non-systematic transformation of the population. Only Joan can have enough charisma and personal ability to do this. This is a long-term plan. So Joan of Arc can only lead the Templars now, because war is coming. The army of the barbarian kingdom has arrived 60 miles away from the North City, and is now setting up camp while waiting for the arrival of the undead army. However, these are all smoke bombs. Whether it is the barbarian kingdom army suppressing the speed, or the evil professionals, who were causing chaos before, they are all meant to distract the Glory Alliance. However, the former is to contain the troops, and the latter is to force the opponent to keep most of the professions outside the city, as the so-called Kiss of Terror is a well-prepared air route, while a large number of armies were confronting the barbarian kingdom army, and witch hunters were still cleaning up evil professionals and the evil items left behind. Hundreds of huge black shadows that had previously been hidden by magic suddenly appeared in the sky above the North City. They were the fearful flying dragons. The fearful flying dragon is a monster created by the cooperation of 4 companies using the bones of the white dragon, the flesh and blood of the devil, the curse of the undead, and the flames of evil energy. It is more than 15 meters long. This size is no longer small, but it is still not enough for the dragon clan. But the skeleton is the white dragon known as the dragon dwarf. This is the result of the efforts of the 4 families to increase its height. In any case, the size of more than 10 meters long is enough to make the fear dragon become synonymous with terror. What is even more terrifying is the evil flame breath of the fear dragon. No material can withstand this terrifying flame that can devour everything. Hundreds of fear-flying dragons are the strength of the barbarian kingdom.
All it takes is an unexpected sneak attack. No city can survive the evil breath of the fear-flying dragons, even if Beicheng is the largest city in the north. That's why the barbarian kingdom spent so much effort to disperse Beicheng's power, just to determine the outcome. It is a pity that although Beicheng does not have a strong barrier like the imperial capital, it is well prepared for air attacks. After all, although there are not many people who can fly in other worlds, they are not few. So they have already taken precautions against this. From quadruple 12mm caliber anti-aircraft machine guns, to twin 88mm anti-aircraft guns, and alchemy anti-aircraft missiles. Beicheng's air defense capabilities are beyond the imagination of the natives of this world. At least the dread dragons did not expect that. When the air raid siren sounded, everyone in the North City rushed to the air raid shelters as quickly as possible. And those who were far away also went into the cellars of their homes. These were excavated and built in advance. So before the fearful flying dragon arrived, the streets, there was no one on board. There was no way. The vast majority of the population in Beicheng had been transformed by the system. And there was no need to mention obedience and tacit understanding. Even the outsiders followed them into the air raid shelter in a daze. And now they were squatting in the corner with blank eyes, not knowing what was going on. At this time, the air defense positions all over Beicheng had opened fire. In a short period of time, the sky above Beicheng was filled with fire snakes. And countless red whips were lashing out at the swooping fear-flying dragon. If faced with real dragons, the effectiveness of air defense is really hard to say. Because dragons are intelligent beings and master dragon language magic, they will not resist forcefully, and know how to use magic. But to put it bluntly, the fear dragon is just a flesh and blood puppet put together by the four families using various means. Its intelligence can only be said to be better than nothing. And its reaction is even slower. Therefore, it was unable to dodge and was beaten. The white dragon is indeed the shame of the dragon clan. The dragon scales cannot even block 12mm armor-piercing bullets. You must know that this is a high-altitude fire, and the power is inevitably reduced. 12mm can't stop it, let alone 30 or 40mm calibers, as well as the 88mm twin anti-aircraft guns that are the treasure of air defense. As long as they are hit hard, the parts will be scattered on the spot. The hit rate of air defense is actually not that high, but it can't withstand the huge size and slow movements of the modified dread dragon. In addition, in order to increase the destructive power and deterrence, hundreds of them are gathered together in a dark mass. It is difficult to miss, and they burst into laughter for a while. A lot of scattered things were left behind. However, the opponent's previous use of magic to hide traces was still effective. Not to mention that no matter how fast the soldiers react, it takes time. Therefore, after crushing a dozen of them, the opponent has dropped to a very dangerous height. And now it is the turn of the expensive anti-aircraft missiles. Chapter 516 is not over yet. The Little Bird anti-aircraft missile is loaded in an 8-unit rotatable missile nest. Each shot is 1.5 meters long, with a thick calf and a range of up to 10,000 meters. As an alchemy missile, the Little Bird also has the function of automatic direction change and tracking, although because of the relationship between multiple reversing nozzles affects the range and speed. But it is still a first-class good thing in this world. Following the ignition, dozens of Little Bird anti-aircraft missiles flew out of the nest with harsh bird calls and various slightly messy arcs, each tracking the fearful flying dragons that were constantly lowering their altitude. These flying dragons were frightened to death on the spot. After pulling it, thick things were thrown down in Beicheng, which made the soldiers who witnessed this scene feel very sick. However, even if they emptied their intestines, these slightly bloated fear-flying dragons would not be as light as swallows. So it didn't take long for them to fall. Being approached, I don't know if it was instinct or someone controlling it from behind. After realizing that it couldn't hide, the fearful flying dragon that was the closest took the initiative to approach the missile while frantically having diarrhea and flapping its wings. Although the bird anti-aircraft missile is advanced, it has not been tested much. Therefore, after discovering that the target is approaching, they will not consider the issue of attack saturation at all, and rush forward one after another. Therefore, in the end, only a dozen fear-flying dragons were shot down. For this reason, Beicheng exhausted all anti-aircraft missiles. There is no way. This thing is expensive, and it has just been finalized and has not yet completed mass production. So the quantity is not large. After all, even Irving did not expect to encounter the problem of air raids in this world so soon. In fact, even the air defense battalion suffered from these problems. The weapon can be laid flat to hit infantry, Otherwise there would not be so many made. Therefore, I could only watch helplessly as the dozens of surviving fear dragons broke through the fire net and opened their mouths towards the bustling streets of Beicheng, revealing the evil flames deep in their throats. The thick breath of evil flames was like correction fluid, completely erasing several streets in the blink of an eye, not to mention the houses. Even the ground was corroded by evil energy, and many civilians hiding in cellars were transformed by the evil energy that had penetrated. It was ashes, leaving only thick ashes of evil energy. This is not bad. They were not killed directly. Many of them turned into monsters due to evil pollution. If everyone hadn't hid, there would have been greater chaos and casualties, not to mention other losses. Just the number of people killed and injured in this wave of air raids made Maya's brows jump. Not to mention that these pollutants had to be cleaned up afterwards. Otherwise, they might be contaminated just by getting close. Thinking of this, Maya quickly contacted Joan of Arc and asked the other party to purify those pollutants as soon as possible according to the situation to avoid causing more casualties. In fact, Joan of Arc was already ready to fight before Maya informed her. With Jeanne d'Arc's heroic spirit-level vision and extraordinary sixth sense, she had long realized that something was wrong. Those fear-flying dragons were not excreting, but were dropping something special. So she immediately ran to the nearest place and found a pile of the thing, tore open the thick outer membrane like a casing and emerged from the inside. It turned out to be a flesh and blood warrior covered in bone armor. In fact, these are the Chaos Warriors created by the four gods Abyss with the evil energy of flesh and blood. And the Dread Dragon is not only a flying unit, but also a role responsible for air transportation. After briefly testing the strength of the Chaos Warriors, Joan of Arc looked solemn and immediately returned to the temple, while summoning the Templar Knights. She also informed Maya of the incident. You really came prepared. Maya put down the news about the movement of the barbarian army outside the city, knowing that she was in trouble. Now the army cannot be used at all. Although there are many city defense troops, the opponent they face this time is not something that ordinary armies can deal with, because heavy weapons cannot be used in the city. If you want to deal with evil flesh and blood monsters with just firearms, it is simply impossible. Reality. Now we can only watch Joan of Arc. After using up all its breath, the returning fear-flying dragon did not choose to climb up again, but hovered at a low altitude. This way it could avoid being concentrated by anti-aircraft guns and increase the area of damage to the city. However, these flying dragons were like eating a bad stomach, still pulling continuously, making people feel extremely disgusting. Only those who know the inside story know that this is no longer a question of whether it is disgusting or not. Fortunately, this time was enough for the Air Force base outside the city to respond. In fact, the moment the air defense siren sounded, the entire Air Force base was already in action. The pilot, who was always on call, grabbed his flight hat and ran towards the hangar, while the ground staff were like crazy, loading ammunition into the aircraft as fast as possible and doing final inspections, so that they could get out of the aircraft not long after the air attack. Take off. 50 armed helicopters parked in the open space were struggling to turn their propellers under the control of the pilots. The machine gunners responsible for shooting were busy warming up the 6-barreled machine guns, and the thick ammunition belts were ready to be fired. 50 propeller-driven monoplane fighters on the side began to taxi on the runway as soon as they rolled out of the hangar. The hanging bomb showed that this mission was not light. This time, the newly established Air Force would launch a joint attack. Although today's armed helicopters do not use the original steam engines, their power is still not high. It is not easy to lift such a large metal frame, let alone have high maneuverability. Therefore, they did not pursue it when they came over Beicheng. Instead of trying to occupy the height, they spread out in an arc like a pack of wolves hunting. Then the shooter in the passenger seat pulled the trigger. As the SH-LS were thrown, the roaring 6-barreled heavy machine gun began to shoot at the fear-flying dragon. The roaring armed helicopters and the stinging pain from the tongues of fire on their bodies immediately attracted the attention of the fearful flying dragons. These giant beasts in the air flapped their wings vigorously and twisted their bodies, rushing towards them despite the firepower. Perhaps because they pulled too much. They were so fast. Much faster. Although the defense of the Dread Wyvern is not very high, it is very fleshy. Therefore, the shooter of the armed helicopter quickly discovered that the 6-barreled machine gun was not lethal enough. So he immediately changed the shooting target to the wings that were as conspicuous as the sails of the Dread Wyvern. As expected, it didn't take long for several fear-flying dragons to fall to the ground because their wings were smashed. Unfortunately, these are only a few. And the flight of the fear-flying dragons does not rely entirely on its wings. Therefore, more fear-flying dragons rely on their size advantages to keep approaching, forcing the armed helicopters to disperse. But the purpose of the armed helicopter had been achieved. The dread dragon, which had attracted all the attention, did not notice the fighter jet that quietly took advantage of the altitude and began to dive. In fact, through the Air Defense Battalion, the Territorial Air Force already knew that firearms were of little use against the dread dragon, and that clumsy armed helicopters could hardly pose an effective threat. So they came up with a risky plan. Among the 50 fighter jets loaded with bombs, the serious-looking pilots turned on the power without hesitation, pushed the control stick and began to dive. They didn't even think about losing control or whether they could pull the plane up before falling. They only knew that if they didn't shooting down these fearful flying dragons, the entire North City, and even the armies outside the city will be allowed to destroy them. Therefore, sparks appear in the air. The fighter planes that successfully dropped the bombs were lucky enough to complete the promotion. But more of them chose to die together because they wanted to use bombs or not safe to deal with flying fear dragons. The few remaining fear-flying dragons were forced to flee. Finally, there were no more enemies in the sky above North City. However, the trauma they suffered and the various troubles left had just begun. Because Maya had already seen the fear-flying dragon's intact head. The flesh began to dissolve, revealing a skull engraved with teleportation runes. When the teleportation light began to glow, Maya knew it wasn't over yet. Chapter 517 Chaos Warriors and the Kiss of Fear. The Chaos Warrior who had been pulled out by the fear-flying dragon had broken free from the thick membrane on his body and revealed his true face. In order to save time and cost, the Chaos Warrior's skeleton is covered with a thick layer of distorted flesh and blood. Although there are visceral nerves and so on, they are not that important. Therefore, there are only some trivial fractures after falling from a height of hundreds of meters. And even the vomited a few mouthfuls of blood were reabsorbed by the distorted flesh and blood on his body. And nothing was wasted. This is the terrifying thing about Chaos Warriors. They can continuously recover their injuries and physical strength by devouring flesh and blood. In theory, as long as they continue to fight, there is no need to consider injuries, meals, rest, etc. They are perfect warriors, and are also tolerated by the barbarian kingdom. The reason for using such cruel methods in the Four Gods Abyss. The Chaos Warrior stood up from the ground, and without hesitation used his mucus-covered hands to forcefully break the broken bones. The sound of bones rubbing against each other and aligning could be heard from a distance. The movements, which are enough to cause ordinary people to die from pain or bleed heavily, are rough but effective. When the mucus on their bodies dries, the Chaos Warrior, who has extraordinary self-healing ability, has almost recovered from his injuries. However, the delay was enough for the nearby city defense troops to arrive. After seeing these recovering Chaos Warriors, they immediately raised their guns and fired without any hesitation. Because the city defense army does not need to consider field battles. Except for a few snipers. Most are equipped with semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns. And there are also a lot of light machine guns. So the firepower is very sufficient. But these light equipment are obviously not enough to penetrate the reinforced bones of the Chaos Warriors' armor. Moreover, even if the smooth and close-fitting bone armor is damaged, it will be quickly filled and hardened by the secreted milky white substance, unless it is sprayed with concentrated fire until all the vitality is exhausted. If you want to kill these monsters, you will have to rely on the current firepower to far away. Not enough. After being attacked, the Chaos Warrior who found the target popped out 2 bone blades with attached muscles from his arms. From the inside, you can see that the back of the blade is hollow, and the muscles filled inside are twitching at a very high frequency, driving the finely serrated bone blades. It made a low sound that made people's bones feel sore just looking at it. This is just the beginning. The running Chaos Warriors are extremely fast, because the proportion of muscles in their flesh and blood is very high, which makes the Chaos Warriors extremely explosive and able to withstand stronger and more violent changes of direction. Therefore, when they are in the ruins when running in mid-jump, it was difficult for the city defense troops forming a crossfire to lock onto the target, forcing them to hold onto the trigger and try to block it with firepower. Unfortunately, there is not only one Chaos Warrior here, which means that the limited firepower cannot be concentrated. Even if the grenades are thrown, one can only watch in despair as the smoke and dust from the explosion fall far behind these monsters. Soon the fierce gunfire stopped. The Chaos Warrior who retracted the bone blade closed the shark-toothed mask stained with blood, and the broken bone armor full of bullet marks on his body was healing rapidly. Driven by instinct, the Chaos Warriors did not continue to eat flesh and blood, but moved in one direction, leaving only a pile of shapeless flesh and blood residue in place. The Chaos Warriors who had just had a feast quickly gathered in front of the skull of the Dread Wyvern, and their arrival also activated the next movement of the Rune Skull. As the spatial coordinates on the Dread Wyvern's skull became stable, the spatial teleportation began. The teleported light kept flashing, and more Chaos Warriors were teleported over. These Chaos Warriors are larger and better equipped. There are many thick spikes on the white bone armor, and the weapons in their hands are either serrated battle axes or spiked maces, which look like a durian spirit. From this we can see why the Chaos Warriors carried by the Dread Dragon have smooth bone armor and are relatively small, because they are afraid of getting stuck. After all, they are Dread Dragons, not the King Chrysanthemum monster. In addition to the Chaos Warriors, there were also evil professionals such as Demon Warlocks, who looked reluctant. The purpose of their coming was to build a larger teleportation array using the remains of the Fear-Flying Dragon. Because the Fear Warriors couldn't do this job at all. They could only actively kill people and passively kill people. There was no job, so they had to make a trip. As for why the four families need to come together to do something that can only be solved by the Demon Warlock, of course, it is because this matter is very dangerous and is very likely to suffer huge casualties. Of course, we have to carry it out together, and no one can be left out. How can one look good in this situation? The only thing to be thankful for is that there are ready-made runes on those bones. They only need to be spliced together. The goal of blooming in the center can be achieved without starting from scratch. And the Kiss of Fear plan can be completely completed. The complete Fear Kiss plan is actually not that complicated. First, you need to search for sensitive points all over your body to distract your attention. Then, when the other person is covering you up and panicking, you can unexpectedly go straight to the target and kiss him hard. Using flexible movements. Move it around by maneuvering. Pry open and close the opening. And then suddenly penetrate deep into the big thing to completely achieve your goal. If he knew the whole plan, Owen would definitely sigh that the other party was indeed an evil person, and his skills were proficient.
Everywhere here is filled with the stench of light. Hurry up and move quickly,
the undead priest said in disgust, because every inch of his skin and soul here can feel the burning sensation. And he can't even wake up the undead, because the residents here are all believers. After death, they return to the kingdom of God and their bodies are purified, leaving him completely helpless and insecure. The demon warlock who was in charge of the teleportation work and was equally unhappy opened his mouth to curse when he heard this. But considering that this was Beicheng, there really wasn't much time left for them. So he could only pinch his nose and turn around everyone's orders, which was regarded as a bad breath. There are many people complaining, but they all know that time is short. And no one wants to be trapped in such a city full of positive energy, and then wait to be tied to the stake. So it is difficult to work together to help. However, they know very well that fast movements are useless, because no matter how fast they are, they can't match the opponent's reaction. The real key is whether they can block the opponent's attack. To achieve this goal, Chaos Warriors, and them alone may not be enough, because to this day, no one has figured out the true details of the Northern Glory Alliance. Owen knew everything that happened in North City, including the fact that the other party was building a large teleportation array. It's just that gods can't easily interfere in mortal affairs. Not to mention that the territory is not without the ability to deal with it. You must know that he has left all his family assets to Maya. And Joan of Arc is a Valkyrie who is good at counterattacking in adversity. So for the current situation, things are not very worrying. It's just that Owen felt inexplicably uneasy. With his current strength, he would not feel this easily. So something out of control would definitely happen. Therefore, he mobilized Beicheng's belief network, tightened it, and tried to force him out. The opponent's backhand. Chapter 518, the tyrant's favorite concubine. The space barrier of the main world has been torn, penetrated and tortured by the rupture of the sky's mark and the backflow of the secret realm. It has become extremely fragile. Even if it is repaired, it is no longer the original one. It can be torn off and worn whenever you want. It is getting easier and easier to activate space teleportation. Therefore, Owen's use of the belief network is equivalent to covering the membrane with a net as a restriction. This layer of net is not black silk. It cannot be penetrated by trying to penetrate it. It cannot be squeezed in unless there is a force exceeding the upper limit to break it. The demon warlocks, who are very sensitive to space teleportation, felt the change immediately. They were almost stuck and immediately knew something was wrong. Joan of Arc happened to arrive with the Templar Knights at this time. Her timing was perfect, and she hit the opponent. Caught off guard. The radiant Joan of Arc, who was riding a unicorn and holding the battle flag high, seemed to be shrouded in holy light. She was the well-deserved center of attention, attracting everyone's attention without any accident. And this was exactly her purpose. Kill her! As if they saw a natural enemy, the evil professionals roared in anger and ordered all the Chaos Warriors to rush forward. But they suppressed their anger and quietly retreated. They would not believe that someone who was able to survive in such a dodge was just a fake show. Let alone those paladins behind the opponent who were comparable to steel golems. If they dared to go up, they would not be able to survive. So they were angry. Angry? Just stay away. The Chaos Warriors, who had long since cleared away all useless emotions, rushed forward without hesitation after hearing the order. From this point of view, the monster soldiers created by the four families were undoubtedly very successful. There are two types of Chaos Warriors. One is pulled out by the Dread Dragon. It is smaller, faster, and has double-edged weapons. It is an attacker. The other one was teleported. It had thick bone armor, used heavy weapons, and had a very weird proliferative organ on its arm. It looked like a double-mounted shotgun, and two throat-like things extended out and connected to the ribs. Go deep into the body. This is designed by the evil rat people. They have the deepest knowledge of the territory and are very good at imitating it. As long as they have seen it, they can always imitate it quickly. But this time, they are not imitating thunder guards and bolters. In fact, these are all coincidences, because the development roots of war equipment in specific environments are the same. Powerful individuals, sophisticated equipment, heavy weapons and firearms. This is what the evil ratmen think is the most suitable combination. And this time, it will also bring a lot of trouble to the territory. Fortunately, the equipment had improved a lot, but the tactics were still very backward. Thousands of Chaos Warriors scattered and charged towards the Templars, which gave the Templars a chance to break the formation and kill the enemy. Facing the swarming Chaos Warriors, the Templar Knight showed no intention of slowing down. He leveled his bolt spear with one hand and the rune sword in the other, and instead began to accelerate. Chaos Warriors, who combine the power of the four families, have strength beyond ordinary people's imagination. Yet there is no restriction of equal combat power. Each one can continue to slaughter. Injury, hunger, and exhaustion can all be solved through killing. As long as there are enough, life can be slaughtered. But they are immortal. It's a pity that the Templars exist specifically to destroy these monsters. They have extraordinary physical fitness, carefully crafted equipment, and even their mounts are warcraft with unicorn blood. Their charging speed has exceeded the reaction speed of elite warriors. Even those as strong as the Chaos Warriors cannot escape the fate of destruction. Not to mention that these fearless Chaos Warriors don't know how to escape, which makes it easier for the Templars to destroy these monsters and accurately hit the opponent's heart with the explosive spear in their hands. As the spear blade cut in, the activated bolter fired instantly, and the destructive bomb almost exploded against the opponent's chest. Bone armor, which was stronger than steel defense, and extremely tough flesh and blood were not blocked. The bullet specially prepared for the monster was severely torn, causing a huge penetration wound, and the spear lost the resistance of flesh and blood, easily piercing through the Chaos Warrior, and then the unlucky guy behind. As for the Chaos Warrior, who is still struggling on the spear, the rune sword in the Templar's other hand is not a decoration. With the blessing of the Holy Light, when facing evil, nothing can stop the Holy Spirit from cutting iron like clay. The holy charge of the Temple Knight. The slower-moving, heavily armored Chaos Warriors raised their hands after closing the distance, and sprayed bone spurs filled with thick green fluorescent liquid from the muzzles on their arms. After hitting the Templar, the bone spurs did not penetrate the thick armor immediately. Mithril armor. But as the internal solution seeped out, the mithril armor began to corrode and dissolve, and release strong waves of evil energy. This thing is so powerful that even a high-level knight would probably be killed in one hit if he didn't defend with all his strength. However, the designers obviously underestimated the quality and thickness of the Templar mithril armor, or they never thought they would encounter such an opponent. In addition, the holy light suppressed the effect of evil energy, and this evil energy was simply not enough to dissolve bone spurs. It can melt through the armor in a short time, but it will automatically fall off after expanding the dissolving surface. Therefore, although the outer armor was battered with holes, it did not damage the Templars' combat effectiveness, and they had already come into contact with the heavily armored Chaos Warriors. With extraordinary reflexes, powerful strength, and extremely fast charging speed, The heavily armored Chaos Warriors were also unable to withstand the attack of the Templars. The thick bone armor also failed to hold up under the combo of spears and explosive bombs, and was blown up. There was a gap as big as a bowl in the sea. Flesh and bones were blown to pieces, and the internal organs were severely damaged. Although they did not die because the health bar was thick enough, they lost their combat effectiveness for a while, and lay on the ground waiting to recover. If they still had a chance to recover. The Chaos Warriors had a bad start, but the evil professionals who were watching were helpless, affected by the tightening of the belief network. All evil professionals were in a semi-disabled state at this moment. After seeing the terrifying performance of the Templars, the soles of their feet were numb. It's so cold. But they still have the desire to resist. And they really have the spirit to regard death as if they were dead and would rather die than surrender. How can they be considered villains? Waste! When the evil professionals who were about to escape heard this familiar voice, their legs trembled, because they knew very well what this voice represented. The Titan belief network was forcibly torn apart by the divine power of the outside world. The light spots formed by the shattered belief fragments could be seen in the sky over the entire North City. This also meant a declaration of war. And it was also a divine war. The space was violently torn open, and a powerful female demigod shrouded in a thick divine light walked out. She is more than 2 meters tall, while she has the strong muscles and tough temperament of the barbarians from the north. She also has a charm and sex appeal that is not barbarian at all. She has the weird feeling of tying a bow on a barbell, and also has the weird feeling of Pan Jinlian beating up Jiang Minshin. In addition, the clothes on her body are very simple. There is a palm-wide piece of animal skin on the top and bottom. This is too small for ordinary people, let alone this oversized woman. She can't even sew a seam under her pants. 4 corners. Compared with the sparing of clothing materials, the other party has many gold ornaments on his body. It can be said that they are hung in all places that can be hung, and holes are drilled in those that cannot be hung. His style is so bold that even the senior dancers in the Wild Succubus Tavern have to kowtow when they see him. 1. And she is the tyrant's concubine, the most beloved woman of the tyrant god. Chapter 519 is extremely insulting. The barbarian kingdom dares to let the 4 families of the undead, evil energy, flesh and blood, and demons work together in the country. Naturally, it has its own confidence, and that is the tyrant god. As early as 100 years ago, the barbarian kingdom came under the influence of this god. It was also from that time that the barbarian kingdom, which was originally just a group to survive, began to go down the road of tyranny and never return. Whether it is external militarism or internal cruel rule, or even in-depth cooperation with the 4 evil families, there is actually the shadow of this tyrant god behind it. This god has no interest in the development of farming, and the peace and prosperity of the country is a joke to the tyrant god. Tyranny, power, oppression, war, massacre, fear, these are the favorite entertainment programs of this god. In the beginning, this tyrant god did not have much influence on the barbarian kingdom. It was just a thrifty barbarian king who picked up the god's lost sacred artifact, the Iron Crown, not to mention the divine power. Even the belief in it was dissipated. If there are few, the influence will naturally be small. But the barbarian kings were all big, muscled men with empty heads. They wore iron crowns all the year round, and gradually they were influenced by the power of faith within them. In other words, they were brainwashed. Although he did not have faith in that god, he managed the people more and more roughly and forcefully. This was undoubtedly in line with the tyrant god's priesthood and appetite, and there was a natural connection. No one noticed anything wrong with the transformation process of the barbarian kings in the past dynasties, because the barbarians themselves had this temper, and they worshipped force and the strong temperament from top to bottom. Moreover, the king's strength gradually twisted the originally scattered barbarian tribal kingdoms into a rope, becoming stronger and stronger, and launched the first southern expedition against the empire. This increased the power of the barbarian king to the point where it was uncontrollable. From then on, no one can check and balance anymore. And this also attracted the attention of the tyrant god. From then on, the development of the barbarian kingdom was completely out of control. Nowadays, such a cruel rule within the barbarian kingdom has not been overthrown. In addition to the barbarian king being the most powerful, the attention of the tyrant god and the arrival of the tyrant's concubine are the key. The tyrant's concubine is a god of the tyrant god. Although she cannot come in person, she found a shortcut to come to the main world as a demigod, which became the source of the barbarian king's confidence. The four families could only toss in the abyss of the four gods. But he didn't dare to openly intervene in the barbarian kingdom. At this time, Owen was stunned. The other party's actions were similar to stripping off his clothes on the street and then sticking a finger in. It was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. He was so angry that he couldn't wait to do it himself. The female demigod with rings all over her body was caught and taught a lesson. However, the opponent was a demigod, and he happened to be stuck somewhere. He could neither initiate a real divine battle, nor could he defeat him in his normal incarnation, which made Owen a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Joan of Arc was at the scene, and Charles was not far away. So he held his nerve and endured the other person's fingers while trying to see what the situation was. What a bunch of trash! Kim's contemptuous eyes deeply pierced the fragile hearts of all the evil professionals present. So they lowered their heads deeply and became a complete mess. This is no ordinary demigod. As a god of tyrants, in addition to being beautiful and sexy, he must also be perverted and capable of fighting. They had other ideas at the beginning, but as a result, their scope of activities was limited to the four gods' abyss. Not because they are honest enough, but because they really can't beat them. And forget it if you can't beat them. This person's punishment is really hard for them to accept. It is said that every person who walks out of the punishment room has gained more than 3 to 5 pounds. And they are imitating a crab to walk while staring at their crotch. From then on, whenever I saw something in the shape of a ring, I would tremble. Even the evil rat man who was not a human had a row of rings on his tail after he came out. Just like a screwdriver with big gold rings. So in addition to his special hobby, yes, most evil professionals are too scared to face this person. But I unexpectedly met a saint, and I will exempt you from the punishment this time. Kim stared at Joan with a salivating, greedy expression, and said to the evil professionals like giving alms, which immediately made them sigh in relief. And then a continuous stream of flattery was delivered. For the gods, things that can be defined as precious are very rare, and almost do not exist in the material world. And believers are regarded as consumables. What the goddess of morning light has done to the elf kingdom is what the gods have done to the elven kingdom. The true views and uses of believers, even fanatical believers, are just more useful tools for gods, not to mention cherished. With the exception of saints, saints have gone beyond the scope of believers, and their soul essence has been sublimated, infinitely close to the gods of faith. Although they are not gods, they are in some places more precious than belonging to gods. Another reason is that one saint can hang the life of a god, even if the kingdom of God is damaged and all believers are lost. As long as the saint is still there, the god will not completely fall and will eventually have a chance to make a comeback. At the same time, every living saint can withstand the divine power of gods to the greatest extent, which is the perfect carrier of divine descent. Unfortunately, it is extremely difficult for saints to appear, and there are no rules. Some gods spend thousands of years cultivating them, but ultimately achieve nothing. Some gods inexplicably gain more saints before they become gods. Moreover, the saints cannot take anything by force, because the faith of the saints has been so strong that even the gods they believe in cannot be shaken, let alone other gods. It can be said that killing the saints is far better than changing the saints. Faith is easier. Although it cannot change the faith of a saint, it does not reduce its value at all. Even as a collection, it is a temptation that every god cannot resist. I'll capture you and offer it to the tyrant god, and he will forgive me. Kim licked her lips excitedly, then casually took off a piece of gold jewelry from her body and turned it into a heavy and huge golden weapon. This golden weapon is not just a show-off. The seemingly effortless way it is wielded cannot conceal its heavy nature. Not to mention that it is shrouded in divine glory. It is obvious that the opponent has a vocation related to gold. Kim couldn't wait to walk towards Joan of Arc. What was rare was that she could still maintain an elegant posture. She saw her slender and strong legs walking forward alternately, with her toes touching the ground every time. Therefore, the shaking of her wide hips caused waves in her chest, together with the plump twisting behind her and the jingling gold jewelry all over her body. She has a wild and seductive beauty. Joan of Arc immediately sensed the other party's true nature. But even facing a demigod, she still couldn't feel the slightest fear. The Templars are also fearless, even if they also feel that the opponent is extraordinary. This will only speed up their attack, because they will not allow the enemy to get close to the saint, which is their duty. Joan of Arc frowned, because she knew that the Templar knight would probably not be a match for a demigod. But she was the commander now, not a knight charging into the battle. Standing here could play a far greater role than if she charged forward. Not to mention that if she really takes action,
It will not be a distrust and insult to the Templars, which is much more serious than letting the Templars face death. Chapter 520. The body is warmed up. Owen is paying attention at this moment, because he is very curious about how the highest masterpiece carefully crafted in the territory, the Templar Knights, will perform when facing demigods. As for casualties, the creation of super soldiers in the territory is not for exhibitions and collections, nor for killing the weak. In fact, from the moment they become Templars, fighting and death are inevitable. And all of them are also they all knew it and accepted it calmly. So there was no fear in their eyes, and they charged without any hesitation.
I didn't expect that in this remote and weak world I would be able to encounter things that interest me one after another. It's really getting more and more interesting.
Kim raised the corners of her mouth happily, and her movements became more exaggerated, raising her legs and swinging her arms, making waves. She shows her graceful and sexy side without hesitation, and with the increasingly cheerful sound of gold jewelry clashing, like a dancer dancing in the palace. Every movement can show her beautiful side to the maximum extent, and with the help of movements and eyes, tease the audience's mind. Unfortunately, the only ones present were Chaos Warriors, evil professionals, Jeanne d'Arc and Templar Knights. Except for the evil professionals who can't stand upright, the rest are not affected. Chaos Warriors don't have these emotions at all. Joan of Arc is not affected, and the Templars have faith and faith. This makes Kim a little disappointed, because her favorite thing is to chop off the enemy's head when they are confused and infatuated, not to catch them by surprise, but because it will give her a greater sense of accomplishment and excitement. Although it was a useless effort, Kim had already integrated her fighting skills into her dance, facing the Templars who charged like an invisible shadow. Her slashes were flexible, fast and precise, and her wide golden blade cut through easily mithril armor, and the 1-ton Templar Knights flew more than 10 meters away, and this also allowed these Templar Knights to save their lives.
It's also mixed with fine gold.
The difference in feel made Kim react quickly. Unfortunately, although fine gold also has a gold letter on it, it is not gold. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. She twisted her wrist and thought. The fallen Templars were not dead. Under the mithril armor that was cut open was an adamantine steel skeleton as a lining. This saved their lives. But after all, it was not pure adamantine. Under the demigod's attack, it has been bent and broken and no longer has defensive power. But this does not affect the Templars from continuing to fight.
It looks like we will have a lot of fun next time.
Although Kim said with a smile, he felt a little solemn in his heart. At the same time, he knew why those losers failed one after another, facing hundreds of Templar Knights. Even demigods may not be able to escape unscathed, not to mention the opponent's commander. That is, the Saint, who behaved very calmly, commanding the Templar Knights to fight against the Chaos Warriors while also distinguishing themselves. Some people firmly guarded various places, blocking the direction of the breakout. The dozens of Templars who fought with her did not rush up in a swarm, but carefully divided into several levels and charged continuously, never giving her a chance to escape from the battle. Moreover, the reaction speed and combat skills of these Templars, and the weapons and equipment are too damn difficult to deal with. Knowing that a simple charge would not work, the Templars quickly changed their fighting methods. The bolt spears in their hands were not only simple melee weapons, but also effective for long-range suppression. The dense explosive bombs accurately formed a fan, not aiming for 100% hit, but control and restriction. Therefore, even Kim could not completely dodge. Kim's face was a little gloomy. She knew about the firearms, but she didn't take it seriously. The high-ranking knights could achieve the same effect by using stones thrown by fighting spirit. The power was a joke to her. But the firearms used by the Templar Knights were different. It was not made for humans at all. The strong impact and the power of the explosion that even she could not ignore did make her passive. But it was not enough to restrict her. He casually took off another gold ornament from his chest, and brandished 2 golden giant swords to completely isolate himself, so that the bombs could only explode outside the defense circle. And there were bursts of roaring sounds. The explosive bombs with huge destructive power can lift a thick layer off the ground just by their explosive power, and even leave traces of colored glaze caused by the high temperature. However, they are still unable to shake Kim's defense. Moreover, this demigod is still advancing step by step. It can be seen that the demigod's strength, endurance, and resistance are so powerful. You must know that even a strong barbarian warrior will not be able to find a large body after being hit by a bomb. Even if a senior knight defends with all his strength, he will still have to pay a heavy price.
This was just one explosive bomb. If it was bombarded like this, even an adult red dragon would be beaten to pieces, or even fall apart. After quickly adapting to the power of the explosive bomb, the originally indestructible golden giant sword in Kim's hand suddenly softened, like a ribbon waving by a dancer, or a young lady's tender little hand, gently touching it, and then pushing it aside, and then shot crooked. The Templars, who dismounted and moved to flank on both sides, were caught off guard and hit by the deflected explosive projectile. The fragmented warhead tore open the mithril armor, and the power of the explosion penetrated the electronic muscle bundles, causing considerable damage to the physical body. Fortunately, as a super soldier who has undergone many transformations, his recovery ability is not as good as that of a chaos warrior. But with the blessing of the holy light, it is not much worse. Therefore, he only staggers 2 steps before decisively fighting back, and even standing still without moving. Facing the backlash, the explosive bombs can only be resisted by the thick shoulder armor and self-healing ability. Even from far away, you can see the deflected bomb hitting the shoulder armor, which is as thick as tank armor, because it is thicker, and it is not a direct hit. Although the shoulder armor is riddled with craters, the broken shrapnel will also hit it. The Templar's helmet drew countless sparks, but they were not fatal. So the bolt spear in his hand still fired steadily and accurately at the enemy. But no matter how strong the armor is, it will be penetrated sometimes. Not to mention that you are facing a demigod. This is risking your life. The Templar's choice to resist and fight back is not stupid, but they have found that it is almost impossible to restrict Kim's movements, and the ammunition they carry is also limited. So the next battle will soon enter a brutal hand-to-hand melee. At this time, choose it is no longer necessary to keep distance. The best option is to consume the opponent's physical strength and cause some injuries in the shortest possible time, wielding 2 golden giant swords of unknown weight to protect herself from water leakage, and holding on for so long under a rain of bombs that could level a fortress. For Kim, it was just a warm-up. At the moment, his body had warmed up, and as he became more and more excited, his eyes began to become a little blurry. A pervert who can make a bunch of evil professionals feel perverted. Kim is living up to his reputation. His mental state is definitely not normal. Under the continuous stimulation, he already has the urge to ignore it. It's really bad. If you get excited at this time, I'm afraid nothing will be left. But it's the most annoying thing to endure. Kim, who didn't even know that his saliva was drooling, said with a weird laugh from time to time. It was obviously nice to say it, but in fact it's out of control. Okay? Chapter 521 Unfavorable Battle Situation. Sure enough, the golden swords that originally swayed like kelp suddenly extended for dozens of meters. Although the Templars noticed something was wrong in time and made dodge movements, it was useless. The reaction and speed of the demigods were superior to them, and it was just a flash. In an instant, 7 or 8 Templars within the range were chopped to pieces. This attack was infused with divine power, so even the adamantium steel had no effect, and it was useless no matter how strong the self-healing ability was. Fortunately, this is Owen's territory. Although the other party took action against the soul, under his protection, the dead Templar Knights turned into holy light and returned to the kingdom of God. This is the greatest honor and glory for the Templar Knights who died in battle. Award. Such an obvious movement was obviously caused by the intervention of gods. But Kim turned a blind eye. Greed, impulsiveness, obsession, excitement, all kinds of emotions had filled her brain, and the gold jewelry all over her body was shaking violently, and it was getting bigger and smaller. The stimulation brought by this made her mind more and more confused. She laughed wildly and waved the golden swords like long whips. Now she needed to vent and be satisfied. Otherwise she would not stop. The changes in casualties and enemies did not give the Templars the slightest hesitation. With one hand holding the explosive spear with open ammunition, and the other hand holding the rune sword condensed with holy light, his life was not extinguished. The battle continued, and the silent charge never stopped. Next, even if you are facing death, the battle situation became increasingly unfavorable, and Joan of Arc, who could have spared most of her energy to focus on this place, had to withdraw her distracted attention and focus most of her energy on the barely maintained front. Kim's arrival not only tore apart the belief network as a restriction, allowing the evil professionals to regain a lot of strength, but also tore open a huge space rift. The unscrupulous demon warlock built it into an unstable teleportation channel, although there is a high chance that it will be involved in the space turbulence. Who cares about that?
A large number of Chaos Warriors and flesh and blood creations poured into the North City through teleportation and obeyed. Instinct begins to destroy everything. In order to prevent these monsters from causing a massacre in the North City, Joan of Arc must use limited troops to keep the current defense line from collapsing. Therefore, in addition to the Templar Knights as the main force, she also filled in a large number of city defense troops, who came in without hesitation. The well-trained city defense troops gathered here as quickly as possible. Under the leadership of grassroots officers, they used the ruins as bunkers, used firepower as a blockade, and used their lives as a city wall to block the intruders here with difficulty. Not only Joan of Arc, but also the Templar Knights and the city defense forces are very aware of the consequences of letting these monsters escape, especially those evil professionals. Each of them has the power to destroy a small town in a short time, and has various abilities. This is an unexpected method, so they must not be allowed to leave, even at the cost of their lives. The most stressful thing is the frontal battlefield. The Templar Knights, who have run out of ammunition, have given up charging. After dismounting, they form an array to resist the constant impact of Chaos Warriors and flesh and blood creations. Spears and bone spurs, rune swords and serrated axes. The fierce collision of blood and flesh. The battle never cooled down, and people fell every minute. Even the tenacious Chaos Warriors would not have a chance to stand up again. But the most serious casualties were the auxiliary city defense troops. As the first line of defense in the North City, the city defense army is well equipped with a large number of semi-automatic and automatic weapons. Because there is no need to consider long distances, it can carry more ammunition, light and heavy machine guns, infantry cannons, and other supporting heavy equipment. This is their strong capital to resist the enemy's attack. The only problem is that since the city defense army was created, there were no monsters as its intended target. Stimulated by war and blood, the Chaos Warriors became more and more manic. The originally tight visor cracked open like shark teeth, revealing a strong tongue and dense teeth that spiraled downwards into the throat. This allowed the Chaos Warriors to swallow the food more efficiently. The large piece of flesh and blood underneath is undergoing preliminary processing. But for normal humans, this is undoubtedly a terrifying scene. What makes people even more desperate is that, except for heavy machine guns, it is difficult for ordinary firearms to cause effective damage to them. The number of heavy machine guns is limited, and they are more suitable for fire suppression. Instead of targeting individual targets, they can still run very fast. That kind of thing.
Prepare cluster grenade SH. LS.
Mark, a junior officer, roared loudly, not caring about the stinging pain in his throat and the bloodshot eyes in his mouth, amidst the roar of guns and artillery. If the sound was lower, it would not reach the ears of his men. After hearing the order, nearby soldiers quickly collected more grenades and tied them together with force. This is the most helpless choice, because the destructive power of grenades mainly depends on shrapnel and impact, which is difficult for Chaos Warriors with excellent defense and self-healing capabilities to be fatal. Even cluster grenades are the same. They must be, and only detonation at a very close distance can have a certain effect. This is the most difficult part. More than a dozen soldiers put down their guns and ammunition, holding cluster grenades tightly in their hands, waiting for the moment their commander issued the order. And they knew very well what they would face next. Mark saw the fearless eyes of his men, and his teeth almost broke. Soldiers are not afraid of death, and he is not afraid of death either. But worthless death is the hardest thing for him to accept.
Concentrate fire on the reloaded targets and prioritize them.
Mark, who quickly got rid of his useless emotions, immediately ordered. He knew very well that if such a monster approached, they would not even have a chance to die. So they had to deal damage to the bone armor first, destroy, and then use cluster grenades to cause greater damage. Only in this way can you have a chance to stop these monsters. The light machine gunners have given up on burst fire, because only concentrated fire can have a chance to slow down these monsters. Fortunately, the shooters cooperated tacitly, and the heavy-armed Chaos Warriors had to move slower. Finally, they were swept by the tongues of fire, and their bodies suddenly froze, and their center of gravity was unbalanced. The heavy machine gunner did not miss this rare opportunity, and immediately locked onto it, frantically using large-caliber bullets to cut through the opponent's thick bone armor, and try to expand the damage area as much as possible. Almost at the same time, soldiers carrying cluster grenades rushed out of their hiding places as quickly as possible, and this immediately ushered in a counterattack by the Chaos Warriors. To the Templars, the bone spurs corroded by evil energy are just another hole in the mithril steel plate armor. But to ordinary soldiers,
The bone spurs that passed through the body, like a steel knife inserted into tofu, caused more than just a penetrating wound. In the blink of an eye, green fluorescence was transmitted from the wound, and then turned into a pool of solution in a short period of time. The soldier holding the cluster grenade never stopped running as long as he was alive. When he got close, he immediately fired the grenade, even if he was chopped into pieces by a saw-toothed tomahawk the next moment. There was no hesitation. The deaths of these soldiers were not in vain. Although they did not kill a few Chaos Warriors, they effectively blocked the enemy's breakthrough and supported the arrival of more reinforcements. Chapter 522 Beicheng Shrouded in War. The city defense troops, who came with heavy equipment, did not change anything when facing monster-like enemies. All they could do was let the accompanying artillery fire directly to blow up everything, whether it was their own people or the enemy, or use cluster grenades to attack the enemy, cause some obstacles. Here life becomes a consumable like ammunition. The limited military strength and the gap in combat power allow Joan of Arc to use the most rational thinking to make the best use of every life. It can be sacrificed, but it must be worthy of death. Only in this way can it last longer, and only in this way can it be allowed to survive. The city is not destroyed. More and more Chaos Warriors are being teleported over. Joan of Arc holds the flag tightly and converts her magic power into defensive power, blessing it on the Templar Knights. As the main force, they cannot die now, no matter what kind of enemy they face. Now they all need to persist. Fortunately, the city defense army has received strict training in street fighting and is not afraid of death. They can use all conditions to block the breakthrough of those monsters. Otherwise, hundreds of Templar Knights alone would not be able to block it. Fortunately, this is Beicheng. Not only soldiers, but also equipment is not lacking. With the continuous mobilization of the rear, more and more combatants are arriving, including infantry, artillery, tanks, and even the 88mm air defense that is the treasure of the town. The cannons were brought in, especially the latter. Even the Templars would have to lie down if they were hit by one of these, let alone the Chaos Warriors. At this time, the armed helicopters had also replenished their ammunition and fuel and came to support. The 6-barreled machine gun had only an average effect on the huge Dread Dragon. It was still a big threat to Chaos Warriors and Flesh and Blood creations. Not to mention that it could also be loaded with some bombs and dropped directly. A large amount of heavy firepower was unleashed without scruple, and the scope of buildings destroyed together with the enemy was gradually expanding. Both sides were investing more troops and constantly consuming them. The cruelty of war was vividly reflected here. In order to avoid harming innocent people, Maya mobilized a group of grassroots managers to brave the flames of war, to guide the civilians in the war zone to evacuate to safe areas. The current situation was not bad enough to treat them as expendables, because it was a systematic population transformation. The operation was very smooth. There were no delays, no wrangling, and no disputes. Everyone gave up all their belongings and only carried a small amount of food and drinking water. A large number of civilians crawled out of cellars or air raid shelters in the war zone, helping each other and evacuating with the injured, which is very efficient. This also avoids attracting those monsters and causing greater casualties. Although Joan of Arc's defense line has not collapsed, it is impossible to intercept all the monsters 100%. Not to mention that there are evil professionals with all kinds of strange abilities, many of whom have already entered other urban areas. This is also the reason why only a few hundred Templars came, and why tens of thousands of city defense troops could not arrive in one go. They needed to eliminate these unstable factors and maintain security in the city. In fact, even the Roots and the Sisters were involved. Otherwise Beicheng would have been in chaos. It is because of the efforts of these people that although the scale of the war continues to expand, plunging the long peaceful North City into the flames of destruction. Except for the war zone, other areas are very calm, and everyone is doing what they should do. Reinforcing, defend, clear the ruins, rescue the wounded, without panic or fear. Adult men silently picked up weapons and joined the patrol team to fill the vacancy caused by the departure of the city defense army. Once they discovered the Chaos Warriors and evil professionals, they would use their lives to delay the arrival of their own super soldiers. Women have more arduous tasks, taking care of the elderly, children and patients, cooking, cleaning, bandaging, and even cleaning up debris. They all need to do these things, and only they who are careful can do so well. Because of the concerted efforts to maintain the stability of order, Maya was able to mobilize the power of Beicheng to the maximum extent. Otherwise, there would be no continuous supply of reinforcements to fill the battlefield.
But there was finally good news. Maya finally waited for the castle's response. The news that Joan of Arc applied for the support of the Thunder Guards has been passed on for a long time. But there has been no response for a long time. Without Irving's direct order, it was up to the Thunder Guards to decide whether to take action or not. Secondly, the North City was invaded, which made the Thunder Guards vigilant, and they would not be dispatched easily. Thirdly, many evil professionals have sneaked into the North City in order to prevent the castle from being invaded. The Thunder Guards are concentrating on guarding the castle. For the Thunder Guards, the importance of the castle is higher than that of the North City, which is why it is difficult for them to mobilize. But they still have to listen to Maya's orders, at least until Owen takes back his command. But it was impossible to mobilize the entire army. Even Maya would not make such a decision, because once someone took the opportunity to invade the castle, even she would not be able to accept it. However, the Thunder Guards have just completed part of the equipment change and have just put it into actual combat for testing. However, after all, it is new equipment, and it will take some time to debug. The ground was filled with war, but the underground city was still peaceful, although a few little mice were lucky enough to sneak in. This was also the beginning of their misfortune. It's hard to describe how big the underground city is now, because as an underground transportation hub, it connects many important cities and locations in the territory, and it even undertakes many functions such as scientific research, training, production, defense, etc. Its complexity is far higher than that of Beicheng. But don't think that the large area makes it difficult to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. In fact, the countless traps and mazes are enough to collapse any army. Not to mention that this is the headquarters of the Roots and the Sisters. Even Owen has forgotten all the other messes. Things are also a huge threat to intruders, such as poisonous snakes and slimes, as well as magical plants that serve as landscape plants. After continuous reproduction, how many venomous snakes are there in the dungeon, and how many varieties have evolved? Even the roots are not clear. At least they cannot be consumed as psychic beasts. As for slimes, they only know that there is a slime kingdom underground in the territory. But it is not clear how big it is there, because the queen of the slime kingdom is Owen Shikigami, which is beyond their control. Yes, all I know is that the slime maid is responsible for the health and services of the entire dungeon. With these two major groups present, there are no dead ends in the entire dungeon, and there are no chances of luck. All intruders are discovered in the shortest possible time, and what follows is a journey of survival for the intruders. Ethan felt that it was a mistake to enter here, although he instinctively felt that there was huge wealth hidden here. How to obtain it, and how to survive were the biggest problems. Hell! He kicked away the poisonous snake that climbed onto his shoes. Ethan was disgusted by this. It's not that he's afraid of snakes. It's because there are too many snakes here. No matter where he goes or where he looks, he can always find venomous snakes twisting and crawling. And snakes even fall down from time to time. But the strange thing is that these venomous snakes are not aggressive, lazy, and often ignore his existence. After hesitating for a moment, due to the problem of quantity, Ethan did not take the initiative to attack, but focused on finding the exit. But this place was too big. He had walked for so long. Don't say it. Even the same scenery was he didn't see it, which meant that he was not running around in circles, but was still on the outskirts of this huge underground building complex, which made him feel a trace of despair in his heart. Chapter 523: The Evil Professional's Dungeon Adventure. As a necromancer, Ethan considers himself to be very calm. Unlike those demon warlocks, who are irritable all day long like a middle-aged woman who has been visiting her aunt for a month in a row, and her traffic doubled on 1, 3, 5. Yes, still the kind who hasn't touched a man in 3 years. But today, he also felt upset. When his heartbeat was pounding and his chest was tight, he had to force himself to keep breathing steadily. He carefully touched the ground on his toes with every step, trying to avoid the venomous snakes on the ground. Although these venomous snakes did not take the initiative to attack him. But that doesn't mean you won't react if you get stepped on. Walking in this posture is obviously uncomfortable and consumes a lot of physical strength. But Ethan has to do whatever he wants, even if it makes him look embarrassed and stupid. Of course, Ethan can also choose to use magic to solve some problems. But the current environment is obviously not a good place to use magic. Once someone locks his position through magic fluctuations, he will fall into a more passive situation. Unfortunately, it backfired. There was a click, and the feeling of being empty under his feet made Ethan activate the bone shield for the first time. Immediately, for tower shield style bone shields surrounded him. and they continued to rotate, blocking the arrows fired from both sides. When the arrow rain stopped, Ethan's expression became even weirder, because he had not encountered such a primitive and backward mechanism for a long time. Even if there was one in the ancient ruins, it would have been turned into waste under the baptism of time. Not to mention most similar mechanisms. There will be no blind spots between the top of the head and the ground.
I really saw the undead.
Ethan then experienced pits, rolling rocks, swinging axes, spitting fire, and the most classic collapsed stone bridge. Even if he knew magic, he was left in a state of disgrace and embarrassment. So he yelled and cursed all the way. It never stopped. But the strange feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger, until he stepped on the bone bridge and came to the opposite side. When he saw the treasure chest placed at the top of the stone steps with a magical light, he was stunned. Even a rookie adventurer knew that this thing was or traps good or not.
The treasure chest is mine.
The whirring sound made Ethan stunned for a moment. And then, he saw a female demon warlock, who was trading her brains for appearance, running in waves from the other direction. When she saw him, she glared at him in warning, and then accelerated and rushed towards the treasure chest.
Idiot!
The only one who can do such stupid things is a demon warlock. Ethan shook his head, and was about to read the joke when he suddenly remembered that he was not a villain now, but an unlucky guy who was in trouble, and needed someone to rescue him. But at this time, it was too late. The huge treasure chest suddenly she opened her huge mouth, revealing dense fangs, and stretched out a thick and powerful tongue from the fangs. She rolled up the adventurous female demon warlock, and performed what is called a silky deep throat. The female demon warlock, whose butt was stuck in the throat of the mimic, screamed in horror. She struggled and tried to release fireballs, but the mimic had the property of banning demons. The fierce struggle only stimulated the mimic's tongue to wrap tighter, and she was able to clearly. I felt the huge tongue full of mucus rubbing against the skin repeatedly, and I felt every particle of it very clearly, and I suddenly got goosebumps all over my body. Although the other party was a stupid idiot, the destructive power of the demon warlock should not be underestimated. Ethan condensed the bone spear and was about to save people, but saw the female demon warlock, whose head was still in the mouth of the mimic, and looked at him in horror. Behind him, by the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late, and a foot kicked him right on the lower back, flying in midair. The frightened Ethan watched helplessly as he got closer and closer to the face of the female demon sorcerer, whose eyes showed an expression of looking at an idiot very clearly. After clearing away the two intruders, or the unlucky ones, who entered by mistake, the root member disappeared into the shadows in a blink of an eye and headed straight for the other unlucky person. After all, there were too few intruders, and he couldn't catch them even if he was slow. A grunt. Although he was swallowed, Ethan was not dead. He was falling continuously in the tight, slippery and dark intestines, and occasionally bumped heads with the female demon sorcerer who was close to his face, causing him to curse. The position of his head and feet made his head congested with blood. But Ethan remained awake, and based on the speed of his descent and the gradually loosening of his intestines, he came up with a guess that made his face turn blue.
Shut up and listen carefully.
Unable to bear the female demon warlock's continuous curses any longer, Ethan yelled angrily.
What are you listening to? Listening to your fart?
The female demon warlock was stunned for a moment, and then she was ready to curse, because the sound of the exhaust was very loud, and there were only two people here. Who do you think farted? Besides, she can't do anything but curse now. She couldn't do it, and if she closed her mouth, the feelings all over her body would be infinitely amplified. So she would rather curse.
It's not me. You idiot. Do you want to be pulled out?
Ethan was almost driven crazy by the other party's unreasonable troubles, and roared out his guess. The female demon warlock's face suddenly changed. Although she was an evil professional, it did not mean that she could accept this fate. So she struggled hard, which stimulated the intestinal peristalsis to speed up. So she made two puffs and passed through a certain at the powerful moment. The two people were completely covered in mucus and were expelled. With the influence of gravity, they fell into the warm and hot swamp below with all their thoughts. Not dead, but I'm afraid they would rather fall to death, not knowing how the swamp accumulated. The two of them raised their heads and struggled toward the shore. They finally climbed to the shore, but were startled by the soft ground.
What the H.L. is this horse riding like?
The female demon warlock collapsed completely. She jumped up and down, and the two car lights left an afterimage, and it didn't hurt to be slapped on the face. Ethan touched his bare ribs and sighed helplessly. not to mention his clothes. Even his equipment had been melted away. The only good thing was that he was fine.
Shut up and don't show your stupidity again. Unless you want to die.
Ethan had no intention of showing mercy to her. He raised his hand to summon a bone spear to threaten the opponent. But his hand failed.
Ha ha. The realm of forbidden magic.
The female demon warlock was attracted by Ethan's words. She was startled when she noticed his movements. Then, after giving it a try, she sneered and clenched her fists and walked towards him.
Don't come over here. I'm warning you not to come over here.
There was a muffled sound, and Ethan was knocked down by a punch. Then the female demon warlock straddled him without hesitation and punched his face rhythmically with a pair of small but powerful fists. It was very enjoyable, and Ethan kept shaking his head in praise. I don't know what the two people's movements stimulated. Everything around them emitted a faint fluorescent light, which also made the two people see something. They suddenly trembled and became stiff. This is an unknown vast underground space, somewhat like an underground cave, but everything is made of gelatinous and slightly transparent material. At this time, the huge and transparent heads slowly gathered together, and only then did the two of them realize that the swamp next to them was just a small mud puddle made by raindrops compared with each other.
Is this the slime god?
The female demon warlock murmured to herself.
I don't know, but it would be easy for the other party to kill us.
Ethan compared the size difference between the two sides. There was no comparison at all. The other party has become a part of this underground space. It is impossible to calculate how big it is, let alone them. A dozen giant dragons are just an appetizer for each other. Chapter 524 Unyielding Terminator Power Armor. Not to mention the wonderful adventure stories of these evil professionals in the dungeon. The heavily guarded Scientific Research Center is busy doing final debugging. The Scientific Research Center is located in the core area of the underground city. It is not flat, but is embedded in a spindle shape. It is the well-deserved core. Even the high-precision processing area of the monsters is serving the Scientific Research Center. At the root, the Thunder Guards and the Sisters regard it as a key point of defense, not counting the Scientific Research Center's own defense strength. As the highest-level scientific research institution in the territory, it is worthwhile to do this. It has attracted most of the talents in the territory, including many outside talents, who are attracted with preferential conditions and then brainwashed. Rich talent reserves, coupled with the increasingly evolving Flame Queen. The combination of technology and magic has created countless miracles, such as the Ultramarines. The original Ultramarines were just enhanced versions of the T-Virus trackers. Although they were strong, they did not escape the scope of the T-Virus. It was more about the strength of the Teutonic warriors themselves as recipients. Later, as Irving drew a grand blueprint, a group of researchers were inspired as if they were seeing the apocalypse. They continued to fill in and expand the blueprint day and night. After years of hard work, the training cabin alone has been updated more than a dozen times. And there are countless precision biological transformation and cultivation technologies involving all aspects. It is hard to realize most of the blueprint drawn by Owen. At this time, hundreds of specially manufactured large-scale training chambers are undergoing final finishing work. With the injection of awakening medicine and the discharge of culture fluid, these veterans selected from more than 1,000 Thunder Guards have completed further transformation. Walk out. After another transformation, the bodies of these extreme warriors have become larger, and the strength of their muscles and bones has been increased by 3 levels. Their nerves have also been strengthened and modulated to enhance their ability to withstand loads. Only in this way can they adapt to the new equipment. The taller Ultramarines put on thicker electronic muscle suits with the help of assistants and machines. The whole person looked as bloated as a bear. As the nerves are connected, the electric current is activated, and the special electronic muscle suit contracts automatically. The pressure and mental load generated make even the extreme warriors frown. This was just the beginning. After fixing the adamantine skeleton, pieces of heavy mechanical devices began to be assembled and debugged on the Ultramarines. This is the heavy-duty power armor developed under Owen's order. This type of power armor is named the Unyielding Terminator Power Armor. It uses a pure adamantine skeleton, composite high-quality mithril armor, an external power device, and a special electronic muscle suit. Is the true destroyer. In order to drive the big guy, many designs have difficulty taking into account the user's endurance. For example, although the power output of a special electronic muscle suit is stronger, it also means that it is more difficult to use. If you are not careful, it can even reach the limit of a monster. Soldiers are all at risk of fractures.
So even the most experienced ultramarines require further modifications before they can be used. Even so, after being equipped with a heavy adamantine frame and armor, the power is still slightly insufficient. Therefore, the Terminator-type power armor is also equipped with an additional external power device to provide stronger power output. However, this design reduces the reaction speed and flexibility of the Terminator's powered armor. But looking at this thick armor, as well as the Storm-type twin bolters and the heavy chains word that can crush people, this problem is not impossible. Acceptable. After all, from the beginning of its design, this thing was used to fight tough battles. The final debugging work was carried out in an orderly manner. As for the flames of war burning above, there was no problem in their opinion, and they even felt that it was too late. As the largest city in the north, Beicheng has the largest population, the most prosperous business, and the highest happiness index. But these are meaningless in the face of war. It's not that they are cold-blooded, but they know very rationally and clearly that if they want to help their gods reach the top, sacrifices are inevitable. And they are huge and continuous sacrifices. What's more, if you don't experience war, how can you know your own weaknesses? If you want to gain more experience, you can only trade your life. God is omnipotent, but they are not. So they need a war and the baptism of blood. Although the price is heavy, it is necessary. As for turning to God for help when encountering problems and sacrifices, they have never had such degenerate thoughts. God has given them too much, and if they can't achieve anything anymore, it will undoubtedly be a failure. For this reason, they have enough consciousness. Unbeknownst to Owen, Maya and the higher-ups of the territory have set up a plan to transform the territory by sacrificing 50,000 to 100,000 people, allowing blood and sacrifice to seep into the flesh and soul of the territory's people. Allowing war and conquest becomes the theme. For example, they are now making decisions such as strengthening air defense, increasing the proportion of heavy weapons for individual soldiers in the army, designing a suitable rapid support tank, and fortifying Beicheng, all for their god. Relying on constant sacrifice and Joan's exquisite command, the war with the evil side did not continue to worsen, but maintained a delicate balance. Chaos warriors and flesh and blood creations are not endless. Unless the four gods abyss sacrifices the entire barbarian kingdom, this is already the limit of their reserves. On the North City side, the city defense army and the Templar Knights alone were able to maintain the fighting situation. Apparently, they gradually took the initiative, but they were short of the strength to break the situation. Now it was up to their side's reinforcements to arrive first to break the deadlock. Although the situation is gradually coming under control, Joan of Arc has never taken it lightly, and has always focused part of her energy on the demigod Kim, because she is the only variable, and will bring more variables. As a heavy roar came from the sky, Joan knew that reinforcements were coming, and the war was about to be won or lost. Under the influence of the heavenly sending technique, hundreds of metal giants weighing several tons fell from the sky and directly hit the place where the enemy was most concentrated. Almost as soon as it landed, the shield of the indomitable Terminator power armor unfolded, and at the same time, the Storm-type twin bolt guns let out a terrifying roar. The two tongues of fire were like continuous disintegration techniques. Nothing could stop it. Remains intact under large-caliber explosive bombs. But it's not enough. For Terminators that land directly where the enemy is densest, the bolt gun alone is far from enough to clear everything. The enemies they face are not afraid of death, nor are they fragile creatures of flesh and blood. So the heavy chain sword comes into play, produce the desired effect. Higher rotational speed, stronger power, and combined with adamantine saw teeth, nothing can block the chain sword's roar of ripping everything apart. The roar of explosive bombs, the roar of chainsaws, and the violent Terminators are just like massacres. No matter they are chaos warriors or flesh and blood creations, they can't stop the punishment they bring to the gods. Evil professionals are as fragile as chickens. The curses and magic they are proud of cannot harm the heavily protected Terminator warriors at all. And facing death is their only fate. Chapter 525, Seal's God Killing. Kim was targeted. But it wasn't the Terminator team that was targeting her, but Seal. As a strong person that Owen had tried his best to cultivate from the beginning, Seal did not live up to his expectations. From a strong maid to the peak of legend step by step, she was a legend in herself. And she and Maya also became all the maids in the main world. Their idol. However, although Seal is strong, he still lacks an opportunity. An opportunity for transformation. To achieve the transformation from human to God. Owen can give her this opportunity. But this is undoubtedly an attempt to encourage others. Or in other words, seal once more and become stronger. To do this, she needs to break through the bottlenecks herself instead of letting her master feed her. Inside, of course, Owen would not refuse someone who wanted to work hard on his own, but would arrange everything for her. Today was the time for her to complete her transformation, and Owen was fully prepared for her, wearing a tailor-made Ghost and God heavy power armor, holding a Ghost and God twin halberd power weapon. Seal stepped into the battlefield without a helmet, and his long black and smooth hair was slowly swayed in the air by an invisible aura, full of fighting spirit and indifference. Her eyes were fixed on Kim. She was going to kill the god today. A legend who wants to kill a god is really an extra surprise. Because of the defensive blessing of Joan of Arc's magic transformation, Kim can no longer kill the Templars easily, so she feels more and more boring. But this does not mean that she wants to see a peak legend who is ready to kill a god, even if she is a demigod. Theoretically, there is a big difference between legends and demigods, not only in terms of strength. There is also a qualitative difference in life levels, just like different species. The problem is that legends are a bit special. They are a group of monsters that rely on hard work, talent, and luck to break the upper limit of their own race, which is unconventional, especially for the peak legend. Strength, will, and skill have reached a perfect balance and may break through at any time, which means they will explode. It's like fighting a boss and suddenly having a gorgeous second stage transformation when you see the last trace of blood left. Not only is the blood full, but it also has healing and critical auras. It's as frustrating as it is. So the demigod who capsized in the gutter is even more. There are not many of them. So even Kim will have a headache. But it's just a headache. Kim is not an ordinary demigod. Her essence is a real god. Except for divine weapons. Mortal weapons can only damage her body, but cannot destroy her origin. Because only gods can kill. The god of death. So she smiled confidently and pointed at Seal with her golden giant sword, wanting to continue to enjoy the fun of fighting. Because now only fighting could give her a little excitement when she was lonely and unbearable. Feeling the other party's contempt, Seal's expression remained unchanged. But she was ready to take action. This time, she would prove her worth in front of her master. The special electronic muscle girdle made of a large amount of mithril on Seal's body is very sensitive. It perfectly fits every inch of her skin and detects every muscle fiber. It can ensure that it accurately responds to her movements. So the muscles are as soon as they are fired. The more ferocious force was superimposed on her body as the electronic muscle bundles contracted, instantly making the Ghost and God's twin halberds make a blast that broke the air. At the same time, the invisible position covers the Ghost and God halberds made of adamantine steel, allowing this weapon that represents the pinnacle technology of the territory to release unimaginable power, which can easily cut through the gold of mithril steel armor and adamantium steel skeleton. As soon as the giant sword made contact, you could see that the contact surface was softening and the halberd blade was constantly cutting into it. Although she did not use divine power. After all, it was a manifestation of the essence of her own power. And it was actually broken by a mortal weapon. This surprised Kim, and she instinctively felt a little nervous, making her body feel a little hot, a little excited, and even looking forward to the feeling of this weapon inserted into her body, which may bring her a different experience. But she couldn't let the other party achieve her goal so easily. Otherwise she wouldn't know how to cherish it. Only by risking death and piercing the weapon into her heart. But found that she couldn't be killed. The expression and despair at that time was what she looked forward to most. Resisting the urge to kill the opponent. Kim smiled slightly. The half-cut golden giant sword turned into fluid as if it was alive, while expelling the halberd blade. He also threw out a golden blade like a long whip and fell on Seal. Although there was only a scratch on the body, it represented the strength gap between the two sides. Faced with a gap that was enough to destroy her fighting spirit, Seal didn't even change her eyes. She had expected this long before taking action. If killing gods was so easy, how could she become the last choice for legendary advancement? With Charles's peak combat skills and the extra boost provided by the electronic muscle suit, there was almost no buffering force. The two halberds that were deflected staggered and struck again. The offensive was not chaotic at all, allowing him to prepare to add more points to the opponent. Desperate Kim was a little surprised. I have begun to appreciate you a little. Even in the bloody arena, there are only a few people with your skills and will. You have the potential to become a champion. If you are willing, I can recommend you to participate. You know, sometimes there will be with divinity as the prize. This is much easier than killing gods.
Kim's two golden giant swords have endless changes. They can be soft or hard, long or short, bounce or shake. They are really wonderful. Combined with the battle experience accumulated over countless years, she can face the increasingly fierce attacks of Seal. She always showed ease. Even if the force of the collision gradually escalated and the scope of the impact became wider and wider, she still didn't feel any nervousness. Instead, she wanted to conquer Seal. The opponent is not a saint whose faith is so firm that even the gods cannot reverse it. As long as the conditions are good, it may not be impossible to conquer him. Even if it is not possible, it can reduce the opponent's will to fight. Only when there is no way can you move forward indomitably. Once there are more choices, even just one, it will distract your attention and weaken your faith. Unfortunately, Kim met Seal. Owen had already provided her with better and more comprehensive options, but she still insisted on choosing the most difficult and dangerous way to break through. So Kim's words had no effect at all. Seal remained silent, but his strength continued to increase steadily. When the 10th level of strength was used, Kim's face began to become solemn. She stopped speaking and concentrated on dealing with Seal's fierce offensive, which she admired more and more. When a demigod faced off against a legend, even a demigod who was not good at fighting would hardly be at a disadvantage in terms of physical fitness. But he could not withstand Seal's cheating. She is not just a legend, but a superstandard being who combines Chinese and Western skills both internally and externally. Seal, who has perfected the Golden Bell Shield, has achieved the Vidra indestructible body. She may not have a breakthrough in life level, but she has reached a state of flawless physical body, which means that she has no weaknesses in any aspect. Defense, especially outstanding. Although the divine weapon cannot block it, the legendary weapon is no longer qualified to hurt her. With such a powerful body, Seal's strength, endurance and explosiveness have long exceeded the scope of legend. With the power armor and power weapons carefully crafted for her by the Scientific Research Center, even Kim has already felt the difficulty and turned to the defensive. This is just the beginning. Charles is a true martial arts genius. He just integrates fighting spirit, breathing method, internal strength, chakra, etc., and combines the essence, energy and spirit to form his own unique power, which he calls the power of ghosts and gods. Chapter 526 Despicable Plot. As soon as the power of ghosts and gods was activated, the muscles, blood vessels, and meridians of Seal's body instantly surged with endless power. The quantity and purity of the quality were completely unlike anything in the human world. But at the same time, the burden on the body and will was too heavy. Even if Seal, who had forged an indestructible body through countless tempers, couldn't help but let out a roar that was completely unlike what a human could make. It was even so strong that it formed a sound wave and hit Kim, whose expression changed greatly. The demigod's body, which was almost indestructible by mortal objects, seemed to have been washed away by a strong current. The skin and flesh shook and even shifted. Kim had to squint his eyes, lower his body, and embrace his arms to avoid being knocked away by a roar. This is just the beginning. When the body, blood, internal force, fighting spirit and chakra are merged, the power of ghosts and gods completely explodes. The red flames formed by the integration of spirit, energy and spirit burn fiercely around Charles, and even the space is torn apart, causing her to look like a blur. And the light within 100 meters radius was distorted. Without even looking, Kim knew she was in big trouble. This person already had everything it took to become a demigod, but she always suppressed herself because she wanted what was best for herself, not what she wanted from the outside world. In other words, Seal regards himself as the raw material for making mushroom eggs, constantly beating and purifying them. However, if he wants to shine the most brilliantly, that is, to condense his divinity, he still needs enough external pressure, and Kim has undoubtedly provided enough. The pressure caused Seal to explode at this moment. The only good thing is that the other party cannot last long. This power that can make even demigods turn pale will sooner or later dissipate because the user is burned out. She really thought it was so easy to condense divinity with her own power. So she only needs to if you can hold on until then. It's okay. With a clang, the already somewhat damaged ghost and god halberds fell to the ground, creating two large pits. Then Charles took out two battle axes named Blood War and Violence from the mezzanine of the power backpack behind him. And his momentum suddenly increased.
Semi-artifact?
Kim, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, breathed back in an instant, and her face suddenly turned green. This was obviously a trap for her.
so she instinctively planned to distance herself first, but ignored her opponent. A true warrior. Her actions made her completely passive and caused Seal to unleash a ghostly attack. The red blood flames followed the two battle axes and fell like a wave. The golden weapon that Kim tried his best to transform was directly destroyed as soon as it touched it. It could no longer regroup. He was caught off guard and his upper body was scratched with an X. Not only one pair becomes two pairs, but even the ribs and internal organs can be seen. With the demigod's vitality, the current injuries were far from fatal. But Kim's wounds kept trying to close. But each time they were reopened by the red blood flames. And a large amount of blood was sprayed out. Damn it! Kim, who was capsized in the gutter, cursed angrily. Because she was so angry. Her lungs bulged out from the wound, which was very ugly. This made her even more angry because she loves beauty. After being severely injured, Kim could no longer care about playing games. The gold jewelry on his body seemed to be alive. He forcibly sutured the wound like a centipede, and penetrated into the body to connect blood and flesh. He barely regained some fighting power, but faced the firepower. At full swing, Seal was wielding two semi-artifact battle axes like crazy. But the strength he had recovered was simply not enough. Two ferocious battle axes kept slashing at Kim's body, easily slicing through the flesh that was tougher than mithril steel. Sparks flew from the chopped golden skeleton, and a large amount of vitality-rich blood sprayed out as if it were free of charge. There were signs of gold turning on the ground where the two were fighting. This was a sign that Kim had been cut down and his essence was being lost. If he doesn't think of a way, Kim will sooner or later be hacked to death by Seal on the spot. But now she is not only facing an enemy who is about to become the god killer, but she is also deeply trapped in the enemy's camp. Getting out is not as simple as peeling off the skin. Damn it! Kim, who had lost his temper, was filled with grief and anger. Seeing that there was no way out, he reached into his stomach and pulled out a thick golden rod from his body. This thing is more than a foot long and has thick legs. It looks like a part of something, but it was cut off abruptly, so it is a little bent and looks like a big banana. Although it looks inconspicuous, it contains powerful divine power that makes Owen feel terrified. Once it breaks out, the existence of the North City, let alone the North City, will be a problem. But Owen has been waiting for this moment. After all, he is not stupid. The other party knows that there is a belief network in Beicheng and that it belongs to a god. But he still dares to rush in and make a fuss and kill. Damn it. Even if you say it's okay, you won't even believe it. The world is very big. He is just a low-level god who cheated. He is not invincible. He has no chance to be careless. Therefore, he does not act rashly, but increases the level of testing. As expected, the opponent has a trump card, an incomplete weapon, high-level artifact. Even if it is incomplete, Owen will be in bad luck if he is caught by surprise. After all, the opponent is in the material world, and he is in the kingdom of God. Once he makes a move, he will definitely be restrained by the main world. At most, 1 or 2 levels of the 10-level power can be exerted. But the opponent is able to reach the upper limit of the material world and is already invincible. But now that he has revealed his trump card, it is his turn to take action next. And he must let the other party know that he is not a vegetarian either. As Seal attracted all the opponent's attention, a long sword like a metal rod stabbed out of the nearby shadows. And the sword holder was Angel, who came out of the shadows. As a god and holding a semi-divine weapon, Angel's sneak attack was something that the half-crippled Kim was able to dodge, and was immediately pierced through the heart by the sword wrapped in black flames. Black flames with special attributes immediately wrapped around Kim's body, while burning her body. It also had a considerable impact on her soul. For a while, she could not suppress it at all, and she could not move at all. Seeing the opportunity, Seal unceremoniously cut off Kim's arms, while Enchi took the opportunity to seal the incomplete high-level artifact, thus solving the biggest variable in this battle. As for how Angel, who had become a god, came to the main world, of course, it was because she fell from her position as a god. Although Enchi became a god, she, like Owen, relied on external objects to become a god, so as long as the semi-artifact was removed, she would fall from the godly position. Generally, gods in similar situations would not do this. Firstly, the gap is too big and difficult to accept psychologically. Secondly, it is too easy for problems to occur. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. But with Owen in charge, Angel certainly wouldn't have to worry about this. So she kept hiding around with that special semi-artifact. She saw the right moment and pierced Kim's heart with a sword, making her completely lose her ability to resist. Ability. The unlucky Kim didn't expect that the other party was so rich, let alone that he was so despicable. First, he brought out a saint to make her look at him and make her reluctant to leave. Then he brought out a top legendary warrior who had stepped into the realm of demigods to play with her, forcing her to have no choice but to reveal her trump card. What was even more shameless was to let him a demigod was hiding in the dark with a demigod weapon and sneaking up on her. An honest person. Even though Kim was very calculating, he didn't expect the other party to be so shameless, let alone that he could easily come up with such a lineup. But he still chose to plot against her. I really don't know whether to call the other party cautious or despicable. Chapter 527 Detention and Extraction. I don't know if Irving is despicable or not, but it is indeed safe. The problem has been solved before he shows up. But I don't know if there will be any future troubles. Owen scratched his head with a headache. Even if he is a god, he is not omnipotent. Naturally, he doesn't know if there will be any future troubles. But he knows that such a powerful demigod will not suddenly appear in the main world. And a broken high level behind the artifact represents at least one main god, possibly even a god king. In fact, there is no difference between the two to Owen. What is the difference between killing him with one punch and pressing him to death with one finger? It's not that he underestimates himself. Cheating also takes time. At present, even if he shows all his cards, he will at most be in a fight with the middle god. And the outcome is unpredictable. That god didn't go through all kinds of hardships to reach the throne of God. After hundreds and thousands of accumulations, it wasn't like being unlucky enough to encounter the end of the world. Basically, he wouldn't fall easily. Therefore, wanting to kill a god is not that difficult. Simple. Not to mention that a main god like a superior god and a god king who rules a god's system are not on the same level at all. The gap is as big as a country noble and a king. Fortunately, it was a broken high-level artifact that had not been recovered or repaired. This meant that it was only a hidden danger, not a crisis. Owen, who breathed a sigh of relief, felt relieved after sensing that a little bit of divinity in Seal was gradually taking shape. He asked Seal, who had just made a breakthrough, to cut down those chaos warriors and flesh and blood creations as the precipitates after transformation. And then immediately led and she personally escorted Kim to the bottom of the kingdom of God. The only place where this broken high-level artifact could be completely isolated and suppressed. The upper level of Owen's kingdom is the kingdom of eternal night, which represents death and tranquility. The middle kingdom of light represents light and nature, while the lower kingdom of purgatory represents sin and torture. There is nothing beautiful in the kingdom of purgatory, except for the 10 legendary level abyss demons. All the evils that Owen can think of or can redeem are thrown here, making this place worthy of its name. However, the purgatory was built, but there were too many monks and too few people to eat. As a result, the place remained empty for a long time. There is no way. Most of Owen's followers are devout believers who have been transformed by the system. And there are really not many qualified to be thrown away. The idle and panicked abyss demon can only pass the time by oiling the torture instruments every day. Later, with the gradual expansion of the Holy Shield's business and the expansion of the faith, not only those outside believers, but also the souls of the evil people killed by the Holy Shield fell into his hands. And then it became the kingdom of purgatory. One of the background sound effects. The demons of the abyss finally have something to do. Today is a great harvest. As long as the evil professionals die in Beicheng, none of them can escape. I really think he has a good temper. So the abyss demon was gearing up to prepare a series of feasts for these new guests. First, they had a set of the 10 tortures of the Qin dynasty to appetize their appetites. And then they played slowly. And she turned a blind eye to the Lich scene in front of her. She was the planner and designer of the kingdom of purgatory. No one was more suitable for this position than she, who was born as a devil in HL. So how could she not be accustomed to the environment here? In a purgatory kingdom where skeletons serve as decorations and dead souls serve as sound effects. The only thing that represents life is the golden tree. This giant tree that supports the entire kingdom of God runs through the 3 major kingdoms. And its huge root system alone covers most of the kingdom of purgatory. These root systems not only stabilize the foundation of the kingdom of God, but also continuously extract void energy to expand the kingdom of God. It can be said that it is the highest quality place in the entire kingdom of God. And it is also a purgatory where sinners are imprisoned. Angie, who had a cautious personality, dragged the immobile Kim backwards to the main route. and then mercilessly nailed the broken Kim to the root of the golden tree with the hunting god's sword. Feeling the origin and divinity of the demigod, the roots of the golden tree began to devour her, causing most of Kim's body to sink into the roots. And the new and dense roots penetrated deep into her body through any gaps. The newly generated pale golden blood was extracted, which also included some body fluids. Therefore, the demigod who was chopping melons and vegetables against the Templars was not only weak, but also groaning in pain due to the endless extraction. And she turned a blind eye to this. She put on the Ghost King's cloak again and resumed her priesthood. She just stared at Kim with her arms folded and a sneer, feeling that she would give her a stab at any time. Kim, who was about to be drained, was completely desperate. The sword had special attributes against gods, and the tree roots behind it made her feel like she was being gnawed by a kingdom of gods. Plus, an evil figure the gods were watching over her, and there were a group of big devils around her, not to mention her current state. It was impossible for her to escape from detention even in her prime. As Kim despaired, Owen's attention also shifted here. And yes, he still didn't show up, although the other party's divinity has not been deprived. Through the golden tree, Owen perceives that the other party has 4 points of divinity, namely a little gold, a little charm, a little chaos, and a little battle. As for the incomplete high-level artifact that is still struggling and shaking, it contains 4 points of divinity, 2 points of gold, and 2 points of power. Interestingly, Owen sensed that the golden divinity in the incomplete high-level artifact was actually stripped from Kim. This is interesting. If Kim is not so stupid as to use her own delusion of divinity to create a high-level artifact, then she was forcibly deprived of part of her divinity by other gods and used it to build this high-level artifact. That is, she and this artifact in all likelihood. The owner has a grudge. A big one. Although he is very interested in this, Owen does not plan to contact the other party now, but only increases the intensity of extraction, intending to completely transform and recast the other party's origin, and then become his capable general like Chi. This is not easy, because Owen discovered that the other party was originally a not weak god. Even if part of the divine origin was deprived and fell to the realm, the rest was extremely strong, and he could only rely on hard work. After all, Owen wanted of the subordinates, not the pure source. Cannot be extracted roughly and forcefully. If it weren't for Owen's golden tree that absorbs all laws and his unreasonable system, he wouldn't be able to do this, at least with his current strength. But Owen is not in a hurry. He has enough time to transform Kim's origin, twist her will, and let her know the benefits of being soft. Simply put, it is a whip in one hand and a banana in the other, adjusting the consciousness and body reaction from the inside out. The battle in the North City is coming to an end. The Four Gods Abyss has exhausted its reserves of chaos warriors and flesh and blood creations. As Owen repairs the Faith Network and closes the space channel, no foreign enemies can invade. Maya, who has calmly mobilized more city defense troops, has focused on searching for chaos warriors and evil professionals who have broken through the defense line. These will be executed under the command of Hogg, so she can focus more on the northern defense line and the outbreak of the barbarian army. On war, Irving, who was afraid that something would happen again, turned his attention to the battlefield in the north after leaving the matters at hand to Joan of Arc. Chapter 528 Skeleton Sea and Iron Golem Legion. In fact, the war had already broken out, because the Kiss of Fear plan itself was implemented to cooperate with this war. How could the barbarian army miss the opportunity? They naturally launched an attack together. The originally hidden sea of skeletons began to advance under the drive of the undead priests. Countless white skeletons spread like rising waves toward the Glory Alliance's position. There were no shouts or the sound of clashing armor, but with it the silent pressure that came was no less powerful than the charge of the army. But the soldiers in the trenches remained unmoved. No one fired, and the artillery positions remained quiet, as if they didn't exist. However, the Glory Alliance is not waiting to die, nor is it trying to close the distance before fighting, but is already prepared. The Barbarian Kingdom can hide the Skeleton Sea, and the Glory Alliance can also hide the Iron Golem. At this time, the activated Iron Golems climbed up uniformly from the shallow pit, letting the thin soil covering them slide down, and began to move without any hesitation. Just like a moving city wall, the Iron Golem is the basic unit of the Heroes Academy camp. Because it is a basic unit, it does not pursue powerful performance, but cost-effectiveness and output. Only a mage apprentice, a small amount of magic materials, and cast iron are needed to create a tireless battle puppet step by step. And the cost is quite low. What's more, the territory also has a golem casting factory, which lowers the cost. So even if the territory doesn't like it, it still makes a lot of it as a reserve, which is just in use now. Tens of thousands of iron golems formed a slightly thin steel defense line after crossing the trenches, advancing towards the skeleton sea, and soon came into contact. Although the iron golem weighs 1,000 kilograms, it is still shaking under the impact of the wave-like sea of bones. However, the iron golem is arranged in 3 rows and very close to each other. It is not easy to knock it down, let alone not to mention that the iron golem just takes a beating without fighting back. The iron golem's attack method is very monotonous and easy to dodge. Just lying down on the spot can cause the opponent to freeze for a while. But it has a miraculous effect on the undead, because the sea of skeletons never dodge, as the heavy and thick swords in the hands of the iron golem continue to chop in a monotonous and rhythmic manner, just like chopping dumpling fillings. Countless approaching skeletons were turned into broken bones under the pressure, and then without waiting for the undead priest, they were cut into pieces. After reawakening, the advancing iron golem turned the broken bones on the ground into bone slag mixed into the soil, without 3 kilograms and 502 kilograms of glue. It couldn't even form a shape. The whole process is very simple, but very efficient. The undead that scares the living are as fragile as slag in front of the iron golem. They are peeled off from the sea of bones layer by layer. After a few crisp sounds, they become bone powder in the fertile land. I think it will come next year. There will be a good harvest here. Seeing the iron golem core, which was like a natural enemy of the skeleton sea, the barbarian army suddenly felt at a loss, because the bone sea tactics had long been part of their fighting style. The skeleton sea is not invincible. The barbarian army knows this very well. However, the main function of the skeleton sea is never to destroy the enemy. It is used to destroy the enemy's morale, consume the enemy's physical strength and materials, and reduce its own casualties. But now these are all useless. The iron golem used its own performance to tell them that they could kill such an opponent for a day. Although the skeleton sea has not played its due role, the barbarian army will not retreat because of this, nor will it completely lose morale, because they have never relied on those weak skeletons, but on their powerful bodies and weapons in their hands. The bone sea is only used to consume the opponent's ammunition, in addition to the previous Kiss of Fear plan. As long as the ammunition on the position is used up and cannot be replenished by Beiching's reserve ammunition, they can easily win. Now it's just their own. Just do it. The barbarian warriors, who were all equipped with heavy weapons, didn't care much about the iron golem. With their strength, they couldn't even fight against the bulky iron golem. It was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. In contrast, the knights who looked like iron cans, the threat to them is actually greater. Of course, the idea of the barbarian warriors is good, but the premise of everything is that the soldiers of the Glory Alliance are collectively stupid and do not take action. But is this possible? As the desolate horn sounded, the barbarian warriors, who had been waiting in formation, couldn't wait to take out their flasks and drink the devil's blood wine, allowing the blood from the abyss to infect their bodies, and then felt the fanatical desire to fight ignited by the alcohol. Swell. Demon blood wine is not a new thing. Demon-worshipping sects, like the head of demons, like to do this stuff. It has no technical content. Demon blood of different strengths is blended with spirits according to the body's constitution. You can control the proportion yourself. Don't drink it directly to death. That's it. As for the effect, before drinking, the boss is the boss. 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 The boss is the second boss. And the second boss is the third boss. After drinking, he is the dad. It is commonly known as drunkenness. In addition, if the devil's blood wine is consumed for a long time, it will strengthen the drinker's physical fitness. In fact, it is the stress reaction caused by being infected by demon blood, which is not a good thing, because to creatures other than demons, demon blood is no different from viruses. So except for a few individuals who can give birth to thin demon blood to reduce the sequelae, most people are just burning their own vitality to fight against the erosion of the body by the demon's blood. So the more they drink, the stronger they become. And the stronger they become, the faster they die. After reaching this conclusion through cruel experiments, the barbarian warriors had only drank a small amount of diluted demon blood wine before. It was not until the beginning of this war that high-concentration demon blood wine was administered. And their lives began to change. Counting down. They will die one after another in a few years in their prime. In order to cover up this truth, the barbarian kingdom will naturally not let them live until that time. After capturing the Glory Alliance, the Border Town Alliance will also become their invasion target, and then continued south until the facts were completely obscured by the war. After drinking the devil's blood wine in large gulps, even if the barbarian warrior was strong and had a good drink capacity, it was no longer a matter of blood boiling. His eyes were red. Veins were bulging all over his body. His skin and flesh were so hot, and his heart was filled with a desire for destruction. Immediately, roars resounded throughout the entire military formation. The barbarian warriors, whose bodies swelled more than a circle, had red eyes. They didn't care about the formation or obeyed the command. And they started to charge without thinking. The previous scruples about the Glory Alliance's guns and cannons had long since dissipated with their passion. Now they just want to kill the enemy or be killed by the enemy. The fastest officer in the barbarian army didn't care at all. This was the fighting style of the barbarians. No one would risk being beaten by a group of people by talking nonsense about outflanking and detouring. Even those who ran slowly would be beaten. He was considered a coward and then hacked to death with axes. Therefore, if you want to be an officer, in addition to being able to fight, you must also be able to run fast enough. The barbarians themselves are not weak. They lack food and clothing, and are better at fighting than elite soldiers without professional training. Not to mention those who drink demon blood wine to burn their vitality. Although their lives are short-lived, their strength is not increased at all. At the moment, this kind of in this state, he even dared to fight against an intermediate knight who didn't use fighting spirit. A few decades ago, the frontier soldiers could be defeated without using superstandard strength. The problem is that the territory's armaments have already evolved to the middle of World War II. When facing soldiers from the feudal era, even if the opponent cheats, they are still flesh and blood. It is simply too much to think about colliding with steel. Chapter 529 Hypocritical Owen. Hundreds of artillery pieces that had been waiting for a long time erupted with angry flames, hitting the barbarian warriors' dense charge formation one by one with heavy SHLs, teaching them a solid lesson on what fire suppression means. It is not that the barbarian warriors have never fought against the gun forces. The question is who they are fighting. It is the Noble Alliance. And it was many years ago. At that time, there were still muskets and bronze cannons. Basically, a wave of skeletons came up to negotiate peace. If it weren't for the fear of attracting a flanking attack from the Glory Alliance and the Border Town Alliance, the Noble Alliance would have disappeared long ago. The only problem is that in order to prevent the Noble Alliance from being pushed into a hurry, the Barbarian Kingdom is brought together by the other two alliances. The Barbarian Kingdom goes there every few years, but the weaponry in the north is updated too fast, and the Barbarian Kingdom is excluded. They didn't keep up at all. This time, they faced the source of the arms race and suffered a big loss. If they had known more about the previous battle between the Glory Alliance and the Border Town Alliance, they wouldn't have been so fierce. Heavy artillery planted blooming H.L. lotus on the battlefield. The modern god of war made these barbarian warriors addicted to muscles, and axes began to taste the bitter fruits. Not to mention the coming air force. The directional three-dimensional bombing caused heavy casualties to the barbarian army before they even encountered the enemy. If they had been replaced by an ordinary army, they would have collapsed long ago. But the problem is that they are drunk, and the smell of blood and gunpowder smoke makes them even more excited. At this time, even a high-voltage wire can be used as a skipping rope for them, and mere ling is of no concern.
These damn barbarians!
The barbarian warriors were not afraid of death. But the evil professionals accompanying the army couldn't just watch them all die. Otherwise it wouldn't be their turn to fight for their lives. So they each used their own means to support them. The demon warlock summoned a large number of winged demons. As an ally of the barbarian kingdom, the dragonborn also flapped its wings and flew into the sky, trying to destroy the artillery positions and those weird alchemical flying machines from the air. The two were pretty good as the barbarian kingdom's air force, and could deal with the clumsy propeller planes and helicopter gunships with ease. But a group of gargoyles were also flying behind the Glory Alliance. The gargoyles' combat effectiveness can only be said to be average. Although it can fly, its flexibility in the air is not very high. The most threatening method is to dive. A large lump of obsidian fell from the sky while accelerating, making even the heavy tank tremble. Not to mention that it now had a ring of explosives wrapped around its waist, making the terrorists worship it. It's like throwing lighted firecrackers into the air. A series of explosions cleared the sky. Even if you don't die, if you fall, no one will survive. If you don't fall, you will be trampled or blown to death. It can be said that the sky has already it's a forbidden area. In fact, if the territory hadn't mobilized all the gargoyles here, the fearful flying dragon might not have been able to cause such great damage. But there is no point in saying this now. Without stopping, the Gargoyle Corps has begun to bombard the rear of the barbarian army, and the Goblin Mechanical Corps, which has been waiting for a long time, has also begun the war. Thousands of T-600s carried ammunition boxes and small Gatlings, and fired without scruple at the barbarian warriors who had come into contact with the Iron Golem. There are just bloody holes, and the worst ones are yet to come. Surrounded by light tanks on both sides, heavy tanks charging forward, medium tanks assisting on the left and right, and bipedal mechas filling the gaps. They completely dominated the battlefield and made the barbarian warriors, who were proud of their strong bodies, pay a bloody price. The rough but thick plate armor was easily penetrated, and the thick muscles and hard bones were shattered. As the blood spurted out, life seemed particularly cheap at this time, especially in the face of guns that had completed mass production. Seeing this, Owen knew that the war was actually over, and the next step was to counterattack the barbarian kingdom. But what troubled him was that no one knew what the barbarian kingdom was hiding. A veteran demigod, a broken high-level artifact, the Fear Dragon and the Chaos Warrior jointly created by 4 companies. Owen was not surprised at all if the barbarian kingdom came out with some big killer weapon, and even directly sacrificed millions of people with blood. It is not impossible to reopen the connection with the abyss in the main world and create an abyss. It can even be used to transform the flames of evil energy to ignite the main world, summon the clone of the Lord of Flesh to come, etc. The barbarian kingdom has mastered so many ways to destroy the world that Owen simply doesn't dare to push the other party into a hurry. Moreover, the Noble Alliance can surrender, and the Border City Alliance will probably surrender as long as it loses the dangerous border areas. Only the barbarian kingdom cannot surrender, and it will not surrender, even if the Glory Alliance has a barbarian city that can tolerate the barbarians, because the other party is on the wrong path. It's too deep, and there's no way to turn back. At present, the barbarian kingdom is not only cooperating with the 4 evil families, but is also involved with unknown gods. Even if the other party is willing to surrender, Owen will not accept it unless he can figure out what happened in the barbarian kingdom. What else is hidden? In fact, Owen is now beginning to get tired of the recent wars that have broken out one after another. The resources consumed are not important, but the casualties caused during this period make him feel that it is not worth it. But whoever wants to develop the territory must encroach on the interests of other forces. This will not work without fighting. Fortunately, the senior management of the territory is not bad. As long as he doesn't give random orders, he basically doesn't need to worry too much. So this feeling is not very strong. But in this way, he felt like he was isolated. It seemed that he had been a god for too long and had an impact on his mental state. In other words, he was too pretentious. After gathering his thoughts, Owen focused on what needed to be dealt with next. The problem of the barbarian kingdom must be solved. But intelligence is the key. But apart from the top brass of the barbarian kingdom, the one who knows this is probably the demigod. After realizing that the barbarian kingdom would become a big trouble, Owen couldn't wait to slowly kill the imprisoned demigod. So he planned to see if there were any torture tools suitable for demigods in the system. Just as Owen was searching for a torture instrument that would work on demigods, and she came with good news. Equipping the 5 holy weapons on his body, Owen, who was like a golden sun, stepped into the kingdom of purgatory with a sense of security. As soon as he arrived, he saw Anchi wiping her hands and had no idea what she had just done. "Master," she surrendered, with her hands folded on her lower abdomen, and she greeted Owen's arrival with a smile, and then glanced at Kim from the corner of her eyes. The demigod, who originally killed everyone, now looked like a frightened demigod, shivering like a rabbit. He nodded quickly. "Let go of your soul. The master wants to check your memory and remember to show your value. Otherwise, there is no need for you to exist." And Chi's tone was very calm and not threatening at all. But the 2 people present, everyone knew she wasn't joking. So Kim immediately released her spirit. Another perfect Kim rose from the body that was almost like a mummy. Her whole body was golden and covered with mysterious lines. If you want to say how mysterious the lines were, Owen could only say that they were very deep and curling. They needed to be looked at slowly and explored carefully. Fortunately,
Owen was wearing a 5-piece set of sacred objects, so no one noticed his gaze or expression. But he knew in his heart that he had been holding it in for too long. Originally, he could satisfy his craving with the drama of the ogre incarnation fighting the drow mistress. But since he became the demon lord, this man has become a loving father. He stays in the small garden all day long and messes with flowers, which is like a salty fish. However, Owen is still unwilling to block and give up these vulgar desires, which leads to him being troubled by his human side. Chapter 530, full of useful memories of the goddess. Soon Owen's attention was attracted by Kim's colorful memories. He looked at it quite seriously. After all, a goddess showed her memories without reservation. The opportunity is rare. After all, you are not curious. What does the goddess you look like in private? For example, no makeup, hair removal, jailer, etc. So he saw it very carefully. Since she was a girl, Kim has shown extraordinary business talent, using a gold coin inherited from her ancestors as capital. She started her business era. She also received the gift of the goddess of wealth and embarked on her own path to becoming a god. After reaching the end of the road, Kim became the god of the goddess of wealth, known as the Lady of Gold Coins, and was in charge of the gold trade. After years of accumulation and hard work, her authority was only under the goddess of wealth, and she had become the representative of wealth. But Kim was not satisfied. The greed of businessmen made her want to take charge of all the wealth. To this end, she did not hesitate to betray the goddess of wealth she served, attracting the tyrant god, a powerful god known for his cruelty in the divine world. The god of tyrant is a high-ranking god with powerful divine power, and the goddess of wealth is also not weak. Unfortunately, both sides have the same rank, but there is a big gap in combat power. Coupled with the betrayal of the traitor, the goddess of wealth has no chance to escape, becoming the first high-ranking god to fall in thousands of years. However, Kim, who successfully betrayed the goddess of wealth, did not get what he wanted. After all, expecting the tyrant to keep his promise is no different from supporting the eunuch to hold on. And there is no way out. As expected, Kim was miserably imprisoned by the tyrant, who fell out of favor. After this and that, not only was her true nature torn apart, but she was also violently pieced together, forcing her to become the tyrant's concubine. She became the tyrant's favorite plaything, because this was proof of his success. The exploits of plundering the goddess of wealth. After watching the whole process, Owen felt that the armor he was wearing was good in every aspect, except that it was a little tight in the crotch. After calming down, Owen continued to look down. Of course, Kim was not willing to end up like this. Otherwise, the goddess of wealth would have been betrayed by her in vain. So she took advantage of the opportunity to attract the sworn enemy of the tyrant god. While the two sides were at war, she decisively gave up part of her origins controlled by the tyrant god, then picked up the half of the tyrant's scepter that fell nearby and made it with part of her origin, and fled to this remote place. I don't know how much time it took, but after Owen went through Kim's memories of more than 1,000 years, he realized how many things the noble goddess had kept from him. The blind man was allowed to touch the elephant at least, but this man was kind enough to pluck out the hair and let him guess. Guessing your sister's guess. Owen rolled his eyes. After leaving Kim to spend time here, he went back to sort out what he had just gained. Through Kim's memory, Owen knew that the void was not as empty as he imagined. He felt empty because the main world he was in was too remote in the void. It was located on the edge of the void frame. If it was further away, there would be no connection anywhere. Matter is not allowed to exist, and it is impossible for the world to come into being. In the central area of the void, where is the real material world? Incalculable matter forms countless worlds, spiraling around the initial world. In this, the tangible and insubstantial divine nets are intertwined and dense, and countless divine kingdoms are like fruits. It is also hung on the divine net to form the divine realm. And below it is the funnel-shaped flower of sin H, L, and the intestinal-like abyss. Owen, who has only now realized how narrow his vision is, cannot help but yearn for a wider world. It's a pity that it is not very peaceful, at least not suitable for retirement. Otherwise, the goddess of wealth will not fall. Kim will not become a handbag, and the goddess of nobility will not escape here. There is no way. There are countless worlds in the material world, but most of them are either lifeless or lack intelligent creatures. In other words, they lack the basis for spreading faith. Obviously, beasts cannot provide faith, so there are countless immigrant ships crossing the void. Occasionally, there will be immigrant ships lost in the turbulence of the void and swept into remote voids. These just gave Owen a long experience. The real benefit was Kim's experience of becoming a god, the use of many powers as a god, and finally the use of the divine net. The divine network can be said to be the foundation of the divine world. This point was never told to him by the noble goddess. However, although Owen was angry, he had no intention of complaining because the two parties were not relatives. It was just friendship, not each other. Freedom of. But Jeanette is really important. In addition to communication, it also includes transmission, logistics, finance, information and other functions. As long as there is a divine net, gods can communicate with other gods, query information, trade with each other, and even transfer supplies. The divine net is also the last escape route when necessary. The most important thing Kim did during his betrayal was to disconnect the goddess of wealth's kingdom from the outside world. It can be said that the existence of the divine net closely connects all divine kingdoms and the world. It is also based on the existence of the divine net that the divine world can be formed. Unfortunately, the main world where Owen is located is a bit far away from the material world. Even if he masters the method of networking, it will not be possible in a short time, unless he is willing to spend his divine power to ask a god who is good at this to come and pull a network cable for him. The noble goddess's network cable was built by herself, and she didn't know what manipulation was done. Even if she didn't do anything, the highest authority was not with him. So Owen did not plan to continue borrowing it, but planned to build one himself when the time came. In fact, this is not difficult. The divine network was destroyed once, and the rebuilt divine network was repaired from the remaining parts. Therefore, except for the core network area, the external network is not rigorous. You can build it yourself with a little know-how. In addition, from Kim's memory, Owen learned that the tyrant god did not notice this world. At least not yet. And that everything was just her own directing and acting. She used the tiger skin of the tyrant god to dominate the barbarian kingdom, and at the same time used the faith of the barbarian kingdom to hide her true nature. To put it simply, the local barbarian kingdom thought that Kim was a special commissioner sent by the superiors, and the superiors thought that Kim was a locally trained talent. So as long as she did not commit suicide, the secret would basically not be exposed for hundreds of years. After spending hundreds of years intercepting the barbarian kingdom and completing the accumulation of faith, Kim will be able to ascend to the throne of God again. At that time, revenge on the tyrant god will be impossible. But at least he has a way out, and he no longer has to worry about being caught and played alive. Die. It's a pity that Kim, despite all her calculations, failed to realize that Bei Chung was so strong and stubborn. She was deceived when she wanted to take advantage of her. The broken tyrant's scepter, which was her trump card, was taken away before she could have any effect. She was even sealed under the roots of a golden tree. Looking at the origins of memory grinding, the words of misery written all over her body were not as miserable as hers. Chapter 531. The devil needs talents like you. Although the tyrant god has not noticed this world yet, if the barbarian kingdom holds a grand blood sacrifice ceremony to cater to the tyrant, it may not be able to attract the tyrant god's attention in advance. What changes will happen by then? Who will not sure? Although the tyrant god in the material world wants to interfere with the world at the far edge of the void, the amount of divine power he needs to expend is not a small amount. After all, there is no divine network connection. If he wants to cross the void, he can only rely on the accumulation of divine power. And the barbarian kingdom only has a few people. The gain outweighs the loss at all. But who can predict the mind of a tyrant? What's more, the noble goddess is connected to the divine network. If she is lent to the tyrant god for use, not only will the consumption be small, but the amount of divine power that can be invested will not be of the same magnitude, even if the noble goddess doesn't lend it. If the tyrant god discovers that there is not only the lost handle Kim, but also the noble goddess he has been obsessed with, he may really take action at any cost. After thinking for a long time, Owen decided not to send troops to the barbarian kingdom. But he would not let go of the barbarian army this time. The barbarian kingdom said that all the people are soldiers, but as long as they don't want to destroy the country, they must maintain necessary production. This part of the labor force is indispensable. Therefore, the army sent out this time is almost the limit. As long as they are wiped out, there will be no more in the next generation. Before it grew up, the barbarian kingdom was unable to initiate new wars. And because this expedition at all costs had a huge impact on the barbarian kingdom, there were very few newborns. And the number of children and teenagers was also insufficient. This did not include the number of future deaths. In this case,
It will take at least 2 or 3 generations for the barbarian kingdom to recover some of its vitality. Which means that the barbarian kingdom will be unable to fight foreign wars within 30 to 50 years. Therefore, Owen must ruthlessly cut off the war power of the barbarian kingdom. But he must not force the other party to a dead end. Fortunately, the territory has always shown no interest in external expansion. In addition, it has just swallowed up the Noble Alliance. And there are border town alliances that need to be vigilant. It makes sense not to go to war with remote barbarian kingdoms. In fact, another reason is that the soldiers of the barbarian kingdom are contaminated and cannot integrate into the territory at all. But just when Owen was about to order the massacre, he suddenly remembered something. He also had an incarnation of a demon lord. Thinking of this, Owen communicated with the Avatar, and after some discussion, they jointly opened the portal to the Garden of the Abyss. They were being whipped behind there, but by 3 other evil professionals to force them to open their legs. Phew. It was the demon sorcerer who opened the door. It was like a liter of Kaiserlu suddenly injected into someone who had been constipated for 10.5 months. It penetrated deep into the soul, but yet an inexplicable sense of pleasure suddenly broke out. And the originally small space passage was so large that 2 high-speed trains could freely shuttle back and forth.
Is something wrong?
A fell warlock touched his chin and said. In fact, everyone knew something was wrong. Especially the demon warlock responsible for opening the door. They wanted to teleport back to the barbarian kingdom. But the question was, how could the aura of the abyss and demons be transmitted to the other side? The first to make a choice were not demon warlocks or other evil professionals, but the remaining barbarian armies who were forced to a dead end. Because they had no choice at all. After losing all their advantages, they wanted to use air force. Tanks, pursued by the mechanized corps. He returned to the barbarian kingdom. He never dared to think so. So he could only go through the transmission channel opened by the demon warlock. Because they knew that demon warlocks would open teleportation channels. And the influence of the abyss coming from the opposite side on the barbarian warriors, who had been drinking demon blood wine for a long time. Tens of thousands of barbarian troops followed each other. And soon tens of thousands of barbarian troops hurriedly fled to the space channel. Even the evil professionals, who were accompanying the army, were dragged in. By the time they realized that this was the territory of a demon lord, it was already too late, and the space passage had long since disappeared. Feeling the many fresh lives pouring into the garden, Demon Lord Owen showed a kind smile. Although these little guys are a little weak, they can just drink a bowl of soup to replenish them. Because they drank too much demon blood wine and were bombarded. The barbarian warriors became increasingly confused and stupidly followed the friendly garden demons to queue up to drink soup. The hundreds of evil professionals who were still alive were a bit numb. They originally didn't want to come, but Irving couldn't stand it and didn't want to let them go. Therefore, they used devout believer soldiers as nodes to build a belief network, which made all other transmission methods useless except for the spatial passage leading to the garden. Coupled with the extended firepower, the Thunder Guards were airdropped to the rear, and under attack from both front and rear. The evil professionals had no choice but to follow the barbarian army here. After all, the aura of the abyss and the devil cannot be faked, since everyone is in the evil camp. I dare not say that the fellow villagers will burst into tears when they see the fellow villagers. At least give them a chance to surrender. This is what these evil professionals think. As for whether to surrender or not, there is no need to ask. When they saw the demon Lord Owen, who was as big as a hill, his aura blended with the surroundings, and even his breathing could affect the fluctuations of Howren's magic power. The demon warlocks were the first to kneel down, and all kinds of flattery that they had devoted themselves to research came flooding in. Theoretically, demon lords are a different kind of demigod, but the premise is that they leave their territory with the blessing of the territory. It is equivalent to having an unbreakable domain. Any demigod who dares to enter the territory of the demon lord will die if he cannot run fast. The demon warlocks, who knew this best, decisively offered their loyalty. After all, it was usually extremely difficult for them to establish a relationship with a demon at the level of a demon lord. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, there was nothing to hesitate about.
Very good. The devil needs people like you.
Owen looked like he was rewarded for a good job, and directly gave them a bowl of soup that could be used for bathing. Although the bubbling soup looks hard to describe. At least there are no common ingredients like bugs, tentacles, internal organs, etc. in it. And it contains powerful vitality and demonic power. These cannot be faked, and they have no choice. So a group of demon warlocks took the lead in pouring soup, and the undead priests
Flesh priests and fell warlocks were all stunned by the gesture. Little did they know that this thick soup was not adulterated at all. It was really thick and could not be squeezed. They were forced to drink it all in one gulp. After drinking it, their stomachs felt heavy, as if they had swallowed a piece of rubber ball. But I have to say that the effect is really good. It is like taking a pot of Shirkwan Dabu pills. After drinking the soup, the demon warlocks are all in high spirits and activate their own demon blood. They have horns on their heads, tails on their butts, and they are fanning, holding big wings, when looking at other evil professionals. One was condescending, and the other was dismissive. He almost grabbed the other person's neck and slapped his big mouth while asking for submission. There's no way around it. It's so awesome to hold on to thick thighs. There were many smart people in the other evil professions, and they decisively stepped forward to drink the soup. The demon warlocks, who were the first to benefit, did not stop them. Firstly, they had no right to do so. They saw this very clearly. Secondly, they knew very well that this thick soup was harmful to them. Demons have the best effect. For people without demon blood, most of the energy is used to modify the blood, and the power they can obtain is definitely not as much as they do. Naturally, there is no need to take the risk of offending the Demon Lord. Chapter 532 Nightmare Moon and the Original Body Cultivation Technology. Demon Lord Owen was contentedly cooking new soup. But the main body was puzzled because the upper limit of the system's progress value had been increased inexplicably. Although the improvement is inexplicable, the rewards given are indeed real. Besides, he still hasn't figured out the rules of system progress value improvement. So he simply doesn't think about it anymore. It is now 70%, and it can be improved several times. The reward given this time. Even if Owen has become a god, he can't help but breathe a sigh of respect everywhere. It is really too generous. The first reward is Nightmare Moon. Yes, the Moon Princess from the world of Ponyville. The darkened version. Even though it is a cartoon, this Moon Princess is an innate deity who is born with the priesthood of night and dreams. In addition, her abilities are also well expanded. And she also has the moon, nightmares, clouds, lightning, thunder, and transformation, mastery, and other derived abilities. Especially in the blackened state. After receiving the increase in nightmare power, he already has the strength of a mid-level god. Even Owen may not be able to beat the opponent head-on. However, due to the relationship between the world in which he lives, although this person has turned dark, he is not dark enough. To put it simply, it is unreliable as a combat power. At least, don't expect this Nightmare Moon to kill the enemy. Maybe it will be overturned. This gave Owen a headache. After all, it is common to kill the Holy Mother first when a war begins. Especially in the case of one's own Holy Mother. It is even more respectful to kill first. Let's take a look first and then talk. Owen thought for a while, and summoned Nightmare Moon. As the villain of the first season, Nightmare Moon does have the style of a big boss. Her mysterious temperament, fierce eyes, arrogant attitude, and dark body covered with an armor-like material all indicate her identity as a villain. But in Owen's perception, the other party is more like an awkward adolescent girl deliberately pretending to be bad. And although she hides it well, she still feels a little uneasy and fearful when facing him. After all, this is just a few people. A 1,000-year-old girl. A young princess. Nightmare Moon has met His Majesty the God King. Although she turned black and felt a little uneasy in her heart. As a royal family, Nightmare Moon still abided by etiquette and saluted Owen elegantly. Even if it was a horse. Every move made him feel happy. No wonder I watched the ponies perform in the 3D area in my previous life. It's not that there are too many abnormalities. It's because XP is too broad. Yeah. Owen nodded at first. And then, he was a little stumped because he didn't know how to place this person. Let her go to the kingdom of purgatory. And I'm afraid that she will be angry if she is a fan on the outside and a fan on the inside. After all, it comes from a children's animation. The theme of justice defeating evil is the theme. And whitewashing is common. Although she won't fall out by then. I'm afraid there won't be anything. Motivation. Facing a princess with big watery eyes. What else can he do? Even if it's a horse? If she were to go to the kingdom of eternal night, she would probably make it impossible for the undead somewhere to have a good night's sleep while she was still in the rebellious stage. And peaceful sleep was the enjoyment that the undead most desired. So even Owen would feel a little embarrassed if he allowed the rebellious Nightmare Moon to mess with her. What's more, given the age of the princess, he really couldn't say that she was still a child. You first go to the kingdom of eternal night to get familiar with it.
and I will consider it carefully before appointing you.
Owen can only arrange this first. Otherwise, what else can he do? He cannot let her go to the Pony Valley in the Garden of the Abyss. Well, I'm afraid we will immediately start a fight with the demons in the Abyss.
I obey His Majesty the God King.
Nightmare Moon nodded gracefully, and then arrived at the Kingdom of Eternal Night through the passage opened by Owen. The dark but tranquil and peaceful Kingdom of Eternal Night quickly relaxed Nightmare Moon, and she rarely flew in a happy mood in the sky, although she was shocked when she met the undead. Apart from their appearance, these undead were surprisingly easy to get in touch with. This made her full of curiosity. And then she instinctively spread nightmares, waking up many sleeping undead and making the Kingdom of Eternal Night rarely lively. Although Owen had a headache after seeing the scene, it would be a great thing for him if Nightmare Moon could be restored to the Moon Princess, an innate god in charge of night and dreams. His upper limit is at least the main god level, which can be said to be of great cultivation value. If Owen can't cheat, he may not even be able to see the opponent's ponytail. The only problem is how to deal with the nightmare power in her body. According to the setting of the cartoon, this thing is an aggregation of negative emotions, which is opposed to justice, kindness, friendship, etc. in the pony world. In fact, this is normal, because it is impossible to exist in a world with only light. Such a world is only dead silence without any vitality. Therefore, the pony world has innate gods of the chaotic camp, such as discord, as well as the power of nightmares. Aggregation of negative emotions. Thinking of negative emotions, Owen thought of subspace. Maybe he could try it through psychic energy. After all, this is the energy with the highest integration with emotions. However, this matter cannot be attempted blindly. If there is an existence like the Warhammer 4 vendor, Owen is afraid that he will regret his death. He can only take his time and wait until he is confident enough. So he continues to look at the rewards. The second reward was the original body cultivation technology. Owen just looked at it briefly, and was shocked by the terrifying technical content and huge inventory. If knowledge were not extremely cheap in the system, this would not be something that Irving would be able to access now, because there are so many aspects involved that it is simply unrealistic to fully realize it. From a theoretical point of view, the original body cultivation technology is similar to the technical principle of the territory's existing technology to transform the Ultramarines. But in fact it is not the same thing at all. Just like the difference between the multiplication table and the top 10 guesses in mathematics. Except for the same it's mathematics. It's similar to other places. Even with Owen's current intelligence level and knowledge base, he can only understand a little bit of the beginning. But at least, he can see that this technology is divided into two parts. One part belongs to the scope of biotechnology, and the other part belongs to the mystery of subspace. As a basic part of biotechnology, Owen prefers to call it artificial demigods. Not pseudo-demigods like the Ultramarines, but near-immortal demigods like him. Biotechnology alone can achieve this level. And Irving already believes that technology can create miracles. This is only the most basic part. With the magical genes of the Emperor's immortal and the mysterious subspace technology. After successfully extracting part of the origin of the subspace and integrating it into the genetic body, it is the real original body cultivation technology. Looking at it from this world, it means directly extracting the origin of the world and transforming it into divinity and authority. Artificially creating gods. No wonder the 4 vendors in the Warhammer world have made many calculations, so that many Primarchs have not had a good ending. And the psychological flaws are more and more serious. There is no way, even if these original bodies cannot reach the level of the 4 vendors and the Emperor, even if they are inferior. So many joint efforts can be enough to reverse the situation of the Warhammer universe. At least it will not let the human empire decay to a shocking degree. Chapter 533 The Prototype of the God System. Good things are good things, as long as you fully master them. Let alone the gods. The heavens can make them. When the sky is filled with gods, Buddhas, and hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals, let's see who else dares to speak loudly to him. Unfortunately, let alone whether it can be realized technically. Even if it can, many of the equipment and raw materials required are not what Owen can provide now, let alone extracting the origin of subspace. Owen made a simple calculation. Only by draining the main world dry can he barely cultivate a half-finished original body. In desperation, Owen selected relatively basic things from genetic technology and passed them to the Flame Queen, asking her to open them to researchers according to their levels to upgrade and improve the existing Ultramarines in the territory, and then ignored them. In contrast, Owen gained a lot from the knowledge about subspace. After obtaining the psychic seeds, Owen continued to transform more psychic powers through the golden tree. And psychic powers were a specialty of the subspace. Theoretically, if he had enough spiritual power and relevant knowledge, Owen might not be able to transform the space of authority into a real subspace, or even spread the subspace out, covering the entire void, and successfully advance to a conceptual god like the Four Vendors. Unfortunately, it is too difficult and can only be listed as a long-term plan. Owen thought with regret. The first two rewards are both heavyweight, and the third reward is not bad either. It is the Book of Emperor Wei Shan. This book originating from the Marvel world is said to be a magic book. But it is better to be said to be a collection of divine spells cloaked in magic, because most of the magic performed by mages in the Marvel world, including the Supreme Mage Ancient One, is borrowed from Come On. They just built a spell model, just like a calculation formula for solving a problem. The Book of Emperor Wei Shan is just a reference book with more detailed content. In addition to calculation, from filling to releasing, all the creditor's money is consumed. So when the debt is repaid, the more difficult it is during his lifetime. The stronger you are, the more miserable you will be after death. Even if you borrow money from a god belonging to the righteous camp, it is not easy to repay it. Otherwise, how could Gui fake his death and escape, hugging the thigh of the eternal god to avoid the creditor? It is because he does not want to repay the debt. But for Owen, this stuff is the knowledge he needs most. Emperor Wei Shan is a trinity of old gods. The upper limit of his strength is unknown, but he is definitely above the main god, and maybe even above the god king. The collection of divine arts created by this being is all-inclusive. And for Owen, it is a ready-made plagiarism. The object is infinitely better than trying to figure it out alone. Owen was a little disappointed with the fourth reward, because it was a heraldic cube. If it were in the early days, this thing would definitely not be replaced by an artifact. But for Owen now, it has no meaning. There is a universal system, and he only needs to accumulate progress points. He doesn't want anything. So why need to prepare materials? Try to synthesize the formula. So use the golden tree as a tonic. The golden tree has the function of decomposing and integrating divinity and law. If you obtain the ability of the heraldic cube, it will not only greatly speed up the growth rate, but also have more magical abilities. In contrast, giving up the heraldic cube is undoubtedly the right choice. In fact, the integration of the two is smoother than Owen imagined. After all, they are both from the system, and have a high degree of functional overlap. In addition, although the heraldic cube is powerful, it has no ego in spirituality, and it is easy to be absorbed by the golden tree fusion. By itself, the golden tree has taken a big step towards becoming the world tree. After fusing with the heraldic cube, the golden tree is now more powerful than Owen imagined, allowing him to find a solution to Kim and Nightmare Moon's problems. The first was Kim, who was left gasping for breath and was completely swallowed up by the golden tree without any resistance. Her origin was ground and transformed, and then her body was decomposed and reborn. It's just that relying on the existing materials. The reborn Kim is not much different from the one who washed points and re-added attributes. So it doesn't mean much. Just as the system progress value increased, Owen planned to exchange a suitable template for the other party so that it could play a greater role. Freya. This is the goddess template Owen carefully selected for Kim. This goddess originating from Northern Europe is not a powerful god, but she has a wide range of divine powers, involving love, beauty, fertility, sexual desire, war and gold. She is the god of love, war and magic, and is also responsible for fertility, as well as the god of love. He has the right to receive heroic spirits. She often wears rich makeup and colorful clothes, and sometimes goes into battle in full armor. But usually she wears an eagle feather cloak and rides in a cat carriage with wild boars. It's just that his private life is a bit chaotic. Like other Nordic gods, he is good at getting green plants for his partner. It's a pity that the upper limit of the game for which he can exchange templates is not very high. So this goddess is only a lower level god, and the powers of the priesthood are very messy, which made Owen frown when he saw it. But only in this way can Owen afford to exchange it. And it is also very suitable for the experienced Kim. At least Owen, who has seen the other party's memories, thinks it is quite suitable, and they all have a good time. After inserting the template, Owen found that it could not be filled. So he transformed the broken high-level artifact and poured it into it. Golden Goddess Kim / Lower God. Divinity Gold 4. Joy 2. Equipment, Golden Spear / Semi-Artifact / War Divinity 2 points.
She was originally the goddess in charge of gold and trade. After being captured by the tyrant god, in addition to playing with her day and night, she was also forced to participate in many battles. Therefore, with these 8 points of divinity, Kim could barely exert most of her power. It's not a waste. Only then did Owen realize that after working so hard for so long, he was not as good as the wave of rewards given by the system. Before he could fully digest them, he had 2 more gods under his command, one with great potential and the other with good prospects, plus Angel and Seal, and the Dragon Mother already have the foundation for forming a divine system. Unfortunately, Owen himself was too stretched to hold himself up against the wall. Owen has no good solution for this. He has improved too quickly. He has not fully adapted to becoming a god, let alone master the relevant knowledge and powers of gods. Therefore, he continues to add divinities to increase the upper limit, and not a good idea. Otherwise, if he gives all these good things to himself, he can at least add 20 points of divinity. But he cannot imagine the consequences. He just instinctively feels that it is not a good thing. What's more, now he has a new system of spiritual energy. If he is lucky enough, it is not impossible to create subspace, which has more potential and power than the kingdom of God. Therefore, Owen is very cautious, and will not turn back on the road to godhood. Nor will he stop in the accumulation of spiritual energy and subspace. He must grasp it with both hands and be strong with both hands. This is obviously not easy. But Owen is confident that it took him less than 100 years to go from being a mortal to becoming a god, and from becoming a god to having the prototype of a god system for other gods. Not to mention becoming gods. Whether they will be promoted from legends to demigods in 100 years is a question. So there is no need to rush. Chapter 534 Internal Network and External Network. The Secrets of Subspace. The Book of Emperor Wei Shan. And the experiences brought by the 2 gods Nightmare Moon and the Golden Goddess Kim forced Owen to calm down and learn these necessary knowledge and experiences. Who makes him lack these? It is said that except for the initial period of time when he was starving, he seemed to have been studying, learning knowledge, learning to do things, learning government affairs, and learning war. Even if he became a god, he was still learning how to be a god. Thinking of this, Irving was completely speechless. If he had this motivation to learn in his previous life, how could he have accomplished nothing and could only travel through time? He would have reached the pinnacle of his life long ago. Okay. But after looking at the reality, Owen sighed helplessly and continued to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge, hoping that he would not drown in it. When he has some free time, he still has to find a way to solve the problem of Nightmare Moon. At the same time, pulling the network cable is also on the agenda, because this is probably the only place where he can have fun for a long time. No, it is a place to gain more knowledge. This made Owen couldn't help but recall what he said when he was buying his first computer when he was young. It was all for learning. In fact, he did obtain a lot of valuable and secret knowledge from the internet. Most of this knowledge was quietly circulated among people of the same sex, allowing him to learn all the processes of the wedding night without a teacher. He continued to dig deeper, expanded his skill bar, and finally became a theoretical expert in this field. It's quite exciting to think about it, Owen thought as he recalled it at this moment. Without Owen's intervention, the post-war reconstruction of the territory went smoothly. Maya planned to take this opportunity to replan, expand the North City, while also strengthening defense construction, and preparing to build the North City into the well-deserved center of the North. So she was almost crazy busy. Fortunately, the existence of Joan of Arc has relieved her a lot of burden. And at the same time, the religious system of the territory finally has a backbone, which can also help a lot in the military. Now Maya is extremely grateful to her master for finally being reliable. Under the leadership of this holy lady, the religions in the territory began to travel around the country and preach in the countryside, giving eggs to those who believed in religion. With Joan's affinity, the territory's religion soon began to take root in the hearts of the people. I can't say that all of them were devout believers. At least most of them became pan-believers, the kind who would burn incense when they had something to do. This is enough. Even if Maya has a myriad of things waiting to be dealt with, she still gives Joan the greatest support and speeds up the spread of religious beliefs. There is nothing that can be done about it. First of all, most of the territory's population is now unsystematically converted, and they must be brought back home as soon as possible. And religion is the cheapest and fastest way. In addition, this war has also planted countless hidden dangers for the territory. For the stability of the territory and the elimination of evil, religion is indispensable. and a wide range of believers are necessary. Moreover, Joan of Arc is also tasked with establishing a scutarii, and is expected to use these low-cost and high-morale troops to help reduce the burden on the territory. In order to achieve this goal, Owen no longer cares about the noble goddess, so he ordered the integration of religions. In addition to the Eternal Temple, which represents light, he also established the Eternal Night Church, which represents darkness, to eliminate black and white. But except for the Eternal Night Church, the Eternal Temple is an empty SHL, because including Owen, except for Joan of Arc, who has hoped to fill it, everyone else has no chance of being in the light. This is a very headache for Owen. It's obvious that they are all good people, and have always been responsible for fighting evil. So why are they all turned into villains and boss templates? Sometimes Owen wonders if he is affected by the name Hydra. Just like the Hydra lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D., they also shed blood to maintain world peace. It's a pity that there were too many backup plans deployed before. Regardless of Hydra or Hydra, this name cannot be lost. However, light must exist. Otherwise it will be impossible to maintain the order of the territory, let alone develop it. This cannot be replaced by the death and tranquility provided by the Eternal Night Church. Fortunately, Irving still has a lot of time, and the internet has begun to bear fruit. Maybe he can get some inspiration from it. After learning about the Divine Network from Kim, Owen has always wanted to connect to the internet. After working on it for so long, he finally succeeded. The next step is to pull the network cable, because this method is unstable. Just like the difference between radio and optical fiber, it can be used in emergencies, but it is definitely not suitable for long-term use, and its functions are not complete. But it is particularly important that the network cable connecting to the Divine Network is not to be pulled casually. Many new gods do not know this, and it will be too late when they suffer a big loss. Fortunately, Owen has obtained Kim's memory. This former boss is a veteran high-ranking goddess of wealth, known as Lu Zai. As a deputy, she is naturally not bad. Otherwise she would not be able to hook up with the tyrant god so easily. Although she fell into the hands of the tyrant god for many years, and was glossed over like beeswax. This tyrant was also a veteran high-ranking god. As the object in her palm, she also obtained a lot of secret information. So with her here, Owen doesn't need to worry about taking more detours. It was also from Kim that Owen learned that the Divine Network was actually divided into an internal network and an external network. The inner network of the Divine Network is based on the ruins of the ancient destroyed Divine Network, and was repaired by several ancient gods. Therefore, it is extremely stable, and remains motionless even after experiencing many void storms. This makes Owen couldn't help but guess that it was originally what exactly happened to destroy the original Divine Network. Although it was repaired from the wreckage, the function of the inner network is still powerful. Even so powerful that even as restorers, the ancient gods have never been able to fully grasp it. Irving felt like a few World War II mechanics, who picked up the remaining units of the superintelligence and reluctantly assembled them. After a long period of exploration, they could only start the machine and perform simple operations. They thought too much about controlling permissions. However, just because it cannot be controlled, the importance of the internet will increase infinitely. For example, many powerful gods will leave important things in the corners of the internet as their hope of making a comeback in desperate situations. Kim guessed that the goddess of wealth had not completely fallen, or had fallen, but there was still the possibility of her return, because similar things were not uncommon in the long history. And the best hope for a comeback was that no one could interfere. In the internet, in addition to serving as a private treasure house, the internet also functions as a server and database. All data and operating rules of the Divine Network exist in the internet, which can be said to be the core of the Divine Network throughout the material world. As for the external network, in fact, it was originally a network cable used by many gods to connect to the internal network. After it was abandoned due to death or other reasons, some clever gods used it to imitate the internal network and weave their own regional network. Because more and more gods imitated it, the more there are, the more external networks will be formed. This is why Kim reminded him to be vigilant. Although the external network is also controlled by the internal network, as a weaver, he still has higher authority over the regional network he weaves. If he is not careful, he will fall into a trap. Although due to various reasons, most of the external networks have actually lost their weavers. Almost the 8th and 9th floors of the external network are directly controlled by the internal network. But who allowed the previous void storm to cause considerable damage to the external network? After the gods were restored, a lot of authority naturally fell into the hands of the other party.
and there was more room for operation. Therefore, the best way is to spend more money to directly connect to the internal network, and then connect to the external network through the internal network. In this way, the divine network will be protected by the internal network and reduce the chance of being deceived. Chapter 535 Divine Network and Planes. In fact, most of the people active in the divine network are mortals. They may be of different races, but they are not gods. Some are believers who enter the divine network through the channels opened by the gods, and go to other planes to take risks and trials in search of opportunities. Some accidentally enter the divine network through unknown channels. After all, the death of gods does not mean that the network cable will completely collapse. In addition, it is abandoned. So unknown divine network channels are not uncommon, but they are only placed in the endless material world. Seems rare. In addition to these two, there are also various reasons for entering. In short, the miracle place of Shawang never lacks outsiders and newcomers. Therefore, although the node in front of Owen is small, it is very lively. He just glanced at it. I saw 2,000 to 3,000 people from dozens of races coming and going. Because of the constraints of the divine network, the order here is very stable. Even if there is a conflict and a quarrel, everyone will face each other and lick each other's nose with their little tongues. But they will still put their hands down honestly, even making big movements. Don't even dare to have it. Under the stable order, prosperous trade naturally emerged. Many people placed their harvests generously on the ground without fear of being taken away. After taking a closer look, I realized that every stall paid a fee. And in the circle drawn by the divine net, no one dared to violate the rules. As a result, everything from the bottom of the box was displayed. From simple slate books to Buling's flashing equipment. From ferocious ogre slaves to adorable elf maids. There were only things that were unimaginable. No matter what. There is nothing. If it doesn't exist here, then go to other nodes and take a look. In short, the divine network is spread over most of the material world. In theory, as long as it exists, it can be found in the divine network. That's how confident it is. In addition to physical trade, the information and knowledge categories are all-encompassing. Not to mention reading them all. Just going through the catalog is a series for a lifetime. This is only on the surface, and the real value will not be seen by ordinary people. Unfortunately, this is just a small node, with not many connected planes and no special planes. Therefore, the value gathered here is naturally not much higher. Many things only look good, but at most, they can deceive newcomers. Or if you don't have enough eyesight, it's just a novelty for Irving. In fact, what Owen is most interested in is the plane. Apart from various transactions, one of the main functions of the divine network is to serve as a transportation hub connecting many planes. But even the gods can't tell how many planes there are in the material world, because planes disappear or appear every moment. Some are valuable, some are worthless, some are dangerous, and some are not dangerous. They all need to be taken risks. Those who have to go to explore and distinguish. And this is also the value of mortals in the divine network. After all, we can't let the gods go there in person. After preliminary screening, once a resource-rich plane is discovered, the adventurer can obtain overwhelming wealth just by selling information. If he is lucky enough to be favored by a certain god, it is not easy to become a powerful and long-lived divine benefactor. Impossible. It can be said that the divine network has infinite possibilities, and therefore attracts countless people. But this is only for mortals. For most gods. Except for a few special planes. Most planes are not of much value to them. So there is no shortage of boring gods who transform some planes into playgrounds. Or a trap. For fun. Just like an anime called Encounter in a Dungeon. From a previous life. Gods are not busy cultivating 996 followers all day long. It is even rarer to fight each other to death. Having fun is the daily life of most gods. Owen was very interested in this aspect and checked it out. Shenwang has planned the data very well. There is a column for the new dimension, and below it are countless people asking to form a team. They also say where there are resources, where there are dangers, and so on. Developing the plane is one column. But this can no longer be accomplished by forming a team. It is either a powerful force or a religious organization with God standing behind it. And the time it takes is measured in hundreds of years. In addition, there are special types. Some are extremely dangerous. Some are paradises for gods. Some are colosseums. And there are even planes purely for enjoyment. Among them, some are just playing. Some are gambling. And some are naturally fond of challenges. It all depends on everyone's choice. Regardless of the type, gods rarely go out in person. They mostly use it to give trials to their subordinates, or take the opportunity to spread their beliefs. Even if they compete for planes, they are mostly done through gambling or hegemony. Owen knew that the gods had their own circle, but he had no intention of joining now until the network cables were widened and more power could be mobilized. Now Owen plans to go to other dimensions to see how they are different from the world he lives in. And this is why he is eager to enter the divine network. He randomly chose a plane. Since he had no body, Owen spent some faith crystals and asked the divine network to help him select a suitable target from the plane. Of course, if he is willing to pay more for some faith crystals, Shenwan will create a body according to his choice. It can be male or female. Neither male nor female. Not to mention the appearance, gender, and race can be changed. It is even easier to add various talents and skills at the same time. If you are willing to pay a resurrection fee, you will be reborn in the divine network after death in the plane. To a certain extent, the functions of the divine net and the main divine space are not much different. However, faith crystals are not just about collecting some faith power. First of all, they must be at least a demigod level. Secondly, faith power must have a certain degree of purity before they can be condensed into crystals. This causes faith crystals to become hard currency in the divine network. Although a lot of divine power was spent, Owen was still not short of faith crystals. So he decisively added money to speed up the search on the divine network. Male, young, legal system, untrustworthy. As Owen continued to add conditions, the goals provided by the divine network became less and more in line with his wishes, until the appearance of a young man flashed before his eyes. Decisively determined, Andrew is a mage apprentice. He has been learning magic from the wandering mage since he was 10 years old. However, due to the unstable learning environment and the teacher's hobbies in certain aspects, his foundation is very poor and he is seriously partial to subjects. But now he no longer has to worry about his future employment, because he accidentally got a scroll to summon a succubus. His womanizing teacher suddenly felt itchy and couldn't wait to let him go after encountering a cabin in the forest. Stand guard outside. There was no movement while he was peeing. Andrew was not surprised by this, because this was the true level of the teacher. But he knew it would happen again soon. The teacher's potion is still very effective in this regard. And this is why he is not very short of money even though he is just a wandering mage. Because when passing by the noble territories, those fat and weak nobles are always happy to pay for it. But not long after, Andrew felt a heart attack. His face turned pale, and he tore off his clothes. When he saw the rune on his heart, despair and betrayal made him just want to set fire to the wooden house behind him. It's a pity that Andrew didn't have a chance. The next moment, he lost his life due to the activation of the scapegoat magic that the teacher secretly set on him. And the wooden house behind him heard movement again. Chapter 536 finally able to access the internet. Due to the increase in believers and the fact that Owen has not used a lot of divine power recently, apart from the necessary reserves, most of the divine power is used by him to pull network cables. In fact, it is to accumulate divine power, lock the coordinates of the divine net, and release a slender divine power beam in one breath to open up the space between the two. Then the divine net will be reinforced along the divine power beam to form a network line. In fact, the so-called divine network, at least the outer network, is a special channel built by merging the power of void and space with divine power. It can be said to be a constant space channel, but it only has various magical effects after being connected to the inner network and receiving the blessing of rules. Therefore, what is important is not the divine network, but the inner network as the core. The newly born network cable is very thin and requires continuous accumulation of divine power to expand. Therefore, the more powerful the god is, the wider the network cable is, and the more information and materials can be received faster. And theoretically there is no limit to this expansion. It is enough for Irving now. And he decisively contacted the internet. Although connected to the internet, Owen is not qualified to enter. It has been blocked by countless old gods for a long time. Without certain permissions, it is impossible to enter. However, the basic functions of the internet are not affected. Those gods cannot block it. Even if you live there, you won't dare to close it. The internet is not that simple. Otherwise you would think that those gods would not dare to use rough means to control the internet. Owen's purpose is not to enter the internet to find the secrets hidden by those powerful gods. In fact, he only needs to complete the registration on the internet. In this way, as long as he does not violate the rules of the internet, he will be subject to the rules of the internet. Protection. Even a moody bastard like the tyrant god who is prone to murder would not dare to mess around with the divine net. Otherwise, it would not be surprising to be beaten up by a group of high-ranking gods in the next moment. It is really because the divine net is too important to the gods. It was normal for the original gods to stay in their own kingdom of God doing nothing all day long. It was common for them to be invisible to outsiders for hundreds of thousands of years. After all, the kingdom of God was hanging on the plane and could not enter the material world. Wandering in the void was dangerous. Besides squatting at home and counting the hair on my legs, what else can I do? It is the divine network that connects all the gods together, allowing them to share their needs, help each other, and set up communication channels, allowing the gods to see a wider world. From now on, they can no longer do without the divine network. In fact, it can be used to run network cables at home. And it can also collect takeaways and send express delivery, perfectly providing all the needs to satisfy your desires without leaving home. If you cut it off for him, see if he dares to risk his life with you. Therefore, although the gods are not rich, they still cannot resist the charm of the divine net. There is no way around it. The divine network can not only be used for communication, but also for transactions. It can also be used as a high-speed channel. It is so convenient. It's like the output of each world is different. For example, what should I do if the Orc War god has a little love divinity in his hand, and he can transform into a love black beast war god for his own use? Of course, the best way is to exchange with the gods in need. This is the importance of exchanging what you have. In addition, on the divine network, resources, equipment, population, food, knowledge, intelligence, beliefs, divine power, including divinity and clergy. There is nothing that cannot be traded. You only need to spend some divine power, and the divine network will immediately transmit it to the place, and ensure that the goods are genuine. Whoever dares to violate it will be immediately blacklisted, and will be unable to access the internet for the rest of his life. The high-speed channel of the divine network is an irresistible temptation for the gods, because the divine network also connects most planes in the material world. Whether it is spreading faith, seeking opportunities, or simply destroying or conquering, it is inseparable from the divine network channel. Without the divine network channel, the gods can only drive the kingdom of God across the void to conquer another plane. Not only is the whole process expensive, but it is also dangerous. With the divine network channel, it's different. You can directly send military believers to other planes to fight. Not only does it consume less, it's also convenient and fast. Not to mention that the divine network, which has existed for who knows how long, still hides countless knowledge and treasures. Just like the adventures of mortals, if the gods obtain the hidden treasures, it will be equally beneficial. It can be said that the existence of the divine network is full of irresistible temptations for gods. Even Owen has longed for it for a long time. So after pulling the network cable, he immediately prepared to log in, because Owen's network cable was too thin. He could only keep trying. And finally it was able to be accommodated after stripping away everything but retaining a small amount of consciousness. It seems that it is still early to receive supplies, or even send troops across the void. The login method of the divine network is very strange. As soon as Owen's spiritual consciousness entered, it was covered with an inexplicable layer of things by the divine network, and was marked with a brand that was unique to him. This is the authority granted by Shenwang. Everyone is allowed within the authority, and everything beyond the authority is prohibited. At the same time, this is both a restriction and a protection, because within the scope of his authority, even the gods cannot harm him. Otherwise, he will face punishment. The punishment of the divine network is not only to restrict the network. In fact, there is a team composed of gods to clean up some garbage for the divine network in exchange for increasing the authority of the divine network. Otherwise, chaotic evil camps like the tyrant god the gods are not allowed to cause trouble. Just like there is no network administrator in the group. I will let you see what it means that Huang Tian is in power. What it means that the emperor's uncle has no horse. And what it means that the demons are dancing wildly. Owen saw that he could choose to walk in the divine network with his true image. Or he could choose to change his race and image after changing his face. After all, he was in the world, and had to use a trumpet to save his life. The cat with shiny black hair only has a white crescent on its forehead, and a pair of big watery eyes. Anyone who sees it will want to masturbate. This is Owen's trumpet in Shenwang. Xiao Arii. Based on the body structure of the elf cat, Xiao Arii is not only able to walk upright, but his upper limbs are also very flexible. Owen also added a vest and hat, making him look harmless to humans and animals. After completing the new image, Owen nodded with satisfaction and officially entered the divine network. As soon as you enter, you will see countless thick transparent pipes. Some pipes are very small and can only accommodate a small amount of energy and information transmission. Some pipes are large enough to accommodate the passage of a sky city. This is the scene inside the divine network. These pipelines are not parallel, but are crisscrossed together, thus creating nodes. There are big and small nodes, because they are connected in all directions. So people gather regardless of the size. The only difference is how many. Because he is not an entity, Owen moves very quickly in the divine network, and can even cross the divine network through data transmission. So when he finds a node nearby, he appears here the next moment. At first, Owen thought that the divine network was filled with gods, but later he learned that in fact, gods rarely come to the divine network in person, because although the restrictions are not as great as those in the material world, ordinary divine networks cannot support the arrival of gods. This is the case for Owen. For example, the network cable he just created cannot support the arrival of the main body at all. Even if it can arrive, there are not many divine network nodes that can accommodate the gods. Just like a person cannot get into a water pipe, an adult cannot fit in a toilet. What's more, it's completely unnecessary. A clone or partial consciousness is more convenient and safer, so there's no need to come in person. Chapter 537 Sprayed Latex Paint. Owen's consciousness was contained by the soul shaped by the divine net. After being injected into this body, that had just lost its vitality and was still warm, the remaining vitality was activated, allowing him to successfully complete the time travel and seize the body. Moreover, the divine net also thoughtfully transferred the opponent's body to the body. The memory is, organized so that he can read it easily. What stands out is a major. The crystallization of faith is not in vain. Because of this faith, the service standard chosen by Owen is not low, and it is indeed worth the money. Although it is only a partial consciousness, there is still no problem in receiving this body, not to mention the help of the divine network. After completing the control, Owen got up from the ground, moved his body, got familiar with it, and then picked up the buckler and hand axe on the side. As a mage apprentice, it is normal and reasonable to equip a round shield and a hand axe. He should not let him use one or two tricks to make the enemy laugh when he encounters them. Without too much testing, Owen opened the door and smelled a familiar and strong smell. Anyway, the scene in front of me was like a couple knocking over a bucket of latex paint while playing, except that it was difficult to find a place to stay and there was a dry corpse that was an eyesore. Everything else was fine. After a brief search, fortunately, the other party habitually put things in a waterproof cowhide bag before doing things, so it only needed to be washed briefly. Forget it. Owen took out the things inside and put them directly. The bag that still smells weird is lost. A spell book, a few research notes on spells and potions, a few bottles of potions, and a small bag of silver coins. But nothing else. For a wandering mage, this wealth is not bad. But for Owen, only these few notebooks with few useful information have a certain value. After a brief look through it, Owen confirmed something. This plane? No. It should be a plane within the scope of the divine net. Various powers have been divided up, and even magic is restrained. From Kim, the biggest secret Owen got was that he learned that power was divided. This is a fact that is enough to make countless new gods despair. And it is also the main reason why the current god realm remains as calm as dead water. And the source of all this is the divine network. No one knows what the nature of the divine net is. They just know that it is an unimaginably great creation. Even if it is broken now, it still has unimaginable power. However, because of its dilapidation, the divine network had to rely on the power of gods to maintain certain operations. That is, authority. The divine net selects some gods, brings their authority under its own jurisdiction, and spreads it to the places covered by the divine net to maintain a certain state. Owen didn't know what the purpose of this was. He just knew that this type of deity was special and had higher authority on the divine network, just like an administrator with some privileges. This is the case with the goddess of wealth. As a deity who controls wealth, her influence covers the entire area of the divine network. That's why Kim said that the other party has not truly fallen, because the divine network will not allow the loss of this authority. Of course, the goddess of wealth will not disappear, but can be replaced, just like positions. Shenhuang, a huge group, will not allow a management position in a certain department to be vacant, but it will not care who holds this position. This was also the case at the beginning.
The reason Kim chose to betray was because she wanted to be in power. It's a pity that the tyrant god will abide by the agreement. He can kill whatever he wants without caring about the consequences. As for the promise, it is even more ridiculous. Who cares about these things? In addition to the goddess of wealth, the divine network also has a goddess of magic. She imitated the divine network and compiled a magic network covering many planes for use by spellcasters. Soon the magic network was favored by the divine network and incorporated into its own system. And the goddess of magic also gained higher authority and became a special member. There are not many similar situations, but every more one means one less upward channel. For example, in the main world where Owen is located, warlocks rely on blood and mages rely on brains. Some things in this plane are similar, but some are completely different. For example, all the spells here are included in the magic network, and legal professionals can use them. But they cannot? Even self-created spells cannot cross the magic network, because all related magic systems are included in a larger framework. And you can't escape this framework even if you play tricks. This is good news for mortals, especially mages. No bloodline is required. As long as the brain is good enough and enough time is invested, one can initially master extraordinary power. This undoubtedly greatly lowers the threshold. But it is the worst news for the legendary mage who wants to go further, because the upward path is completely blocked, and there is no possibility of breakthrough. How desperate this is. And this is not a special case. Every time an additional authority is accommodated by the divine net, it means that there is one less way to a higher place in the material world. It is not only mortals who are blocked, but also gods. The higher gods will always be the upper gods, and the lower gods will always be the lower gods. Kim is not a born betrayer, but when she discovered that she could only be the gold coin lady, she could no longer control her ambition and anger. Rubbing his eyebrows, Owen had expected this, but he didn't expect that the real situation was worse than he expected. This means that more authority is locked in the divine network, and more gods have transcendent status, which is equivalent to the solidification of class. As a new god, Owen will undoubtedly face more pressure and trouble if he wants to ascend to the throne, unless he can find a new path. This also means that countless people will appear to compete with him, and even more deadly pressure will be faced. Putting aside these thoughts for the time being, Owen simply packed up, determined the direction, and walked towards the next town. He needed more things to confirm his thoughts and possibilities. Along the way, Irving became familiar with this body. There was nothing wrong with it. It was young, strong and energetic, and it was the kind of person who would coil around a dragon pillar in the morning. In fact, if the person in the forest cabin was him, no one would be killed at all. Unfortunately, the succubus also has a temper. He finally came out for a change, but he turned out to be an old man who was off-putting to the devil. And he also controlled dreams in broad daylight. She couldn't use it without killing it, so she sprayed the entire bucket of latex paint. If it were the predecessor, the succubus would be very satisfied and choose to chew it slowly, and leave a contact information so that we can discuss it from time to time in the future. These are just small things. After Owen became familiar with the body, he began to carefully recall things about spells. The magic network divides spells into levels 0 to 9. Level 0 is a trick, but it is not without lethality. Although there are many apprentices who have no talent in the mage path and choose to rely on a few tricks to make a living by performing arts on the streets and in taverns, it does not mean that they cannot kill people. However, only those who master one level of spell can be called a mage. But they are only mage. If you want to be truly taken seriously and gain respect, you must at least master 3-ring magic. Those who master the 5-ring magic can be called a master. And the 7-ring magic is a legend. Chapter 538, I still have skills that I haven't used yet. In addition to spells, there are more detailed divisions in the magic network, which reminded Owen unconsciously of the game. First the main god, then the game. This world is becoming more and more incomprehensible, Owen said with a sigh. As a time traveler, Owen is actually very proud, even though he acts low-key and has a very strict style. As a time traveler, he always has a feeling of being superior to everyone, even gods. But after coming into contact with the divine network, even if it didn't last long, the cost of self-confidence has been reduced a lot. The divine network also connects countless planes and possesses countless resources, knowledge and lives. Even the gods are their workers. This makes it difficult for Owen, who still needs to accumulate progress points to redeem, to have any sense of superiority. Even if he wants to reach the scale of the divine network. Even if he cheats. It will take at least 1,000 years to start. If it is not capped, it may be a 10,000-year project. The problem is that he might be tired of living by then. After all, for humans, tens of thousands of years is too long. Therefore, Owen decided not to think too highly of himself. He initially positioned the divine network and those powerful gods as enemies, which was really overestimating his capabilities. And he was never a destroyer or a conqueror. He was just a time traveler who wanted to enjoy a leisurely life without being bullied. No matter what he faces in the future, it is absolutely right to strengthen himself first. So Owen gives up thinking about these things and turns to studying everything he inherited from his predecessor, so as to become familiar with this new vast world as soon as possible. Although it is only a mortal's power, Owen does not dislike it, and has even planned not to carry out additional enhancements, and just rely on these to take risks. In fact, Owen knows very well that these are what he lacks, because he upgraded too quickly and has never experienced any decent battles. Therefore, he has so many shortcomings that he doesn't know where to start. The time travel provided by Shuang is just the right one. His path of trials, using the function of the divine net to digitize body attributes, does not cost much faith crystal anyway. Name, Andrew Owen. Race, human. Age, 16. Occupation, mage apprentice. Level, level 2. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Magic value, 16/16. Attribute points, 2. Attributes, intelligence 8. Strength 4. Agility 6. Charisma 10. Talent, affinity. It is easier for you to win the favor of strangers. Spells, blade protection /0 level. Mage's hand /0 level. Equipment, obsolete one-handed axe /ordinary. Skin log shield /ordinary. Good guy. This is my return to the novice village. Although the attributes were ugly, it brought back Owen's earlier memories, so his expression became a little nostalgic until he missed the point. The sudden weightlessness made Owen unable to react at all. When his whole body was shaken, and he felt his body being pierced in many places, it was already too late. The severe pain made him unable to do anything. He could only lie there twitching and feeling random. With the loss of blood, the body is slowly getting colder. When he was dying, Owen's consciousness slowly left his body wrapped in the divine net that shaped his soul, which also allowed his perspective to rise to see what had just happened. Looking up and seeing the sky above the mouth of a well, Owen suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. And the strange cries coming from far and near felt very familiar to him. It's the goblin? Owen wanted to die for a moment. He fell into the goblin's trap. There was no stupider way to die than this. Next, he will be carried back by the goblin soon, and then turned into food without any waste. Just like countless new adventurers. Thinking of ending up like this, Irving decisively decided to renew his subscription and purchase resurrection coins. Resurrection is not as complicated as imagined. Just repair the body, put in a soul, and then restart. This is not difficult for the divine network, which has many powers. Not to mention that the resurrected people are ordinary mortals, so they only charge for watching an Owen for a small fee. He felt a forceful tug, and when he opened his eyes again, he was revived on the spot. Shuang was very considerate in letting Owen stay standing, instead of trying to pull himself out as soon as he opened his eyes. When he lowered his head and saw the soil soaked with blood at the bottom of the pit, as well as the sharpened wooden thorns inserted there, Owen frowned suddenly. It hurts to look at it. Owen, who was really not hurt much, recalled the feeling just now, and said with a somewhat ugly expression, because the feeling of death was no longer real, but really dead. The goblin's voice was getting closer and closer, and Owen, who was afraid of being stuck underneath, hurriedly dug a hole in the pit wall with his axe, and climbed out of the hole at the risk of being pierced again. Fortunately, he had a young body and was strong enough to climb out in time. But the number of goblins that came was a bit too many. Almost a dozen. Although the prey crawled out of the trap, the goblins, who had the advantage in numbers, still had enough courage. They dispersed skillfully, and then surrounded them. Blade protection. Owen activated the spell without hesitation. Fortunately, as a paying user of the divine network, he was not restricted by the magic network and could activate the spell protection with just one sentence. The defensive power of the blade protection is not very high. It is probably equivalent to an extra piece of light leather armor, but it is better than nothing. Besides, the goblins don't have any decent weapons. And then Owen is pinned down by a group of goblins. Below, amidst the stench of body odor, he watched helplessly as the goblin pierced his eyes with sharpened bone spurs.
stirred his brain, and had the weapons in his hands taken away. The feeling of soul leaving the body emerged again. But the divine network waiting for renewal deliberately slowed down his death process. Owen wanted to curse, but didn't know who to scold. This is completely different from what he thought. Okay. According to Owen's vision, he would take advantage of the speed brought by his height and long legs. Like flying a kite. First distance himself, and then chop down the short and thin goblins one by one to achieve the final victory. But 7 or 8 goblins would pounce on him from all directions like predatory spiders, leaving him in a panic and not knowing how to fight back. Especially since these bastard goblins targeted weak points and were attacked from above and below. Owen was literally stabbed to death. Since the target was killed, some of the goblins were cutting branches to make brackets to take away the prey, and some were repairing traps. No one was guarding the body at all. Owen, who quietly renewed his resurrection, gritted his teeth and picked up a stone, rounded it, aimed it at the back of the head of a goblin who was facing away from him, and with a muffled bang, the brains were squeezed out. But these goblins are too smart, and such a little movement attracts the attention of all the goblins. When he saw the dead prey getting up again, he was stunned for a moment. So Owen, who was filled with hatred, took the opportunity to smash another one to death. And then he was piled to death again. This time, Owen ignored it and stretched out his hands to strangle a goblin's neck. Before he was stabbed to death, he squeezed the goblin's neck with all his strength. Then he spit out blood bubbles and showed an ugly smile. Owen was speechless as he felt the process of soul leaving the body slowing down again. He has no shortage of crystals of faith, but he can't waste them like this. But Owen was unwilling to give in. As a time traveler, he didn't think he would die so carelessly. He still had skills that he had not yet used. Chapter 539, Time Travel Novels Are All Lies. If it were so easy for a time traveler to die, traveling through all the worlds would be a waste of time. With this idea in mind, Owen, who did not believe in evil, began his stalking road to fight monsters. It wasn't like he couldn't afford the resurrection coins. Owen gritted his teeth and killed several goblins by risking his life, and finally scared away the remaining goblins. It is estimated that the few goblins who escaped will have a lot of psychological shadow in their lives. For example, they are afraid that the food in the pot will jump out and strangle them. The prey in the trap will crawl out and kill them, etc. After winning the final victory, Owen, who was covered in wounds, grinned and pulled out the bone spur inserted in the root of his thigh, which was only 2 inches away from the bird's nest. He ignored the column of blood spurting from the aorta and smiled from the bottom of his heart. It was so damn happy. The pain really hurt. There was no injury that didn't hurt. But after experiencing more than one death, Owen simply started watching. If he is afraid of pain, he will die. But if he is not afraid of pain, he can live. Especially the various adrenaline secreted crazily when he is dying, which makes him feel like he can't stop. Of course, you have to die when you deserve to die. If you don't cheat, it's better not to pursue excitement. It's so easy. But this experience made Owen no longer afraid of injury and death. And wasn't that what he came for? Others only have one chance to die. And it all depends on how much money he deposits. With such a good opportunity, of course he must make full use of it. No one has experience from the beginning. Especially after the golden finger came into play. Irving has not encountered many decent dangers. This has led to him lacking many things, such as getting used to injuries, knowing how to use his own advantages, and facing desperate situations. Still full of fighting spirit despite the situation, etc. These are what Irving lacks, because he has never encountered these situations, which shows that there are advantages to being stubborn enough. But after seeing the broader world of the Divine Network, Owen knew that Guango was useless, because he could not hide it from everyone. If anyone was interested in him, he would continue to expose his trump cards, and it continues to attract curious or malicious objects one after another until it is completely excavated. What's more, Owen, who has a golden finger, cannot withstand temptation. He can hide when facing mortals, but when facing a well-informed god, he may be exposed in any small matter. So he must be prepared to fight desperately. Be prepared? Because if you don't fight, you will definitely die. But if you fight, you will have a glimmer of hope. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, but it does not prevent Irving from preparing in advance. Besides, he is not at a loss. By understanding the various limitations and experiences of mortals, he can take the opportunity to deduce the power and functions that the Divine Network currently possesses. But before Owen could finish thinking about it, He fell into a dying state due to excessive blood loss. And then, the familiar rising feeling came again. If Owen had treated the wound, he would not have died so quickly. But he was too seriously injured. Not to mention how to suture the damaged aorta in his leg that was still bleeding. The scattered wounds on his body alone were enough to kill him. Regarding blood loss and infection. Because the goblin's weapons have a variety of uses, including but not limited to serving as food cutters and shit stirrers. Unless a priest treats him immediately or drinks a higher quality healing potion, it will be useless. It's just a desperate struggle. The problem is that he doesn't have any of these. Irving simply puts it away and waits to use the resurrection coins. Owen, who was in ragged clothes and covered in blood, continued on his way with 1 foot bare and 1 foot deep and 1 shallow. After getting lost, he died from the mouth of a poisonous snake, was bitten by a wild wolf, almost had his intestines turned out after eating a wild fruit, and so on. After the experience of wanting to die, he finally managed to reach a small town. With tears in his eyes, Owen didn't know what to say. He decided never to read time travel novels again, because they were all lies. He had normal intelligence, strong body, and was still a mage apprentice. Even so, he died 7 or 8 times before entering the town. According to the character of the time traveler, Goldfinger would not be able to survive for a few days without unlimited resurrection. Owen, who recognized the reality, was not in a hurry to enter the town, because he knew very well that if he dared to get close to him like this, he would probably have to reinvent the new method of death by hanging outside the town. So he first found a water source nearby and drained himself. After washing it, I bought a piece of burlap clothes with not many patches from a nearby farmer, and managed to make myself look less suspicious. After all, it was difficult for a person covered in blood not to be suspected. You must know that neither the local lords nor the town guards have the patience to carefully distinguish right from wrong. Except for nobles and caravans. They will directly drive away anyone they find suspicious, and almost arrest and hang them. As for unjust accusations and manslaughter, no one cares at all. Except for nobles. Other lives are extremely cheap. Even according to the memory of the predecessor, many remote villages still have the habit of killing outsiders. Anyway, once the clothes are removed and the dead are buried, there is no possibility of solving the case. Not to mention no one will investigate. So just now, he bought clothes from a farmer who lived alone and negotiated the price. He didn't dare to leak the money because he was afraid that the other party would have evil intentions. In fact, if he hadn't been young and strong, and seemed not easy to mess with, the farmer carrying the pitchfork might not have been so easy to talk to. 1 foot was wearing a boot that was still wet when he stepped on it, and the other was wrapped in a rag. Owen, with his hair still wet, and wearing a burlap shirt that hung down to his knees, came to the entrance of the town in embarrassment. Although it looks miserable, there are many people who are much worse off than him. For example, in the caravan that just passed by, there were 2 injured people in the car. One had a broken leg, and the other had 3 arrows stuck in his body. Whether he could survive or not was still a question. Problem. Let alone those skinny farmers, who couldn't even put together a complete set of clothes. Judging from these alone, the level of civilization on this plane is probably no better than the main world where Owen is. Because he was not a merchant and did not carry any goods, and declared that he was a mage apprentice, and also proved that he could read by reading the notice posted on the side. Owen was able to enter Xiaolin town without paying any fees. This was his visit. The only preferential treatment you get when you come to this plane. What is commendable is that the town sanitation is very good. Owen thought he would avoid shit and walk in urine. When you come to a strange place, a pub is a must-visit place. Because here there are drinks to relieve fatigue, food to fill your stomach, guest rooms to sleep in, and enough news and intelligence. But before that, you need to buy a set of clothes and weapons. Otherwise, you will not feel safe at all, and it will be too unseemly. Although he died several times, the bag of silver coins was not lost. Otherwise, Owen would have to consider whether to beg or rob next. The dozen or so silver coins in my hand are neither too many nor too few. According to the regulations of the Church of Wealth, 1 standard silver coin can be exchanged for 100 standard copper coins. The purchasing power is quite good. 2 or 3 silver coins are enough to meet the minimum living expenses of a family for 1 month consumption. But when it comes to buying clothes and equipment, this little money must be spent sparingly. Because Owen doesn't want to live in a stable and sleep on a haystack, let alone catch bed bugs and eat hard bread at the same time. So Owen didn't go to the clothing store, but went to the grocery store near the pub. Chapter 540. Even though you've already moved bricks, you're still being ostracized by your peers. The owner of the old Hutao grocery store, who looked like a shriveled walnut, drooped his eyelids. He just raised his head and glanced at Owen, and instantly judged the other person's spending power. He pointed to the place where a lot of old things were piled up and stopped talking to him. Instead, he continued to repair the complex mechanical creation that resembled a clock in his hand. Clothes, protective gear, weapons, and sundries were piled together. It could be seen that the origins of these things were quite complex. Some were eager to sell them for money. Some were taken from dead people. And some were simply stolen. Owen didn't care where these things came from. He was looking for clothes first. Fortunately, these clothes had been simply cleaned. Although they were not new, they did not have much odor. Irving chose 2 sets of clothes and boots that fit better. He also bought a dagger, a one-handed axe, and a log shield to wear himself. Arming himself again cost him a full 10 silver coins. But there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. If you replace it with a new one, the price will be increased by at least 50%. Without a stable source of income, Irving would not dare to spend so much money in one go. A new-looking Owen came to the Lamb's Tavern, placed 4 copper coins on the table, and received a glass of inferior ale, a bowl of salted beans, half a short sausage, and a piece of hard bread like a tile, and then refused the other party's recommended tripe, wrapped meat. This is a unique delicacy in which heart, lungs, kidneys, and mincemeat are stuffed into the stomach of a sheep. It is served with raw onions and boiled apples. It is said to be the signature dish of the tavern. In his previous life, Owen liked to eat offal, such as roasted kidneys, haggis soup, duck intestines, and so on. But he still couldn't accept this kind of delicacy that was comparable to the 9-story waste tower made of boiled 9 kinds of kidneys and molded skin jelly. Even if the maid hinted that eating this thing would be good for that kind of thing. What a joke. A great young man like him still needs this thing. Owen despises middle-aged men who order this signature dish. It's a pity that the people sitting here today are all rotten drunkards in the town. They got 1 or 2 copper coins from nowhere, ordered a glass of low-quality ale mixed with an unknown amount of water, and ordered a bowl of boiled beans in salt water. Just sips and sips. You can hang out for a whole day by sipping it. And when it gets dark, you will stagger and pretend to be full of food and drink, and walk to your doghouse while drinking like crazy. Owen couldn't believe what these people were bragging about. After half a glass of ale, they had created the world. As for the bartender, he did have some decent information, but he didn't know what kind of information he needed for a while. So he gave up and booked a guest room to rest after simply filling his stomach. The limited guest room, which is larger than the toilet, barely contains a single bed and a narrow table. There is also a urinal in the corner. Judging from the decayed and yellowed walls and the lingering smell, the marksmanship of the previous guests has been very good. No, I can't press the gun, and I don't know if it will leak downstairs. Irving didn't pay attention to the environment here. He opened the window for ventilation, and then lifted the linen sheets. The bundles of straw underneath were very dry, and exuded a faint smell of sunshine and rice. There was no moisture to breed a bunch of bedbugs, and it was not secreted by the human body. The grease penetrates, which is something to be thankful for. Lying on the bed, he relaxed and fell asleep unconsciously. Owen felt very magical about this, because he was just a spiritual consciousness of the main body. It could be said that it was a small program separated from the main system. But the soul shaped by the divine network, he was completed. And even after his body was taken away, there was still no abnormality. Just like a real living person, the tiredness of his body left him no time to think, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but judging from the intensity of the sun, it was almost noon, if not noon. After rubbing his eyes, Owen got up from the bed. Oops, my body actually feels a little sore. It seems that hand-to-hand combat is still too difficult for a mage apprentice. Owen twisted his body clockwise with his hands on his hips. After feeling that his condition was improving, he took a long breath and decided to add some strength. As a mage, his highest attribute is charm. But he is not a warlock yet, so this point is obviously wasted. Although he wanted to add points to strength or agility, Owen rationally added points to intelligence and found a job moving bricks. I originally wanted to find an easy job copying books, but there was none here. Books are rare to begin with, and the opportunities to copy them are even rarer. Even if they are available, they cannot fall on him, an outsider. In order not to live in vain, Owen had no choice but to find a job moving bricks. The job of moving bricks is not difficult. The construction time in Seattle town is not short. There will always be some dilapidated houses. Their task is to demolish and rebuild the dilapidated houses. As for whether the owner is willing to pay, the house will be returned if he is not willing. It's owned by everyone in the town. So this job is very hated. Many people can't bear the pressure and run away. So they recruit foreigners like Owen. Demolition, moving bricks, and building walls. He barely worked for 2 days. Not only was he exhausted and sweating, but the money he earned was not enough to eat. He was also ostracized and suppressed by his colleagues because he was a foreigner. Owen was so angry that he decisively chose to give up. He no longer had to suffer the comments and ostracism from those people behind his back, as well as the small stones that would be thrown on him if he wasn't careful. Without a job, Owen became more and more difficult. So the silver coins in his hand were really useless. As for using the remaining money as capital to do some business, there is no point in doing it if he makes less money. And he can't keep a business that makes a lot of money. When the law was relatively sound, there were still acquisitions and mergers. In the feudal era, people would pay attention to how to deal with big businessmen. If a person from a lower class background like him came up with a way to make money, the best result would be to work for big businessmen and nobles. If you work hard, if you are not lucky enough, you will die immediately. Only then did Owen realize that what he lacked was not job opportunities or lack of ability, but lack of strength and status. If an ordinary time traveler either arouses fighting spirit or sinks, no matter what kind, he will choose some less glorious methods and more extreme actions, which is called being forced. Fortunately, Owen was just here to experience life. Under the meticulous care of the system's father, the main body really didn't suffer much other than fighting against himself. Even if he wants to make up for it now, he is not truly starting from scratch. At least, he has enough resurrection coins. As a god who controls millions of people in the north, he really doesn't lack the power of faith. At least there is no pressure at all to pay for the resurrection of a mortal. After realizing this, Owen decided to become an adventurer. This was the last struggle for him, and for most people who are unwilling to accept an ordinary fate. As long as there are people who are unwilling to be ordinary, and as long as there is a strict class, the special group of adventurers will not disappear. Owen even suspects that there is a god of adventurers whose authority is controlled by the divine network. Otherwise, they would be everywhere. Adventurers are comparable to the fourth natural disaster. Chapter 541, Making Up the Foundation. There is an adventurer branch in the town. Registration is super simple. After filling in some information, you can become a novice adventurer trainee. If you want to become an official adventurer, in addition to completing some novice tasks, you must also go to the branch to complete further registration. It doesn't really matter. Irving is busy training. The adventurer branch will also conduct simple training for new adventurers. Otherwise, there are really not many people who can survive. Various accidents in the wild can kill half of them. Owen has a say in this. You must know that most new adventurers have no access to knowledge and skills. The former is exclusive to nobles and mages, while the latter is the foundation of a life. Who will teach it at will? Just like survival in the wild or something, which you have never heard of. Not to mention the wide variety of modern professional supplies. Generally speaking, a weapon, a water bag, and a backpack are all a new adventurer has. To survive in the wild, those who are either not professional enough or lucky enough or have bad luck are naturally buried in the wilderness and become part of the food chain. Owen listened carefully to the veteran's absent-minded narrative, then learned how to hold the weapon, how to swing it, and then it was gone. What do you expect when it's free? If you want to learn more, just spend money. The lame veterans of the adventurer branch who are responsible for teaching newcomers rely on this to make a living. Otherwise they can't afford to drink. Irving had no hope for this, so he just wanted to quickly defeat monsters and upgrade to hit points. The life of a time traveler without cheating would be like a coffee table full of cups. No. He almost went back to his old ways. Owen took a deep breath and secretly told himself that he didn't come here to fight monsters and upgrade. He came here to learn and to temper himself. Come on, Ollie. After calming down, Owen accepted the task of escorting the caravan. But he didn't expect that the owner of the cargo turned out to be a goblin. Unlike the smart and studious goblins in the territory, Owen only saw greed in those small eyes. The slender aquiline nose perfectly reflected the meanness of the other party. Even if Owen revealed that he was a spellcaster, the other party was still stingy and only willing to pay the price of a new adventurer. Owen, who was not good at words, could only accept the price to Presley, and then join the caravan with the two newcomers in the town. This caravan was the one that lost 2 people before. In fact, they lost more than these 2 people. So they repaired for 2 or 3 days, and recruited more guards before setting off. In fact, the so-called guards are civilians armed with simple weapons, and have never received any decent training. For example, the 2 newcomers who joined Owen are one of the colleagues he met when moving bricks, and the other joined the adventurer branch earlier than him. Young man. However, there was no communication between the 2 parties. Firstly, they were not familiar with each other. And secondly, Owen, who was hit hard by reality, took all the time to study. He carefully read through the magic notes, hidden by his former teacher, and took various notes. He was strict about this world. The spell system limited in the framework gradually gained a clearer concept. Although obsessed with studying, Owen always set aside some energy to pay attention to the caravan, because he did not trust goblins. The journey was very boring. The caravan always took the safest route and walked it more than once. The previous loss of manpower was due to the unlucky encounter with a traveling group of goblin bandits. So the journey was uneventful. However, Owen became more and more worried. I felt something was wrong with the atmosphere in the caravan. Owen, who was feeling bad, didn't notify anyone and took advantage of the morning poop opportunity to sneak away. Of course, the caravan would not waste time looking for a temporary escort who was missing. So after a while of noisy, the caravan set off again. Owen, who was not familiar with the road, did not actually walk far away, but followed the caravan quietly until the next morning, when he found 2 fresh soiled bags not far from the caravan's camp. And he immediately knew that his guess was correct. Really, peeling away the floating soil. Owen couldn't help but feel a bit chilly when he saw 2 faces that were both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Owen didn't know whether these 2 people were spies for the bandit who were discovered by the caravan, or whether the greedy goblin simply didn't want to pay the salary. Anyway, these 2 people with dreams of getting rich died. Because he had prepared some dry food in advance, Owen had to wait an extra day in the wild before entering Haifeng Town. Haifeng Town is much larger than Xia because it is close to the seaport and is one of the important transfer stations. It is very prosperous. Many people who do not like the seaside environment will choose to settle here. After paying the city entry tax, Owen was secretly relieved by the crowds after entering the city, so he didn't have to worry about being targeted by caravans. And there is also a place where Owen, a cultural man, can use his skills, and that is copying scrolls. The skills required to copy scrolls are not very advanced, and even a magician apprentice can do it, but the success rate is a little low. If you don't have the talent in this area, you will easily lose money in the early stage. Fortunately, the inner core is not original. Owen is also a branch of the god's consciousness. Whether it is controlling the body, guiding magic, or even learning, he is much better than ordinary people. This allowed him to quickly master the skills of copying scrolls. But this did not make Owen rich. Because of his spell slots, he could not provide scrolls that exceeded his upper limit. Otherwise, countless mages would swarm him and tear him apart alive. Without the numerical advantage, the profits that can be earned are limited, because copying scrolls also costs money. Excluding the failure rate, a mage apprentice can barely make a living from this, but cannot make a lot of money unless he can copy a spell. Fortunately, Owen Society's blade protection is quite popular. An extra layer of leather armor's defensive power, even if it can only protect the upper body, can at least reduce damage and avoid stray arrows, which can save lives on the battlefield. The mage's hand is no longer good, and basically no one wants it, because its function is to reach things far away. But the distance is limited. Who would buy a scroll for something that can be done in just 2 steps? Even nobles with money, and no money to spend, would not buy it. With this money, it is better to buy scrolls of elements such as flames. At least they look good. During this period, Owen tried to record the blade protection in the way of a normal mage apprentice every day, and then completed the copying to become familiar with everything a mage goes through during normal growth. Although he has become a god, but he is learning from the beginning as a mage apprentice. Owen does not think that this is a useless effort, but just making up for what he lacked before. And now that he is standing high enough, when he looks back, it is easier to see where to go, which greatly saves time. For example, now, Irving has evolved from the stereotype of his predecessor to a more in-depth level. Core runes, spell structure, and magic filling. This is the most real aspect of spells. When combined together, the more complex it is, the greater the impact. When it reaches a certain limit, it can even leverage the power of the law, which is exactly what Irving needs. As a god, the deeper the understanding of the laws, the more powerful he becomes. Although Owen has reached this level, it is like contacting advanced mathematics without memorizing the multiplication tables. It does not affect his continued learning, but his efficiency is greatly reduced. So at the moment, Owen is not in a hurry to get into more profound spells, but is working hard on zero-level spells, trying to improve the foundation that should have been established long ago. Chapter 542: Buying Real Estate. Owen was doing handicrafts. He used silver thread to carefully sew runes on a pair of high-end deerskin gloves, and inlaid small pieces of crystals as stable nodes to guide the infusion of magic power. It was similar to transcribing scrolls, but the spells must be mastered. You must have a clear understanding of the structure, and you must have good craftsmanship. Otherwise you may risk breaking your fingers if you make a slight mistake. In fact, what he is making is a semi-finished enchanted equipment with no place to store energy, so it cannot be activated independently. It needs to be infused with magic power in person. This greatly limits the range of users, because there are always only a few casters, and the gloves are inscribed with the spells are of little use in the hands of the mage, and the scope of use is once again reduced. However, Owen ingeniously reduced the release distance and instead enhanced the spell intensity. Therefore, after activation, his hands will be covered with a layer of enhanced magic power, making his hands stronger and more powerful. If he could only squeeze eggs before, now he can make durians burst into juice. This is just the beginning. Irving plans to engrave the sword protection spell on the light leather armor, reduce the defensive area, strengthen the basic structure, and then connect it with the mage gloves. By then, it will be a magical version of a simplified exoskeleton. As long as the supply of magic power continues, Owen's upper body will have the strength of a professional warrior, although it is better to just add points to strength. This is just the beginning. In theory, he can combine as many spells as there are, and even create a magical version of power armor. This is just a pure mage route. During his time in Sea Breeze Town, he has gained a lot of knowledge, such as goblin technology, dwarf machinery and dwarf guns, all of which are unique. If all are absorbed, it can greatly enhance the territory's basic technology foundation and provide more inspiration for the integration of magic and technology. But the most important thing for Irving now is to obtain a stable real estate, rather than living in a hotel room all day long and listening to the intermittent sound of card playing next door. This is almost like adding fuel to the fire for the angry young man. It just so happened that he was a bit misophobic and had no intention of sharing the same toilet with others. As for craft work, he didn't even have any materials, so he had no choice but to use a foot and a half of parchment to write a simple daily essay to comfort his young and turbulent heart. But this also made Owen full of motivation. He would copy books during the day and scrolls at night. He would also do odd jobs when he had nothing to do. Then he calculated that it would only take him 3 years to buy a house in Haifeng Town. This efficiency burdened him in his previous life. He was filled with emotion after having had a mortgage for decades. The problem is that he can't wait that long, so he goes looking for a haunted house. It's a pity that this thing is a hot commodity. After all, Haifeng Town is not a remote mountain village. There are not many legal professions, but they can't be called rare. Not to mention that there is a temple here. As long as the profit is enough, no haunted house can exist. With great difficulty, Owen found a wooden house that had slipped through the net, located at the foot of a mountain a few miles outside the town. The place was originally built by lumberjacks, but was abandoned after it was destroyed by a group of kobolds. The town of Sea Breeze didn't know how to remember it, so it became the property of the town. However, undead people were found inside, causing it to become a ruin. Negative equity in hand. It's not that there isn't someone in town to solve the problem, but it's a matter of cost. The labor and commission spent exceeded the value of the wooden house itself, and it did not affect the town, so it was naturally shelved indefinitely. The town clerk only remembered this place when he saw Owen rummaging through the haunted house. For only 10 silver coins, the land within 100 steps of this wooden house will be yours. It's very cost-effective. The clerk tried hard to promote this wooden house that had problems left over from history, and Owen was really moved. 10 silver coins was obviously a bit expensive for a wooden house, let alone one that was several miles away from town and located at the foot of a mountain. There is not much land that can be cultivated, and there are threats from kobolds and bandits. Even penniless poor people are unwilling to go there. But 100 steps is more than 100 meters.
It is very cost-effective to get such a piece of private land for 10 silver coins. If it were larger, it would be comparable to a smaller knight's fief. The most important thing is that this is recognized by Sewen Town. So Owen has the right to kill anyone except the nobles within this range. Even the knights cannot trespass without the order of the lord. This is not to say that the rights of the homeowners override those of the knights, but to maintain the authority of the lords. And everyone knows this. Besides, can ordinary people stop a knight from intruding? Just kill the homeowner, and the violation is no longer a violation. Just like there would be no case without the victim. But Owen is a spellcaster. Even if he is just an apprentice, no knight is willing to offend him easily. He also has the ability to protect himself. So this place is very attractive to him. After completing the formalities, Owen collected the land deed and headed alone to the forest cabin 5 miles away from Seabreeze Town. The terrain here is slightly rugged, so it has not been reclaimed as farmland. The nearest farmland is 3 miles away. It is very secluded, which is very suitable for Owen, who needs a quiet environment. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, there is a 10-meter long house on a relatively flat terrain, and there are 2 wooden sheds in the large fenced yard. Because it was built by lumberjacks, the materials used are very solid. Even if it is not maintained for a long time, it will still remain intact. The ground in the yard has also been solidified and hardened. The next step is the Wilderness Survival Project. Owen put on his gloves. After activating the enchantment, an invisible force field covered his upper body, making him as strong as an ox. He picked up the shovel he brought and shoveled the ground inside the longhouse. Remove it to a depth of half a foot. Then fill it with new loess and lay it down with wooden boards when conditions permit. The main reason why Irving spent so much time on the house was that the hygienic habits of a group of lumberjacks were very poor. They ate, drank, and pooped in the house, and the smell had penetrated into the soil. No matter how much cleaning was done, it would be useless. After all this work, there was nothing left to do, because apart from a fire pit, there was only a row of wooden beds made of logs, which were lined up in a row on the floor. They didn't even have bed legs, and there was no place to clean them at all. The only good thing is that the loggers used a special kind of wood that can repel snakes and insects. Presumably they don't want to find some cute little animals on them every morning. So there are no small animals in the house that need to be driven away. After spreading the animals' skins, he brought and lighting the fire to disperse the moisture. Owen finally had an environment where he could study quietly. The sword protection and mage's hand skills he had learned in his previous life. And after copying scrolls during this period, Owen had mastered deeply. So he decided to start learning new spells. And this was why he chose a quiet environment. However, Owen had forgotten that in addition to the remoteness, there were also the existence of the undead. He didn't remember until he heard the sound of cracking bones coming from outside the door. Carrying a one-handed axe and a log shield, Owen walked out of the longhouse and frowned when he saw 3 skeleton soldiers wandering outside. Skeleton soldiers are not naturally undead. In other words, unless they are on a large-scale battlefield, there will be no skeleton soldiers at all without the summons of the necromancer. Fortunately, these skeleton soldiers have obviously lost their command. Otherwise they would not be wandering around. Otherwise Owen would have to consider how to deal with the necromancer. Chapter 543, Learning from. Owen, who was no longer a rookie, was not too nervous when facing the 3 skeleton soldiers. They were just cannon fodder. So he walked directly out of the fence to split these moving skeletons into pieces. But after sensing the breath of a living person, the reaction speed of the 3 skeleton soldiers shocked Owen. They immediately activated 2 pieces of equipment on their bodies and raised their shields to block. The nearest skeleton soldier swung a rusty logging axe and struck it on the log shield raised by Owen. With a click, a corner of the skin log shield was split open. Although it did not fall apart, it was still heavily damaged. The strips were a little loose, which made his eyelids jump. Without the blessing of the 2 pieces of equipment, Owen was sure that he would lose his balance due to the opponent's heavy chop. And then, he would completely fall into passivity. Then the resurrection coin would be reduced by 1. And he would immediately pick up his spirits, and not dare to be careless again. One contact made Owen understand that the skeleton soldiers are not weak in fact. Their strength is comparable to that of village guards. If ordinary civilians encounter them, their chances of survival are very low. After all, they are the basic unit among the undead. They cannot be so weak that they cannot be killed by civilians. To this extent, if he was careless, he might die more than once. Owen adjusted the magic output in time, so that the skeleton built by magic was close to the body.
not for defense, but mainly to provide more sufficient strength, and then used a shield to topple the skeleton soldier who was pulling out the logging axe to the ground. The main reason why the skeleton soldiers were pushed down so smoothly was not only Owen's superior strength after receiving the blessing of magic power, but also the huge weight difference between the two sides. As a healthy young man, he weighed more than 140, and the skeleton soldier was at most a fraction of his weight. Of course, he couldn't bear his weight. He lost his balance on the spot and sat on the ground with his pelvis. Then he was hit by Owen with an axe, cracked on the smooth skull, losing the protection of skin and flesh. The bones became very dry and brittle. The axe easily split the skull and then destroyed the soul fire located in the skull. This lumberjack turned skeleton soldier finally found rest. Owen took a shallow breath and learned his lesson. When facing the second skeleton soldier who rushed over, Owen adjusted the angle of his shield in time, deflected the felled logging axe, then pushed forward with force. And after approaching, he slashed diagonally with the axe on the most fragile lumbar vertebrae. A lot of bone debris suddenly shattered. Although it was not directly broken, the damaged lumbar vertebrae also made the skeleton soldier's movements laggy. After all, the skeleton soldier's upper and lower parts were connected by this lumbar vertebrae. Once damaged, there would definitely be problems with the movement. However, Owen had no time to finish the attack, because the third skeleton soldier was already approaching. So he blocked his head with his shield, and with an almost desperate attitude, he rushed into the arms of the third skeleton soldier who was raising his logging axe. Because the movement was too violent, and he forgot about his weight, Owen threw the skeleton soldier to the ground like a hungry wolf. He even hit the skeleton soldier with his head because he was holding a shield in one hand and could not support his upper body. On the skull, he almost kissed the opponent's gums, making him so sick that he picked up a one-handed axe and hit the opponent near the temple. Suddenly half of the skull was shattered, exposing the fragile soul fire. There was no time to take a breath, because he could already hear the sound of bones rubbing against his back. Owen rolled to one side on the ground. After getting up, he kicked down the skeleton soldier, who looked like a bulging disc in his waist. After dealing with it, he finally relaxed. No time was wasted in burying it, and we waited until daybreak to expose it to the sun for a day. I picked up 3 logging axes that were still usable after grinding, returned to the longhouse, jammed the door shut, and had a good sleep. The next day, after eating some dry food, I went to the nearby spring to fetch water. Then, while boiling the water, I took out all the notes of my predecessor. The previous teacher had more than one skill hidden away. Generally, a wandering mage could only know 2 or 3 0-level spells at most. This one was better, with 4 0-level spells plus 2 first-level spells, and also a treasured second-level spell. Compared with ordinary wizards, he had more than one skill. The official mage is not bad, but the effect of the spell is a bit hard to describe. In addition to blade protection and mage's hand, the 0-level spells also include enemy-defeating opportunities and friendship-making skills. Now Owen understands why his former teacher was so easy to hook up with rural nobles from all over the world to complete deals. The first-level spells are burning hands and oiling the soles of feet. The former is used for shocking performances and can quickly gain the trust of rural nobles, while the latter is mainly used to facilitate escape after an incident. What happened was not that there was anything wrong with the potion sold by the previous teacher, but mainly that this person was a thief. Although the private life of a noble is very chaotic, this is not the reason for you to appear in my bedroom closet. So at this time, a fast-running spell is needed. The second-level spell is Dark Vision. Well, it's mainly useful for running around at night. Rubbing his brows, Owen felt a little bad when he thought of what his previous master had done. After all, being dragged up from the bed by an old man without pants in the middle of the night and hurried away was decided not to be a good experience. These spells are useful, but not very useful. However, Owen's original intention is not to simply walk the path of a mage. This is of little significance to him who has become a god. At most, it can hone his character. His main purpose was to test the limits set by the divine network and the demonic network in this regard. And he also had the intention of designing a spellcasting system that focused on psychic energy. When the existing road was blocked, finding another shortcut was Owen's only option. It happened that he had mastered the seeds of spiritual energy, which contains magic, divine power, laws, emotions, soul, and many other aspects. In theory, spiritual energy, there is no upper limit to the power. It can be as small as a seed or as large as the universe. It all depends on how it plays out.
But Irving currently does not have the ability to break the existing system. And he still needs more time and experience to grow. In particular, he needed a richer system as a reference. So he needed more spell models. But the lifetime accumulation of his previous teacher could not satisfy him. Something is better than nothing. And you can also use it as capital to exchange with other spellcasters, Owen said with some helplessness. Spells are for sale. But they are expensive and very rare. The attitude of spellcasters towards magic and knowledge is the same as that of masters in martial arts. One look at it will kill you. And one touch will kill your whole family. You can steal his money and demolish his house. But you can't touch his books. This is a spellcaster. It's a pity that Owen's existing spells are relatively unpopular. Even if he wants to exchange, he will probably have to add some partners. However, he still hangs the task of exchanging spells with a local adventurer branch to see if he can attract some wandering mages or local spellcasters. Buy. After accumulating some money, Owen bought tools for refining potions. In addition to refining the lower strength potions left by his predecessor's teacher, he also tried to refine other types of potions. For this purpose, he asked the main body to select some from the Magic Academy in the territory. Potion knowledge was transferred to him. The territory has a very rich potion science. Firstly, it has the incredible potion system of Hogwarts as a foundation. Secondly, there are various magical plants redeemed from the system. In addition, there are many witches who are good at refining potions. It is difficult not to develop. Moreover, the territory's pharmacy has also been integrated into science, and has gone from simple plant combinations to in-depth research on the nature of matter and magic, with this theory as the basis. Even if the world is different, and the medicine has different effects, it only takes some time to copy the medicine. By being able to refine potions, Owen can obtain more money and resources, exchange them for more spells, and use them to improve the spell system. In the end, he can avoid the existing patent blockade and successfully go on the market. Chapter 544, First Ring Mage. While studying spells, he studied potions, but he soon discovered that spells are easy to learn. But potions are not good because he lacks enough material samples. The only potions that can be refined at present are the Big Stick Potion and the Fire Potion left by the previous teacher. Don't ask him why these two potions should be taken by men and women separately and must not be mixed up. Because this was the warning given to him by his predecessor's teacher when he came back from the tavern with his legs crossed one time. So he was very impressed. In addition to the original formula of the medicine in the plane, Owen's work of imitating other medicines was not smooth, because the copying can only be completed after a long period of continuous mixing. After all, even for traditional Chinese medicine, the difference in the place of origin will affect the properties of the medicine, not to mention crossworld, which requires consuming a lot of materials and trying constantly. Or he can find a potion master to help. The problem was that he didn't have, nor would he, ask for help, seeing that he was about to reach a stalemate. Irving, who was struggling with whether to cheat or not, finally resisted the temptation. He needed to temper himself and not give up so easily, because persistence is also the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat and the future ceiling. In fact, after calming down, Owen found that he had many advantages, because he had system knowledge that even the goddess of magic was envious of. However, he had long been accustomed to the convenience and speed of cheating, so he wanted to cheat whenever he encountered any problems. Just like after one-click upgrade, it's difficult for you to be patient and continue to fight monsters and upgrade. This dependence is difficult to get rid of. But Owen, who has already experienced rapid upgrades, now just wants to recall the ancient ways of playing. So he stabilized his mentality and focused more on learning and upgrades. Mages are mental workers, and the way to upgrade cannot be just combat. In fact, scientific research is the correct way for mages to upgrade. And Andrew, who is also Owen, has the inner core of divine consciousness and has a unique advantage in this regard. According to speculation, at least he can maintain a huge advantage until he is promoted to legend. After a period of hard study, Owen successfully mastered new spells and rose to the 3rd level to master first-level spells, becoming a first-level mage. At this time, Owen was relieved, because this not only represented strength, but also represented status. No matter how outstanding a mage apprentice is, he is just an apprentice. People will look at him more, but not look down upon him. Only when he is officially promoted to a mage can he have some say. Not to mention that he is still so young. This means that he has a greater future, which undoubtedly adds a bargaining chip to him personally.
which means that he is more likely to gain the goodwill of others. Even if it is just a small investment from the other party, it will help Irving move forward faster on the road of growth, because he only focused on studying. The longhouse remained as it was before. Or even worse. The manure pit in the yard was almost full, which made Owen scratch his head. But he is too lazy to do it now. And there is not much hard bread left in the cabinet. Owen decides to go to Sea Breeze Town to replenish ingredients and buy some tools and materials. If possible, he plans to buy a cheaper slave. Thinking of this, Owen put the scrolls he copied during this period into his bag and prepared to sell them first. Otherwise, where would he get the money to buy things? Haifeng Town is still as prosperous as usual. The climate here can be said to be like spring all year round. Except for the sea breeze blowing when there is a storm at sea. It is similar to an inland city at other times. This is mainly because of the protective effect of the terrain and forests. It is precisely because of this realization that Haifeng Town does not allow arbitrarily cutting down trees. Although it has caused some trouble, it has kept the environment here very well and attracted many people to settle here. In addition, the geographical location can connect the seaport and the inland. It plays an important role as a transportation hub and naturally attracts a large number of businessmen, even if they are just passing by. It also brings a steady stream of wealth and popularity to Haifeng Town. However, in addition to various overseas products, the most popular business here is the slave trade. In particular, the foreign female slaves are very famous. So every time I come to Irvine, I feel itchy. It's a pity that my current strength is too low and I don't have much money in my pocket. I can only hold back any ideas I have and comfort myself by continuing to write daily short compositions. Now I have a thick stack of them. Maybe it's a good choice to find someone to publish them. The God of Little Emperor's uncle also sounds quite exciting. Thinking about these messy things, Owen came to the Adventurers Guild located in the bustling area of Sea Breeze Town with familiarity. The Adventurers Guild not only publishes and accepts tasks, but also sells and purchases equipment and materials. After all, adventurers are the largest consumer group and providers of cheap raw materials. Because of his status as an adventurer, Owen has been selling scrolls here and buying some materials for convenience. It's a pity that the president of the adventurer branch of Sea Breeze Town is not a beautiful beauty, but a skinny old man who looks like a withered vine. He is also a mage who is obsessed with research and cannot extricate himself. Therefore, there are no people around all year round. Only a bunch of miserable people. The guild staff are busy all day long. I still haven't seen any mage president today. And Owen doesn't care. Even if he does, the other party won't give him a discount. The person responsible for acquiring the scrolls is a veteran first-level mage. He is the kind who has exhausted his potential, but is unwilling to do so. Therefore, he always has a straight face. However, his expression suddenly became much softer today, because he saw that Owen was no longer a mage apprentice, but a formal mage like him. The most important thing is that the other party is very young, and youth is capital. Therefore, although the purchase price has not changed much, he has been taught some skills about the first ring mage through the conversation, and agreed to exchange spells with him. Sure enough, as long as you are good enough, you will live in a world full of kindness. Until you offend someone stronger than you or fall into the mortal world. Only then will you see the more real side of the world. Owen knew this very well, but had no objection, because he had never imagined true equality. In fact, this thing did not exist at all, even though they were all human beings. In fact, some people were lions in human skin, are born to eat people. How can they be equal? He handed the list of materials that needed to be purchased to the guild staff, and asked about the task of exchanging spells. He didn't gain much, but with the veteran first-level mage agreeing to exchange spells with him, this aspect didn't seem urgent. So Owen called serve a table of delicious food and planned to enjoy a rare happy time. The food order hadn't been served yet, and Owen was handsome and charming, so his order was delivered quickly. A whole petal fish that was first fried and then stewed was placed on the hot iron plate and served in front of Owen. The delicious aroma that filled his nose made him move his index fingers. Haifeng Town is not far from the harbor. If the fresh fish is packed with ice and shipped when the fishing boat returns in the early morning, it can still be kept very fresh. Especially the petal fish that is abundant here is famous for its tender meat. The tender fish meat under the fish skin will spread out like petals, and with a specially prepared soup, it will really look like petals. Owen never gets tired of eating this delicacy, but he doesn't really like to pair it with bread. Unfortunately, there is no rice here, so I have no choice but to eat fish first to enjoy the food.
and then eat bread to fill my stomach. Chapter 545 The One-Armed Shield Guardian and the Wild Cat-Eared Maid. Except for a few hurried shopping trips, Owen has been staying at home and studying hard during this period. So the news is not flowing smoothly. This time, he came to know that something happened recently in Fortune Bay. Fortune Bay is an extremely prosperous seaport city not far from Haifeng Town. Because it is a high-quality port, coupled with its unique environment and convenient location, it attracts many fleets to dock here, and many big businessmen have established chambers of commerce here. I don't know how many nobles settled here and gathered unimaginable wealth, but for such a city to be looted by pirates is simply the biggest joke in the past 100 years. Even if the leader is the legendary clown pirate king, this is not the world of One Piece, and there are no devil fruits. Even if you bypass the warships patrolling outside Fortune Bay, the well-equipped harbor guard alone is not something that ordinary armies can break through, let alone the thousands of professionals and high mages in the city. One war is enough. Even if the clown pirate king cheats, it is impossible for him to lead a bunch of rabble to break through the obstacles and invade Fortune Bay, let alone enter the city and loot it. Therefore, some people say that the clown pirate king obtained a powerful artifact and caused huge waves to flood the harbor. Some people say that the legend of the Star World came to help, and some people say that the fishmen were involved. There are different opinions, but it is true that Fortune Bay was attacked by pirates. But we don't know how big the damage was. However, judging from the new tasks displayed by the staff of the Adventurer branch, it is enough to prove that the losses in Fortune Bay this time are definitely not small. And it also angered many people. Staring at the taskbar, many adventurers gasped on the spot, and at the same time their eyes were shining and they were breathing heavily, which was more scary than a bull that had chewed 3 kilograms of wolfberry. Not only the city lord of Fortune Bay offered a bounty for this mission, but also the nobles and merchants in the city jointly issued a bounty. The total bounty totaled up to 100,000 gold coins. With the purchasing power of gold coins in this plane, even if a team completes the task, it is enough for everyone to live a prosperous life for the rest of their lives. Unless they are immortal races like elves and dwarves or professions like mages that cost countless money. The most outrageous thing is that both the Coast Temple and the Wealth Temple are willing to give out a divine gift as a reward. The Coastal Temple is nothing. This is a god with weak divine power. His job is to protect the coast. The best he can do is to prevent the blessed from getting into trouble on the coast, such as drowning or being smashed to death by coconuts. It can only count. Speaking of which, the focus is still on the gift from the goddess of wealth. 100,000 gold coins cannot be said to be as rich as a country, and there will always be a day when it will be spent. But the blessing of the goddess of wealth can make a beggar prosperous in life. Just begging can become a legend among beggars, which shows how attractive it is. Owen, who is short of money, is not interested in this mission because it goes against his original idea. What's more, the clown pirate king has been traversing the sea for many years, regardless of his strength. Just having thousands of pirates under his command is enough to scare people away. Moreover, few people know where the other party's home base, Circus Island, is, so this task is simply unrealistic. It's just that the Divine Network's control over the authority of the gods is a bit beyond his expectation. It is obvious that the goddess of wealth has fallen, but her believers did not notice it, and prayers and blessings can be carried out normally. Does this mean that the Divine Network is not much need for gods? In addition, is the control of authority mainly dominated by the Divine Network or the gods? Owen felt more and more that he had to keep a low profile. The water here was deeper than he thought. Owen is not the only one who realizes the difficulty of this task. In fact, most adventurers are quite self-aware. Besides, they don't even have a boat. Even if they have one, it is still a question whether they dare to sneak into the Circus Island where the clown pirate king is. So their attention quickly goes to secondary tasks. A large number of secondary tasks can be freely chosen, such as eliminating murlocs and pirates, collecting clues and intelligence, etc. These are tasks that adventurers are familiar with. So they began to discuss forming a team, because both murlocs and pirates are mostly in groups. Action. Individual adventurers do not dare to provoke them at will. Owen had no interest in this. After getting the materials and the exchange spells, Owen turned around and left the Adventurers Guild. However, when passing by the slave market, he found that business was particularly good today, and there were a lot of goods, all of which were placed on the street. Moreover, the slave merchants were very smart. The beautiful dancers or tall and strong gladiators placed on the street attracted many men
and women who were turbulent in their hearts. Even Owen was moved when he saw it. After all, the dancers shook their hips. The frequency and amplitude are indeed quite eye-catching. Immediately deciding to buy a reliable servant, he turned around and walked into the slave market, and then tried to pick out high-quality and cheap goods. There are almost no low-level slaves doing farm work here. They are all slaves of good quality. And there are even artisan slaves and foreign slaves that are rarely seen on weekdays. This surprised Owen somewhat. After asking around, I found out that the looting of Fortune Bay resulted in the death or bankruptcy of many merchants. So there were more slaves. After all, there were fewer people who offered help in times of trouble, and more people who took advantage of the situation and robbed them. After wandering around, Owen bought a one-armed shield guard and a cat-eared maid at a low price. The former was not only disabled, but the previous owner who protected it was also killed by the enemy. So the price was so low that it was almost free. The cat-eared maid is pretty good. She is petite, cute, and quick at work, but she can't control her hunting instinct at night. The previous owner woke up due to urination at night. When he opened his eyes, he saw the cat-eared maid squatting quietly on the bedside, staring at his neck with a pair of animal eyes that reflected the cold moonlight. The bed was wet at that time, and she also suffered from the sequelae of bedwetting. So naturally, she wouldn't be left with this maid who shivered unconsciously when she saw her. In the slave market, the cat-eared maid is a very popular product. But no matter how lustful you are, you still have to consider the catwoman's bite force and the lethality of her claws. So it has become a slow-selling item. But Owen didn't care. He was still very satisfied with his vision, and handed over the money readily. After the handover was completed, the two of them became Owen's people, killing or beheading them at will. Paris was not dissatisfied with the fact that his master was a young man who did not seem to be wealthy. His current situation was already very good if he could be bought. Even if he bought him back and worked at the gate, it would be better than staying here. Slave merchants do not care for idlers, especially worthless goods. In order to stop losses, they often take the initiative to destroy goods that continue to be consumed but will not be rewarded. Obviously, a crippled shield guard who is disadvantaged by protecting his master is one of them. Compared to Paris, the cat-eared maid Flora is more innocent. She only cares about where to start cleaning when she returns to the new owner's house. But when she sees where Owen lives, she will definitely be dumbfounded. Chapter 546 Popular Head Bubble Spell. Owen, who had calmed down at this time, was already a bit worried about his impulsive consumption just now. Although he was not like some women who wanted to shop after Double 11, he still had to pay more for it and spend extra money to buy it. He bought some tools and supplies, which immediately dropped his few remaining savings below the red line. If he can't make more money in the next few days, I'm afraid he will take the one-armed shield guardian and the cat-eared maid to take on adventure missions. Feeling the pressure brought by life, Owen took the two of them back to the longhouse at the foot of the mountain with a headache. When they arrived at Owen's residence, both Paris and Flora were stunned. They had seen the world living in Fortune Bay, but this was the first time they had seen such a shabby owner. If it had been before, they would probably have to pay a few coins. Give me some copper coins. But now they have no room to be picky. It would be nice to have an owner who is willing to take them in. As the master, Owen looked at the two of them and felt his head hurt even more. Not to mention their gender. The three of them were of different races. They couldn't sleep in the same longhouse. It seemed that the only way to separate the longhouses was to separate them. After looking at the disabled shield guard and the lowly-shaped cat-eared maid, Owen scratched his head, sighed, and began to work resignedly. As the mage's hand was completely analyzed, Owen's used methods were beyond the imagination of ordinary mage. 7 or 8 tools were swung automatically, as if there were a group of invisible craftsmen at work. The row of logs that was originally used as a bed quickly had turned into 2 strong wooden walls, dividing the long and unobstructed wooden house into 3. One side is Owen's room, the other side is the cat-eared maid's room, and a single room is separated in the middle room for Paris, a bachelor, to live in and watch the door. Then Owen used the logs piled behind the longhouse to build a wooden bed with legs, seats, and wooden cabinets. He also built 3 toilets, which finally made it look like a home. Owen bought the slaves so that he could save time. But now he was busy first, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Fortunately, the next thing could be left to them. 1 room per person, 3 meals a day. Call me when you're ready, and don't disturb me if you have nothing else to do. Irving was busy studying and doing research, he said casually, and then returned to the room prepared for himself. Paris was not from a high background, but he adapted quickly. After nodding to Flora, he took the axe and went to the yard to chop firewood and spread the piled hay to dry. At night, this was not only a mattress, but also their quilt. Anyway, he didn't see any extra quilts here. The cat-eared maid scratched her head in distress and looked at the room. She didn't know where to start cleaning. She finally decided to cook first, but she didn't know if the new owner would be used to her cooking. The three of them just found their own place. Neither master nor servant. It was strange and peaceful. At this time, Owen was sorting out 3 0-level spells and 1 1-level spell that he exchanged with a passing wandering mage, as well as 2 0-level spells and 2 1-level spells that he exchanged with a veteran 1st-level mage from the Adventurer Guild. In total, that's 5 0-level spells and 3 1-level spells. It's a pity that there are no 2nd-level spells, because the 2nd-level spells Owen masters are of too low value and can only be exchanged for 1st-level or even 0-level spells. But that's enough. So many spells are enough for Owen to complete the general framework of zero-ring spells. In other words, by applying this template, he can imitate some low-level system spells. This is difficult to say. Easy to say. Sometimes it happens when the brain is stimulated, and sometimes it is like trying to force a square into a round hole. After being busy for several days, Owen brought the newly made scroll to the Sea Breeze Town Adventurer branch. This place is more lively than before, because Fortune Bay's once-in-a-century super mission attracts a large number of adventurers. And Sea Breeze Town is one of the places that must be visited. Most adventurers will choose to stay in Sea Breeze Town for 2 days to recuperate. After all, once they arrive at Fortune Bay, they will definitely be busy with tasks.
Head-soaking spell?
The old mage squinted his eyes and looked carefully at the scroll Owen brought. He felt a little weird, because this was a spell created by the other party. Creating your own spells requires not only luck and a flash of inspiration, but also a huge reserve of knowledge and rich experience. Even if it is just a 0-level spell, it means that this young mage has rich and unique insights into the basic knowledge of spells. Taking a deep breath, the old mage knew very well what this meant. As long as the other party would not die halfway. Becoming an archmage was somewhat difficult, but it was 9 out of 10 for a senior mage. So he showed a bright smile like an old chrysanthemum. Especially after testing, he found that the bubblehead charm not only allows underwater breathing, but also blocks poisonous gases and odors. It can even be used in places with thin air, making your smile even brighter. Nowadays, countless adventurers come to Fortune Bay to eliminate the fishmen and pirates every day. The bubble curse is undoubtedly a good life-saving thing for them. After all, not every adventurer can swim. If they fall into the water, this is a life. Therefore, the old mage gave him a good price and purchased an unlimited amount of the bubble curse scroll. Even if this mission has passed, the sailors and captains of Fortune Bay will never mind buying a bubble curse scroll as a talisman. And the nobles who board the ship will even have a dozen of them. So there is no need to worry about sales. This is not to say that there are no similar effects in spells, but there are none in 0-level spells. The lower the level of the spell, the smaller the requirements for spell casting, and the lower the requirements for materials, which means it is cheaper and more popular. This is the most important point. It can be said that Owen is already famous among spellcasters just for his head bubble spell. However, Owen does not intend to exchange new spells for money, but to exchange them for uncollected spells and rare materials, followed by money. He was very confident about this, because spellcasters who were in a hurry to go to Fortune Bay would never miss this high-quality and cheap spell. The old mage nodded appreciatively to Owen, and then took out a contract for him to sign. Since it only charges a small fee, the Seabreeze Town Adventurer branch will take the initiative to help him promote the head bubble curse. This is a thing that benefits both sides. Owen benefited, and the Seabreeze Town Adventurer branch got its name. Even the branch president would not refuse such a good thing, and was even the first to exchange a 1-level spell for the head bubble curse. Sure enough, in the following days, the head bubble spell proved to be very popular. It is easy to cast, has a long duration, has a wide range of uses, is suitable for underwater and underground environments, and can also defeat the smelly clouds. These advantages make any caster unwilling to miss this spell, even if the price is a bit more expensive. There are many who are willing to pay for it. Money's rich mage. For those who have no money in their pockets. If there are 2 0-level spells, or 1 1-level spell that Owen did not include, or even rare materials, they can be exchanged directly. The main thing is to be close to the people. Soon Owen's spell book was thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. And this is why mages crave and value knowledge. Because knowledge is really wealth. Chapter 547 Seafood Curse. The more spells he collected, the more complete the spell structure Owen built, and the higher the upper limit it could accommodate. He quickly entered a virtuous cycle, and created multiple new zero-ring spells one after another. But except for the bubble curse, Owen didn't take any of it, even though he knew that taking it out would be exchanged for a lot of knowledge and wealth. Just because he's not smart doesn't mean he's stupid. And he has never underestimated the evil side of human beings. Being half a step ahead of your peers will inspire your peers to be enterprising and strive to catch up. Being one step ahead of your peers will arouse the jealousy of your peers, which can be a stumbling block. Being a few steps ahead of your peers will arouse the desire to kill in your peers and stab them in the back. This is the reality. Even in the previous life with sound laws, this kind of thing could not be prevented, let alone the current world where the big fist is the truth. Therefore, if Irving dares to expose this, the place where he lives will be razed to the ground by a fireball that night. As for his fate, he will either be ashes on the spot, or he will be arrested in one way or another. The only purpose is to seize his secrets, because the abilities he showed were beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Owen doesn't dare to test human nature, so he has to act ordinary. He can be excellent, but not so good that people will regard you as an alien, even if it was just a head-soaking spell. Because he seized the opportunity, it still brought Owen astonishing wealth and attracted some people with malicious intentions. Raise your hands. Try to be as natural as possible, and then make a fist. Irving is helping Paris install the prosthetic limb. However, due to material and equipment limitations, he borrowed the golem technology, which is to remove an armor of the knight's plate armor and enchant it. Due to the lack of neural connection technology, Paris's control of the prosthetic limbs was not smooth. So Owen had to enchant an additional helmet, using the telekinesis ability of the enemy's first spell, so that he could use the prosthetic limbs more freely. After seeing the steel prosthetic limb move slowly at first, and then quickly, Owen nodded with satisfaction. Okay, remember to maintain and oil it. In order to make the prosthetic limbs more flexible, I modified the joints to be more complex. Once they get rusty, it will be very troublesome. In addition, I also need to get familiar with the weapons and equipment as soon as possible. After putting away the tools, Owen carefully touched the steel, said Paris, who has a prosthetic leg. Swear to protect the master to the death. Paris stood up, took the round steel shield on his side in his hand, and said with firm eyes, he had already lost his honor once. This time, even death could not break through his protection. Owen didn't know whether he should tell the other party that he had actually recharged money. The amount of resurrection coins alone was in double digits. But seeing how determined the other party was, I decided not to tell him. In fact, it was not that there were no better products than Paris in the slave market, but he was very much in line with one of Owen's ideas. Captain Winter, being missing an arm and being good at shields, undoubtedly provided Owen with a lot of inspiration and fun. As for the cat-eared maid, he also figured out her problem during this time. The cat-eared maid does not simply awaken her wild nature, but becomes the representative of a certain goddess. Because night is the other person's domain, she will become extremely excited at night. If Owen guessed correctly, the other party was the cat goddess. Ever since he connected to the divine network, Owen has been collecting information about many gods. Because of faith, the information about gods is almost open to the public. Even mysterious gods and the like have information circulated. Otherwise, they will be completely forgotten, and the gods will lose their ability to interfere in the material world. In addition to those powerful divine powers, weak divine powers were also included in Owen's intelligence collection. So he identified the other party's identity. The goddess of cats has existed for a long time. She is a night hunter, a nemesis of rats, and a guardian of granaries. She has a lot of belief among the people. After all, for any granary, rats are always the most troublesome problem. If left alone, with the reproductive capacity of rats, it is only a matter of time before a granary is empty. Not to mention that stealing food is only one aspect, and spreading plague is a big problem. Therefore, regardless of whether it is a city granary or a farmer's barn, raising cats are the most important thing. Over time, the belief in the cat goddess emerged. But because he is a foreign god and the special nature of his priesthood, except for the Maor tribe, most of the rest of this god are pan-believers. The kind who worship him when they have something to do and gruntly worship him when they have nothing to do.
There are many similar gods, some of which have even been completely forgotten. At that time, these aloof gods would be like poor worms, because they lost their anchor point, and were rejected by the plane and thrown into the void. When their divine power is exhausted, they will fall into eternity in the void, sleep until he turns into a divine corpse. In fact, the gods are not as powerful as imagined, especially the lower gods, who do not have authority. Most of them are limited to a certain plane, so their ability to resist risks is very low. Once they lose most of their believers, or the plane is destroyed, what awaits them it's definitely not a good ending. Therefore, in order to prevent being completely forgotten, the gods will regularly select agents to walk the earth on their behalf and spread their names and teachings. That is, advertising. If you have spare energy, open a branch and spread your beliefs to other dimensions to spread the risk. However, this is not realistic for weak gods, because the perception range of lower gods cannot even cover the entire plane, let alone other planes. Therefore, there are many people who run to open a base, only to find that their old nest is missing when they return. A god of bad luck. Unless the authority is acquired by the divine network and spreads to many planes, it will have a solid foundation and no longer be subject to many restrictions. But this is not necessarily a good thing. If you compare power to a patent, when it is used, there is certainly no problem. Once it is replaced, the consequences can be imagined. In addition, no matter how good the patent is, it cannot replace capital, let alone a powerful near-monopoly capital like Shenhuang. So don't expect to get much benefit from it. Otherwise, given the number of planes covered by the divine net, it would be difficult for Owen to imagine how much faith a deity like the goddess of wealth and magic, who has faith in many planes, would gain every moment. But from Kim's description of the goddess of wealth, Owen did not feel the gap that was enough to make the gods despair. In other words, the income did not all belong to these two goddesses. It was obvious that the divine network had been drawn, and that pretty ruthless. Although he saw that his cat-eared maid was the representative of the cat goddess, Owen did nothing and instead helped her adapt to this power. Owen made these preparations not only to be wary of possible uninvited guests, but mainly because the current situation in Fortune Bay is a bit bad. Because there is a special curse. The seafood curse. Damn it. Owen thought that the clown pirate king would bring about the laughing curse or something, so that Fortune Bay could be renamed Gotham. But who would have thought that it would be a curse that turns land creatures into seafood? Chapter 548, Spreading Seafood. At first, the seafood curse was not taken seriously, and it was not even discovered for a long time, because only a few fishermen grew scales and webs at that time. These people lived at the edge of Fortune Bay, and no one paid attention to them at all. In addition, the changes that occurred on their bodies had made them panic, so they tried their best to hide it so no one could find it. But paper cannot contain the fire, and fishermen have to sell their fish every day. As more and more fishermen mutate, they are discovered. The harbor guard initially thought they were cursed by the fishmen, so the solution was quite crude, by hanging them directly, and then throwing them into the sea. But Fortune Bay is a city of merchants. Some savvy small businessmen discovered business opportunities, so these fishermen who began to become fishmen became novel exhibits, appearing on the streets, in taverns, and even came to see Breeze Town with the circus. And there are more and more varieties. The dancer whose lower body is an octopus twists her soft body in the tavern, soothing the gentleman's restless body and mind. The strong man with lobster claws in his hands is very popular with the captain. Whether it is working or fighting, he is a good hand. Even the evil transformation of the mouth and chrysanthemums into sea anemones has become the favorite of some special groups. It seemed that this mutant group had integrated well into Fortune Bay, but the situation began to get out of control from then on, because more and more people showed signs of becoming seafood. The reason why I could accept it so calmly at first was because this change was only limited to a few low-level civilians. The board couldn't hit me, so of course I didn't feel any pain. But when the curse began to spread, and more civilians, businessmen, and even nobles began to suffer from similar mutations, panic began to spread. In the end, the mage and the priest of the temple determined that this was a new type of curse, originating from the curse of the sea. In fact, the last sentence is completely nonsense. Everyone can see that this curse comes from the sea. The only problem is how to remove it. You must know that the nobles who started to mutate are going crazy. The mage dissected some terrestrial creatures that had become severely transformed into seafood, and the results were terrible. They were not twisted by a curse, but evolved. Curses are not a rare thing, but most of their effects are to temporarily achieve a certain purpose through magic distortion. Therefore, generally speaking, most curses can be restored to their original state after being lifted. Only a few have solidified magic power due to too long time, and cannot be restored immediately after being lifted. But it can also be corrected by other means. But the seafood curse does not work. It is not entirely correct to say that this thing is a curse, because its essence is to imitate the marine environment and force organisms to adapt and evolve rapidly in that direction. Therefore, it is completely irreversible. At least it cannot be changed back without removing the curse. Of course, if the body mutation and evolution are interrupted before it becomes serious, it can also be corrected through physical means. After all, scales and webs are just a matter of a few cuts. But the biggest question now is how to lift the curse. The merchants and nobles of Fortune Bay didn't care how much money they spent at this time. In addition, the previous mission attracted many adventurers, including not a few spellcasters. So they recruited talents to conduct research in this area. After extensive research, the mage found that the purification of the temple could play a certain role. But this was a temporary solution rather than a permanent cure. The seafood curse was difficult to eradicate, and could only temporarily slow down the evolution process. Although in theory, as long as regular purification is carried out, human beings can maintain a roughly human form before reaching the end of their lifespan. The nobles and businessmen are still not satisfied. No one likes to turn into a weirdo who smells like fish and secretes mucus. These are still rich and powerful people. They can spend money to extend their lives. But the common people at the bottom do not have this life. After all, the priests of the temple are not holy mothers. And the purification is certainly not free. So they can only watch themselves turn into seafood. After his consciousness gradually faded, he swam into the sea based on instinct. Currently, only priests with the blessing of faith and warlocks with special bloodlines are not greatly affected. But they are also unable to solve the problem, and cannot even guarantee that they will not be affected. The occurrence of this series of circumstances has inevitably plunged Fortune Bay into chaos. Although it still remains apparently stable, everyone knows that as the curse spreads, it is only a matter of time before Fortune Bay turns into a seafood market. By then, any order is a joke. Now many adventurers and residents who have evacuated from Fortune Bay instinctively gather in the nearby Sea Breeze town, bringing wealth but also chaos here. And Owen is facing these troubles because he invented the bubble curse. He is considered a celebrity here. But the bad thing is that he is only a first-level mage. A mage who is less than the third level cannot straighten his back. And this also gives some people the courage to take action. Facing the menacing enemy, Paris calmly lowered his body and threw out the round steel shield in his hand. This heavy round metal plate hit the robber, who was charging forward with the lobster claws raised in the roaring wind. The lobster claw bandit's expression changed. He never expected that there would be a shield guard who would throw the shield out as soon as they met. As he was in an offensive posture, he was hit in the waist by the shield before he could react. Under the strong force, he was hit by the shield. The relatively fragile lumbar vertebrae were dislocated with a click, and he immediately fell to the ground. But Paris, who had lost his shield, also allowed another robber holding a long sword to see the opportunity and strike with a very standard posture. Unexpectedly, the sharp sword blade was caught. As a shield guardian, Paris certainly knows what it means to lose the shield. So many shield guardians will choose to equip armor as an emergency. But now he has a better one. The strong steel prosthetic limb firmly grasped the sword blade, and then folded it hard. The clear sound of the metal breaking made the robber's face change greatly. Before he could get away from him, he was stabbed to the heart by Paris's backhand, and his mouth opened wide in pain, revealing a mouthful of spiral-shaped rings of flesh and fine tentacles. The disgusting Paris smashed half of his face with a backhand punch, and his chin drooped, hanging there like a piece of uncut rotten meat. Finally, he hit it hard. The fist swings back, hitting the opponent's temple like a war hammer, causing half of his skull to collapse. After dealing with an enemy, Paris took 2 steps forward, stepped hard on the edge of the round steel shield, flipped the flying shield over and caught it firmly, then put it on his arm. At this time, Paris felt a little more secure. After all, he was a shield guardian, and he always felt uneasy without a shield in his hand. However, the new owner asked him to practice more shield throwing skills, which made him very distressed. The shield guardian does have the skill of shield throwing, but this move is the last resort and should only be used as a last resort. After all, what else can the shield guardian do without a shield? So I have never seen the shield guardian will use shield throwing as a regular skill. However,
thinking about the new owner's description of a shield that could automatically rebound when thrown. Paris tried his best to get used to this move, just in case the owner could actually create it. Of course, this was mainly due to the extra confidence that the steel prosthetics gave him. Even if he lost his shield, he was not without the ability to fight back. At this moment, the cattered maid with a more wild look in her eyes came from the side, wiping two blood-stained short blades. It seemed that the two escaped robbers had not escaped the palm of the new hunter. Apart from the mysterious new owner, the thing Paris couldn't see through the most was the cattered maid. Although the cat ears are born assassins and thieves, they have never heard of them progressing so quickly. And just like the cat's agility is always blessed, even in daily life, if they don't pay attention, they will unconsciously ignore the other person's existence. And this change also happened after the new owner. Paris is not stupid. Their new master is not as simple as he seems. So he will do everything his master asks him to do, even if it is such a ridiculous command as practicing shield throwing. Chapter 549, The First Ancient God. The bodies were not wasted, and Paris moved the 4 bodies to the back of the longhouse, where Irving performed preliminary autopsies. Owen is familiar with the structure of the human body and has experience in human body modification, so he is not dissecting randomly. After an unknown amount of time, when the 4 corpses became fragmented and emitted an unpleasant smell, Owen wiped his hands and asked Paris to dispose of the corpses. And then he began to record the harvest in his notes.
It really can't be said to be a curse, or even a spell,
Owen whispered to himself, then listed various speculations and crossed out his refutations one by one. Now Owen knows why those mages call the seafood curse a new type of curse. Because this thing is very complicated. Not the kind of suture monster, but chaos, which is impossible to distinguish. It is currently known that the seafood curse has obvious curse characteristics, such as the ability to change shape and spread. The difference is that this change is permanent and is not simply distorted by magic. It's just that even with Owen's accumulation of biology, it is difficult to understand how humans and seafood can be integrated. These are completely two sets of biological structures that are completely inconsistent with each other. It's outrageous that it just appeared like this, without any rejection reaction, and with signs of amphibiousization, because of his lack of knowledge and his inability to do anything about magic. Owen cheated a little, and used his spiritual consciousness to have a deeper perception. As a result, he made an astonishing discovery.
No wonder Fortune Bay is helpless. If the goddess of fortune had not died, the Temple of Fortune might have been able to get rid of the curse. Unfortunately, there is only one Coast Guardian with weak divine power.
Owen shook his head and looked in the direction of Fortune Bay with a bit of pity, because where has been targeted by an ancient god. The current gods are new gods, the product of many optimizations in the material world. Their characteristic is that they rely heavily on the material world, regardless of the divinity, priesthood, belief, or authority required to become a god. They all need to be provided by the material world. Just like in the entrepreneurial and financial circles, it may seem like it can make all the difference. But in fact, some of the things you own are classified into a circle. Therefore, once a god is abandoned by the material world, he can only lie down in the void. Such heavy dependence was intentional, because before this the material world had given birth to another kind of god, the ancient god. The birth of God is the guardian of the material world to fight against the invasion of the outside world. Because there was no experience the first time, a kind of monster was created. Because of the catalysis regardless of cost, the ancient god has the original level of immortality and the assimilation ability to devour all things. This allows the ancient god to not need to retreat when facing any opponent. And the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. As long as he is not in the first place after time destroys it, the ancient god will assimilate the environment, transform it into a place more suitable for his own performance, and devour and adapt to the opponent's power to make targeted evolution. Such a powerful ancient god indeed plays an important role, being able to stand on the front line and perfectly protect the material world. However, the long battle and devouring made the ancient god inevitably contaminated, and eventually became one of the sources of chaos. Owen didn't know how to solve the problem of the ancient gods, no matter whether it was the divine network or Kim. He didn't get the answer. After all, the era of the ancient gods was too far away from now. Even for gods, it was at the level of myth. Although gods are immortal, it does not mean that they are immortal. In fact, there are very few gods who can live for thousands of years. The lifespan of most gods is only a few thousand years. And then they will be sealed, fall, disappear, and lie down due to various reasons.
corpse. So he doesn't know much about things that are too long ago. In fact, if the ancient gods with seals were not discovered one after another, it would really be a myth among myths. Fortunately, although the ancient gods are powerful, they are not very intelligent. And the most powerful ones have disappeared in the long river of time. The middle levels are strictly guarded, and only the large and weak ones are sealed everywhere and pop up from time to time. Come. At present, I am afraid that the ancient god who was sealed in this plane has leaked. Only the power of the ancient god can be so chaotic and difficult to deal with. After learning about this, Owen had no intention of informing others, or even planning to get involved. Instead, he was preparing to move. However, when he learned about the increased mission bounties in Fortune Bay, he had to say that he was moved. At most, he would lose one piece of consciousness and 2 slaves. Thinking of this, Owen's motivation came. Wearing armor, with a staff in one hand and a sword in the other, Owen took Paris and the Catard made to Fortune Bay. They were not alone along the way. Some escaped from Fortune Bay, and naturally some wanted to get in. The left and right were just interests. Who let Fortune Bay give too much? Even Owen couldn't help but take a risk, let alone other adventurers. What the H.L.? Owen rarely uttered curse words. From his perspective, invisible waves from the sea were constantly washing over Fortune Bay. This was not real. But it was worse than the real thing. This was the ancient gods. The realm is eroding and distorting reality. If it hadn't been for the Coast Keeper's temple to hold up an invisible sea wall as a buffer, who knows what Fortune Bay would be like now? Once Fortune Bay is completely lost, although the sealed ancient god will not be completely out of trouble, at least it will be no problem to create a clone. The problem is how to kill a clone of an ancient god in the plane. The new gods have various restrictions, and it is difficult to directly affect the material world. Demigods are already at their limit, and there is still time limit. However, the ancient gods are not restricted, and can even annex the plane where they are fused at will, and transform it into their own realm or kingdom of God. Therefore, when the gods face the ancient gods, if they cannot reseal them in the early stage, the best way is to directly destroy the opponent's plane, then defeat them in the void, and reseal them. Either way, the ancient gods represent trouble. Huge trouble. Although Fortune Bay is a seaport city, due to the residential groups, not only are the buildings tall and majestic, but the green plants are also very careful. At least on the other side of the harbor, there are fountains and flower beds. The spring-like climate throughout the year also allows flowers to bloom here. Shrouded in the scent of flowers for most of the year, is now filled with the lingering smell of the sea. What is frightening is that the eyes of the civilians here appear to be extremely large, but their eyes are dull, as if they have collectively turned into dead fish eyes. What is even more frightening is that these people have more or less seafood curses on them. There are traces of it, such as scales or webs, and there are even extremely mutated civilians soaked in the pool. It looks like a random fusion of people and a kind of seafood. The fish and shrimps are pretty good. At least they can move freely. But they have been fused with sea cucumbers and other soft-bodied creatures, and now they can only squirm under the water, and the head and tail can hardly be distinguished. What's even more terrifying is that it has been fused with the sea anemone. The almost melted body is now stuck to the pool, and the thin tentacles protruding from the open mouth are like a nightmare. It's hard to say whether these things can be called human beings. Many adventurers turned around and left while vomiting. No one was willing to stay and take the risk of turning into such a ghost. The bounty is generous. But why do you need money when you turn into a fish? But there are still some people who are desperate for their lives. In their opinion, why should they take their lives if they don't have money? Besides, if Fortune Bay has become like this, doesn't it give them the opportunity to fish in troubled waters? As long as they rob a few nobles, they can live the rest of their lives lying down. Chapter 550. The mage leads the charge. Don't go into the city. Let's go around. From Owen's perspective, Fortune Bay is the focus of being washed away by the power of the ancient gods. It's like a cesspool that can erupt at any time. Even if he has a brain problem, he doesn't dare to go in and drain it. Dumb water. So I plan to avoid the edge. Obtaining the bounty is now a secondary purpose. Owen plans to see what the ancient god is going to do and what kind of power it has, because he can't guarantee whether the main world where the main body is located will seal such a thing. If so, then the main body needs to consider the issue of void immigration, because even if he cheats, he will not want to fight an opponent who can turn any place into a septic tank. Whether you win or lose, you are still shit. This is willingness. The three of them took a detour
and came to both sides of Fortune Bay. Owen realized that there were quite a lot of smart people. There were already many adventurers fishing for fish here. The bounty could be collected in Sea Breeze Town anyway, so why risk going to Fortune Bay? However, the environment here is a bit weird, because the sea fog that diffuses from the sea not only carries a strong fishy smell, but also has a curse effect. So you must use a head-soaking spell. Otherwise it will be contaminated soon. Even this only slows down the speed of contamination. So adventurers will regularly seek out priests for purification, in order to avoid body mutations as the curse deepens. Seeing the scene in front of him, Owen regretted coming here. He was not sure whether resurrection after death could remove the curse. If not, he might have to practice trumpet. Before Owen could change his mind, 3 adventurers came over. The other adventurers who had just discovered it shook their heads sadly, but still obeyed the rules and did not come over.
You are new here, right? Several of our teammates have left. Do you want to join our team? We are very experienced in dealing with murlocs.
As the captain, he is a warlock. Because of his special bloodline, because of their relationship, they have better resistance to curses, so they rarely hold the position of captain.
Okay.
Owen did not refuse, because they really needed a few veterans to lead the way, and the warlock captain with some social attributes was undoubtedly a good choice. Seeing Irving nodding his head without much hesitation, Lord Yaw was very satisfied with his charm and successfully recruited him without even meeting him. So he enthusiastically began to introduce his 2 teammates. The one on the left is a dwarf named Iron Hammer. This name is very popular among dwarves. It has the same effect as shouting Gooden at the entrance of a village. He is a warhammer dwarf who can skillfully use a heavy 2-handed warhammer. Hearing this, he said to Owen. The 3 of them nodded, looking taciturn but surprisingly reliable. The other one was a half-elf archer named Kelly, but Owen felt that her bloodline was a bit strange because her skin color was light red. Her figure was too plump, and her temperament was a bit flattering. So she gave it to him as soon as they met. 2 charming eyes. How could this be a serious elf? He wouldn't believe it without some succubus blood. Owen also introduced the 3 of them. A shield guardian who can withstand damage, a nimble cat-eared assassin, and a first-level mage. This configuration is already quite good. Who can be an adventurer if they are really capable?
We just asked the priest to perform a purification. The condition is not bad. You have just arrived and are not contaminated by the curse. So we go deeper and see if we can find the tribe of these fishmen.
After getting to know each other, Lord Yaw spoke cheerfully. Speaking of which, he didn't consider whether there would be any danger if just a few of them went deeper. The hammer kept the dwarf silent and said nothing. Kelly seemed to have Lord Yaw as the leader and had no opinion, so the decision was in Owen's hands.
Okay. I'm also very interested in the Murloc tribe.
Owen nodded and did not refuse. After all, the Murlocs seemed to have a close relationship with the sealed ancient god, so naturally they wanted to find out. After reaching a consensus, the group bypassed the place where the fishmen and adventurers were fighting and began to go deeper into the rear. Lord Yaw, who talked a lot, was imparting some experience on the way.
Murlocs are amphibious creatures, but land is not friendly to them. Their web feet are easily injured. In addition, staying away from water sources, the hot sun and dryness will also cause them to die in pain. But now the climate here is very suitable for them. The cursed sea breeze from the sea brings thick water vapor, forming a thick mist on the beach, which always moisturizes the fishman's skin covered with fish scales, allowing the mucus to be secreted more evenly, so the fishman is in better shape and harder to beat.
Lord Yaw spread his hands and said helplessly,
In addition, the fishman's scales are not strong, but the mucus on the surface can easily make the blades slip. Even the effect of an axe and hammer is only average. The effect of using a stick is better. At the same time, the fishman's vitality is very tenacious. Hitting the head, it is more likely to be fatal.
Lord Yaw showed the staff in his hand. The 5-foot-long staff was as thick as an egg. One end was covered with a foot-long iron sheet and inlaid with some iron nails. It was also stained with some fish scales and heel. Fish blood. You can tell how lethal it is just by looking at it. Owen touched his chin and found that this was indeed the case. So he cast a transformation spell to fuse the sword and staff in his hand to form a thicker mace, to which Lord Yaw nodded in appreciation. After finding the correct way to use the staff, the 2 casters walked at the front of the team in a carefree manner. When they met a fishman, they rushed up and hit them with a stick. One was a warlock with a physique comparable to that of a warrior, and the other had magic-enhanced strength. He charged with a mace. The warhammer dwarf and the shield guardian were a bit unable to keep up. In other words, the half-elf archer could insert a few arrows, but he was helpless. The scales of the fishman are indeed very slippery, but the mace is not a vegetarian. The blood blow caused by it is very fatal to the fishman, who lacks a complete skeleton to protect the internal organs. Not to mention that both of them are rushing towards the huge fish head. The fishman has no neck, short limbs, and poor dodge ability. After being hit by a stick, the multiple spliced skulls under the fish skin immediately shattered, and the fish brain flowed out like snot. With some clear and some thick fish, his body was still twitching, but he was actually dead. Moreover, the murlocs are much smaller than humans, so they feel better when smashed. Owen is a little addicted. He points the mace here and there, but there is no opponent. Warlock or Yaw is not to be outdone. He has mastered the brute force technique, and his combat skills are not inferior to those of specialized warriors. It seems that he has practiced a lot. The two of them were not seeking death by charging so fiercely, but because the murlocs lived in a special environment and had no forging ability. Their weapons were either polished from fish bones or stolen human weapons. The former has insufficient lethality, and the latter, apart from problems such as rust, is not easy to use due to its size, and cannot break the defensive spells on the two of them at all. So as long as you are careful not to be surrounded by a large group of fishmen, you will be fine. With the mage taking the lead in the charge, the group went very smoothly until they saw a strange sea creature with an octopus head training the murlocs in a murloc tribe in the shallow sea, and they withstood the charge. Chapter 551, The Occupied Fortune Bay.
I didn't expect there to be Tide Lords here, and they all came to the shallow sea. It seems that the situation is not good.
Lord Yaw pursed his lips and said. Owen glanced at the other party. Although he didn't say anything, he already knew that this temporary teammate had an unusual origin, because most people did not have his experience, and even he didn't know what a Tide Lord was.
What is Tide Lord? And how is its combat power?
Owen, who was not about to give up, asked, and Lord Yaw did not hide it, introducing him.
Although Tide Lords are rare, it's just because they live in the deep sea. In fact, they are just like humans. Elves, dwarves, and fishmen. They are distributed in many planes. They have the ability to trigger tides. They are also proficient in psychic powers, and can if ordinary professionals are to control large marine life. They will probably become like fools, and very difficult to deal with.
Lord Yaw frowned and said, because the environment here is really suitable for the Tide Lord. And among hundreds of fish under the guard of people, they can't even get close. Even if they can, they still have to face the powerful psychic powers of the Tide Lord. Psychic powers are not spells. They are very unreasonable. Most defensive methods are ineffective. Effective spells are not something that ordinary spellcasters can master. Therefore, apart from being rare, few people dare to provoke them.
It's really confusing. I heard that the beads in the Tide Lord's brain are very valuable. If the holder uses them properly, he can gain a kind of psychic power.
Lord Yaw said reluctantly. Owen didn't care about the role of a bead. He was now paying more attention to the altar next to the Tide Lord, because the pattern on it looked more and more like Hydra. The octopus skull symbol is the Hydra vest that Owen used when he was doing trouble in the main world. But it was only in the early days. He forgot about it after he became a god, so he didn't recognize it at the first time. This is also the same as the fishman. It has something to do with my craftsmanship, and the painting is a bit abstract. Of course, Owen doesn't think this symbol is Hydra. After all, the combination of a skull and an octopus is not too strange. When you meet it now, it's almost like wearing a shirt. So it's not worth making a fuss about.
There are too many murlocs. We need to lure the murlocs over and kill them little by little, and finally deal with the Tide Lord.
Hearing that Lord Yaw was unwilling to give in, Owen, who was holding the resurrection coin, was certainly not afraid. So he said. Lord Yaw didn't know what confidence he had, so he nodded in agreement. And then, they were chased by the Tide Lord with hundreds of murlocs. Running on the beach under the setting sun, Owen was filled with helplessness. He never thought that he had just shown his face, and the arrow had not been shot yet. It was like stabbing a honeycomb. How big a hatred this would be. In fact, there are only a few idiots who have psychic powers. The Tide Lord has an octopus head, but his brain is full of ink. Their move was seen through before they had a chance to use it. In addition, they were almost prepared, and the Tide Lord took advantage of the situation. The tide surges and blows the conch of war. So the more the group of people ran, the more murlocs gathered behind them. rising like the tide. Fortunately, they discovered in time that the Murlocs' target was not them, and they escaped from the danger area before running out of breath. The dark Murlocs didn't care about the small fish food in their mouths, and kept swarming towards Fortune Bay. The sea surface in the distance was occupied by floating Murlocs, just like the wave pool in the hot summer. The number was impossible to count, and no one dared to stop them, not even to attack, because everyone could see that Fortune Bay was finished. The people here are all adventurers. They are here for the mission, the bounty, and the honor, but not for justice. So they all sit back and watch all this happen indifferently. Can you blame them for being cold-blooded? Of course not. Facing the incalculable Murloc tide, any attack or resistance is in vain. They are just adventurers, not gods, and let alone their group of adventurers. Even Fortune Bay in its heyday had less than one level of chance of winning if it was fully prepared. At this time, Owen and Lord Yaw, who acted as the trigger, looked at each other, knowing that Fortune Bay was doomed this time. At the same time, Owen knew very well that the day Fortune Bay completely fell was also the day the ancient gods broke free a part of the seal. So he and the guilty Lord Yaw and the others quietly ran to Sea Breeze Town, even if no one knew they were the cause. I couldn't help but feel guilty. After all, it was a city that was about to disappear. How could I not feel any burden at all? On the way back, Owen didn't even know what he was doing, apart from detonating a tide of fish. He pushed Fortune Bay, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, and seemed to have killed a dozen fishmen. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he came here for nothing. If he is the protagonist, his role is too small. But if you say that he is not, he himself does not believe in the mobile natural disaster posture that destroys this and that. Not to mention that others do not believe it. He returned to Sea Breeze Town at a faster speed than when he left. Before entering, he saw a huge storm forming at a very strange speed on the sea in the direction of Fortune Bay. The dark clouds are almost pressing down on the sea, and the rough waves are almost rushing into the sky. Under the squeeze of the two, the strong sea breeze mixed with the fishy smell blows straight to the Sea Breeze Town. It can be imagined that facing the storm directly, what is the situation in Fortune Bay now? In fact, now the Murlocs do not need to rush or climb the city wall at all. The huge waves directly send a large number of Murlocs into the city, and the curse carried in the sea water penetrates into every inch of land in Fortune Bay. The soldiers who were severely transformed into seafood would not be drowned and wanted to take up arms to resist. However, under the influence of the Tide Lord's psychic powers, they quickly rebelled and became members of the Murloc army. They were more familiar with the city than the Murlocs. Everything. Take the lead, and the effect will be greatly increased. Then professionals, spellcasters, nobles, and businessmen all became part of the enhanced seafood curse. The city suddenly turned into a seafood market, and there was a strong smell of sea everywhere, which could not be washed away. At present, the entire Fortune Bay has not fallen, except for the Coast Guardian Temple, which is the Temple of Fortune. However, judging from the divine light, although the divine light of the Temple of Fortune is strong, it seems very rigid. The Coast Guardian Temple has always been at the forefront, now on the verge of collapse. It is obvious that it is inevitable for the power of the ancient gods to completely penetrate into Fortune Bay. The terrible thing is that the land has cracked under the impact of the huge waves. The sea has tried to snatch away part of the continental plate, even if it has not yet succeeded. The harbor has tilted and is immersed in the rising sea water on the side closer to the sea, under the influence of the strengthened seafood curse. Even the buildings showed signs of being transformed into seafood. Both the wooden boards and stone walls were overgrown with marine life, and they were devouring or assimilating the city. Such a terrifying movement naturally alarmed Haifeng Town. Countless people looked at the changes in the distance in panic. Their inner uneasiness was like the dark clouds, making people breathless. Some smart people had already packed up their things and started running away. Chapter 552: The Seal of the Ancient God.
It seems that Sea Breeze Town can't last much longer. When are you planning to leave?
Owen said to Lord Yaw in a casual manner, while eating the steak carefully grilled by the cattered maid. He didn't care about the flow of people evacuating Sea Breeze Town a few miles away.
It's just these 2 days. I was originally here for a trial. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Obviously I can't continue. But it's not a loss to see such a big scene.
Lord Yaw calmly cut the steak and said. It seemed that he was not frightened, and even the dwarves and half-elves beside him looked not surprised.
Return to the family or go to other planes?
It was only in the past 2 days that Owen discovered that the other party was not a person from that plane, but an astral traveler who arrive through the divine network like him. This is the comparison between mortals and those who travel through the planes through the divine network. Title:
Don't leave in a hurry. You can't come here in vain. I plan to go north and see more. Where are you?
L'Oreal obviously didn't want to go home. But at the same time, he also saw that Owen was extraordinary. So he said,
In this case,
we can travel
together again. I also plan to go north to see more scenery and collect more spells.
Owen does not plan to stay in Haifeng Town. In fact, there are no more Haifeng Town left. There are so many people, and everyone is running inland. After all, the fate of Fortune Bay is too terrible, and they don't want to become seafood. In fact, these people still don't know the existence of the ancient god, and they thought it was some evil sea god who suddenly resurrected. But they don't know that what the sea god needs is faith, and what the ancient god wants is to devour. This plane has actually entered the countdown to destruction. It depends on when the ancient god will completely break free of the seal, and then it will be time to have a big meal. On the day Owen and others left, a huge roar sounded all night long, and the shaking ground made Owen, who was lying on the bed, feel weak in his bones and flesh, and felt uncomfortable all over. After finally staying up until dawn, Owen walked out and discovered that a huge crack had separated Fortune Bay from the land. The cracks were getting bigger and deeper, and the raging waves were constantly impacting the foundation of the earth. Now, the bottom of Fortune Bay has been hollowed out and is about to be covered by corals and marine life. Under the traction of its own gravity, Fortune Bay slowly slides into the sea with a loud noise, and becomes a city floating on the sea. Countless people have the same fate. Alienated sea ships and warships are constantly patrolling around like guards. Owen, who witnessed the whole process, was amazed, but not too nervous. The same was true for Lord Ya, and Ha was in the mood to follow him and watch the excitement. There is no way. He is so arrogant if he has the resurrection coins, and the latter probably has a lot of trump cards. Otherwise it will be too late to escape. So how can he have such leisure? Owen knew that his current mentality was wrong, but it was obvious that he was no longer able to train normally. So he simply put it down for the time being, and collecting some information about the ancient gods would not be in vain. The next movement was louder, because when Fortune Bay was swept into the sea, it was like completing a certain ritual. Countless seawater was separated by invisible forces, just like a huge glass was pressed into the water. And even it's more spectacular, because there is a bottomless spiral abyss on the seabed, which is like digging through the entire plane. At this time, endless tentacles seemed to be squeezed, and they were constantly crowding out from the abyss. The big tentacles grew small tentacles, and the small tentacles grew root-like strands of flesh, covering a large area of the seabed in the blink of an eye. But no matter how big the tentacles were, if you apply force, even if the sea floor collapses, the subject trapped in the spiral abyss will remain motionless as if stuck in it. A bit like Kim Kardashian forcing herself to wear jeans. This was not a young woman who was deliberately stuck in the washing machine or under the bed. She really couldn't move. It was obvious that the seal that sealed the ancient god had not completely failed. Unable to break free of the seal, the ancient god angrily emitted sound waves that could not be recognized by human ears. The seawater that had been squeezed away instantly shattered, and countless sea creatures turned into indescribable fleshy foam. However, under the influence of the leaked ancient god's power, the entire seawater shattered instantly. The sea areas are becoming distorted, and marine life is evolving rapidly, becoming more and more weird, larger, and more terrifying.
The magic net has been impacted, and the fluctuations are so severe.
Owen, who could not see the scene, could sense the changes in the magic net. He was trying to cast a spell, but found that the original 100% success rate had dropped significantly, and the signal on and off. It is obvious that there is a problem with the magic network in this plane.
It's okay. I'm a warlock anyway.
Lord Ya didn't care about this and flaunted a small fireball in his hand. In fact, in some edge planes, warlocks are more suitable for exploration than mages. After all, the magic network cannot cover the entire material world, and wizards who rely on their own spell casting have an advantage. Owen shook his head and said nothing. In his opinion, talent and wisdom are indispensable. He just relied on talent or cheated too much, which led to an unstable foundation. He clearly had an opportunity to become stronger, but did not dare to use it. With Owen's current willpower and belief, if he dares to truly become a god, he will most likely be severely affected by the priesthood, leading to personality distortion or even personality recasting. Otherwise,
If he has eaten enough and has become a god, he still goes down to earth to train himself. This is no different from the 7 fairies who go down to earth to take a bath when they have nothing to do. If there is no water in the river, then he will have to go through a love disaster, because a corner of the land collapsed. Sea Breeze Town, which was originally located inland, became a coastal town. A large number of fishmen have emerged in the turbid sea. When the edge of the land is penetrated by sea water and collapses to form a gentle slope, it will be the time when the fishmen invade the land again. So Owen and the group of people quickly set off and prepared to evacuate. But unexpectedly they were a step too late. As the news spread, the fall of Fortune Bay could no longer be concealed, and its impact was growing. Fortune Bay is not just a seaport city. Because of the existence of the Fortune Temple, it actually serves as a financial center. Therefore, the treasure house under the temple not only stores millions of gold coins, but also various treasures worth 10 times more. To describe it as extremely rich is to insult this huge wealth. Therefore, after learning about the fall of Fortune Bay, several kingdoms immediately mobilized their armies. After all, if any kingdom obtained this wealth alone, it would completely break the balance between the several countries. So they went all out. Of course, with such a large-scale troop mobilization, Owen and his team didn't make it. They were immediately recruited and became cannon fodder for the Lion Kingdom army. There was no way. They didn't expect that so many kingdoms would send troops together, and they would have nowhere to run. In fact, let alone them. Even the people from Haifeng Town who ran away early were driven back and are now doing hard work with a sad face. What status and status have no effect when several kingdoms send troops together? Not to mention that the leader of the Lion Kingdom is the eldest prince, who can be higher than him in terms of status. Fortunately, Owen and the others were not only professionals, but also had 2 spellcasters. So the treatment was pretty good, and the bounty offered was very generous. Their daily tasks were only patrolling and inquiring about information, which made it easier for them to hang out. The deserted Sea Breeze town became bustling with people again, but it became a military camp. Tens of thousands of troops were stationed here, and tens of thousands of civilians came and went every day, thus attracting many businessmen who were not afraid of death. Chapter 553 Recruiting the Cat Goddess. Owen and his party all lived in his original longhouse. Because there was not enough room, he specially found someone to build another longhouse. The environment was not good, but no one disliked it. It was better than living in the wilderness. Owen is still learning, because the opportunity is rare. The intermittent magic network allows him to compare the differences between the 2 situations, and use this to deconstruct the changes in the magic network to prepare for the promotion of psychic spells in the future. As long as his knowledge can keep up, Owen's level will increase quickly. The hardware can rely on the divine network, and the inner core can rely on the main body, completely ignoring the time accumulated in the middle. As for combat experience, there is no shortage of fishmen on the seaside. Don't be too reckless if you are afraid of death. Money. Now he is not afraid of others discovering his abnormality, because people who are familiar with him have long since disappeared. As for Lord Ya, the other party may not necessarily have fewer secrets than him. Warlock Owen has seen a lot, but such a strange warlock can only be compared to the little pets cultivated by the Demon Lord's incarnation. The cat-eared maid has become more and more weird. She has gradually transformed from a cute maid with no roots to a cold and royal sister, the kind who even snorts while holding a glass of water. She always gives people the impression that she should kneel down before me. Feel grateful. Obviously this is the cat goddess influencing the little maid. Owen is very unhappy about this. He is not a pervert, and will forgive her if she wears black stockings. Therefore, he plans to talk to her and tell her to get out of here and put his soft and cute cat ears on her. The maid returned it to him. The main reason why Owen is so confident is because the cat goddess is a not-so-famous lower-level god. If they really fight, he will be sure to catch her and bang her hard. If you can fight and you can survive, then why are you so polite? However, the other party is a goddess after all. And if you want to meet the goddess, you must have a sense of ritual, such as grains, dried fish, candles and other sacrifices, which respectively represent the cat goddess's identity as a barn guardian and a night hunter. Of course, it can also be more complicated. For example, in front of a certain solemn temple, on a special day, when the moon is high, a group of pure-eyed cat-eared girls dance, wagging their tails, twisting their soft waists, and singing meow meow together. Meow meow. Mortal, you are very rude.
The cat-herd maid possessed by the cat goddess looked down at the simple sacrifice at her feet and frowned. To be honest, if the concept of cat-herd maid as master and servant hadn't been deeply rooted in her heart, the possessed cat goddess wouldn't be as simple as licking her paws and showing some color to this ungrateful mortal.
I'm not a mortal, but that's not important. What's important is that she is my maid, so don't interfere with her behavior.
Owen knew that this conversation would not go well. After all, the cat goddess is not only a woman, but also a human being. Cats and women have the temperament of cats.
Mortal, you are looking for death.
Sure enough, the cat goddess's pupils narrowed like needlepoints, and sharp nails grew rapidly. The sharp cold light can dispel any cat lover's idea of sticking.
Ha ha. You'd better take a look at what's going on now, before deciding whether to take action.
Owen didn't panic and pointed in the direction of the seaside. Owen is not an idiot. Of course he knows that nothing can convince anyone, let alone a goddess. But in front of the ancient gods, no goddess can do anything.
Ancient god!
Because of her possession, the cat goddess was in a similar state to Owen. Not only her strength, but also her perception was greatly limited. Therefore, she only discovered the problem after Owen pointed out the direction. Her face suddenly changed. As if she had seen dozens of it is no longer an ugly problem for the heavy era to leave 2 pounds of dog feces in his cat's litter box. Fortune Bay was originally a place prepared by the cat goddess for her agent to make her debut. She took advantage of the developed transportation advantages and strong popularity here to spread her divine name. Unexpectedly, the stage would be gone before the agent made her debut. In addition, once the ancient god escaped from trouble, this plane would be 100% finished. With her accumulation and strength, she would not be able to leave the plane and cross the void. So her claws suddenly became numb. Even the tail that had been wagging restlessly was frozen, as straight as a flagpole.
If you don't mind, you can join my divine system.
Owen was more discerning now, and he said carefully. He knew very well what life was like for a lower-level deity like the cat goddess. So he tried to invite her. The cat goddess didn't believe that the other party would have a god system at all. But she really needed a way out. So she didn't refuse. But she didn't agree immediately. But she did withdraw her interference with the cat-eared maid.
Change to white silk stockings. Black silk stockings are not suitable for you.
Seeing the cat-eared maid who suddenly became a little confused, Owen said with a smile. Until he had a chance to recruit the cat goddess. While Owen was fishing, several kingdoms had already mobilized their fleets and fishmen. No, it should be a seafood army now. And they fought a wonderful naval battle, almost holding the opponent back. Owen didn't even understand what the kingdoms were thinking. Fighting a naval battle with the sea tribe? This is so unimaginable. It is necessary for human beings to take a boat, while sea people take boats for fun. If a human falls into the sea, he will die. For sea people, falling into the sea is no different from falling on a mattress. In this case, except that the caster can cause some damage, the rest of the attack is just a joke. Even if it is a boarding battle, it will probably sink the ship if it is defeated. If you have the ability, go into the water and fight again. When the ancient god's power surged again and tore apart the magic net in this area, the coalition forces from various countries were completely paralyzed, and countless ships sank and fell into the sea. This is not over yet. As the edge of the land continues to collapse, gentle slopes have taken shape, and various types of seafood have begun to try to come ashore, driving local housing prices into the basement, giving them away for free, and no one wants them. The fishmen stepping on the mud looked like a school of fish swimming upstream, heading towards the nearest sea breeze town. The army of the Lion Kingdom has long been prepared, with shield soldiers in front, spearmen at the back, and tens of thousands of archers standing ready. And they continued to shoot rain of arrows that covered the sky. The scales of the fish man, the hard L of the lobster man, and the tenacity of the octopus man, all equal in the face of the arrow rain, were nailed to the ground one after another, like fresh seafood waiting for the chef to handle. With blood of various colors flowing, slowly go deep into the soil and change the earth. The Lion Kingdom army, which had found nothing, withdrew the shooters with weak arms, and the pikemen pressed forward step by step, piercing the lively seafood with their spears. And a fierce close battle began. Owen wielded the mace under the power of magic. This time his opponent was not a brittle-headed murloc, but a horizontal crab with big wheels. Although the opponent was walking sideways, the speed was no slower than a carriage. And the crab I had sharp points on both sides. It can make a hole in the thigh without paying attention. If it hits the bullseye,
Neither male nor female can withstand the thrust from such a high position. Owen cautiously avoided it, and then activated the electric claw. A strong electric current was released from both hands and converged on the mace along the specially modified metal wires. The arc jumped back and forth between the metal tips, and then it hit the relatively fragile joints driven by huge force. It was unclear what it was. The liquid seeped out, and after being exposed to the electric current, the whole crab began to tremble, and then was burned red by Owen's burning hand released at close range, exuding a strong seafood smell, no worse than a hairy crab. Chapter 554 The Compromising Goddess. They're finished. Lord Yaw, who had just released a fireball that knocked over several murlocs, quietly came to Owen and said words that shook the morale of the army. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Irving was not surprised by this. The senior officials of various countries were not unaware of the existence of the seafood curse. But in their view, as long as they could obtain the mountains of wealth in the Temple of Wealth, the loss of tens of thousands of soldiers was something completely acceptable. But I didn't know that it would help the ancient god get out of trouble. The infection by the power of the ancient gods is not inferior to evil energy at all, and is even more subtle in the early stages. When the body shows the characteristics of seafood, it is already too late. As for protection and purification, the largest number of ordinary soldiers cannot have their turn. Even most of the basic officers, who are not from nobility, are also being abandoned. This can be seen from the fact that the basic officers are wearing the head-soaking curse, the origin gap between the two sides. In fact, they still underestimated the infection of the ancient gods. In many cases, even killing the infected people was useless. The power of the ancient gods would seep into the land with the blood of the corpses. When it accumulated to a certain level, the next wealth bay would be will appear. And this is also the future ending of this plane. Not many people see this, but there are also many, such as astral travelers and gods. In particular, gods can obtain more knowledge and secrets through the divine network, including the ancient gods, so they know very well what will happen to their plane next. Those with good connections are already preparing to find a home, while those with no connections are also preparing to save themselves, such as the guardian of the coast. This unlucky god almost fell from his throne after falling into the sea at Fortune Bay. He finally managed to survive, and his priesthood was shaky. After all, his main place of worship is in a coastal city like Fortune Bay. During the process of Fortune Bay falling into the sea, his weak performance caused the loss of a large number of believers. Not only was his vitality severely damaged, he also lost one of the most important temples, causing the foundation of becoming a god to almost collapse. Now that he couldn't run away, he could only fight to the death. So he found several other gods to join forces, and planned to seal the ancient god again. This was the only way he could save himself. At a certain node of the divine network, the clones of several gods met here to discuss how to seal the ancient gods. The cat goddess was also invited. But compared to the fiercely quarreling gods, she seems a little absent-minded. However, the goddess of cats, who has the triple attributes of cat, woman, and goddess, will not surprise the gods no matter what she does. So she doesn't care about her, as long as she is willing to contribute when the time comes. She can't ask for more. In fact, not only the cat goddess, but also the other gods, who were having intense discussions around the Coast Guardian, knew very well that they were most likely doing useless work. If the ancient god was so good at sealing, he wouldn't have such a big name. In fact, they have discovered 3 divine kingdoms with at least medium divine power floating nearby. They tried to seek help, but were turned away. At the same time, the surging divine power was gathering, and the target was exactly where they were. As for the several divine kingdoms attached to them like small bubbles, they are naturally included. Obviously, when the ancient gods escape from trouble, the 3 divine kingdoms will completely destroy the planes where they are located, weaken the power of the ancient gods to the greatest extent, and then reseal each other in an unlucky plane until the next time the ancient gods break free of the seal. Similar things happen over and over again in the material world. Who makes the ancient gods belong to the root-level existence? Strong or not is one thing, but it is indeed difficult to kill. Even if it is completely destroyed, it will be reborn in a corner of the material world. Otherwise, it will be reborn in a corner of the material world. The gods are not superheroes who only catch but never kill, playing the game of cat and mouse over and over again. The Coast Guardian gods did not really want to sacrifice their lives to protect their own plane, but because they had no choice. They are just low-level gods with little savings. And even the kingdom of God is only a small group. Plus the believers are all here, and they have no capital to run across the void. If there were other gods or planes willing to accept him, they would be willing to stay down and be a little kid. But unfortunately there are not. So now they can only bite the bullet. Mortals with short lifespans certainly don't know what this means. But when they see 3 powerful divine kingdoms in the outer void surrounding a plane in the divine network, no matter how slow they are, they know that something is wrong. Many astral travelers, regardless of whether the travel expenses could be repaid, he hurriedly evacuated from several nearby planes. Even the nearby divine net seemed much empty. Seeing this scene, the gods who were discussing felt like they had a bucket of cold water poured on their heads. They could no longer deceive themselves. Owen, who was in the plane, also felt some kind of threat from outside the plane, and knew that there was not much time left for him. I agree. At this moment, the cat-eared maid behind him suddenly spoke in the voice of a royal sister. That tone was a little reluctant, a little forced, and pretending to be arrogant, which made Owen shudder. After calming down, he turned around. These are the coordinates. Although the divine network has not been completely opened, it can still be reached if you spend some money, Owen said a little embarrassedly after passing the coordinates through his divine consciousness, whose god system is not even fully connected to the divine network. This is no different from just having network cables, but not connecting to the cement road. The cat goddess rolled her eyes, not surprised. In fact, if Irving is too strong, he may not necessarily agree. Now that the coordinates are in hand, the cat goddess is no longer staying. Time is running out, and she immediately begins to dismantle the kingdom of God. The goddess of Cat's kingdom is not big. Firstly, she has no interest in preaching. Secondly, except for some feline demi-humans, most of her followers are cats of various kinds. At this time, the usually lazy cats rarely become diligent, helping their goddess to demolish the house. Just like a group of meowing era, the kingdom of God is the hard work of every god, even if she has no choice. The cat goddess is also very unhappy, but she has no choice. Although there are countless planes in the material world, not every plane is suitable for gods. First of all, planes with many gods are not good. As an outsider, it is easy to be targeted. Once the battle between gods begins, it will be very long. Without a firm foothold, no believer base, and no phase supplement, a protracted war will be a dull knife. Killing people will be consumed to death sooner or later. When the time comes, everything from the priesthood to the divine body will be eaten away, completely disappearing. Secondly, the desolate plane is not good. Intelligent creatures don't have much faith. Not to mention that the goddess of Cat's priesthood is so limited. If it falls into a world that doesn't even have a barn, half of it will be destroyed immediately. If there are no more cats, animals are simply killing themselves. Therefore, the olive branch handed over by Irving, who seemed unreliable, at this time became very precious. Injecting the divine power gained from dismantling the kingdom of God into the divine network connected to the coordinates provided by Owen, the cat goddess began to build the divine power cable car. The shamwang is a hollow pipe, which is similar to an undersea tunnel. If it is not thick enough, it will obviously not be able to drive a large vehicle. It can only transport resources such as oil and natural gas. If it is smaller, it will be optical fiber, which cannot be passed at all. But there is another way, which is to build a divine cable car and use the pipeline as a coordinate to cross the void. Although the chance of getting lost in this way is not high, because it is exposed to the outside. It is not only dangerous, but also consumes a lot of money. Therefore, the divine cable car must be made thicker. Only in this way can it resist the wear and tear of the void and the dangers encountered. Fortunately, there are not many believers in the cat goddess, and her size is relatively small, so it can be accommodated. Chapter 555. If you want to pet the cat, you have to work harder. The cat goddess is busy building a cat car. After receiving the news, Owen's body is also busy making preparations to welcome it. At the same time, it has to be wary of the reaction of the noble goddess. This goddess Owen has never been able to see through it. Many of her actions have been strange, and she is obviously planning something or being wary of something. At the same time, this goddess is also an important prey targeted by the tyrant god. So no matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful. Although the divine power cable car is not as fast as the inside of the divine network, under the urging of the divine power, it still travels through the void like a meteor and reaches Owen's world in a relatively short period of time. Before arriving at the coordinates, the cat goddess deliberately slowed down her speed in order to observe. Cats are very careful. When the cat goddess saw the plane not far away, she was very surprised.
Although there are countless planes in the material world, most of them are small planes that can accommodate a population of around 100,000 at most, because the ecosystem can only sustain this number. And this is quite a lot. Many planes with poor resources cannot even breed intelligent creatures. Therefore, a world like the one where Owen's body is located, which can give birth to over 100 million intelligent creatures, is called the main plane, which shows how precious it is. One main plane alone can support a not too powerful pantheon. So the cat goddess really believes that the other party has a pantheon. The cat goddess, who arrived at the plane wall, collected the remaining divine power cable cars while waiting for Owen's arrival. Without the help of the other party, she would not even be able to enter the plane to spread her faith. And even her spiritual consciousness would not be able to enter, because the plane consciousness of the main world is already very powerful. And it is not something that a low-level god like her can provoke. Owen had been waiting for a long time. But when she saw him wrapped in shadows and entangled with death, the cat goddess almost exploded and her tail became thicker. Fortunately, the cat goddess soon sensed the tranquility of the night in the other person. Coupled with his handsome face and peaceful temperament, she calmed down after knowing that he was not an evil god. At least, he did not trick the cat into killing him. Seeing the true form of the cat goddess for the first time, Owen looked up and down. The black-skinned lady with cat ears and long legs can be summed up in one sentence. She is a little colder, and even her tail is raised high. I am afraid it will be a bit difficult for Owen to fulfill his dream of sucking cats. Owen stood in front of the gate of the kingdom of God. He did not go out, but waited for the cat goddess to make the final decision. The kingdom of God can be said to be the most powerful weapon of the gods. If a god of the same level dares to enter the opponent's kingdom of God, it cannot be said that he has no power to fight back. He can only say that he cannot run away. So it depends on whether the cat goddess can trust Owen. Perhaps moved by Owen's peaceful aura, the cat goddess finally decided to take a risk. Otherwise, spending such a high price to come here would be in vain. She has no money to go back. After setting foot in the kingdom of eternal night, the cat goddess was very curious about the undead here, because she had never seen such peaceful, leisurely, and lazy undead, and her heart was relieved.
What a real moon!
The cat goddess looked up at the moon in the sky and said curiously, "The sun, moon and starry sky in the plane are actually just projections. Even if they can play a role, the essence is just the effect of the projection affecting the origin of the plane. Where the real starry sky is, I am afraid only those powerful gods know. However, out of habit, some gods would also imitate the sun, moon and stars in their own kingdoms. But this was the first time she had seen such imitations.
Your Majesty the God King. Is this a new companion?"
The moon princess, who had stripped away the power of nightmares, descended from the sky. Her graceful figure and elegant posture immediately attracted the attention of the cat goddess. And she also understood why. The moon here is so real. It turns out there is an extremely rare moon god. Owen, who didn't know what to say, happily handed over the reception task to Moon Princess, and then left. They are both goddesses, although one is a cat and the other is a horse. They have a lot in common.
This is the kingdom of eternal night, one of the three kingdoms of His Majesty the God King. It is located on the golden canopy. Below is the kingdom of light. Although it is too bright, it is very beautiful. The bottom is the kingdom of purgatory. It is best not to go there if nothing happens."
At this point, the disdain in Princess Moon's eyes was clearly visible, and she was obviously very impressed. However, she had forgotten the cat's curiosity. Sooner or later, she would go down for a walk.
"Since it is a divine system, are there other gods?"
The cat goddess asked tentatively, and she was very curious. Although the Moon Princess was obviously stronger, she respectfully called her the God King.
"There are 3 more goddesses. When they are free, I will take you to visit them. Now find a place you like,"
Moon Princess said, and then took her to the kingdom of light. At this time, the cat goddess was lost in thought. With her, there were a total of 6 gods, 5 of which were goddesses. This God King was having a lot of fun. However, the gods are high above, and it is normal for them to do anything when no one is controlling them. The cat goddess has long been used to it. Not to mention that this God King is quite in line with her taste. Thinking of this, she stuck out her pink tongue, licking your lips. The cat's eyes focused on the prey flashed away. "And you really thought you were the only one enjoying the cat? The kingdom of light is the closest to reality and nature. In the boundless forest, exquisite buildings belonging to elves can be seen everywhere. Elves, dwarves, Pegasus,
and griffins live freely here. It's a good place to bask in the sun. Although the cat goddess is called a night hunter, she also likes to bask in the warm sunshine. Although the light is a bit stronger, she can accept it. So she nodded. Have you decided to build a divine kingdom there? Princess Moon asked gently after hearing this. I'm still in the kingdom of eternal night. But can I still come here? Because of her priesthood, the kingdom of eternal night was more suitable for the cat goddess. But she agreed that she was a little reluctant to see the sunshine here. So she asked, His Majesty the God King divides the three kingdoms only because of different responsibilities and functions, and does not restrict free movement. Therefore, there are also insomniac elves who go to the kingdom of eternal night to sleep, and skeletons will come here to dry their bones. Princess Moon explained, and informed several cat-friendly pathways, such as walking down the golden branches. The cat goddess was even more satisfied, and now she only needed to inform the God King to get permission. At this time, Owen was considering the position of the cat goddess in the kingdom of God. It would be too wasteful to simply let her serve as the guardian of the barn. It happened that the other party had the priesthood of the dark night, so he let her serve as the messenger of death. The cat goddess is very satisfied with Owen's arrangement. After all, it involves the power of death. This is undoubtedly a qualitative change for her, who only has the barn and mouse-catching priesthood. Chapter 556 Territory Faith. Maixiang Town is a reclaimed town not far to the north of Mara City. After years of farming, the land here has matured and food production has increased every year, which has made the civilians who originally moved here have a better life. More and more smiles. Old John is an authentic Northlander. He has been a pioneer in the Northland since his grandfather's generation. By his generation, he thought it would be stable. But who would have thought that a war would destroy everything? Fortunately, the Northern Glory Alliance chose to take them in and moved a large number of people over. Although the Northern Glory Alliance was one of the forces that destroyed the Noble Alliance. You only need to compare the part occupied by the Border Town Alliance to know how lucky they were. That miserable scene left old John unforgettable to this day. At the same time, he was even more grateful that he had chosen to surrender to the members of the Glory Alliance immediately. Otherwise, they would not be able to live the good life they have now. When he first saw the desolation here, even though he was still in his prime, old John was still heartbroken. But when he saw his wife and young children behind him, he gritted his teeth and stood up, shouldering the burden of life and starting from building roads. The hard work begins. Fortunately, the large amount of supplies that were subsequently delivered stabilized everyone's minds. The mayor from Beicheng organized them to build a new home. The missionary monks soothed their hearts and cured their illnesses, and they lived a better life without knowing it. Well, this is all thanks to the benevolent gods. This was something that old John was not used to at first, because the Lord was not a human being, but a noble God. However, I am afraid that only God will grant his devout believers abundant land and light taxes. Therefore, like others, old John will take his family to the temple to pray every weekend to express gratitude. Early in the morning, old John's wife prepared breakfast for the family. Although it was just a pot of thick barley porridge, it was already a luxury that they had never dared to imagine before. Before coming here, they only ate 2 meals a day, and even just 1 meal of porridge when they were not working, in order to save more food. Otherwise, during the lean period, there would be a long winter. Dead persons. Nowadays, the farmland has a good harvest, and the taxes are only 3 levels. The family can enjoy the luxury of 3 meals a day. Old John, who had a bit of weather on his face but looked very good, finished eating in 2 gulps and went to hitch the carriage. His eldest daughter was very sensible and helped carry some crops that were going to be sold in the town. His wife was feeding the last few grains to her younger son. Mouth porridge. This little guy was really lucky. He was born when they built their house, and the farmland had their first good harvest. So he grew white and fat. Old John felt full of accomplishment every time he saw it, and it became more and more popular. After being motivated and thinking about preparing a dowry for the eldest daughter, it is time to prepare for the younger son to grow up and get married. The family got into the carriage without locking the door, because today is the weekend day to go to the temple to pray. Even the most greedy thief would not dare to steal at this time, because it is an offense to the gods. Not only the local garrison, even all the residents will find each other out angrily, and then hang them on the gallows. There are many people like old John whose family goes to the town to pray, because more and more farmland is being cultivated. It is impossible for everyone to live in the town. Fortunately, the transportation is very convenient. Even if you live along the main road, you can live in the smallest town. Farmers who are far away can reach it in less than an hour. And even further away, it is within the scope of another town. Not far away. In addition to the wife holding the child in old John's carriage, there was also an old couple who lived not far from their home, and 2 new wives who had just given birth. Everyone was used to helping each other. This was also qualities required to survive in the north. At least here, men gather together to smoke dry tobacco, which is a seed given to them by the territory. The tobacco leaves they grow are dried and cut into shreds. At the beginning, you are not used to smoking. But once you get used to it, you will never be able to leave. This is what farmers can do. Keep few hobbies. After smoking a little, the older ones discussed the weather and this year's harvest, while the younger ones muttered about the latest news in the town. And some were planning to join the army. The group came to the town in a lively manner. At the intersection, the nuns had already prepared hot communion. A cup of hot milk mixed with water, and a fist-sized piece of hard bread for each person. Holy Communion is a common name. But nuns and monks never say that. I remember that in order to receive a Holy Communion, nearby residents would come together with their whole families every weekend, just to save food. Although there is no shortage of food now, they believe that the Holy Communion is a gift from the gods, and still accept it with full gratitude. In fact, it was originally just for the convenience of attracting people for preaching. But later it became a tradition, and has been preserved. As they approached the temple, everyone started walking. Even those with limited mobility walked with the help of others. This kind of scene is basically invisible in other places. Not because we are afraid of not being able to help, but because poverty and suffering cover up all the good things. In the absence of food and clothing, in the suffering of life, kindness and help bring not gratitude and beauty, but pain and death. Only in the relatively closed Northland, with the experience of building a home together and the same belief, can beauty be born. Thousands of people gathered in front of the temple, waiting quietly for the prayers to begin. The children who acted as a choir spontaneously came to the high platform and began to sing praises to the greatness and kindness of the gods. After the choir ended, the priest responsible for leading the prayers stood on the high platform and read the contents of the holy book with the help of amplifying magic props. The belief in the territory is very strange. It is divided into the eternal temple and the eternal church. The gods they believe in are also different. However, the people are never forced to believe in any god. They are only required to believe in one. And unbelievers are not allowed to exist. In the temple, the greatest thing is eternity, which is a statue of a god wearing gorgeous and huge armor, representing light, protection, and all beautiful things. The second is the shadow of death. If eternity is the protector of this world, then the shadow of death is the guardian of the dead. All believers, no matter which god they believed in during their lifetime, will go to the kingdom of eternal night, where the shadow of death lies after death. So there are also many believers. Next is the moon princess. It is said that she is the moon in the kingdom of eternal night, shedding peaceful moonlight to the dead. At the same time, she also weaves beautiful dreams for all living beings and brings endless nightmares to the disrespectful ones. The other is the gold coin lady, in charge of wealth, transactions and contracts. No transaction is allowed to be violated under the witness of this lady. They cannot believe the businessman, but they can believe the deal the businessman made in front of the gold coin. And today, the territory welcomes a new deity, the cat goddess. She is the guide of the dead, the guardian of the barn, and the nemesis of rats. After hearing the next 2 sentences, farmers, like old John, immediately became energetic. Although they would sell the excess grain to the town, the hardship they endured still led them to habitually store some grain at home. And the most troublesome problem was rats. Chapter 557, Rebuilding the North Shield Branch. Old John carefully placed a palm-sized wooden sculpture of a black cat in a wooden box. To avoid being damaged, he even stuffed it with some straw. Like old John, there are many people who receive black cat with carvings from nuns, because according to the Holy Scriptures, this is the messenger of the cat goddess. Worshipping it will prevent the food at home from being harmed by rats. At the same time, after the death of a family member, he will turn into a messenger and guide the dead to the kingdom of eternal night to enjoy eternal tranquility. Therefore, although he is not as lofty as other gods, it is more in line with the needs of people like old John. After selling crops, buying salt, repairing farm tools, and pulling a piece of cloth for his eldest daughter, old John immediately found the cleanest and brightest place when he returned home, placed the black cat statue there, and then took his family with him start praying, because he firmly believed in the words of the holy book.
His initial faith soon condensed into the black cat statue. The mice in the house were like crazy, trying to escape even if they hit their heads and bleed. Such a magical scene proved more and more that the black cat statue was real, and his faith became more and more pious. This scene happened in thousands of households in the territory. The gathering of faith shocked the cat goddess. But at the beginning, it already exceeded her faith in the original plane. She was so happy that her tail waggled uncontrollably. Faith is like salary to gods. Without a stable source, serious anxiety will arise. With a stable and high salary, even a goddess as arrogant as a cat will have to wag her tail. For the cat goddess, it is a major event that affects future life. But for the territory, it is just a small matter. And not every place in the territory is so peaceful. With the North City as the dividing line, the pioneering towns in the south are developing very well. The developed transportation, commerce and agriculture make the entire area full of vitality, and the happiness index is high. But the north is different. The war that year caused a delay of half a year in this area before resuming production. The venom left by the barbarian kingdom and evil professionals has not been cleaned up yet. And there are even signs of spreading. For this reason, Maya has to do not take more severe measures to prevent it from spreading to other areas and causing greater losses. First of all areas in the north are strictly divided and managed, unless they hold a special pass. Residents are strictly prohibited from leaving the areas designated by their residences. Violators will be whipped in the lightest form and subject to hard labor in the worst case. For this reason, reserve corps were stationed at various traffic arteries, patrolling day and night every day. And there were even military dogs and cavalry. All that was needed was barbed wire and trenches. In addition, belief tests are conducted regularly in each residential area, and one can only believe in the gods specified in the Holy Scriptures. Once they deviate from their beliefs, not only will the person involved be imprisoned and examined, but their family and interpersonal relationships will also be strictly investigated. In serious cases, the entire small towns will be closed. Smuggling and hiding illegal items, worshipping evil gods, and offering sacrifices are serious crimes that can be directly hanged. There is no implication at all, and all those involved are executed on the spot. Even with such strict management, it still cannot eliminate various problems in the Northern Territory. In fact, if most of the population in Beicheng had not been transformed by the system, the problems in the northern part of the territory would have spread to the southern region. Maya, who was very troubled by this, had to choose to put the entire northern region under semi-military management, and the corps stationed everywhere maintained a state of combat readiness all year round to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. However, the army should not be used if it can be done. After all, most residents are still peaceful civilians. Once they are too forced, large-scale panic will easily occur. Therefore, the territory needs more professional personnel who can go deep into the people and be proficient in investigation, tracking, and arrest, torture, and try to reduce the scope of the impact. However, there are not enough battle sisters in charge of this aspect, and they also need to guard the northern city to prevent the abnormality from spreading to the south. The root members are now mainly focusing on the hinterland of the former empire. So Maya plans to reorganize the Holy Shield to allow this long-established organization to play a more powerful role. It has many functions, and this was the original purpose of creating the Holy Shield. As the mobile headquarters of the Holy Shield, the Aegis magic ship will not stay in one place for a long time. Instead, it will turn on stealth mode and patrol various branches all year round. While strengthening management, it will also eliminate the possibility of corruption and self-reliance. Of course, it's only possible because everyone knows it's impossible. The difference from the past is that the Aegis is no longer a lonely ship, but forms a 12-ship aerial fleet, which is powerful enough to completely destroy a city in a short period of time. It is this strength that gives Holy Shield its transcendent status among various countries and major forces. Today, the Aegis is still cruising at high altitudes on non-fixed routes under the protection of frigates, but it seems extremely busy inside. After all, this is the aerial headquarters of the Aegis, with hundreds of civilian staff alone. As the top person in charge of Holy Shield, Headquarters Chief Harvey has a very busy workday. He needs to review thousands of pieces of information and make hundreds of decisions every day. For this reason, he has a huge group of secretaries to organize information and affairs for him. It is convenient for him to read and make decisions quickly, and he can give timely answers when he asks. Today the chief secretary came to report on the work with long legs and a very professional posture. As soon as he came in, He closed the door first, then activated the secret lock to make the place a secret room. Then he grabbed a stick-like object and broke it hard. Next to the door, one branch of the hanger suddenly drooped. As soon as Harvey saw this posture, he knew that something was inevitable today, because ordinary intelligence would not have the final step. So with a serious expression, he used the prosthetic eye in the eye patch to activate several restrictions that only he was qualified to open, and completely sealed the office.
"Hi, Hydra!"
the chief secretary shouted to Harvey with a serious expression. After receiving a response, he handed him the information he had collected personally.
"Rebuild the Northland Aegis branch?"
Harvey was stunned. The Holy Shield has a branch in the north, but it is only in name. In fact, it is all under the control of the territory, and there is no need for the increasingly complicated internal situation. Divine Shield intervenes. However, after carefully reading the information, Harvey frowned. He did not expect that the situation in the north of the territory was so complicated. No wonder he had to mobilize the power of the Holy Shield. But this time, if he wanted to use all his own people, he still needed to think about it. Harvey has always maintained close ties with the territory, and from the day he began to attract outside people and funds, he quietly poached corners. Harvey knew very well that after the expansion of external recruitment, the Holy Shield would no longer be pure. So he secretly used the territorial personnel he brought as the backbone to quietly develop a secret society within the Holy Shield, called Hydra, as a way to regain control in the future, the foundation of the Holy Shield's power. At the same time, Harvey has also built 3-digit secret bases and a larger number of safe houses in various places over the years, some of which are handed over to Root, and the rest are used by the Hydra members he developed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Every year a large amount of information will be sent back to the territory, including many young wizards and warlocks, providing sufficient students for the territory's magic academy. This time he received an order from the territory to form a Holy Shield branch in the north of the territory, so he knew he would face a huge challenge. Chapter 558 passed the vote. Mobilizing a group of personnel to form a branch is nothing to the Holy Shield, which now has more than 100,000 official members. Even the regular army can recruit tens of thousands of people. The trouble is, today's Holy Shield is not what Harvey said. The Holy Shield has expanded from a few hundred people when it was first established to today's 100,000 people. It is no longer mixed with sand, but filled with a lake of water. One can imagine how much control Harvey still has over the Holy Shield. Therefore, although he is the head of the headquarters, there are 4 ministers and more than a dozen branch ministers from various major forces below him, who have divided up a lot of power, and he is by no means able to do whatever he wants. If it is a secret mission, it is not difficult to mobilize Hydra's own manpower to do it quietly. Harvey has done it many times with the territory's roots, and even killed many people inside. Otherwise, he would have been in the position of head of the headquarters. Unstable. The difficulty is that this matter needs to be cleared up. Otherwise, the branch's funding sources and personnel transfers will not be able to withstand internal review. Therefore, Harvey can decide to establish a branch. But this matter must be brought to the table and gone through the procedures. In addition, he can appoint the branch director. But it is impossible to appoint everyone, because this is not in line with other people's decisions. Benefit. And once he does this, it is clear that there is a big problem here. So as long as the Northland branch is established, manpower from various forces will definitely be placed in it. Harvey knew that the territory was extremely exclusive and closed, and what he hated the most was outsiders interfering. So he considered using some means to see if he could make everyone a member of Hydra. After all, through his efforts, the members of Hydra his figure has already spread all over the Holy Shield, and there is no shortage of his people among other ministers and branch ministers. So although it's troublesome, it can be done. However, judging from the purpose of the territory this time, it seems that it has the purpose of deepening its contact with the outside world. If this is the case, there is no need for him to do anything extra. Although he didn't know what changes had occurred in the territory, Harvey immediately arranged a meeting to discuss the decision to establish the Northland branch, not to mention the 4 high-ranking ministers. It was impossible for the more than a dozen branch ministers to come back immediately for the meeting. So they held a video conference and projected it through the Crystal Ball network. The 4 ministers are from the 3 human kingdoms of the 5 southern countries and the 100 Cities Alliance. The origins of the more than a dozen branch ministers are more complicated and are the product of competition and compromise between all parties. Some branch ministers are related to evil forces such as the Devil's Head Association,
as a cross-regional company that fights against major evil organizations and criminals. The top brass of Holy Shield are actually involved with evil forces. It is simply a big joke. But what can Harvey do? 90% of the people currently expanding the Holy Shield were not recruited by him. Give him face, and call him the head of the headquarters. Without giving him face, he can't even mobilize the branch's dogs. If the position of the head of the headquarters was not so hot, everyone would be a target except him, the founder, who would have stepped down to retire. If he didn't go, he would have committed suicide with a halberd stuck in his back. Therefore, in addition to poaching secretly, many people, everything Harvey had to do was by the rules. The video conference ended, and the result was just as Harvey had expected. Everyone passed the vote, and even the branch director of the Northland branch was appointed by him. So smoothly. Once he opens a branch, he has this right as the head of the headquarters, as long as the interests and territory of other ministers and branch heads are not involved. He will be given this face. Secondly, they all carry the name of Divine Shield. The better and stronger the organization develops, the more benefits they can obtain. Thirdly, this branch is opened in the Northland, and they are very interested in it. The Northland has been very closed since the Empire was still there, because at that time everyone in the Empire looked down on the Northland as a bitter and cold place. Even the nobles were divided into two circles. It can be said that the Northland was incompatible with the Empire from the beginning to the end. It's like two worlds. Later, the Empire collapsed, and the Northland still played its own game. Even with the Border City Alliance composed of the Empire's border troops, they couldn't reach out. At present, the Northern Glory Alliance has annexed the Noble Alliance, and has successively defeated the Border Town Alliance and the Barbarian Kingdom. There is already a trend of becoming a dominant force. If you don't intervene at this time, you may not have a chance in the future. After all, the Northern land is bitterly cold, but located in a corner. As long as the Imperial Pass built on the border of the Empire is defended, even 1,000,000 troops cannot defeat it. In this case, they can develop with peace of mind. After they have exhausted their internal fighting, they can then march south. Maybe they can unify again and rebuild the Empire. Although the possibility is almost impossible. It is their instinct to cause chaos and obstacles for all competitors. So the ministers and branch ministers from various countries will not miss this opportunity. How can they be worthy of their current status without tormenting the other party? Harvey knew exactly what the other party was up to, but there wasn't much he could do, and those people wouldn't let him interfere too much. Didn't you notice that he had just appointed the branch director? Not only the team leader and members of the branch, but also even the magic spaceship is ready. Rubbing his eyebrows with a headache, Harvey opened the projection crystal ball and called up the data of the silver shield that was being transformed. The construction method of magic spacecraft has been spread for a long time. In fact, there is no need for legends, as long as they are willing to pile up materials. Even a high-level mage can build a magic spaceship. However, if you want to truly combine combat effectiveness and cost-effectiveness, you must at least be a master. There was a legendary mage who was very interested in the Aegis. At that time, it was in the critical period of the expansion of the Aegis. Therefore, Harvey could not refuse forcefully, and could only let the other party visit it. And then the other party gave up. It's not that I can't do it. It's that I can't bear it. Just the adamantium steel on the bow of the ship makes the opponent's eyes jump. If it melts, it can be enough to forge more than 100 legendary weapons. Even the legendary mage does not have this kind of wealth. Then after seeing the 100-meter-long mithril steel keel, the opponent's knees were shaking. This was not a keel. It was clearly the legendary mage tower lying horizontally. This is just the beginning. The internal space expansion technology is completely unreasonable, as well as the complex and unique encryption runes. This legendary mage chose to join the company after being silent for a long time. Legendary mages don't care whether the other party is money, because as long as they are willing. There are too many ways to make money, but rare materials and knowledge cannot be bought with money. To describe it as having a price but no market is an understatement. But here, the rare materials that are the hard currency among high-level mages are priced in tons. And there are a variety of unique spellcasting systems. Legendary mages cannot resist such temptations. Later, more and more spellcasters and alchemists joined the Holy Shield, and the imitation work of the Aegis never stopped, of which the Golden Shield was the pinnacle. As a battleship imitating the Aegis, the Golden Shield is 150 meters long, 50 meters wide, with 5 masts. The keel is made of a rare and precious demonized giant wood,
and a mage tower is built inside, so it can release the legendary enchantment, assists in releasing legendary spells, and uses space expansion technology internally. But the effect is not as good as that of the Aegis. In terms of armament, it is equipped with 24 120mm caliber smoothbore cannons, a large number of rapid-fire machine guns, and aerial bombs. It can accommodate 800 people for long-term stationing, and can accommodate up to 2,000 people. It is a well-deserved war machine. Chapter 559 No-Fly Zone. Unfortunately, each Golden Shield magic ship costs a huge amount of wealth, and requires the use of legendary mages and a large number of advanced spellcasters. Therefore, even if the Holy Shield is supported by many forces, it will be painful for a long time to build one. In addition, the real in fact, they didn't know how it would fare in actual combat. In the end, only 4 ships were built, and they became the vehicles of 4 ministers respectively. Later, with the continuous simplification, the Silver Shield, the Bronze Shield, and the Iron Shield appeared one after another. The Silver Shield is a simplified version of the Golden Shield. It no longer blindly pursues the high standards of the Aegis, but pursues the best cost performance. So it has become the frigate of the Aegis and Golden Shield class spacecraft, and the main ship of various branches. The Bronze Shield is an all-round functional ship that can be converted into a support ship, bomber ship, and transport ship. It does not require comprehensive or excessive performance. As long as it is passable, it can be said to be of high quality and low price. The Iron Shield is a small strike ship with not strong functions, but it is the most commonly used and favorite by frontline combatants. After all, it is good if it can be used. The Silver Shield that Harvey checked the data on was just completed 3 months ago. It was directly assigned to the Northland branch and undertaken some modifications according to their opinions. The Silver Shield is said to be a frigate, but it is actually larger than the Aegis, with a length of 120 meters and a width of 40 meters. This is to make up for the helplessness of not using space expansion technology internally. This is the only way it can accommodate 300 people stationed for a long time. But it's just stationary, and it requires regular supplies and rotations. Otherwise problems will occur. There is no way. Although the Silver Shield is large, its artillery, ammunition, reserves, and equipment alone take up a lot of space, leaving little room for movement. It is already the limit to squeeze in 300 people. Time for a long time. I'm afraid people will go crazy. In addition, due to the use of spliced magic with keels, the structural strength of the hull is limited, and it cannot be equipped with collision horns. Its defense also relies on temporarily opened high-level barriers. Once broken, it is not much stronger than a wooden sailboat. The weapons and equipment were also unsatisfactory, mainly relying on 16 100mm smoothbore cannons and machine guns loaded on both sides of the hull. The cabin also accommodated some aerial bombs, but due to load issues and other issues, the number was not very large. Although it has various shortcomings, it can't stand up to its low price, large quantity, and good deterrent effect, so it has been continuously built since it was finalized. At present, the Silver Shield has dismantled the aerial bombs and strengthened the transformation of the command, compared with the Holy Shield, which has mature technology. This did not waste much time. Soon the fully loaded magic spacecraft headed for the north. Jonathan, who had just been appointed as the Northland branch chief, stood on the bridge and kept giving orders, while adjusting the course. He also wanted to speed up the crew's familiarity with the new ship, but his heart was not as calm as it seemed. As an ace member of the Holy Shield, who was also born in the territory, Jonathan is Harvey's well-deserved confidant. So this time, he was specially appointed as the head of the Northland Holy Shield branch. But he was under considerable pressure. In addition to a branch chief, the branch also has an intelligence team, a prison team, a medical team, an operations team, a support team, a logistics team, an equipment team, a sealing team, and a series of other team leaders. It can be said that the power of the branch head rests entirely on if the foil of these team leaders is ignored. Then his branch manager will not be able to do anything. Fortunately, he has brought along a few close men and a group of new recruits, so he is not so passive. If it doesn't work, he can just act with the territory. I believe there will be no problem if 2 or 3 team leaders are missing. Then he will promote himself. People come to power.
Ahead is the North City no-fly zone. Full left rudder. Slow down and prepare to detour.
When the red circle appeared on the crystal ball, Jonathan immediately issued the detour order. No-fly zones only appeared after the emergence of magic spaceships. In the past, flying methods were not as exaggerated as they are today, and there were no large-scale flying vehicles carrying heavy firepower like magic spaceships. Therefore, after the emergence of magic spaceships, major cities have divided them into prohibited zones, fly area, and develop its own flying vehicles and prevention and control methods. It can be said that due to the existence of the territory and the continuous expansion of influence, the style of the entire main world has begun to become completely different from other planes. When two low-level mages are dueling, it has become the norm to draw guns first and shoot at each other. After all, compared with the cumbersome casting of spells, it is obviously simpler and more efficient to make a gun to headshot the opponent. So holding a sword in one hand and a gun in each hand have become standard equipment for mages. Because the steering would deflect the hull, a warning sound began to sound inside, and the people on the ship knew that they had arrived in Beicheng. The staff on the Silver Shield have heard about Beicheng. Most of them have never seen this city, which is called the Pearl of the North. Therefore, many people who are not on duty went to the deck to take a look. After years of expansion, Beicheng has become a super city that can accommodate 1 million people. With this core, many satellite towns continue to extend along the North Boundary River, connected by endless tic-tac-toe fields, forming a prosperous place that is unimaginable in the north. Even the well-informed members of the Holy Shield have rarely seen such a spectacular city. Even if they have, it looks very dilapidated due to reasons such as obsolescence and pollution. It is not as full of power and vitality as the city in front of them.
It's so beautiful. But it's a pity that our station is not here.
A female member who dressed up carefully even though she was wearing a uniform said with some regret.
Ha ha. The Northern Honor Alliance is notoriously xenophobic. It would be great if they could allow the Holy Shield to rebuild the nominal Northland branch. How could they allow us to put our base in the core North City?
Another person obviously knew more. Many young men said with a sneer, whether they were mocking the naivety of women or the conservativeness of the Northern Glory Alliance. While these people were chatting, dozens of fighter jets flew up from the Air Force, as if to greet them, but also to warn them. They turned to the north of the territory with the Silver Shield between them. Because we were so close, we could even see the pilot in the cockpit, which attracted many people to watch. It seems that it is human nature to watch the excitement.
It is a unique aircraft of the Glory Alliance. It is said that it does not use any magic. I really don't know how it flies.
This was a member of the logistics team. When he saw the dozens of aircraft, he was interested and immediately thought of them. Description in the intelligence. It is a pity that the Northland, especially the Glory Alliance, is a forbidden area for intelligence personnel. The death rate is simply too high, so very little information can be obtained. And this is all obtained from the Border Town Alliance.
It's driven by the constantly rotating thing in front. The two large wings are to maintain stability in the airflow. It's a very exquisite design.
The person who spoke wore the alchemist's logo, so the moment he opened his mouth, it represented authority and aroused the attention of those around him. People always agree.
I don't care how it flies.
But I know the machine gun below. All crew members are in their positions and loading ammunition. But they are absolutely not allowed to fire first. Nor are they allowed to make attack movements. They are always waiting for orders.
The first mate who rushed over immediately everyone on the deck rushed back and gathered on the deck. They were not afraid of capsizing. And they dared to argue in the face of machine guns. I really don't know how they passed the training. Chapter 560 News Station. Under the order of the first mate. Although they knew that the other party was not the enemy, the well-trained crew members immediately returned to the combat position, carrying ammunition and making preparations. Although the machine guns and cannons were not raised, it was very rude. It's pointed at other people's faces, but it's also loaded and ready to be activated at any time. Judging from these performances, although Holy Shield has many internal conflicts, its personnel are still well-trained. However, the speed and flexibility of the fighter jets were still an eye-opener for them, especially the number. If they were to swarm them, the Silver Shield would probably suffer considerable losses, although it would not crash. What frightens the first officer the most is that because no magic is involved in construction, this means that these simple-looking aircraft can be mass-produced. Because of its special expansion method, Holy Shield is able to absorb a large amount of funds and talents from the outside world. After all, no one wants to miss out on joining a department that can exercise power across regions in the name of justice. Therefore, it is not enough to describe it as being as rich as the enemy. Even so, The number of magic ships in the entire Holy Shield has just exceeded 100. And most of them are Copper Shield and Iron Shield class ships. This combination is not because they cannot afford to build them. So once you encounter this kind of aircraft that does not require magic and can be mass-produced, it is impossible to fight the consumption.
Fortunately, we are not enemies.
The first mate didn't even believe what he said, because he was very aware of the current expansionism and authoritarianism within the Holy Shield. It can be said that it was only a matter of time before conflicts with various stations occurred. When he thought about facing the overwhelming number of aircraft in his lifetime, the first officer felt that he should retire early. After they left the no-fly zone in Beicheng, these fighter jets also returned, letting the combatants who were waiting for them heave a sigh of relief. Even though Holy Shield has built many magic ships, they don't have much experience in air combat. Occasionally they encounter ones that can fly. Facing the magic ships with strong ships and sharp cannons, they can only escape. So the magic ships have always been regarded as ground attack weapons. Attack aerial platform. But it's different now. Dozens of flexible and fast aircraft are not only equipped with machine guns, but also carry bombs. If they really fight, if they hit the keel, they may not even be able to leave a whole corpse. After all, defensive barriers are not omnipotent. While the people on the ship expressed fear, Jonathan knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg shown in the territory. Not even him. Not even Commander Harvey knew how deep the water was here. But this is fine. Only by not knowing the details can those senior officials who have become arrogant learn to be in awe and not dare to take action easily.
The front is about to reach the destination. Lower the altitude and start slowing down.
Jonathan kept giving orders, and these orders were immediately passed to all parts of the Silver Shield. And through cooperation, the speed of this behemoth was slowed down, compared with the Aegis, which has not yet been clarified, and the Golden Shield, which was built by legend. The Silver Shield, although very cost-effective, also has many flaws, such as the lack of enchantments and the lack of precision components, resulting in the failure of the entire spacecraft. The operation is cumbersome, and the response is slow. This requires that the spacecraft commander must have rich experience and predict and issue orders in advance. Just like a giant ship on the sea, issues such as inertia must be taken into consideration, especially for spacecrafts. Air currents in the air and ground bulges can cause damage to the spacecraft or even cause damage to the spacecraft. Crashed.
Fortunately, the Northland is vast, and the place where they base their base is carefully selected. There is no need to consider too many issues. The Silver Shield docks smoothly at the dock built in advance. This will also be the space for daily maintenance of the spacecraft. The place? Because the magic spacecraft is shaped like a sailboat. It cannot be docked directly on the ground. Some people want to design it with a flat bottom, but it is not easy to say, and the hull will bump violently due to airflow problems. After all, the powerful flying bricks are not suitable for use in the atmosphere. Even blessing magic is not a long-term solution. For these reasons, the magic spacecraft has always retained the shape of a sailboat. Therefore, when it is docked for maintenance, it must be located on a specially designed dock. Otherwise it will be a joke if it overturns. After it came to a stop, the crew did not stop. They shut down the functions that did not need to be turned on to save mana and carried out maintenance. After all, this was a new ship, and it was still in the running-in period. No one dared to be careless. One side of the cabin suddenly lowered to form a solid wooden ladder. Jonathan, wearing a gorgeous branch uniform, led the capable members down the dock to meet the garrison who had been waiting there.
Chief Jonathan, I am the commander of the 103rd Reserve Corps. Welcome you.
Tuba, with a red face, led a group of soldiers in a tank to greet their arrival. If there was a smile on his face, maybe the words are more credible. And now they are more like some kind of silent warning. Therefore, the faces of many members behind Jonathan became unsightly. But the old employees did not react to this, and instead focused on the appearance of those soldiers. In appearance and equipment, this is the performance of a veteran. The 103rd Reserve Corps is stationed not far from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Northland branch. It is a well-equipped veteran regiment that has participated in battles with the Noble Alliance, the Border Town Alliance, and the Barbarian Kingdom. Arranging such a corps here is nominally to cooperate with the Holy Shield North branch. But in fact it understands everything. Members of the Holy Shield are actually not unfamiliar with receiving such treatment, because there are even more extreme ones. There is no way. The hand of the Holy Shield has been stretched too long. Nowadays,
Except for the 5 southern countries that belong to the elves and dwarves. There is more than one branch in other places. It also has cross-regional capabilities to fight against any organization defined as evil. Their rights with criminals also make them subject to great suspicion and exclusion. But the rulers need the existence of the Holy Shield. Because with the help of this platform, they can also interfere with other forces and achieve many ulterior purposes. Therefore, no matter how unpopular they are, the Holy Shield still grows and grows. After a simple handover, Jonathan ordered the first mate to stay on the ship to maintain vigilance, and then led the personnel into the branch. Although he was given a warning upon meeting, the treatment that the territory should provide in other places was not discounted at all. The branch station prepared for them by the territory is not an old-fashioned castle. Apart from defense, it is not suitable for living at all. Therefore, it uses a reinforced concrete building, which is stronger and more durable. With internal pipelines, it is also very convenient to use. At least there's a flush toilet, and no need to stick your butt out on the patio. Thinking of this, many female members showed satisfied smiles, especially after seeing the double dormitory with its own bathroom and toilet. Their favorability improved a lot. The living conditions of the magic spaceship modeled after the Aegis are not bad. Even the Silver Shield, which pursues cost-effectiveness, has not reduced much. After all, if there are more people, more comprehensive considerations must be taken to increase comfort appropriately. Therefore, the locally prepared station has become a nightmare for many Holy Shield members, especially when going to the toilet. Many people have had the experience of raising their buttocks on the second-floor balcony. It's okay for men, but it's almost like a public execution for women, even if they have lived like this before. But after joining the Holy Shield, their habits have long since changed. The most satisfying thing for the female members is that there is also a nice garden with many beautiful and exotic plants. In contrast, the male members are more concerned about the training ground and food in the building. After all, working out and supplementing protein are very important. The male does not want to have toned and shiny muscles. In this regard, they would like to praise the olive oil placed in the bathroom. They just don't know where to buy it. There is no other meaning. It is just convenient to replenish it. This thing is quick to use.